Good morning and welcome to the third day of IREC. It's Friday, launch day 3, and we are getting ready for some great launches this morning. I'm Logan, the Director of Media, and I'm joined by Stephanie and Steve to kick things off this morning. Stephanie, how are things shaping up at the launch site?
I think things are going really well. It's still on the early side, but we are getting things together. Uh, Food trucks are arriving, and we've got a lot of volunteers here, so I think it's going to be a good day.
And right next to us, it is buzzing with students right now, getting ready for their launch. We've got a salvo on the pad first thing in the morning. I hope we can get them off soon. What do you think the prognosis is?
Well, the weather's perfect. The temperature's perfect. There's no wind. It's just the sky that's not cooperating with us today. So usually these clouds will go away fairly early, but we're in a hold because we can't launch through a cloud. So
On hold for all altitudes right now?
all altitudes and we could go. I guess the 10. Sometimes what we do is we throw up a test rocket to see how high they really are. If we threw up a 10K rocket, then that would be able to tell us. But Jim Jarvis, our RSO, is carefully monitoring what at least what the weather apps are telling us in terms of the altitude of the cloud. So, hopefully, yesterday after I think 9ish or so, I think the clouds blew away, and we had a great day of launching.
Great. Great. Well, I'm optimistic. Well, it is currently 7:50. So if that holds, we might still have a little while to wait, but we shall see. We shall see. There's some beautiful sunlight streaming through the clouds. And as this drone shot is showing us, they're patchy. I think as the wind might move them through and let us launch rockets without entering a cloud.
Yeah. Yep. Yesterday was a beautiful day. All told, I think we had how many rockets? 47 rockets, I think, yesterday. So we've got to have a good day today because we need to get a bunch more off. The total so far is 80 in terms of the number of rockets. So, we have roughly 60-ish rockets left to fly, and we've got 2 days. We got today, but today's going to be a full day. We're going to be launching rockets all day today. So, from sun up to sundown because we have a short window on Saturday. So, I expect a pretty active day today. Right now, I think there's 13 solids on the pads. We've got the 2-stage pads getting loaded, and we also have some activity out at the hybrid pad. So everybody, as soon as that cloud breaks, I think there's going to be rockets in the air.
Yeah, so today is going to be a big day to keep us on track and get everyone launched. And Stephanie, I know we had all the students come on site today. How are the tents looking? That's been the story of the week.
So, as I'm sure a lot of people know, that we had originally had 16 40 by 100 tents set up for student prep. We were getting ready for bright and early Wednesday morning to have all the teams show up. And a dust storm, Haboob, came through Tuesday night with other plans and took out 12 of the 16 tents entirely. They were completely mangled. 4 of them were salvageable, and the tent company did a great job getting here and making sure those were stable. So that we had to shift to plan B and stagger the teams coming, which worked out. And teams have been great about squeezing. I've told them, get cozy. They're making new friends this year. It's a little bit of definitely a cozy setting. And also some teams then ended up bringing out some pop-ups. And if we had any extra operational tents that were available, we were utilizing them. I think everybody's been doing great, especially with things needing to change on the fly.
All told, this is a great group of students. And, one of the hallmarks of this competition is actually support your neighbor. And, this has been I'm sorry. So at any rate, as you can see, they're looking over base camp right now. That area should all be filled with tents. And
But it's not. It's just.
but it's not. So you see, we're at roughly a quarter capacity in terms of tents, but again, as I was saying, the students were really, making new friends, squeezing together. It's the hallmark of this event where, in fact, we reward that. And, the teams that have gone above and beyond will actually get recognized for that. So, again, it's one of those hallmarks of the event, and a testament to the students.
Shout out to the first super chat of the day. Gabriel, thanks for letting us know.
Oh my God, come on. So I just heard what the super chat was. And this is a joke that started between myself and our previous RSO, Ken Overton. And somehow he got it into his head that I was an art history major. I mean, just jokingly, because he knows I wasn't an art history major, but it's caught on. And the fact that Gabe, it's Gabe, okay. That said, that I'm his favorite art history major. And it's a running joke. And I go with it.
Looking on the screen, we're seeing a red flag at solids.
Thanks, Gabe, by the way.
We're expecting some launches coming up. First off of Alpha 2. Team 160.
All right.
Tufts.
It's my dad's alma mater.
160 is Tufts University.
All right.
Did they have a rocket team in your dad's era?
No, I'm afraid not. Although it was around the beginning of rocketry is when he was there, so
And let's see if we can find them, our drone crew working their way in through this grid of rockets. And our pad cam. Thank you, NSF, for helping us set this up.
Green light. All right, we're ready to fly. Isn't that nice? Yeah.
Guys got eyes? All right, here we go. We're launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's smoke.
Liftoff.
Oh, nice
There
purple
we
flame.
go.
Away it goes. Our tracking cam operators got it.
Straight flight.
It's burned out. We're looking for some kind of event.
So he still has it, which is great, actually. That's a good sign.
Replay, here we go. Let's watch that takeoff once again.
Smoke. All right, on the replay.
Smoke and fire
Oh, that's
and launch.
awesome.
Boost.
Look at that.
And this live stream track is able to confirm for us that the rocket did not go through the clouds. The rocket stayed below the
clouds. They
clouds.
had tracking all the way through the
So that means in this altitude category we are good to continue. Oh,
What?
and I see it's separated, and we've got a drogue parachute out. Steve, what's the point of a drogue parachute?
So all rockets are what we call dual deploy, and the dual deployment means that there's two parachutes, a drogue chute and a main chute. And the drogue chute is a smaller parachute that allows the rocket to descend rapidly but not uncontrolled. And
Orderly fashion.
in an orderly fashion, yes, that's right. And then a secondary charge blows out a main chute at about 1,500 to 1,000 feet, and then the rocket gently flows back to the Earth.
But it's still in the falling fast phase. We're waiting for that main to come out.
Pad Alpha 1 is Team 314.
Our drone is panning over.
This is the University of California, Irvine, UCI Rocket Project Solid. This is a 10K SRAD, so they're going up on an M2028 Sugar.
A sugar motor.
On
All right.
Alpha 1, Team 314. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's fire.
Smoke.
And there we
Liftoff.
go. Oh, that's great. Look at that. Oh, that was an awesome shot.
On some great straight tracks this morning.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no wind.
Really no wind. I mean,
And
it's
2
ideal
launches
conditions,
before
yeah.
8 a.m.
Yeah, all right. And he's got it the whole way.
And there's the parachute. The drogue is out.
That's the way to do it.
Then a sugar motor. Steve, what's a sugar motor?
So, classically we have motors that are, well, historically I guess a lot of the motors have been ammonium perchlorate based with an oxidizer. This is actually potassium nitrate based.
So these are the chemicals
And then,
in the rocket.
yeah, these are the chemicals in the rocket, and apparently we have a shootout because you can tell by the crowd's reaction. And the potassium nitrate is combined with a sucrose, or really a sugar, and or sorbitol, and
I've got a replay of that launch. There's the igniter.
you see versus an ammonium perchlorate motor, you see a lot of the flame out of the bottom of the rocket, which is a little different. Look at that slow motion shot. That's fantastic.
And that really came off the rail quickly.
Yeah, there's all different formulas that you can use to adjust either how fast the rocket takes off the rail or how long it burns, or it depends. Here we like to get them off the rail fast so that they're stable by the time they leave the rail. And
All right.
that was really a very nice example of a sugar motor doing a
So
great
we're moving
job.
to Alpha 3. That Alpha 3.
I assume that Rick Maschek probably helped or mentor that team. One of our volunteers has been with the competition for a long
On Alpha
time.
3, we have Team 141, Old Dominion University, with the project.
I'll tell you an
Lee,
interesting story
10K
about their
cost
rocket
to
when
10,100
after
feet,
they get off.
flying an Aerotech M1845 New Thunder motor.
1845. Okay.
And you can see the
We have
NSF
a
pad
green
cam
light.
on the upper right.
We
That's
are
how we're bringing you those
launching
pad
in
views.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Got fire.
Liftoff.
All right. Oh, beautiful shot.
We got live footage off of this rocket. Oh, this team is
Good
sending
job,
us
guys.
live video off of their rocket.
Oh,
They're participating in the live video challenge, I am sure. They had some footage through Boost, and then it seemed to freeze.
all right.
On his coming
there's
back,
their live
parachute
video.
release. Oh, we're seeing that parachute release from on board the rocket. And you can see the two sections of the rocket looking at each other. But they're still swirling around and falling.
There it is.
And LCO is still monitoring closely that this is staying under the clouds so we can watch the rocket the whole time.
And you can tell it's under drogue, and you can get a flash of the bottom section of the rocket.
And there's the launch.
So quickly,
Coming off the rail,
their
very
rocket,
straight.
Their rocket was damaged during shipping, and their nose cone was not destroyed, but well, I guess destroyed. They weren't able to repair it, and they worked with another team that helped them with getting them the new nose cone. And another example of how the camaraderie here.
On kudos to that other team.
Yeah, I
I
wish
think
I
that's something
remembered.
I see all the time is the students want to see a launch. They want to see each other get off the ground.
This is a year-long process, and to have something that was damaged in shipping and not be able to launch would have been a shame. And so I wish I could remember the team that helped them, because I'd give them a shout out. But
And they are descending under drogue
so
still.
As a mom, what do you think? How do you feel if that was, let's say, one of your kids? Well, these are all your kids anyway. But
Right. They're all my kids, all the students. Actually, I was part of the group, the team that went over to where.
Another 10K cot.
Is that
Heading
another
back to a launch.
launch?
We are waiting on telemetry on some of the other 10Ks.
I mean, just to hear the emotion, I mean, it lifts your heart.
University of
Oh,
Houston,
exciting.
Project Phoenix, 10K cots to 9,650 feet on an Aerotech L2500 Super Thunder.
University of Houston.
We have a green light. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, we're ready to go. We're getting them off quick.
Lift
Fire!
off.
Wow, that was a quick ignition.
Talk about fast off the pad.
Yeah, that one.
I say these things and then the students one up me.
I'm sorry. What
I
was
said
that?
I say these things and then the students one up me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did you hear that? The team just said, hey, "I'm crying. I've got tears in my eyes." You know, it's that emotional release once one of these rockets get in the air, and successfully.
And also when they're not so successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, tears flow pretty freely on both
Well,
sides.
it's. I mean, I love the emotion. I mean, it's just. I love the
We do
emotion.
not have tracking on yet, so until
Yeah, this
we
event
can
is the
notify
culmination
that
of
the
a year,
tracking is
sometimes more,
fixed,
of
we're
work
going
for
to
these students.
hold those students to return to their tents.
How do I turn this down a little bit? Thanks. Yeah, we are live, so you caught that. So. Well.
And we're looking back at the solids pads and this grid of rockets that we're working our way through. We are attempting to maintain the order, but we will launch the teams that have telemetry lock first. We're not going to wait around for teams that don't have lock. It's been a consistent challenge throughout the week maintaining frequency coordination to make sure that teams can get telemetry to their rockets. Steve, what's the importance of telemetry on these rockets?
Well, so there's we got a waiting launch, so we have another live video look. Fantastic. So telemetry is the thing that enables you to get the signal from either the avionics or the GPS unit. And the importance is you want to be able to find the rocket. So if you don't have telemetry, you're not going to be able to see the GPS, which means you're relying on your eyesight. And as you know, these rockets go out of sight. And you won't, oftentimes you don't see where they land. And so you rely on that GPS coordinates to walk to your rocket. And, the frequency management is difficult because there's only so much frequencies that are allocated to this task, and with the 150 teams, you step on each other frequently.
So everybody hop out. We're going to launch Alpha 5182. That is the University of Pennsylvania, 10K cot to 9280 feet on an M2505 white. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fire.
Liftoff.
Wow, we got some.
Away they go. Ooh, that came apart during boost.
Oh, did it? As I just said that. Oh, yeah, I see that.
And we've got all kinds of pieces coming down. Looks like they're all still
They
connected.
look attached, yeah.
I see a drogue out. I think I see the remnants of a main. I don't know if that main is caught up or maybe it's been damaged. Here's a replay of that launch.
Looks like the parachute is out.
See if we can
We
see
see
what
it.
happened.
Oh, I saw it start to bend in flight.
So structurally,
started to see some angle of attack between the direction the rocket was pointed and the direction the rocket was moving. That main is out.
Main out, so but they apparently structurally failed.
Well, we're happy they are recovering safely.
Yeah, that's an important piece of this.
That's always our first priority.
Charlie 2 is Team 151. This is South Dakota School of Mines and Technology. This is Team Mars. This is a 10K Koch shot to 89-90 feet on an M2500 Blue Thunder.
You know, some of these rockets are beautiful. They get the art department involved or someone that's creative, and
we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Straight off the pad, very nice.
Very nice.
Our tracking still following it as it continues to ascend up to apogee. Oh, and it's coming back down. It's coming back down. Looking for a parachute. We're hoping to see this split apart and see a parachute.
Out on the range.
But they should have already come out by now, sending a warning out downrange to watch out for this rocket. Coming in toward the ground. And touchdown.
That's a shame.
And that is why we launch these far away from people.
That's right. Yeah, we follow very strict safety rules, and for just a case like that. And we also do a lot of simulations. So if it does come in ballistic, we know, or we hopefully can predict where that's going to happen and make sure there's nothing in that areas. But that's unfortunate, but that happens. This is rocketry.
And failure is part of learning.
That's exactly right. And that's, you know, this is rocket science, and it's not easy, especially with the amount of engineering that goes into these rockets. As engineering students, they're trying to improve everything, and they're trying to, you know, they look at a problem and they solve it, and you know, they have input from mentors that help them with it, with rockets of this class, but there's a lot of engineering that goes into these, and sometimes, a la Elon Musk, you learn from your failures.
At the moment, the only rockets we have with telemetry are 30K shots. That's going to be a little while. We have one we're waiting on to see if we get telemetry on at 110K, and that's it. So you can return to your tents. We'll let you know when we either get clear or we get telemetry.
Okay, and we're now hearing from LCO that we are going to be holding, for the next little while. The only rocket on the pads that currently has telemetry is a 30,000-foot rocket, and the clouds are lower than 30,000 feet. So until we either have the clouds move out or have those rockets regain telemetry, we're going to be holding here. So this is that 30K rocket that is ready, but the clouds are not cooperating. Kudos to them for being ready this morning. We're glad to be getting things off the pad and moving in the morning. And they had a great paint job on that rocket. That was looking really nice. Also on live stream, we really appreciate those big numbers. Makes it very easy for us to tell whose rocket is whose.
Yeah, the other thing I liked about the signs is we've had them now. I think this is our third year. Not only it's the team number, the team name, but it also has the flag. And we did that because we wanted to make sure that every country that's come here gets represented. And you know, I think it's a great part of this competition. You're in particularly this year with the cramped quarters, you've got opportunities to make international friends. And you know, giving the teams their flag and displaying their flag proudly is a part of this. you know, somebody said United Nations of rocket, but I look at this as more of an Olympic competition where we've got teams from all over the world competing and supporting each other. So it's one of those elements that I think is kind of unique in terms of competition or collegiate competitions. And we boast, you know, we are the largest rocket engineering competition in the world, and that's because of you know, our partners across the globe. And it's definitely one of those things that I think the students appreciate. You know, it's particularly now with having that close collaboration amongst students in the pits and the countries. It's one of, you know, we have judges from all over the world. A big contingent here from Turkey, based on our sort of common competition theme, in that Turkey has their competition called Teknofest, and that, you know, they have it's a similar competition. They have categories, and it's rockets, and actually this is the first year that they're actually trying to attract some international students to their competition. So I think that is great. We've got volunteers from Australia. Our launch operations person is from Australia. We've got Canada. Mohi is in our Q management area. We've got Walter Ahrens, who's out of Mexico, is supporting us on the pads. So, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody. I know that Costa Rica, right? Francisco from Costa Rica. And I don't mean to. If I miss somebody, I apologize. But even the fact that the countries are now supporting us with volunteers. One of the countries. I mean, it's the individuals representing the country. But again, it's another one of those testaments to how well I think this competition is received across the world.
And how can volunteers get involved from around the world, even if they can't come to the event?
Well, as if they can't come to the event, but they can support us by judging. So judging is one of those things that each student puts together a paper that oftentimes is, we've had them, probably the smallest one I've seen is maybe 30 pages, but I think by and large they're in the 90-page range, and it's a technical document, and it's the why did you decide your fin span, or how big your fins are, or how come you're, you know, you've decided to use a payload that is larger than the diameter of your
right, justifying all of their engineering decisions.
So, and then a piece of it is just grammar. How well is it written? And you don't need to be technical to see that how well things are written. And we've got judges that support us from all over the world that can't be here, and even domestically. So our daughter was a judge this year, couldn't come because 2 little ones and work and that sort of thing, but participated remotely by doing that judging of those papers. So.
Right, and that's a very important aspect of the competition. Roughly half the team's score comes from their technical reports. And we do that explicitly to try and level the playing field between teams of very different resource levels. We're not judging them based on how close to the bleeding edge of R&D they are necessarily, but we're judging them based on their engineering decision making for one half, and then the other half is their actual flight performance. And here we have Texas A&M at their ground station right next to us in the tent, in the commentator tent.
So that daughter we were talking about is from Texas A&M. So she got her aerospace degree from there, and then her master's from Cornell in systems engineering. So it seems like every school that's out here, I feel like we have some knowledge of something, because either like the Tufts was my dad, you know, like a daughter of A&M. So it's one of those things that feels like it's in the family kind of a thing, you know? Yeah.
As well, Steve, I think that your connection is only growing with you being president.
Yeah. My family is growing,
mentoring
right?
more teams and mentoring teams. Yeah, including this one. next to us is Texas A&M. They won the live rocket video challenge last year, and I can see that they're sending us a feed this year, and we're looking at it now. They have upped their game, it seems. We're looking at a render of their rocket over a satellite image of the terrain. So when they take off, I expect this is going to show the animation of how their rocket's moving in space. And here's the video. This looks a lot like their video that won last year. I think that the team's performance in the Live Rocket Video Challenge has definitely been evolving over its 2 years of existence. Last year was the first year, and I commend everyone who came out and took up the challenge for the first time in its inaugural year.
This is actually one of Logan's babies. You know, this is one part of his Logan, the innovation that has happened for live stream and now extending that out to the student teams and having them participate and be challenged. I mean, I was really impressed by the fact that they have a live video feed as well as a graphical representation. And I like that's innovative for us anyway. From
yeah, absolutely. And we've been wanting to know for a variety of reasons what's going on with these rockets in the air. Livestream wants to be able to tell the story and bring the views to our viewers all around the world. You know, Launch Control wants to know, is the parachute out? And it's pretty easy to tell when you're looking through a camera, watching the parachute.
And you can see that watching the parachute, and then from a data standpoint, just seeing the descent rate slow because you know that the parachute is out. But I think, you know, the launches, the Blue Origin launches and the SpaceX launches, and they all are projecting that telemetry data down, and we're kind of gotten used to seeing it, monitoring it, and you know, the fact that we're now that is now coming to this competition is really exciting to me. So usually Logan is ahead of me in terms of thinking. Okay. So I never really even had thought or anticipated that. So that's why we love to have former competitors that are now part of our volunteer staff. So at any rate, again, that's a shout out to Logan again.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I was indeed a competitor in 2017. We won with Stanford, we won our 30K COTS category. Go Trees, go Cardinal. Okay. And now I'm back in this director of media capacity, and I'm pleased to see teams stepping up to this Live Rocket Video Challenge and upping their sophistication year on year.
Yeah, we currently have two teams
taken up the challenge, and I think they last year saw what the baseline was and wanted to up it further and try and win. I think that competitive spirit runs throughout the teams. They want to see everyone launch, and they also want to win.
I'm hopeful that those clouds have a window right now. We can get that high altitude flight out.
Yes, we are waiting patiently here for either regain telemetry, or for the clouds to clear. Similarly, we've got rockets out at 2-stage pad preparing and hybrids pad preparing.
That's right, yep.
I'm not quite sure what their status is. They are also getting ready out there. We are making full use of the range to try and get rockets off this morning.
But you know, this is how many times have we watched you know, a launch and it gets scrubbed at the last second because of some issue? You know, hold, and this is real life. Some of them, I think one of them has got an issue that they're going to need to take it off the pad with. One's a telemetry issue and one's a weather issue. So, very real life, that sort of thing. So now Stephanie is our event manager, and it's a shout out to her. The logistics of an event like this in the compressed time frame that we have, she's an event manager by trade, actually, which is fortunate that I married this woman. But
that's why you married me, I thought.
No. But you know, as you pan out and you take a look at all the equipment and the infrastructure and the tents and the food and you know, from making our sponsors happy and that sort of thing. It's one. So anything that's sort of not, she'll tell you admittedly that she's not a rocket person.
I am not.
But she's learning. So what do you? So tell me about your experience about doing this.
I am not a rocket person. I love rocket people. I'm really happy to be here, happy to be doing the logistics. I really say that my main job is to make sure that we're all on the same page. There's so many moving parts, there's so many components to this event that I just try to make sure that we're all in alignment, and sometimes I'm successful.
Well, and don't sell yourself short, because a lot of this has to do with managing the people on the other side. You know, so it's our sponsors, it's the great sponsors, and the Visit Midland, and you know, all the people that have fingers in putting this thing together. It's a management challenge for sure.
Yes. I can't say how appreciative, I can't say enough how appreciative we are without our sponsors. Landbridge, to allow us to use this property has just been amazing. And then having it cleared for this. Those are kind of the pieces that I didn't have much to do except to stand back in awe that it was being done so quickly. My gosh, we are so appreciative of that. But you know, I love working with the sponsors and the volunteers. And I also like to let volunteers know, and actually on live stream I think it's important to say, you don't have to be a rocket person. And we have several that came to us because they were watching live stream. And there's so many aspects.
At this moment, we're going to take a check-in with one of our rocket people.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
And head over to Isaac to get an update on range status.
Sounds like he had a trouble with the throw over. I don't know. Isaac, are you there? And yeah, it's obvious that he's our Australian.
Alrighty, I'm up here
volunteer.
on the LCO station.
While we're waiting to get to Isaac again, I just want to.
Alright, I'm up here on the LCO station and looking up at the sky, and I'm hearing we might be pretty close to launching here. So we've been holding for a little bit for clouds. We've been able to launch the 10,000 foot under the clouds, and we've got a good track. They're well under, and we're just going for a hole. You've just heard that that call from the LCO. So the RSO and the LCO have conferred. We've got less than 50% cover over the cylinder where we're going to be launching. There's a good clear hole up to 30,000 feet. So we're going to send a rocket off pad Alpha 4. I'll throw back to the commentary team.
Go Aggies. Beautiful slate.
That was quick off the pad. Nice track, heading straight up.
Oh no. All right, we still got it.
We see a drogue out. Great start and middle to the flight. Let's see how it finishes. Next rocket coming up shortly. We're also seeing that video unavailable and hearing some disappointment from the team.
Yeah,
This live video challenge is a challenge for a reason. It's very difficult, and the teams have not.
I mean, just the force of the acceleration of the takeoff, it's got to be very robust. There we go. There we go. Oh!
the rocket is burning on the ground. That rocket motor blew out of the rocket, split the rocket into pieces, and is now burning on the ground. So when it burns out of both ends and the grains have come out of the motor, the motor is composed of segments, and you see those segments that were ejected from the motor and are burning on the ground. Looks like the ladder, looks like a ladder is on fire, a fiberglass ladder, and we're seeing our fire partners, Reeves County Emergency Service District, heading out. They have a fire to put out this time, and that's why they're here. That's why they're here, is to deal with this sort of thing. And so they are on the move.
All right. Yeah, this time we did catch something on fire.
To spray down
so
this
far,
ladder.
I don't believe we've had anything like that. It looks like
there
the
you
forward
can see
closure went.
Steve, what does that failure look like to you? What might have happened?
Yeah, so it looks to me like a Cato. The fact that the rocket separated to me means that there was a failure at the front part of the rocket motor. And what it would do is it gives way. So as the motor pressurizes, if there's something potentially blocking the nozzle or something like that, it will create pressure, and then the top of the motor blows off. And it was obvious they had ignition. So yeah, that's unfortunately a common mode of failure where I believe what happened is the nozzle got plugged, the motor pressurized, and the failure came at the forward closure.
And we've seen a few failures of this 5500X motor.
Yeah, it's a new motor, but I don't think this was that, but
I believe it was. That's
it?
What I heard from the LCO.
Okay, then I'm wrong.
And here's the fire team heading out to the pad. We've got a brush fire truck with a great crew from the Reeves County Emergency Services District.
Yeah, they have been great, and great to work with. They're immediately respond.
Well, and I think they're going to get to put their skills on display here.
Yes, I think that's true. And NASA Spaceflight is probably happy that it didn't get their camera. I think Erica will be disappointed she's down a ladder, but looks like other than that, we're okay.
And here they come, unreeling that hose. Working as a team.
This is why they're here.
And here we go. Here comes that water to put out that ladder.
Fortunately, these are fairly classic fires. It's not a chemical fire or even though there's chemicals in the motor, but it's one of these things that fairly easy to put out.
And just like that, it looks like that fire's out, but I know they're going to take some time to really assess and make sure it is really, truly out. Well, they don't want it popping back up later. So I think they're going to douse it and be very thorough.
Well, so the advantages and disadvantages of the desert is there's not a lot to burn here, so at any rate, I think what will happen now is once they are sure the fire's out, our pad people will come back and make sure that the rockets that are there, everything was safe. There's no equipment that was hurt. They'll assess the launch rail. But it looks like this fire was away from the launch rail, so I don't think we've sustained any. I hope we haven't sustained any damage on the launch rail.
And it looks like it's out, so we can expect the pad managers to head out there and assess any possible damage to the pad. Right, we see that it was near some of the launch leads, so I think they're going to have to inspect that. They're going to have to inspect the pad. They're going to have to inspect the one other rocket out there. And we can see those bits left on the ground. We also don't know if the ejection charges fired in this rocket. And so the pad manager and the team will have to go out there and assess what the situation is and make sure that rocket is safe of all of its energetic components, not just the motor.
That's correct, yeah.
And here they come. I think this is the pad manager. Looks like they're going to have a meetup with the firefighters to understand what they saw and what's going on. And we're happy to have all these angles to help inform what's going on down at the pads.
Yeah, well, there's the little army. There's our army going out to check out, make sure the other rockets are okay, and I'm sure Erica will take a look at that ladder. I think.
They're walking through, assessing the site. Our boots on the ground out of the pads.
You know, again, safety is our primary motive, primary concern here, and having our team go out after the firemen is to make sure that everything's going to be safe again. And
that's how we work as a team.
That's
together with the fire department here.
Yep. Yeah, Reeves County. You know, I'd really like to shout out to them. They've been fantastic. You know, when you have a new event that they have had basically zero experience in this sort of thing, they came out. They've been really willing to do anything they can to help us, and we really value their presence here.
Right, and they're very skilled, and they have a lot of training and equipment from targeted toward this community, which in particular has a lot of oil and gas. And so that's a particular style of hazardous materials that they spend a lot of time preparing for. And so when we approached them with rockets, they said, I think we're ready, I think we can handle it. And it's a little bit of a twist, but they've been doing a great job. And this is seemingly the only fire so far we've had to put out.
Well,
this fiberglass ladder that they doused right away.
Yep. Yeah, that's right, because this actually was a little bit of a fire. You're right. There have been other CATOs that have...
and they're heading out.
Yep.
So they are feeling confident that this pad is ready. It's not going to burn anymore. And how must that team be feeling right now? And I can see them beside us.
Yeah, they you know, I was down at the pads when they were loading their rocket up, and they looked to have a pretty significant payload that they were going through. So while that is spectacular to us to watch on TV, it must have been heartbreaking for them. But they, you know, they really had a pretty sophisticated payload. It looked like they were arming when I was out there.
Right, and this is the team from Italy.
Oh, is this the Italian team?
I believe, yes.
Okay.
So they've traveled a long way to be here.
Yeah, another group of really nice students that we received a package from them, and they met us and gave it to them, and just nice to meet them. And all right.
Here we are following the emergency response vehicles back to the base camp. And they're clearing the keep out area so that we can continue to launch operations.
I think there's one more out there.
University of Alberta, the student team for Alberta Rocketry Research, a 30K cot, going to 29,100 feet.
All right.
Another 05500,
Canadian team.
So let's hope this one behaves better.
They have also traveled a long way, though not quite across an ocean.
All right, I have a green light, and I've got a hole, and we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Whoa!
That looked like another structural failure.
It's
Oh, it's some sort of
And our EMS
structural
team is,
failure out there.
Fire and EMS are back in action.
During boost. And the drones are heading out there to try and get eyes, to get some visuals on what is going on out there. We're still seeing a little bit of smoke. So that's not dust from the impact. It seems that the rocket is smoldering a little bit from whatever transpired during flight.
Appeared to be a structural failure. If I were just...
And here's a replay of that launch. Here's on the pad, lifting off. And it's boosting up. Oh, and it caught our cameraman by surprise. It seemed it suddenly changed direction.
Right.
Steve, what might make that happen?
So it'll be interesting to do the forensics on it, but oftentimes it'll be, you know, and I don't know this, but oftentimes it's a structural failure. It may have been of the airframe, or oftentimes what the teams will do is between drilling holes or creating slots for things like air brakes or for camera equipment or whatever, you introduce a structural failure.
A weakness,
point.
perhaps?
Yeah, this is just me guessing, but when you get something like that, that structurally seems to fail. I mean, it almost looked like it hit a wall, and it came back. But when your structure fails and you're still under thrust, anything can happen.
And we got a dramatic result.
And then you got a dramatic result, correct?
This time. So the fire and EMS teams are heading out to investigate that rocket. It seemed like it was perhaps smoldering a little bit after landing, and so they definitely want to get out there and inspect that and figure out if it is still burning or not, and if so, put it out. In the immediately around the pads, the dirt is cleared of all scrub, but the terrain around here has some bushes and scrub.
Yeah, this is why we're not. Well, this is the beauty of this launch site is that there really is not when you have a catastrophic failure like that we're not creating more of an issue with fire. So they're not running, so I'm assuming.
Right. Well, I think they're going to have a challenge right now of it's not generating any more smoke.
That's right.
So that's great. And
that's great.
It suggests nothing's burning, but it means it's going to make it challenging for them to find it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So I think we're going to attempt to improvise here and maybe use a drone to guide this firefighter to the rocket to go check it out, because we have some great views from the drone. This is a place where an aerial view is better than a ground view to try and locate this rocket. And so we are leading the drone team. The drone pilot is trying to lead the fireman to the drone. And looks like he still has a bit of a ways to go here. Now our drone team is looking for it again too. They moved away from it and are trying to find their way back.
You know, so Logan, this was another innovation I think that happened with this year. But as we watched the replay of the launch, the innovation from the live stream team in that in the past we had PTZ cameras that were stationary and on the ground. With the innovation of just we have cameras on the ground that NASA spaceflight is here doing, but the drone, the aerial views and the drone shots are amazing. And it really helped streamline a lot of the live stream process. And again,
we have a great team working together on this. We've got drones that are being flown by both Ezra volunteers and our local partner here with Dan Shantz and his team, bringing in some, and he teaches UAV piloting, UAS piloting at Midland College nearby, and has a team of students, or both, not only students, a team of both volunteers, students out here who are primarily interested in the drone flying and are using this to build their experience with a real drone mission and get some real hours. And then NASA Spaceflight brought their cameras that they're using. They have brought out some cameras that they are remote controlling, including all the way from England on certain shifts, in order to train their operators on tracking rockets. Because nowhere else do we have so many large rockets flying up so fast, so high.
So you're telling me that there's someone in England that's managing a camera outside of Saragossa, Texas, and they're following a rocket?
That is correct. On certain shifts, certain times of the day, that's exactly right.
That is amazing to me. And using Starlink technology?
Right. All of our connectivity on site is coming from Starlink. We appreciate the sponsorship from SpaceX that has provided that Starlink. We've got multiple panels around the site providing a variety of connectivity in a variety of different locations to help us make the live stream happen, but also get data connectivity for our databases, tracking which team is going where, for our social media, phone calls,
right?
All sorts of uses for it.
But it's not just the technology is here. We also have a Starlink engineer here.
That's right.
Who's volunteering his time, and just can't thank him enough, because that's why you're able to see all of this.
Yes. So, shout out to Tim.
Yep.
Thanks for your help all through this week.
Agreed.
So now it seems the search is on for where this rocket landed. I see the ambulance has come back. I heard on my headset that LCO has come into live stream to see a replay of exactly what transpired. I think they're trying to assess the risk of what happened and how worried are they about what is still on the ground. Here we are, we're looking at the rocket on the ground. So drone team has found where that rocket landed again, and they are hovering overhead, giving us a view of those bits and exactly what they look like on the ground.
So Logan, what does it take to actually become a drone pilot, and to do that safely in an environment like this?
Sure. So around here, student teams can fly their drones as well.
Mm-hmm.
From our perspective on the launch site, there are a couple different perspectives on it. One is from a regulatory perspective. There are no special rules here. You still need to follow all the FAA guidelines, stay with your altitudes along your site. We also have an insurance requirement from the landowner to make sure that everybody flying is insured should some kind of mishap happen. But if someone wants to come fly drones with us, we have some training that all of our pilots go through to make sure that our drones are integrated in with our flight operations so that everyone is aware of each other, and the drones can view the rockets without interfering with the rockets. That's always the goal, is we want the drones to be adding to the event, providing us better situational awareness, providing us better views, and not subtracting from the event by causing distractions, annoyance,
or
interference,
a nominal flight,
or a collision or other off-nominal flight. And so that's how the drones work together with the rockets.
I mean, the coordination is, and the fact, the producers that we have here. I mean, the reason we're going back and forth, and the reason I'm wearing this headset is because of the control room. And it's a shout out to that group in there. I know Matt Ryan has been instrumental in almost everything in this event, not just live stream, but also coordinated with the landowner, Landbridge, to secure the site, as well as plan the site, as well as work with the dirt works movers.
And he's now showing us on the screen a replay. So this is that Cato from team, I think this is 212, the Italian team, where they had, seems like some sort of forward failure on their 05500X on the pad. And this is what caught the ladder on fire.
Ah, yep.
Chat, give me some RIPs for this ladder.
Boy, that photography work is just spectacular.
This is a pad cam from NASA spaceflight, and it's catching that falling motor grain. So whatever happened to that motor ejected one of the grains, and so it burned outside the motor instead of inside the motor. Now, usually you think of a rocket as an internal combustion engine of sorts. Today that wasn't the case.
So again, this is one of those things that as we look at former competitors who are volunteers, again, I want to make sure that everybody understands that without Matt Ryan as part of my bird dog team here, that we would not be as far along as we are. So shout out to Matt and a thank you, and shout out to Bram Stoltz, who is the one responsible for our waiver, and the shout out to Logan. These are our volunteers that we called the bird dog team, and the reason we call it the bird dog team is because if they had an issue, they bird dogged it until it was done. The reason that we have this waiver from Bram is because he bird dogged it. The reason that we have this field in the condition that it is, prepared, is because of Matt Ryan. And honestly, Logan has been a bird dog since I've known him. And if there's an issue at hand, let's not wait till tomorrow. We're doing it now, and that's the way the whole team is. And I really appreciate that drive, and they get things done. Obviously, that's why they're the bird dogs.
You just got to work the problem until it's done.
Right. And
the earlier, the better.
And we're grateful. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Bram. Without you, honestly, this competition would be in a much worse state than it is.
Well, thank you, Steve.
Yep.
I'm glad to be here. I think we're all glad to be here helping make this event happen and giving back to an event that was really impactful to me when I was a competitor, and that really shaped my perspective in a lot of different aspects of my life.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. I've heard several of the people here say that this event changed my life. Former competitors that have come back to support it, but it is being a part of that team and feeling either the success or the failure of that year-long project. It's life-altering, and it's real life. Right. I mean, so I just wanted to say what impact and see the impact that it's having is dramatic, and that that's the reason I do it. I do it because I like to have an impact. I like to have an impact on people's lives. I like to have an impact on their careers, because several of the all of the aerospace companies, I would say, have former competitors, and they look for that in recruiting, because
Absolutely.
They understand what this means in terms of the professional development of the people involved in it. So that's the thing that pumps me up. So that's why I do it. I do it because the impact we're not only having on people's lives, but potentially an impact on the aerospace industry.
Absolutely, and we think that based on exactly how you run the math, that a significant percentage of the U.S.'s aerospace talent pipeline comes through our event. And I think if you go to any aerospace company, you'll find prior competitors there. And a lot of our competitors really have a burning passion for rocket science.
You just said that, didn't you? A burning passion? Is that what you said?
I did.
Well.
And I think some of the things they learn here are, it's about that teamwork and working on something throughout the year, that it's something that has to work. Mm-hmm. Rockets are very charismatic. They're also unforgiving.
Yeah, that's very true.
But there's really no such thing as an A- rocket.
Yep, it's a pass fail. It either does it what you wanted it to, or it doesn't. But the nature of rocketry is it's fairly unforgiving.
Right.
It'll let you know.
We need A pluses.
Yeah, agreed.
In order for these challenging flights to be successful. Right.
Yeah.
We're carrying payloads, going supersonic, going to airliner height and higher.
And higher.
That's part of the idea, to create a technical challenge for teams. But also sometimes it doesn't go well, and we're watching that replay again of this Cato here and the spinning propellant shooting sparks into the air out at the launch pad.
So the reason that the fuel grain is spinning is because it's not supposed to burn at both ends, right? So the thrust is supposed to go out of the nozzle, and without a nozzle, the grain has two areas for the flame to shoot out, and sometimes you get some spectacular pinwheel action, which is neat in itself, but not planned.
Well, and speaking to the student experience part of this, and this, I can see them and over in the area near us, and they are feeling a lot of emotions right now, realizing what happened with their rocket, and that all of their best laid plans did not work out as they expected.
Well, it looks like our sky is clearing up quite a bit. I suspect that we have to get a lot of rockets off today. And so I imagine that we'll be seeing, we're taking a look right now down at our base camp. We've got our drone coming in for a landing, which is right up at our base camp. So there's the landing site for our drones. Providing them with a opportunity to land their drone without getting dust by putting a tarp down, and they're
exactly
yeah.
That this dust eats up drone propellers in the long run. So when we're out here operating for a week, this really helps us out.
You know, it's funny. I was never really good at video games or RC planes, or I wondered if I could get my hands on a drone, if I could do better with that.
We can teach you, Steve. We've got some training.
You know,
to help get you up to speed.
All I need is another hobby, you know.
Right. Well, I think the live stream viewers will see you improve over time too. People tend to start out a little blocky and angular, and by the end of the week have some nice circles.
Oh, okay.
Some nice fluid motion.
Okay.
As they move around the launch
site. It's not that I'm unwilling to try. I'll try. I just I guess either I have to get better and practice more, but
practice makes everything better.
That's
and
right.
I think that's something we see in the teams.
Yeah.
That a lot of the challenge here is in the logistics of launch. How do their operations work? Are they able to set up their equipment, keep people feeling good in the desert is a prerequisite, which is already challenging.
Oh, is this a shout? Oh, I guess it's a shout out to the people at home to hydrate. Don't get dehydrated. But yeah, it's really important out here to keep.
I like that warning we got from Reeves County ESD yesterday. Drink your water. You should be using the bathroom, or you're going to have to visit Bobby, the EMT leader, and it's not going to be at your best.
Actually, another valuable lesson is actually to work in some electrolytes here. So that was we've learned as well. You can, if you don't replenish your electrolytes, then you can hydrate all you want. But if you get into an electrolyte imbalance, that's also a bad thing. So.
Exactly. You've got to replace the salts you're sweating out.
That's right. In addition to the snakes and the scorpions, those are out of your control. There are things that are in your control.
Have you seen any crazy critters yourself out here yet, Steve?
Not during the competition. When we were coming out and evaluating the site, I didn't see any rattlesnakes, but I saw evidence of them. And I was happy to be with Erica when I turned over a rock and she got to see her first live scorpion. Which is, she is from Minnesota. You don't see a lot of scorpions in Minnesota. So they're really not, I mean, scorpions are, unless you mess with them, which is pretty much like anything, unless you mess with them, they're fairly benign. But I'm glad she had that opportunity to see her first scorpion.
Yeah, providing lots of firsts for people.
Actually, true, yeah.
At this event. And I didn't see it myself, but somebody on the media team showed me a video of a snake from earlier this week.
From earlier this week. All
so
right.
they are out here. Thankfully, we haven't seen much activity in base camp, but it is an important warning for recovery teams. is to beware of the wildlife.
Yeah, the other thing that will get you out here is the ants. So if you're allergic to an ant bite, now not that there's a lot again, but you know, there's always that that area where if you step down in the wrong place and you hit a ant nest, you could get some little critters running around on you and giving you little bites. So
right, and I think that's something as organizers we have to spend time worrying about. Those surprising cases or those unlikely cases, because when we multiply those probabilities out times 2,000 people, we might get a few.
That's right. That's exactly
over the
right.
course of the event. So that's a big part of our planning, is being prepared for that. Now, even if we only have one scorpion bite, we only have one heat stroke, we only have one fire, we need to be ready for those things, and we are.
Yeah, and we are. And you know, again, shout out to Reeves County with that because you know, they're here. You know, the fun thing about them is they're here for exactly those reasons. But they're doing things like they're enjoying the rocketry of this thing. I had one of the firefighters was not going to be working. Like, so they worked yesterday. They weren't going to be working today. He's going to bring him. He's coming back to bring his kids, which is really. And they've done things like support us with. Even if we needed the trash, like they take a look, they see the need, and they just do it. It's sort of in the DNA of the firefighter and EMS, and it's apparent here, and real thankful for that. So.
And now we're going to head over to the interview room. We're going to check in with Alice and a student team.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm here with Tom from the University of Lincoln. Tom is waiting for his rocket to be going out at the moment. Tell me about your rocket that you got launching today, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, it's a 10K COTS rocket, about 7 feet tall, so bigger than me. And we named it Sauron because its payload is a live stream, a live feed as it goes up, and we really had to go with the all-seeing eye. So the entire paint job is Lord of the Rings themed, and I think it looks really cool.
Yeah, what a great idea. And you guys are waiting to go out in the next salvo, is that right?
I think so, yeah.
So tell me about the last couple of days. It's been very difficult, I know, because not everyone was invited to come out and set up over the last couple of days. What have you guys been working on?
Well, on Wednesday, we weren't, like, there just wasn't the option for us there. So some people worked on avionics. The rest of us went over to Carlsbad Caverns, which was awesome.
Great place to go to, yes.
Yeah, and then yesterday we were here since like 3 in the morning and just trying to get set up and making sure we could get in the queue. We did not end up launching yesterday, well, since we're here today.
Yeah.
So now we're back and we're definitely getting it done. We are going out there, we're getting the rocket in the air, we're getting it back. That it's happening.
So tell me about your university. Have you guys competed in this competition before?
Yes. At least 2 years ago. I wasn't part of the team then at that point, though.
So this is your first year competing in this competition. What's it been like as an experience for you?
Oh, it's been crazy. I've been having a lot of fun, though.
Good.
I was warned terribly about like the heat and the desert and how that was going to suck. It's been actually pretty fine. Like,
yeah.
I've liked it. The overall experience has been great. I'm out here with my friends. We're doing cool stuff. We're launching rockets.
Like, you can't get much cooler than that, right?
Exactly. What else am I supposed to do?
So tell me, who picked the Lord of the Rings theme for you?
I'm pretty sure it was Amber, our team lead. She does a lot of the design stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was fully in support of it, though. I love Lord of the Rings.
Why not? It makes it a little bit more interesting, doesn't it, to have a theme to your rocket?
Yeah.
And what do you guys are hoping to achieve at the end of this? Is to just a completely successful rocket launch? Is that the aim, or are you aiming to get into the different cup draw opportunities?
I mean, no objection to that at all. I'm just happy if we can get our rocket and go home because, like, I want to see this thing succeed. I want it to launch and come back down safely, and I want us to recover it.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of KTOs this morning, a few issues. So we're really hoping that you guys have a nice, successful launch today. And I'm hoping that the team are able to take over and give us a bit of an update about what's going on, because we're currently on a hold pattern. Is that correct?
What do you want me to say? We got... Okay, so we had 2 anomalies at the pad today. So the pad here, so you might be familiar here with this this shot on the screen here. This is live from Cape Canaveral, not West Texas. Our wonderful folks at NASA Spaceflight gave us this footage. You can see here, Select 40 here, or that's not here, that's in Cape Canaveral, with a Falcon 9 launch ready to go. I don't know what the schedule is for today, but beautiful shot there in eastern Florida. Now we have the shot here in West Texas, where we are right now. Yeah, we got the fire trucks coming back. Oh yeah, Hey guys, I'm a returning cast member from last year. I'm on the C team, I guess now.
You are much more than the C team, Nate. Come and introduce yourself to everybody here.
My name is Nate Aquilio. I'm a Ezra volunteer. This is my second year volunteering, and I'm having an absolute blast.
And you're a former competitor yourself as well, right?
Yeah. So I competed 3 years. 2021, which was virtual, but 2022 I was a project lead, and then 2023.
See, I still count 2021, even if everybody else says we don't count it. I know there were no launches that year, but there were certainly a lot of teams that were involved in that.
Yeah, so the 2022 year was interesting. We were having discussions about that, and it's so much different than it is now.
Yeah.
We say we grow every single year, and I think that's completely true. The competition is grown tremendously since 2022.
Yeah. It's exciting as well, though, when we get to see the legacy teams that come back, those that we've got to know over the years, when I get to see the students that I've chatted to over the years, and then when you guys come back as Ezra volunteers, it's even more exciting to see.
Yeah, and that's a great thing about this event here is we don't want to leave. It's we have
much fun.
We have so much fun. I mean, even as competitors, you're not sleeping a lot. As volunteers, you're not sleeping a lot,
no.
and it's just a fun time all around. No matter what you're doing as a volunteer, you can have a blast every single day of the week.
And I have to keep saying, we are completely run by a team of volunteers, and we need everybody. As much as it's great to have former competitors that understand what it's like to be here as a competitor. Yeah, we've got a truck coming by, so if it gets a little bit loud, I apologize in advance. We're just waiting to go past us to do some double checks. I was saying it's really great as a volunteer. We need everybody out here. You know, we have to feed everybody out here, make sure that they stay hydrated. So, you know, we always get people that come out here and support that. We need people that are going to keep an eye on the student teams, organise parking, people that are willing to go and pick up trash if necessary, or do the trash runs, alongside all the teams that are doing all the live streams. So if you've got an interest in rocketry, or you've perhaps got somebody involved in the rocketry team, we would love for you guys to come and get involved in future years.
Okay.
So I think we're going to chat to the really amazing team that are pulling up right behind me. We'll have a quick chat with them. The Reeves County Fire EMT team have been here on standby the last few days. As you can see, this is a brush truck that's pulling up next to me. There are very different types of vehicles that are needed in this sort of terrain. A brush truck is great because, as you can see, the tires on it are absolutely enormous, and that's so they can get straight over the terrain without any issues. Really important when you've got to deal with a terrain like this where wildfire can spread really quickly, to be able to get to the source of it very, very quickly to stop it. I mean, look at the size of this. To give you a bit of an idea of the scale of how high this truck is, I'm actually 5'10", and it's certainly almost twice the height of me, believe it or not. We're cutting over to seeing us in here. It's pulling back. We're going to get one of the lieutenants in to come and give us a chat and explain to us what they're doing here, why they're supporting this, and what's going on, because I think it's really great for us to speak to those that are supporting the event that might not necessarily always be the Rocketeers or the mentors, or even the Ezra folks that are here that are supporting this competition. In fact, for a lot of them, this is probably the first time they've even seen a rocket launch. I'd love to be able to find out what they think of it. Are we going to bring somebody in, Logan? We're just going to grab one of the fire team members here. I'm going to give them a microphone. Come and join us and tell us who you are. You don't have to put that on. You don't have to listen to our team. It's all good. Who are you?
My name is Lieutenant Jesse Bishop. I work for Reeves County ESD number 1.
Welcome, welcome. Is this your first time coming to an event like this?
It is. It's pretty amazing and breathtaking so far, honestly.
You've seen some great explosions already this morning.
Yeah, it's been definitely those types of calls and incidents that you don't encounter very often that you have to roll to a rocket fire.
So tell me a bit about the vehicle you got behind us. I'm assuming that's a brush truck, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. This is one of our brush wildland interface units. It has a 1,000-gallon tank on it, so it's able to hold 1,000 gallons of water, which is bigger than most brush trucks. Most brush trucks only hold about 300, 500 gallons.
Yeah,
so we brought
huge.
this big one today for multiple reasons. Out here, obviously, we have vehicles that could possibly catch on fire.
Yeah.
We have structures that we may need to protect, and obviously with the rocket fires as well.
Yeah, it's a three-way thing. And you guys went out a couple of times already this morning from these what we call CATOs, catastrophe after takeoff. It's a polite way of saying it went boom.
Yeah.
Tell me, what did you experience out there? Because I saw on one of them there was a cable that was possibly near fire. Thankfully, I think the NSF cable survived,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
it looks a little bit black.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me, let me turn this down.
It's okay, don't apologize.
Yeah, so we responded to the first one that we rolled out to. The rocket seemed to have failed immediately after launch. It didn't make it more than 5-10 feet off the ground, just completely collapsed, and then actually caught a fiberglass ladder on fire and damaged some cables in the area. Luckily, we were able to stretch our bread line really quick and extinguish the fire pretty rapidly, provide a quick mop-up, and allow solids to come onto the scene and further assess their areas, make sure the rest of the rockets were good.
As a firefighter, when you're dealing with an area like this, you've obviously got to have a very good understanding of, like you mentioned, structural fires, wildfires. How much have you had to prepare for the different fuels, for example, that we're using here for the rocket?
Yeah, absolutely. So my first day was yesterday. I came on and we got a little bit of a briefing talking about the propellants and fuels that y'all use, further explaining that on these types of fires, if the fuel was the issue and the fuel was what was burning, that our goal would not ideally be to extinguish that fire, but rather than to just protect exposures around, make sure it doesn't start spreading to brush or other structures. So that's a different type of tactic. You know, usually firemen see fire and we want to put the fire out.
Yeah.
And this is a different type of situation where we just let it burn and just protect exposures. But yeah, so definitely there had to be an understanding of what we're dealing with.
We really appreciate that you guys came out and supported this. I'm hoping that if we come back next year, would you think about using this as perhaps a training operation to be able to get other people in the area to understand the fuel, for example, that we're using?
Absolutely. We got to go meet with some of the teams. I believe it was down in either second stage or in hybrids. And one of the individuals there came up to us and said, hey, I think it would be great if I can get with the districts and take some fuel to y'all, let it burn so you can see how it reacts and have a better understanding. So already it's opened doors for us to have that opportunity of greater knowledge and understanding. And yeah, I know we would be excited to come out here and be with y'all for however many years y'all get to operate on this facility.
That's a really great sign. I mean, obviously you guys are used to seeing planes. Aviation is not something unfamiliar around here, but I'm assuming vertical rockets is something that we don't get to see too often in Reeves County, West Texas.
No, absolutely not. It's definitely something new. We got everything else in the Wild Wild West out here, but rockets we can add to the list now as well.
So for people that are perhaps watching this and thinking, what's it like to have this kind of event come to your area and take over for the week? Would you tell them it's been a positive thing for Reeves County? Or?
Absolutely. Reeves County is growing, and we always welcome these types of events. It's a great opportunity for not just people from all over the world to come see our little spot of West Texas. Obviously, it's a lot hotter here than some of the people from Pennsylvania, Washington, I mean, everything like that. So it's a different atmosphere for them. Obviously, another hazard for us that we're keeping an eye out on everybody, managing their hydration and everything and make sure everybody's safe.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we always welcome these types of events in the district and in the county as a whole, and we're blessed to have you all here.
Thank you. I'm really pleased that you guys are embracing us, and I'm very grateful that you mentioned again. That's your call, everybody who's watching. Stay hydrated. Remember to keep yourself hydrated with hydration salts, not just water. That can actually be detrimental to you. So we're going to go and speak to the University of Melbourne now that are getting ready to relaunch as well, hopefully soon.
Good morning. I've got University of Melbourne here talking to Byron and Simon this morning, and they've got a couple team members with them. So tell us a little bit about your journey here. Did you face any challenges in getting to this point?
Yeah, so our journey here was quite long. We had an initial team that brought the rocket over. They had a flight directly to Dallas. That was quite nice. The second half of the team, around 10 people, we came through Tokyo and then flew from Tokyo all the way to Dallas. So in total, it was around 21 hours of flight. So
wow.
It was a bit rough. However, we just rested up and then we drove from Dallas to Pecos.
Nice, very nice. So in the building of your rocket, did you have any challenges there?
Yeah, so our rocket is like an iteration of our previous rocket. There's a lot of optimization inside the rocket in terms of avionics, structures, and also aerodynamics. So that was a very iterative process that was quite difficult to kind of manage, but we were successful in the end.
Okay, very nice. So is there anything special about your rocket?
Yeah, so a part that we're quite proud of is our retractable rail guides. So rail guides initially, usually they stick outside the rocket and they guide the rocket as it launches up the rail. However, during flight, they kind of stick out of the rocket, and during the really high speeds, it creates a lot of drag. So our design, what it does is that it keeps the rocket straight on the rail, allows it to launch, and then afterwards it retracts back into the body. And with RCFD, that has reduced our drag by around 25%.
Wow, very nice. So anything else that's different about your rocket?
A lot of things. So we've revised our kind of air brake system, which I think Byron can talk about, in terms of kind of the CAN bus cable and stuff like that. So Byron.
Yeah, so in terms of our air brake system, we previously had some problems with getting good data in order to base that off of. So this time around, we're using our custom student-built flight computer to record and process all of the data on board the rocket to work out how high it is, how fast it's going, and then we use that information to predict how high we're going to go. And if that's too high, then we can deploy our air brakes to bring that back down and make sure we accurately reach the target apogee.
Very nice. What else?
So one special thing about that is, in order to make that function well, we need to have a large lookup table of we're going this fast, we're this high, this is how far we're going to end up going. But the issue is, if we had the full lookup table, that would be like gigabytes, if not terabytes of data, which you just can't fit on a rocket. So we came up with this clever method of compressing all that data down. I might just hand over to Anindo to explain.
Yeah, so essentially we've managed to compress our lookup table using a neural network, which is just like a set of weighted data points, but means that we have like significantly better simulations at like for the size of the data.
Very nice. Okay. So lots of research and development went into your rocket this year.
A lot.
That's great. Anything else that you'd like to share as far as your team, what your makeup is, what your experience has been like with IREC, if this is your first time, etc.?
Yeah, so we've been to IREC a few years. It's personally my first time here, but we've been working on it a long time. You know, we said this was an iterative design, so there's parts of the rocket that have been in design for over 3 years at this point. One thing that does change completely every year is payload. So I might give you over to Dus to just have a quick moment about what that is. But yeah, in general, it's been a long road, a lot of research, a lot of testing, and we're really proud of what we've made.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Byron. Yeah, so like Byron said, our payload changes every single year. So this year we came up with the idea of creating a surgical robotic arm, and we're essentially trying to test how well we can draw a straight line in flight while the rocket flies up, and that helps us produce applications of these robotics into surgery and manufacturing if in any time civilization ends up going to space. So pretty cool, yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, University of Melbourne.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Back to
News is I'm seeing a salvo heading out now. It looks like we're going to start to get some more rocket launches going out very soon. As you can see, there's quite a crowd of vehicles that are heading out to the pads. As we mentioned earlier today, we had 80 total launches by the end of yesterday. I think we've had about another 5 already today. We're expecting to get through 63 in the next 24 hours. So fingers crossed we can get those quickly. And while I'm sat here, we're actually joined by the team from Politecnico di Torino. Christian and Harry, his flyer of record, are here to talk about what happened, because your vehicle was the one we just unfortunately saw what we call a CATO, a catastrophe after takeoff. Have we got any ideas what went wrong?
Yeah, basically we had some issues with the epoxy of the solid motor we bought here. From the footage it seemed to have exploded, so the upper part of the motor just blew out. The upper part of the rocket itself got pushed out of the connection, and unfortunately it didn't even leave the ramp itself. So we've seen the motor flying out of the rocket once it opened the rest of it, and it, I don't know, laid on the ground.
Yeah, it's a really difficult lesson, and particularly when you've travelled as far away from as you have from Italy to come all this way to be able to launch, and things have gone wrong. Harry, you and I were talking before we came on screen about this is a bit of a problem with this type of motor. Is there any way we can perhaps help the teams work around this for the future, do you think?
That I don't know. I think there's going to have to be a lot of looking into it, the way it's glued together, because from what I heard, theirs were the third one to have a similar issue, and just basically just under half of them at that point had done that. So I suspect they're going to need to look at how things are done, and there may be some changes made in the future.
Christian, could you tell me how long your team worked on building this rocket, how long you worked into designing it and then putting it together, and just how long it's taken for it to get all the way over here?
So the project itself for this rocket took about 2 years. We've had another launch in Portugal in October. So about 2 years, the whole designing, building and testing it. We took 2 weeks to come here. Next week we'll have exams, so quite a big effort coming here. But I mean, we've done everything we could. We've done everything, I would say, well. The team has worked greatly together. We've done good progress compared to the last time we came here. So I mean, we are happy what we've done. It's a bit unfortunate that something that we could not control went wrong, but I mean, it's part of the game, I guess.
You've got the exact right attitude. It's really tough, and certainly in the space industry, as I said before, failure has such negative connotations, but really it shouldn't be. It should be an opportunity to learn. And like you say, it's not from something you guys have built. It's perhaps an issue maybe with the motor that we can figure out for future years. So it's a nice, hopeful workaround for you guys. Do you think overall you've had a good experience though coming out here and participating in the IREC?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I would say coming to the US, long way from home.
Yes.
It's always
a bit different out here.
Yeah. But I mean, it's fun. We enjoyed it. We're probably gonna enjoy the last few days. We will stay here, so it's been altogether a great experience. Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. And Harry, how many more of your teams have you got to launch for the next day and a half?
I have 4 teams altogether. There's one that I don't know if they have flown yet or not. There is another team, Baylor University, getting ready to go out on the pads.
The current ones,
So they should be coming up here, not too awful long. I've asked them to please have a good flight.
Yes. Harry, you've been around for a long time. In fact, you've got the nickname of Rocket Yoda. What kind of information are you able to pass on to these teams that perhaps haven't had the successes they'd hoped for?
I tell them when they have a disaster like that, well, it's all part of the game. And with scars come wisdom. They just got a scar. Hopefully they'll learn something from it. Hopefully I'll learn something from it.
Yeah.
And as long as we can learn something from it, it's still terrible, but there might be a bright lining to it.
I mean, obviously we do these events for educational purposes so that you guys learn. I'm assuming there's not many locations you can do this in Italy.
In Italy altogether, there is only one spot in which teams usually launch, but the issue is that the maximum apogee that we can reach in Italy it's 3,000 meters, so 10,000 feet approximately. But the location itself is at 1,500 meters, so the range on which you could launch is not that high. So for doing an actual launch targeting our wanted apogee, it's impossible. We've done a test launch in Germany. We've tried to launch in the Netherlands. We went to the European Rocketry Challenge in Portugal, but in Italy it's complicated.
Yeah, well, hopefully you're going to get your spaceport soon down in the Boot Hill in the next coming few years, and maybe you'll get the opportunity to do things then. And I know you guys have got a really great industry over there. Obviously, it's where Thales Alenia is based. It's where you've got D-Orbit. Are you hoping to go into the aerospace industry in Italy?
Yeah, possibly. I'm not sure yet. I'm planning to do my thesis soon, so we'll see about it. The main thing I would say in Europe is that we have a feeling of community between different states. So yeah, I'm not completely focused on the Italian industry.
Yeah.
I'm also looking forward to going, I don't know, to Germany or to France, to Switzerland. I've done my bachelor thesis in Germany, so I would say it's a great opportunity having this nice of an industry in Italy.
Yes, yeah.
But I would not be limited to my country.
That's the wonderful thing about Europe. We've got plenty of opportunities that go on the entire continent. So yes, good luck to you. And thank you so much for coming and chatting to us. I'm very sorry that things didn't work out as planned, but hopefully, as we've said before, this is an opportunity for you to learn and grow and develop. And Harry, thank you so much for supporting this team as you always have done.
Always happy to do it.
We're going to go and see what's going on over at the pads right now. It looks like we've got a salvo that's heading out. Now, these have actually been designed, new designs this year, I believe, to take the rockets out to the pads. Is that right, Nate?
Yeah, those are new designs. We did a good job putting them together. Early on, I think it was Monday morning, or maybe it was Monday morning. We put those together, and then we put more together on Wednesday. So shout out to the guys that designed those. Very good job.
We're trying to figure out what teams are out there at the moment. There's quite a few of them. As we mentioned earlier today, we had about 63 rockets that needed to launch first thing this morning. We've done our best to get as many racked up and ready to go as possible. We were slightly delayed due to cloud cover, but that's starting to pass over. I see a few up there right now, but I can't imagine it's going to cause too much of a delay. So we are just literally waiting on those rockets being loaded on the pads. Do we have any idea what's going on with the hybrids? Because obviously they've had a few holdbacks in the last few days, haven't they, Nate?
Yeah, so we had a couple go up yesterday, I believe. Varying results.
Monash did, right?
Monash went up yesterday, as I know for a fact. I think Rice has got
I think Rice went up too, yeah.
Rice is going to have a hybrid flight, I think. I don't know if that flew yesterday or not. I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, it's been a lot to keep on top of.
There's plenty of rockets, and they mentioned this is the most rockets we've had at this competition.
It is, it really is. I mean, it's wonderful to see the growth, but actually it makes it far more difficult for the team to keep an eye on what's going on and where. And hopefully all of us are doing our best to keep up to date with the numbers. As I said earlier as well, we've had 80 over the last 2 days. So it's a lot of teams to keep an eye on, a lot of different types of rockets we've seen launch. We have a waiver until 1 o'clock local today to see the higher altitudes going above 30,000 feet. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see any of those this morning. If not, they do still have until I think about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to be able to launch. So for those at home that are panicking, thinking, well, my team's not ready, are they going to be able to launch? You do have until 10 a.m. After that point, there I think could possibly do maybe a handful. They won't be counted when it comes into the competition, but we will give the opportunities where we can. Once the range is closed, we're really sorry, that's the way it works. 3.5 days is tough to get that many 143 teams through. We've done our absolute best, and we hope that the teams are ready to go when they can be. And we just hope for the best for them at this point, right?
And we just received word that the hybrids are being loaded right now, getting
Excellent.
all their pre-checks ready to go, making sure everything's going to go all right.
Yeah, those hybrids, when they're ready to go, it's going to be one of those things you just got to get going. I've just been told we've got a red flag over at the 2-stage pads as well, which is a really good sign. So we might be seeing some of those, like I said, mentioned earlier, the higher altitude, which is what we've said tend to see on the 2 stages. So they're going to be pulling the vehicles away from the area. We do a traffic light system here, so people are unaware of what we're talking about when we say red, yellow or green flags. A green flag means that the launch pads are open to go and get the rockets out there. Is that correct, Nate?
Yep, it goes from green, the opposite of a traffic light,
yes,
as you mentioned. Green is go to the pad and go get everything ready. Yellow is there's some dangers in the area, be cautious, and red is ready to launch.
Yeah, excellent. So we're looking for those red flags. As much as we, I know the lingo of the Generation Z that most of the students are, they say red flag, they think is a bad thing. But when it comes to everything here at Rocketry, red flag means that we go for launch, and we're hopeful that things are going to start taking off. As you can see there, we've got a couple of teams working to load their vehicles. Can you tell me what it is they're doing when they're climbing up on ladders?
So they're setting their GPS, they're setting their altimeters to flight mode. They're arming them, they call it. They get on the ladders because those, quite frankly, those are 10-foot rockets, and most of them are anywhere from 8 to 14 feet, and you can't just jump up and press a button, so you gotta hear for beeps, get all the arming sequences correct, and make sure everything's ready for launch.
Yeah. And you can see there's plenty of blue shirts wandering around. Those blue shirts generally indicate an okay, that's a team in blue, though we can't really count those. But behind them you can see one of the Ezra volunteers that's supporting these launches. And so we've got people that are working on these pads that are ensuring the safety of the teams that are loading onto these rails. Can you talk me through the rail system a little bit? How many have we got? What are they used for? Why do we use rails? That's always a good question.
We had, to begin the week, I believe we had 20. Some of the rails have seen better days, especially this week. There's been a couple catastrophes at the rail, and we've seen that on our stream here.
Yeah, I see we've got Duke that are currently setting up. Carry on.
You can see, as I mentioned, the size of these rockets. I mean, they're not small rockets. It takes 4 or 5 people to carry them out to the pad.
They're variant weights, am I right?
Yeah, you can have rockets here from 40 pounds to you're pushing 200 pounds. So.
Wow. So they're obviously loading it onto the rail, and the rail is really there to guide the launch, is that correct?
Yep, so they're 19-foot rails or maybe 17-foot rails. It's 15-15 extrusion aluminum, and they typically have 2, they call them rail guides or rail buttons. They keep it adhered to the rail, and you see they're getting that lower one down. The lower one between the fins there, and making sure everything's aligned. And the key to these things is you don't want to put too much torque on those rail buttons, or they'll snap right off, and you're not gonna like that. I've had that happen a couple times.
Oh, so. I bet that's frustrating. So it's a delicate process, probably far more delicate than it even looks like when you're watching it on the screen as you are.
It's a high stress situation. A lot of these situations here are for these students. You're going on your 3rd day.
Yeah.
High stress situations, minimal sleep,
I was going to say, I bet the sleep at the moment, if they're anything, I mean, the volunteers themselves have had a lack of sleep. We've been out here making sure the range, I say I haven't been getting here as early as everybody else, I have to admit. But a lot of the Ezra volunteers have been out here before the sun every morning, making sure that the range is ready. There are those that are setting them up, ready to go out to launch. There's the live stream team have been out here very early in the morning, and they're here right up until the end of the day as well, ensuring that the whole range has been looked after, that everything's being maintained, and the students in particular are being kept safe, because that's the important part of all of this.
And I want to shout out to these volunteers here. I mean, we have an excellent group of individuals here.
Yes.
Very fun to be around.
Yes,
they're very
really
knowledgeable, and they're really passionate to the field of rocketry, and we really appreciate that.
I learn every time I come here. I learn something new. Let's be honest. When I first started, all I knew was the pointy end and the fiery end of a rocket, and you don't want to be near the fiery one. Although we've seen today, we've seen a few that have had fiery ends on both sides, which is definitely not what we want to see. It's terrible, isn't it? That we get so much enjoyment out of seeing things explode, but there is a little bit of fun to it. And as I mentioned before, we don't call it failure. We see it as an opportunity for these students to learn and develop and grow. I'm sure as you've been working in rocketry for some time now, been playing around with it, you've had a couple of those incidences where things haven't quite gone to plan, is that right?
Yeah, now it's time to, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of memes for this, but yeah, we've had a lot of successes, failures. especially when I was in school. Shout out RIT Launch Initiative. I'm proud of you guys. You did excellent this week. You don't know how proud I am reading the technical reports. Love you guys.
We've got a lot of RIT alum on
We've got
the live
4 of
stream
us
team.
here. It's great to see the alumni come back. So if you guys come back, please, if you're an alumni to one of these teams. But yeah, the failure is a part of it. You learn just as much from the failure as you would from a success. We've had IREC rockets in different ways. We had the 2021 year, we had our rocket go 10,234 feet. Shout out to Brom, blackout. Matt Ryan, blackout. And then in 2022, we didn't even find the rocket. So, you know, it's varying success. And then 23, we come back and win the payload competition. 24, it's a little different, and hopefully they bring some hardware back this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a learning process. The chances of a student team forming and having a success without any kind of legacy knowledge being passed on are quite slim, am I right?
Yeah, and it's I'm really proud to actually see some of these teams that it's their first year out here and the extent and knowledge that they have with such little experience in the field and into the desert. It's really exciting actually to see. There's some L2s going off too, and I had one last year. It was pretty successful. There was a couple L2s coming up this year, I think, and going from some teams didn't even exist a couple of years ago, and some teams have existed for the whole history of their college. So there's such a variety of experience here.
I love seeing the teams that have come maybe the first year or two and they've sort of played it safe, maybe done the 10K COTS categories and really tried to do everything just to get a launch off, and then have come back perhaps in the second, third, fourth year and thought, let's try something new.
Yeah,
let's go with an SRAD, let's go higher. You know, why are they pushing that, do you think?
Well, the thing is, a lot of the times it's why can't we do it?
Yes.
It's we did 10K, we did pretty good. Why can't we do 30K this year?
Yeah,
And
it's a learning.
Why can't we do it, right?
Yeah. I think we've got Dustin who's out at the site. I'm going to see what he's up to.
Count me down. Live.
This is Dustin Kohler. We are here at the second stage pads. We only have a brief moment to talk, but as you can see here, we have 3 teams with igniters in, ready to go. Welcome to the live stream. We have our roaming camera finally, and we are ready to go. So, any of you guys want to talk real quick? Give me a rundown. What teams do we have out here? You got to talk a little bit loud.
Hi, my name's Adam Knippa. I'm the 2-stage pads lead. Here we have University of Mizzou, or Mizzou University, and then we have Rice and Akron on pads 1, 3, and 4. All of these are 45K high altitudes, and Rice is actually a 70K demonstration flight. So let's hope all goes well.
Awesome. That'll be our highest altitude flight in at least like 5 or 6 years. So we're really super excited. And with that, everybody's vacating, so I'm going to toss it back to you guys.
We're just laughing. I was trying to keep an eye on the chat. So people that are watching the live stream have done a really good job the last few days of asking questions, and a lot of it I've learned from as well. So if you have any questions for a rocket engineer, I'm going to put Nate on the spot, and I'm going to keep an eye on the chat and see if we can get any of those questions coming in, because I think this is a great opportunity for those that are watching at home that perhaps aren't into rocketry, or maybe aren't a rocketry engineer student or rocket science student, but are a supporting family member or friend. This is your chance to learn a little bit about what it is, the hobbies that you guys get into. So please do, if you've got any questions, put them in the chat and our team will make sure we get them asked to you. Because this is like supporting your favorite sports team.
It almost is.
But without knowing what the sport is.
You know, a lot of these, and not even just rocketry, and you look at a lot of collegiate competition teams, performance teams. You have Baja SAE, you have Formula SAE, you have an aero design team with AIAA.
AIAA, yes.
AIAA, they have competitions, and that's almost like a lot of these colleges' sports teams. It's their get out to the world, get out and show your stuff and show what your college really is good at.
Yeah, I always explain it to it's like the NCAA equivalent of academia. Only a lot of these students, rather than college level sports students who don't necessarily go on into careers in sports. Majority of these students do go into careers that are related to the engineering fields that they end up in. So we are looking at that future workforce of the aerospace industry.
And it's great. There's the opportunity in aerospace in the United States is incredible.
And growing everywhere else.
And it's growing and growing, and the new space coming. You have all these excellent rocketry teams here that are trying to get jobs at these amazing rocket companies.
Yeah.
And this is just a great opportunity. You see a lot of good engineers coming out of this competition, very competent, very capable engineers, and very hireable right on the spot with their experiences.
Yeah, I was talking to AIAA's new executive director, Clay Mowry, earlier this week, and fantastic that they're supporting this competition and that they've signed an MOU with Ezra to say that they'll help it grow in the coming years. And he was saying, you know, in his many decades of being in the aerospace industry, this is the most exciting time, I think, to be involved in the space industry particularly. There are so many opportunities, not just here in the US, but growing across Europe, across India, Australia. And this really is a great time for these students to be thinking about careers in aerospace. And there are so many different opportunities. I'm going to keep piping on about it, but those of us that perhaps aren't from an engineering background, there are still opportunities for you in the space industry. We need people that know about finance. We know people that are in law. I know people that work as administrators working in space. And you know, for myself, I'm a media person, and I somehow managed to get a job in space about 10 years ago, and still managed to work into it. So there are opportunities for everybody across the whole field and the whole spectrum of working in the space industry. So we're really excited to hear that. So here we have a super chat. Who is it that came in on a super chat? I can't see it from up here. Anouk. Thank you so much, Anouk, for supporting us. He says, hello world, go Canada. I haven't been mentioning the Canadian teams. So the Calgary team is who is supporting today. I absolutely love seeing all the international teams. Out of the 143 teams this year, over 60 of them are international.
So we just got word here that the hybrid teams are vertical.
That's exciting.
The Calgary team is vertical, as our correspondent
so
Rick here.
Calgary are going hybrid. Do we have any idea if they're a 10K or a 30K hybrid?
I don't know.
We'll figure that out. Okay, we're waiting for it to go red over in the hybrid area. Second stage is red. I'm looking behind me at the moment. We're still getting those solids set up, so we're waiting for that area to be cleared before that can go red as well. You know, as I said at the top of the show, I keep repeating, we've already had 80 launches yesterday. I'm not sure of the number we've had already this morning, but as of this morning, we had 63 rockets we had to get up in the air in the next 24 hours or so. So we are doing our best to get them ready, to get them going as quickly as possible. And we do this through salvos. Is that right, Nate?
They're called salvos, and somebody mentioned it the other day, and I didn't know what it meant either. I should have looked it up.
I asked the question, what does salvo mean? And someone went, I have no idea. That would be Dustin. I'm going to throw him under a bus.
Similar terminology is probably in the military, but I don't know the exact definition. It's essentially a group of rockets that go into a location.
Yes. And so we set them up this way to try and get them through as quickly as possible, rather than trying to set them up individually. Obviously, you can imagine with 143 different vehicles to set up, if we did it every time one of them was ready and sent out there to get them set up, that would mean we'd be doing a lot of waiting around, and it wouldn't be the safest either for that kind of setup. As you can see, there are vehicles that are going behind me, and it sounds like our good friends over at NASA Spaceflight are on standby out at the pads. John Galloway, better known as Das, is going to be out there telling us what's going on.
He's counting me down. All right, so here we are out at the solid pads. Dustin and I have come over here to inspect some of the damage, and the teams are setting up in the background, but we had that Cato with the engine doing pinwheels right next to one of our NASA Spaceflight positioner slow-mo rigs, and we're going to go see how toasty the cable got. How's that sound?
That sounds fantastic. And by the way, for those asking for Al Doss this whole time, here's here. Finally.
Hey, it's me. Yeah, we were busy setting up all the other tech, and so now I have magically appeared on the stream.
And now he can be nerdy about his cool cameras.
I can. So we're over at one of our slow motion positioner rigs here. This is the Mark I. It's a little janky because some of the enclosure is actually made of a McMaster Carr bag. McMaster Carr always delivering the parts you need. Not sponsored though, unless. I want to be. So this is our main uplink. We've got a kilometer of fiber over here that goes all the way back to LCC. We've got control for our remote operators coming in on that Starlink there. But from this Mark I positioner, our primary uplink, we have this little white cable. This little white cable there on the ground. Solar, how does it work? And it goes all the way this way.
Can you tell us why this cable looks so brand new and shiny?
Because the one, what was that, yesterday, the day before, we got caught by a rocket motor that ripped the last Ethernet cable we put in out. So, we're so good. I'm going to try and turn it up. We'll see. But let's take this all the way this way. Little cable. Bringing all of your video feeds. Yep, it doesn't want me to turn around. I'll turn around when I'm done walking. And here we have, let's turn back around.
I believe this is from today.
Yeah, this is the one from today. We'll get more bitrate in a second. Where off of this rail, we had a motor come out and land right here, and this is the data cable that was bringing that signal from the second positioner rig. So, are we blackened? Are we charred? It looks good, honestly.
Good. And I was expecting to see like a clean line of dirt underneath.
Yeah, that was danger close to our data. Now, of course, in the future, could we put this in conduit or something? Could we protect it if we use this site?
Drive over mats.
Yeah, drive over mats everywhere. Yeah. Maybe we'll do a little bit more development, but this was our setup, and that is how close we came to losing telemetry and video from this rig, our Mark II slow motion rig, out here at the solids rails. So really quickly, oh look, it's moving for us. Hey, how's it going, Positioner 2?
Can you not?
This can be used live as well, but this rig, what we've got is a big sort of a military surplus tripod. We've got a COTS, that is a commercial off-the-shelf positioning rig, IP security. That can be done, I guess it can be fitted up with different payloads on top. That's a COTS camera on top as well that's intended to work with it. But we've modified it so that it has 2 extra payload slots on the side. We put a little bit of a aluminum CHAZ plate, 1/2-inch aluminum bar there, and we put 2 camera payloads on the side. Now, security cameras don't give the greatest visual, I guess, quality for your rocket launches. So the cameras we have on the side are actually Z-cams, M4s, M4 E2s. D will correct me if I'm wrong on that. But what we can do is the positioner aims the cameras. We have presets. We say, rail C3, and it goes around to rail C3. I don't know if the operators can send it to a different rail at max rate for me. But then when we get the count, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we can remote trigger high bit rate, high speed recording on the 2 actual camera payloads and record your launches in high frame rate slow motion with real cameras. We've got one with a longer lens here so that we can zoom in a little bit, and we've got another one with a shorter lens so we get a little bit wider shot, right? But let's see here. By for an announcement.
If you have people available, 2 teams, please go to the volunteer tent. We need to have some heavy stuff carried, and the person you will be assisting.
Just waiting for the announcement. There we go. There's a max rate move. Y'all can give me a couple max rate moves if the operators have my comms. There we go. So a lot of times we don't have a lot of room in between launches, and so this thing can move at max rate without spinning the payload off. PNC here on some of our covers, but after this launches, after this captures your rocket's payload or your rocket's liftoff, what we can do is we can actually download from live stream control the full resolution, full speed footage, and then a few seconds later have it available for use on the stream. So this is the first year here at IREC at the rocket competition that we fielded technology like this, but we use rigs like this to cover Starship every time Starship does a static fire or a test or something like that. So that is what the NSF team is doing out here. We are to try to make all of these slow motion footages available for the teams after the competition. Expect like a Dropbox link or something like that where you can download your footage. It may not be labeled with your team number. That might be up to you to identify your rocket, but that is another way we're out here trying to help with the live stream and the competition out in 2025. I will toss it back to Dustin now so we can talk a little bit about the preparations that are happening out here at Solids.
Welcome back. All right, so we're at Solids, and it is actually a yellow flag right now, which means that they are actually going vertical and arming their payloads, arming their recovery systems. So some of these rockets, the energetics are starting to become live as far as the recovery goes. But then when we go to start doing igniters, we're going to go to a red flag. And so some of these teams are going to start slowly evacuating off as their specialty people aren't needed anymore for like recovery. And so we can try to walk and try to talk to some of these people if they don't seem too busy. And it seems like UNL is done and ready for the next step. So would you want to be on the live stream?
Sure.
All right, come in. You're going to have to talk a little loud. The microphone is over there. So introduce us to yourself.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Our rocket is called Sauron. It's Lord of the Rings themed. And we're launching a live streaming payload.
Nice.
Awesome. Not that we're biased or anything on payload.
I'm a little biased. I can be biased. I'm not a judge. I like live streams.
All right. How long did it take to drive here?
Oh, 18 hours.
Not too bad. Not too bad. And where are you staying?
We're staying at Pecos.
Okay, cool. So short drive out here. So what time did you get up to get out here?
We got up at 4 a.m. today.
All right, not too bad. Some teams are getting up at 2 a.m. So
yeah.
You're doing fantastic.
It could always be worse. Okay. I got up at 3:30, but we left at 4.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for talking with us, and we'll go to the next rocket.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Hey, do you guys have any altitude?
These guys look a little too busy.
Yeah.
These guys don't. They're taking pictures. Would you like to be interviewed on the live stream? We're live right now.
Yeah, sure.
Can you, one of you, introduce yourselves? Tell us what college you're from. Talk loudly, and the microphone's right there.
And stand in front of the rocket.
Yes.
There you are, right here.
We are students from Ege University, and we are ready to fly right now as we open the switches of our avionics. I wish a good flight to every team that has faced a lot of challenges and have overcome them.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
I need to move.
Let's go.
So coming over here, we have a team that is, I'm going to try to talk a little quieter so they're trying to listen to the rocket. So once they arm it, it starts beeping and making beeps, and they have to count those beeps because those beeps can mean everything's great, it could mean that there's an error, it could mean that something else is wrong. And then you'll notice they have blast shields off and proper safety gear just in case something goes wrong. Ideally, everything should be hooked up wired and nothing should happen. But sometimes we're all humans and we make mistakes, especially when we're driving super early in the morning. But right now, I'm looking for another team that we might be able to talk to. We see 2 rails that came down. They must have had some issues trying to get to their payloads, so 2 of the rocket rails just came down and are going back up. And unfortunately, it looks like we have 1 rocket that is already determined to scrub because they are coming off the rail. Maybe we can grab and talk to them while they walk by.
All right. The first one we're going to arm is the payload computer. So
these guys are arming their payload computer.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to have to wait a while. Let's walk and talk to these guys real quick.
Well, let me arm the stratologger first, though. Because if that doesn't work, we're not launching.
Can we talk to you guys for a quick second?
Can we do it out in the parking lot?
Yeah, fantastic. Right. Yeah. All right. You know what happened? Payload issues or?
So, our arming switch has a little screw that in contact turns our altimeters on, and on the right here it loosened out and fell out of the holder.
So pretty quick fix probably?
Very quick fix.
Oh, fantastic. So we'll see you out here soon again. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I wish you guys luck. Wish you guys luck and see you soon. All right, cool.
We're low on bitrate right now.
Uh-oh. Maybe you hear me, maybe you don't.
Yeah, I was spinning around too much.
Oh, whoops.
I have to keep the antennas aligned towards civilization, and
Am
when
I
I'm
standing
making
in
quick...
the way of civilization?
No, you're good. For standing a little bit further away is actually good. We're back up to 10 megabits
Fantastic.
off the
Sounds
pack.
like we got a good signal again.
Yeah, it's just when I spin around, I'm not keeping the antenna lines, much like the students have to track the launches to get their telemetry.
Let's go to these teams over here.
I'll try.
If we can.
Yes, and we'll do that.
Careful. Got a couple extension cables.
Thank you.
Are you guys ready and waiting, or are you guys busy? All right, fantastic. Would you like to talk to live stream? That's a no.
You know you want to.
No problem.
You'd love to. Yeah.
Tell us where you're from.
We're from University of Windsor, Canada.
Canada, we're right next to Detroit.
Yeah.
We had SRAD, couldn't finish it because of border problems, unfortunately, but we're here to launch today, and hopefully a successful launch. Right now, only GPS problems, so easy fixes.
Awesome.
We should be all right.
Well, we wish you guys luck, and
Thank
we're
you very
going
much.
to meander on to the next team.
Thank
you
you
very
so
much. for
much.
talking to us. All right, let's walk backwards.
Yep. And as we get deeper in the rails, the signal may get worse. I haven't tried yet.
These guys are arming something, so we're gonna stand here for a second.
It's a camera.
Do you want to? So can I? Are one of you guys not busy? Want to talk?
Oh,
yes,
absolutely.
we'd love to. Awesome.
Alex, anyone?
All right, cool. I'd ask you what school you're from, but you're clearly from Baylor.
We're Baylor. Ziggy, step in. Yes.
All right, go ahead and talk. You are
You
live.
have to yell at the camera.
Oh, we are live. All right, cool. We are the Baylor rocketry team. This is Bell 3. It's our second year out here. We're excited, ready to win. Oh yeah. Yeah.
What category?
We're 10,000 off the shelf.
Awesome.
Yes.
And how early did you get up this morning?
2:30.
2:30. You're clearly staying in Midland?
Odessa.
Odessa? All right.
Yes. It's luxury.
What time did you get to bed? And please tell me early.
It's like 9.
9? Okay. So you got a few hours of sleep.
Yes.
All right. What's special with your rocket?
Big thank you to our teams that are out there looking out for the students, finding out what's going on with what's happening out there. It's very exciting. And a massive thank you to NSF who've come and supported this live stream for the last few years. We've really laughed with them in the last couple of days, haven't we, Nate? And hopefully learned from them a bit as well. We were just saying they managed to capture those slow-mos that we had earlier from those Katos, which I know you were working
And they've got the equipment to do it. NSF is doing a great job at getting those slow motion videos. A couple of those you've seen on the replay. Very good footage of both the successes and the failures too.
Yeah, we love to see that. And we've just had an update from Isaac as well. So it sounds like we are waiting for cloud cover to move out of the way so that the 30,000 foot launches can go. We've got a couple of different 2 stages that are waiting to take off on the 2-stage pad. And what was the latest update from the hybrids as well, Nate?
They were saying it's about an hour until the hybrid launches.
So that means that I think we heard that one of them was going to fuel up and then dump. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm not the best person to ask about that. I'm not too familiar with the hybrids. But what I do know is, getting these launch operations prepared is even more challenging with a hybrid rocket. You have more intricacies, you have more moving parts.
Yeah.
With the solid propellants, you have igniter, ignites the solid propellant and it goes.
It's the solids that we're looking at right now that it's looking like we're loading up, and it sounds like we're waiting to get an update from Isaac on all the different range colors. So we'll get to Isaac and he'll give us the latest details as soon as we can. But right now we're looking at those solids areas and hope that we can get those loaded quickly. I think there were 19 this morning of those rails that were still in use. So
somewhere around 19. We had one that I don't think is usable, but
we'll see. Isaac, we understand you've got an update for us about what's going on with all the different launches right now.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Alice. I'm up on the LCO Connex. It's all happening up here. We've had the 2 stages pull back. We have 3 teams out there. We've got Team 603, which is Mizzou. They got a 45K two-stage flight. We've got a really exciting one following that, Team 902, which is Rice, the second Rice team, doing a demo flight. And I'm not 100% sure on the altitude of this one. I don't know if they are either. It's 2 stages. It's going to 60 or 70,000 feet. And then we've got 602, Akron, launching on a 45,000 foot shot as well for the 2 stages. So we've seen some really successful 2-stage flights in terms of the sustainer ignition, and that is a good qualifier for the success of a 2-stage flight.
That's great news. It sounds like we just heard an update that Missouri is going to go first.
To 45,000 feet, as soon as we've got that gap in the clouds, and we can see that punching through now. And so, again, if you are supporting Mizzou in the chat, let's see some shout outs to Missouri, Team 603. Rice, obviously they're not competing, it's just a demonstration flight, so there's no points attached, but I think there's some serious cool points attached to attempting this one.
I think so too. Lots of Brazil, yeah. The Brazilians are very excited about seeing that. It sounds like we just had a PA announcement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like those 2 stages are about to go. Is that right, Isaac?
Yeah, I'm up here on LCO. We're very close for the 2 stages. We're just making sure we've got all the recovery teams holding where they need to be so they're in a safe spot. And it sounds like we've got a thumbs up, so the LCO's taken over now. I'll let him call it on the PA.
Launching 2-stage. This is 603 Foxtrot 1. Foxtrot 1, 603. This is University of Missouri. We are flying. Okay, we're flying a Cesaroni N2900 to an Aeronautical M6000. Oh, damn, sorry. Aeronautical M6000 to a Cesaroni N2900. Wish they would put them in order. All right, here we go on Foxtrot 1.
M6000 that's about to fly on the first stage, and then an M on the order of 2000. I missed what...
Yeah, the green light.
All right, green light, here we go.
All right, skies are good. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We've got smoke, there's that booster, an M6000. There's a wiggle on, so it's unlikely the sustainer's gonna light. It's a big wiggle. There's a tilt inhibit on these 2-stage rockets. There we go, the sustainer's lit. Wow! That was really lucky. Or perhaps a degree of skill.
Will be Foxtrot 3, Team 902, Rice University demo.
So it looked like they were going really slow, but they did have a lot of kinetic energy thanks to that high thrust motor at the start.
That was exciting. We're not 100% sure what went wrong at the start of it.
Okay,
but
so
it
we're looking for
that
both a drogue on the booster here, and we'd love to see a drogue on the sustainer as well, but at 45,000 feet, that's going to be real hard to see. Okay, so our eyes are all on the sky up here on LCO, scanning for both the booster and for the drogue. If any of the live stream team have tracking cameras on any of those objects, it'd be great to hear it in my ear. We're just seeking some telemetry on negative, I've got an airliner. We're hearing that there's we're not getting any telemetry from either the booster or the sustainer, which is unfortunate. I thought I saw something falling past that cloud just now, but it could have been a trick of the old eyes. So we're fingers crossed here for Mizzou to see a parachute for a booster or for the sustainer. take either of those. And as soon as we get some confirmation of telemetry from the team, if we do, we'll let you know as well. So the teams all have tracking on all of the sections of their rockets that might separate for the two stages. That's the booster and the sustainer. And so they keep a really good, well, hopefully, all going nominal, they keep a link to the rocket the whole time, and it's going to report on its condition. Now, at the moment, we're hearing that that hasn't kept itself running, which is a tricky situation for us, because now we're not sure whether we've got a sustainer at altitude under main maybe, or it could have fallen, and if it was ballistic it'd be down now, but we just don't know. So we'll have to find out post-flight from Mizzou. We'll get a report back from
we have Rice University flying the Kraken.
We're now moving to Rice.
Foxtrot 3, Team 902, Team 902. Rice University flying the Kraken. It's going demo flight to 77K feet. They are staging on the booster N3300 red line, Aerotech, to a CTI M2020 blue as the sustainer.
So we're always going to hear a higher thrust motor for the booster, and then a slightly lower thrust for the sustainer, typically.
We still have clear skies. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
We have
it's
lift
built up. Hard pitch over. It's corrected. Booster's out, waiting for sustainer. I'm not seeing a sustainer yet. Yeah, there goes the sustainer. So it's coning, and it looks like it's still made it. So we're watching now for a parachute event from either of these.
Everybody in the pits, get your eyes up in the air. This was a 75K shot that arced backwards. So everybody in the pits, get out under the tents, get your eyes in the air. We got to watch where this thing goes.
Yep, I've got the booster under drogue. So we can see the booster under drogue. There's a bit of a smoke trail there underneath the sustainer smoke trail, and we're still looking for a sustainer drogue. That'd be really nice. And now it's a long, long way up to 70,000 feet, 77,000 feet, I think they said. So we can expect that it might take a little while.
That's the booster drogue. No, there's something up there. It's on a chute.
Yeah, that's the booster drogue. Okay, and we're still looking for a parachute for the sustainer. I've got the sustainer under drogue as well. So I've got a little white speck. It's going to be hard to pick up on the cameras, but good luck. Good luck to our live stream team if they can get that framed up. That would be awesome. So I've got both the sustainer and the booster under drogue. So that's I don't know about the altitude, but given this is just a demo flight, there's no points attached, and I think congratulations, Rice, on what is a pretty amazing outcome of having a fairly nominal flight there. You can see
I
that
think what you're looking at right now is the drogue of the booster coming back down.
And it's drifting kind of to the north, which is good for us. It means
like
it's going to drift well clear of the pit area.
Sustainer. Please keep your eyes up for this rocket sustainer. As soon as we know and spot it, we'll let you know.
Okay, so we've still got that sustainer drifting under drogue. I haven't seen the booster lately under drogue, but it must be coming down into main territory fairly soon.
Looks like this came out.
And we've got a couple of sets of binoculars up here on the LCO looking to see if they can verify my eyeballs. There's not a lot of trust going on up here today. Well, it's trust but verify. It's
Yeah, I've got Rick joining me right now. We've just been watching this.
Okay, so we've got good telemetry from the team as well. The sustainer's under drogue. So we're going to keep a little bit of an eye on that. spot. I keep tracking that, and we're going to move towards launching the next two-stage shot.
Next two-stage shot. Good.
So the announcement just said that we're going to do another launch. It sounds like we're confident this is coming back down under parachute, and we're keeping an eye on it still as it re-enters and descends. Oh look, there's an alien in the desert. We're no longer in New Mexico, but that's the University of Arizona. They've obviously gone with an alien. Oh, is it Akron? Sorry, I apologize, Akron. I see the Akronauts next to me, so this is what they've decided that they have as their mascot is a little green alien in the desert. And we're still seeing that booster coming back down under drogue. We're waiting to see the second stage and how that did. It's very difficult to tell. We've got a bit of cloud cover above us right now, which is wonderful because it's keeping us a little bit cooler, but it does mean tracking is particularly difficult unless you have the right equipment on you.
And that's why we all have all these GPS sensors that are transmitting location, and makes life a lot easier to find them. I think it's down?
It does. Well, it looks like the booster's down.
Booster's down, okay.
We're still waiting to find out what's happened with the second stage and whether or not that perhaps has deployed its parachute. I mean, the descent's obviously got to be that much slower when you're coming back down from 77,000 feet, if that's what they reached.
Well, the descent is probably going to be the order of 150, 200 feet a second at that altitude. You have a lot of air up there, so it's coming down a lot faster. And when it hits the main atmosphere below 50,000, it slows to like maybe below 100. And then somewhere down in the 5 to 10,000, it's a lot slower. But it's still moving fairly fast because the drogue's only 3 to 5 feet diameter, where the main could be as big as 18 feet. So that's the big difference is the diameter of the material.
Yeah. I'm not sure what. Oh, we are looking at Akron. Akron are going for a two-stage. We've been waiting for that cloud cover to move over so that we can do the two stages because they're going at higher altitudes this morning.
Akron I was just talking to the Akron team. They hold the record of being the first collegiate rocket liquid to fly in Ohio.
Oh, really?
Yes. They flew over Lake Erie and they had a boat to recover their vehicle.
They've had a really successful few years at the IREC, so I'm really pleased to see them back.
Confirmation that the sustainer is safe, so we are moving on now to Foxtrot 4.
Akron is just east of Cleveland. Small towns, the Akron-Canton area. I've been there many times. Have a lot of friends there.
Prescott 2, we need you at the viewing area. We have a limited window to get your two-stage. If you're not there, we can't do it. Get with.
Lots of announcements going on. We're trying to keep abreast of all the information that's coming in. And I know Isaac's going to probably give us some updates as well from the LCO when he can. So we're all keeping an eye on this, but it sounds like Akron and their alien, which we're going to call the Akronaut, going next.
So Foxtrot 4. Foxtrot 4, this is team 602, University of Akron. They're flying in SRAD 6754 in the first stage, and they're flying in SRAD 4274 in the second stage. So the shot to 45,000 feet. Let's check the sky.
And there we are.
Okay, holding here for an aircraft. Got a little Cessna here coming through our NOTAM. So it's just a close-up view of what a successful two-stage flight looks like. But what we really don't want is to send up our rocket to 45,000 feet and then have the sustainer drift back down and the aircraft unsighted of it. So under EEE safety rules, we can't actually fly with the aircraft in view.
So we just talked about a NOTAM. That's the notice to airmen that goes out to people, and that's part of the waiver that we get from the Federal Aviation Authority to be able to launch here, is to make sure that we are adhering to those rules, and as Isaac just mentioned, and to EEE rules as well. It's very important to
EEE
safety.
has the same rule. The Federal Aviation Administration requires that we can't fly within, when you see airplanes. So that's why we hold, and that's surprisingly though. And I've been to model rocket, many model rockets. We always look for low-flying airplanes. They could easily, a general aviation aircraft could easily be in the range. So it's
yeah. Safety first. That's what we are all about here with the IREC. So we've got to make sure that that one goes well. And that vehicle that we've had hanging around next to us all morning, and everyone keeps asking, whose vehicle is that? It's just moved. Thank you, Saw, from the Canadian teams that decided to come and park where they shouldn't have been parking this morning.
They drove a long way. Yeah, parking. Yep.
It happens.
Well, the sun's behind the cloud. It makes life a little easier, doesn't it? It's not as when the sun goes behind the clouds here for a brief respite, you have the UV radiation isn't as intense. That's kind of comfortable.
Yeah.
Nice little wind blowing, nice 3 to 5 mile an hour breeze.
We definitely need that. It's been hot this morning, to say the least. I've had to move into the shade several times. Doesn't matter how much sunscreen I put on, I melt. I'm afraid it's the Brit in me.
You're sugar and you melt, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm sweet, Rick. That's what it is. This is why I like hanging out with you. You say the right things and make me feel good about myself. I still see lots of those flags coming up on the chat. Those Turkey flags are up there. I know we had a team yesterday from Turkey that did very well. I see Brazil flags popping up. I keep seeing the Canadian flags popping up as well. It's great to see you all on the chat, supporting your teams from wherever you are in the world. I'm ready to wait for those launches. We have had several launches this morning, some of which have ended up in what we call a CATO, a catastrophe after takeoff, which is always very sad to see. But we, as we mentioned multiple times, it's an opportunity to learn. Let's hope that doesn't happen for Akron.
So here we go. Let's make sure no other idiots have decided to
University of Akron on the rail.
All right, it looks like the rest of the sky is clear. So we're launching on Foxtrot 1. We're going in 5, 4.
Luck.
Foxtrot 4
to Akron.
Foxtrot 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
See smoke? There it is. It's
Something
gone.
looked like it blew off, maybe the blast deflector.
Nice.
But we got a good
Very
straight
nice.
boost.
Nice flight.
We're looking for the sustainer separated, and can we go for an ignition? Oh, I don't think we're going to get it. It's still cruising. There it goes. It's lit.
All right, there it is.
And so now we're going to track both the booster and the sustainer, try and get a drogue for both. It's got us a long, long way up to 45,000 feet. It's probably a 30, 40 second flight time for that sustainer. What a magic flight, and our perspective here from the LCO deck is just beautiful.
That was a nice straight flight.
So we're looking now, trying to get some eyes on a boosted drogue and probably a sustainer drogue soon.
Great little replay on that one.
Yes.
You know, we keep our eyes in the sky so often up here through these long launch days that I think getting a permanently deformed vertebrae. So shout out to any chiropractors on chat.
Rocket
we can get
back.
a sponsorship deal.
You have somebody come and give us massage.
That would be fantastic.
It's a good idea.
Okay. We're hearing the sustainer's under drogue, and the booster may also be under drogue. So that's the last of our high altitude flights above the 33,000 feet. So that's a testament to some really hard work out there on the two-stage pad by Adam and the team to get those teams through. It's not an easy feat to assemble these rockets, to make sure that they're safely armed and ready to fly. So congratulations to all of our high altitude two-stage teams. They've been a new addition to this year's competition, an exciting addition, and we're really glad to have seen you fly and proud of the results you've achieved. The booster, I'm hearing the booster has landed. We're just waiting to see that sustainer come down. So, congratulations to Akron, congratulations to Rice for an outstanding demo as well, and Mizu, that 45k shot as well.
It's kind of difficult to tell at this point what the altitudes are that they achieved, but it looked good from our standpoint.
The straight flights were all, so that last Akron shot was straight.
Perfect,
the second stage was straight, arced over. Yeah, that was a very good. Everything seemed to be going as planned.
So I'm assuming the teams at the moment are probably monitoring the data that they're getting in real time.
You see the people down here, you can't see it, but if you could, there'd be a bunch of people with these Yagi antennas, which are directional, and they're pointing to where basically the rocket should be, and they're gathering the data, and some of the videos, some not, but they're all getting data from them, GPS data, to figure out where it's going to come down at. And then once they have the GPS data and everyone's down, they'll go to the recovery tent, get their backpack, and then once they get approval, they'll head out.
Head out and find it. So we'll bring an update on those altitudes when we get them, which will probably be in a little while once they've got the recovery in and they confirm all that data and information that they've gathered. But great to see those demo flights. Great to see the high altitude attempts from Mizzou and Akron, and hopefully Rice achieved the 77,000 feet they were going for as well, which will actually be a record, I understand, for the IREC.
For the IREC, it could well be. I don't think we've had anything go above.
We've had a few attempts, so it's great to see if they manage to get it. It will be a record.
That's the final hold. Is you've got to bring your rocket back to the tent where it's inspected, and they say yes, it is reasonably usable. That's it's going to be dinged up. Everything dinged up when it comes in. Almost all rockets are. So it's basically intact. The data's intact. The structure looks reasonable, and you can say, yeah, it was a successful flight. And that's how they do it.
It's great to see, and again, those two stages, it has been a lot of work to get them here this year, and great to see them successfully fly. So we will get that information when we get it. I'm looking out across the range as well. It sounds like we're still working on the hybrids. We were told about 20 minutes ago or so that one of the hybrids was fueling to dump.
Yes, both of them are already upright, and they're going through their final checks, and then they begin their fueling process.
Okay.
And then we haven't heard any word about the fueling process yet, if they started or not. But once they start, you got to go. When you're done, you shut the valves and you fire. And it's got to be that quick.
You keep teaching me so much about these hybrids. I cannot keep saying thank you enough to Rick for teaching me about all of the processes of this. One of the things we learned yesterday when we saw the Monash team was a possibility that they perhaps didn't get as much fuel in as they thought they were going to get. And you were explaining that process to me. Could you explain it again to our viewers?
Okay, what happens is as you load fuel, nitrous oxide, as it gets hotter, will get less dense. So, but the pressure will be higher, so you can load.
We have an all clear. The sustainer is on the ground. It's all clear.
The sustainer's on the ground. So when you load a nitrous oxide, if you don't wane the rocket and you keep track of the weight as you load it, you have three things: the temperature, the pressure inside of the bottle you're loading, and the pressure inside the bottle is coming from. So you load that up, you open the valves, it flows in. And of course, you open the vent on top of your nitrous bottle, and the idea is it's going to fill up with liquid to a certain point.
Yeah.
Then you shut it off, and then you have a variety of ways to disconnect, either when it starts or before. There's many ways to do it. But if you aren't getting the right load, and it's less dense, you won't have as much oxidizer, liquid oxidizer. I'll use the word. It's a word I heard a lot years ago. It's a mushy fluid. You can imagine that.
It's a porous almost.
Right. It's not quite porous, but yeah, which is saying it's not as dense. Its density may be half of what you want it to, and that means you got a lot less oxidizer in the flow through the burn grain.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't go as high. So
yeah. So hopefully we'll get some updates on Monash's. I mean, it looked like a good launch generally. I don't know if they got the altitude they were aiming for. We'll find out those details. We're still waiting on all of that data to be gathered. And hopefully the teams that are working on that now have more success today and getting it. At the moment it feels cooler. I feel like earlier in the day is a better time to do it.
Yes. You don't want to do this in the late afternoon because everything is saturated with heat. It's all hot. It's all in the 90s. That's a bad temperature for nitrous oxide. So what some of these teams do is they would take towels, buckets of ice, wrap the towels around and keep them wrapped for hours, just gently pouring ice water over it.
It's like extra work for them to have to deal with and compete against this heat. We're looking over at the solid rocket motor pad at the moment. I've mentioned a few times, we've got about 19 rails out there. They're being loaded up. once they are fully loaded and they're all the equipment is turned on, those students that you're seeing out there at the moment will then get back into their vehicles. We're starting to see a few of them move, which is a good sign. They'll get into their vehicles and they will leave the area. That's when we will see the flags change from the colours that we're seeing right now. I'm assuming that's yellow right now.
Yes.
Yellow generally means that we might have a few of them switched on.
I think it's yellow, yeah.
It's kind of difficult to tell here on the terrain
Right
as
there,
it is right now.
unfortunately, the wind's blowing it, so we can't see
Yeah,
it.
really difficult to judge from this angle.
Right.
So we do a flag system when it comes to these launch rail areas. Green flag means you can approach the launch rails, you can go and set up. Yellow flag means we might see some of the vehicles already armed. Red flag means that they're all armed and ready to go, and everybody should be evacuating that area, and we should be ready to get in launching. So we are in a flag watch area, shall we call it, at the moment, waiting to see those load up. We started this morning with 80 launches already been and gone. We had 63 to go.
Good.
So
80 launches already?
80 launches
That's
yesterday.
great. Wow.
And since this morning, I think we've probably had at least another 10. So we're up to 90. That means it's about 53 still to go-ish. I'm afraid it's very difficult to keep an eye on exactly the numbers.
Yes,
And,
yes.
you know, some of them haven't quite gone off as flight as well. So some of those get missed in the numbers. But generally speaking, I'd say we're about up to 90-ish launches so far out of the 143 vehicles that we have here.
That's wonderful.
So we're hoping to get through as many as possible. The students have until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to be marked for their launches. I think the range is open for maybe an hour or two after that if they're lucky. But at that point, it doesn't count.
The limit
towards
is that you have to have the judging data in, so that they have to launch the rocket like early in the morning, go out and pick it up, bring it back.
Yeah.
Got the data because we need the data. We're having our judges meeting tomorrow at 12:30 in Midland.
So if you do not have your information back to the judges before 12:30, then you are unfortunately not able to be marked as part of the competition.
That's
So we are hoping to get through as many of these teams as possible today. It's really important for them. They've worked so hard. They've come all this way to come and launch. We are doing absolutely everything we can to get them ready to launch and do it safely. That's the key thing here, is safety first. We're not going to let people launch unless we know they've passed all their safety reviews. So we can see all these vehicles coming back. It was exciting to see those students in the bed of the truck.
There.
Yeah, good to see these students coming back here. So that means that they've set up their rocket and they are coming back to come hopefully see it launch. Always a good positive sign to see all these student teams coming back. That means that their vehicles are ready, their vehicles are armed. They've obviously locked onto the telemetry details that they need to get, which is a very good sign for us. That means we're going to be hopefully seeing some more launches
seeing
soon.
some more flights. We should see quite a few more today.
I don't know what the record is for how many in one day we've seen for IREC.
I think yesterday would have been a record.
Well,
I don't
yes.
think we've ever flown that many in a day.
There would have been 47 launches.
47. I think that's got to be one of the high days.
Yeah. So if we can get through another 47 at least today, I mean, that'd be incredible.
That would make it down to half a dozen or a dozen.
Yes, a handful
for
Saturday morning. And morning time is generally the best time to be looking to launch anyway. So maybe
cool,
some of the teams.
The winds are low.
Maybe some of the teams are thinking, if we can't get it ready by lunchtime today, we'll hold off and do it Saturday morning anyway. Some of the teams I've heard are actually planning on leaving as early as tomorrow. There's graduation going on at some of the universities, so
yes, they have to drive back.
Yep.
And yeah, so it's
Get
our
back
fly
to
back. Yeah, I'm leaving Sunday morning, Father's Day, at 5 in the morning out of Midland. So I'm getting up like at 3:30. So it's going to be a long day.
I'm actually driving back this evening, so hoping that the weather stays good and clear for the rest of today, not just for the launches, but for me to drive back to southern New Mexico later. I've got family commitments I've got to get back to, unfortunately, for the weekend.
Get back. Oh, wow.
Got to get back, but I will be keeping an eye on the live stream tomorrow. Our incredible team have been working so tirelessly.
Yeah, there's some students that are happy. They're the drones overflying them.
They're like, follow us, come with us. It's great to see. I wonder what team that is that we're looking at. They seem to be having a good time.
Yes.
I'm hoping that all the students are having a good time, although it's starting to get really toasty out there. If they are out in the sunshine, this is your reminder. Go and get some fluids into you. Make sure you have...
That little cloud that was blocking the sun has just moved away.
Isn't it?
It's a beautiful blue sky. The clouds are So I'm certain the rest of the day will be pretty unobstructed flying.
Let's hope so. So get those fluids into you. Make sure you get hydration salts into you as well. It's really key to make sure that you are looking after your health in this area.
So it looks like, let's see, are they red?
We're waiting for those vehicles to get out of the area, I'm sure, before they start to turn the range red.
It looks like the red flag is out. I can see it.
Excellent. That's a really good sign. So those vehicles that we're seeing loading up over there, I see Team 100. Let's see what team that is. That's the Aeronautical University in Queretaro.
I have no idea where the
Queretaro.
An Aeronautical University. That's impressive.
Yeah. So we're going to see what's going to happen when those different universities, hopefully they're all going to have great launches. I see lots of Turkey flags. I see Brazilian flags all over the chat right now. I love the fact that we've got so many international viewers watching, excited to see their teams.
They have from Turkey and Brazil.
Yeah, it's great. Well, out of that 143 teams, I keep saying it, over 60 of the teams are international.
We have more than a few Mexican teams.
We do.
Yeah.
Turkey teams. Team Romania, I believe, are here as well.
We have 2 Italian teams.
We do.
Germany, not Germany, Rome and
Turin.
Turin.
Yep. Great to see them. We had a team from Paraguay, United Kingdom.
Yep.
Oh, apparently we're going to go and head over to Florida right now, Rick. Because we are
we?
All over the place. The Falcon 9 is about to launch.
All right.
Thanks to our good friends over at NSF, we've got this feed. So I was actually over in Florida last September and got to see a Falcon 9 launch with Crew 9 on board. Yeah, I got right in there. I was right on the Cape, in the middle of the Space Force area, and got to see the launch and saw the booster land. I think I was more impressed actually with the booster than anything else. It was. It landed back on land at the Cape. It was just amazing. So I saw it take off from, I think it was launch pad 39A, and land on the other side of the Cape.
That is such a different thing. I have a friend of mine, he was in Orlando at night when they launched the first night one.
I think we're going to listen into what NSF is going to tell us about what's going on.
Falcon 9 from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Station in Florida. So it is launching 13 Starlink V2 Mini and 13 Starlink direct-to-cell satellites. We're going to keep a close eye as these 9 Merlin engines prepare for startup, potentially in about 5 to 10 seconds. Ignition and liftoff of Falcon 9 for Starlink Group 12-26. And now we're going to tracking of Falcon 9. A wonderful shout out to the whole NSF team, including, I believe this is Max Evans behind the camera right now. And now let's listen into these engines. Look at that vapor cone. That's a wonderful vapor cone. That is one of the best. Wow! The humidity in the air. The rocket has passed through Max Q. All right, Das, what are we looking for here as we see Falcon 9 continuing to flight?
There's visual evidence of the atmosphere getting thinner right now. You see the exhaust plume actually expanding. There's less air pressure to keep that little pencil-thin fire shape, and so that plume starts to spread out to the sides. As it goes out to the sides, you can see a plume for each of the outer 8 engines. That's why there's independent fires, and the center core engine there has its own little trail down the middle. But look at the expansion of the plume, visual evidence of the atmosphere getting thinner up there.
Yes, so additionally, while recovery is a big part of launches here at IREC, it is also a huge part of launches for SpaceX. So this time around, they are doing fairing recovery with the ship Doug, and the booster will be landing on the drone ship A Shortfall of Gravitas out in the Atlantic Ocean. This was a southeast trajectory launch heading north of the Bahamas. And for those dedicated viewers, no, there's not a stubby nozzle this time around. Yeah, we'll send it back here.
Well, we appreciate Dee and Das there giving us the updates of what's actually going on. It's terrible, isn't it, when you get an actual rocket commentator to follow, you've got to follow on from. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Das and Dee, on the other hand, and the amazing team at NASA Spaceflight.com.
By a rocket launch.
Well, that's what happens when you get the pros to support you. They give you their live feed and give you full details of what's actually going on.
Thank you, SpaceX.
Yeah, I was just saying to Rick off when we weren't on camera, I was like, I've been very lucky for the last year. I've seen 2 Falcon 9 launches from Kennedy Space Center. One of them was the Crew 9 launch last September, and then I got to go out and see a launch, I think it was of a Spanish satellite in January when I was in Florida for an event earlier this year.
You can see it now. You can sit right on. Were you in the I've always seen launches at Kennedy. I saw 2 of them, an Atlas and I think it was a Titan. At the south, there's a park right south. That's where I was at, and I guess that's the place a lot of locals like to go to.
So the first one, I was very lucky. I was actually invited by NASA to go, and I got to be in the media area, so I got full access and was very, very, very lucky to be able to see that. The second time, I watched it from a hotel roof. It's called the Space Bar. If anybody's local, not too far from Kennedy Space Center. It's a great place to watch at nighttime in Titusville. Looks out across the water there. It's a great place to watch a nighttime launch because you get to be able to eat and have a glass of wine and watch the rocket. It's quite an incredible experience. So look, I'm very, very lucky. I've been in the industry for a long time. My first ever rocket launch was actually at an IREC.
Oh, really?
Yes. So in 2018, my first time I ever saw any kind of rocket launch was an IREC sounding rocket launch. So I've seen hundreds of them thus far.
Now we've seen hundreds,
then. So I've been very lucky. So the fact that I only progressed to actually seeing an orbital launch last September is just goes to show it took me a long time
there is some discussion with the interior spaceports in the country. They want to launch to orbit from interior, and there's a lot of consternation with the FAA.
We've had this conversation many times.
Yes. So, the future may come when launching from right here in Midland or Pecos, and there may be a place and you're headed to orbit. That's
we're actually in an area at the moment where we see a lot of human suborbital flight, because we've got Van Horn, Texas, which is about 2 hours down the road. That's where Blue Origin obviously does their New Shepard launches, and about 4 to 5 hours, probably more like 5 hours from here, is Spaceport America, which is where we used to hold this. That's again.
Slide over.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Apologies for that last minute bit of information. So that was the University of Windsor rocketry team that we've just seen. So go for the Canadian teams. Looks like we've just seen them launch. We're going quickly to get through all of these launches as quickly as possible.
Case Western, yes. In fact, Remy is on your team. The world who was.
Right, we're going over to the solids after this. We're just waiting to get through as many of these as possible. As we mentioned a few times, we've got about 19 rails out there currently in operation. It might be down to 18 after a few of the problems we had earlier today. We've got them all loaded from the looks of things, and we're going to get through them as quickly as possible. We'll keep an ear out for those PA announcements and we'll update you.
Heads up to the left. Heads up to the left. Eyes up.
Okay, we have an eyes up.
Coming in, and down.
Okay.
It's the joy of amateur rocketry. You've all got to keep an eye on the sky.
That's right.
We thought we were a little bit safer underneath this bit of tent here, but when
Nope,
you hear
you just
heads
have
up,
to
you
know.
get yourself out of the structures very quickly and go and see what you can see.
And the secret is when you point to where you're looking at, so everyone
Yeah,
else can see it. If you
absolutely.
see it, point.
So that was our bad for not being as prepared as we should have been for that.
Right, right. Look at that rack. Look at all those rockets out
Isn't
there.
it exciting
It's
to see that many
amazing.
rocket launches?
Yep.
Yeah, so I went from never seeing a rocket launch before to coming to the IREC in 2018 and seeing 10 of them within a couple of
Now
hours.
you've seen hundreds.
No, I've seen hundreds. I've been so lucky. And I was just saying, you know, having seen human spaceflight in this area for a long time, it's very different than to see an orbital human spaceflight versus the suborbital ones that we see around here. It's great.
Have you been to Van Horn to watch
I
them?
have been to Van Horn, yes, in 2018, I believe.
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I was out in Van Horn to see one of the launches there without humans on board on that one.
Oh,
that was
without humans,
that was a test flight for payloads. But I have seen obviously Virgin Galactic fly several times from Spaceport America. I was very lucky in my old position over there. So
Next up,
we're listening.
Charlie 5. Charlie 5, this is Team 209. This is Politecnico Bucharest. This is a 30K cost going to 28,800 on an O3400 Cesaroni.
Awesome to see Romania here represented. My good friend Christina Korp was over there presenting to them not so long ago, and she told me the team was coming.
209 on Charlie 5. 209 on Charlie 5.
Yep, that's the Romanian team. They're going to a 10K, I think a 30K COTS or 10K COTS? 30K, okay. So they're going to hit right off of here. It's going to be a very high acceleration.
Oh, we're seeing a tanker truck that's just come in towards the area. We're going to have to be on a pause until that has cleared the area so that we're not putting anybody at risk. Not sure where that even came from. It's almost like it came out of nowhere. That's the joy, you know, a lot of people aren't used to seeing rocket launches in this area. This is obviously a very big oil area, so they're probably not used to seeing restrictions, or they thought, what do you mean there's a rocket launch going on, and probably ignored the sign and came straight
Well, this
through.
is the Permian Basin. Again, American oil is right underneath us.
Absolutely.
So there's that goes on here all the time. Tanker trucks are constantly moving.
Yeah, so it happens. It happens.
Part of it's part of the culture here. You have to get used to oil. And every place I drive around here, you see something. I mean, you can't go a half a mile and not see some remnant of the oil industry.
Absolutely.
And the flies are starting to bother us. So those
Yeah.
are big ones.
I can see the team. I believe that's the team from Are you the team from Bucharest over here? Yeah, I think they are, aren't they? We'll have to have a chat with them afterwards and see how they're doing. They're obviously very nervous. They were ready to go. We were all ready, and then all of a sudden, a tanker came into the launch range. It happens. But dear tanker drivers, please look out for signs that say active launch range.
Right.
And realise we're not making it up. We really are launching rockets in the middle of nowhere in West Texas. So please start to get used to it. I think Midland wants to see more and more of this. So we'd like to see more and more people taking us seriously when we say that.
Well, this
it's coming.
activity, what you're seeing, it goes on all around the clock. It doesn't stop.
Yeah. We're looking at that tanker. There it is. That is the offending vehicle that has just closed our launch range right now. So we're going to wait to see that get out of the area. The last thing we want to do is launch a rocket, have it go astray and land anywhere near that.
Bad, yes.
Absolutely. We would never do anything that would put anybody's life in danger.
Probably be 5 or 10 minutes before he gets out
We've
here.
got to wait to see that. It's moving pretty slowly. I mean, I think Steve has mentioned a few times the roads around here are very, very gravelly and very difficult to drive on. If you're driving a vehicle that sort of size and that weight,
you're going much slower.
yes. And it's kicking up a lot of dust. Let's hope it's not going to go anywhere near
I wonder what he's going.
the pads. Yeah, we're watching it thinking, what direction are you going? It's heading towards those solid rocket pads.
Yes.
It looks a bit like, well, certainly from here. Hopefully that's just a deceptive
That's just
view.
an illusion. I don't know.
An illusion. You
I
never
think
know.
he's going 45. Yeah, he's going in, not towards them. He's going angled away from them. So that's.
Yeah.
Probably the drones.
I was going to say, we need to send the drones to go and find the driver, and we can record it, the offending person. Be like, this is what happens when you drive.
He probably didn't know. I bet money he didn't have a clue.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he saw the signs and just ignored them.
Oh,
Well, we're waiting. He's definitely heading in that direction towards, behind the solid pads. It's not like he's going to drive into the solids area.
It's like he could be going down that facility way down there.
Let's hope he's not driving anywhere near the solids area. That would be an entertaining one. I'm waiting for someone to run over, waving their hands at him and say, do not drive through the rocket zone.
Yep.
Active rockets. Red flag. We all know that. All of us knows what's going on around here.
Yeah.
Red flag, Mr. Driver. Learn the traffic light system, my friend. It has stopped.
Yep. Oh, Lord.
Maybe he's having a bit of a panic. Maybe he's just realized, oh my goodness, that sign was not lying.
I wonder if someone's going to go out and
We're
see
sending
him.
out a couple of people to go and intercept him
starting
and
to
say,
move.
we're really
Starting to
sorry, Mr. Driver, but you cannot drive.
What we need here is one of those little battery-powered two-person little air taxis. So you go. Psh, psh.
Oh, we've come up with all sorts of robots that we need today.
Sure.
Rick was saying earlier we need to start sending robots into the desert with cameras on top of them so that we can go and film those explosions and follow the rockets that go a bit astray.
Pull those robots quickly back,
there you go.
100 yards and videotape. And then when something happens, you roll up real quick and inspect it.
And now we need some kind of VTOL.
A VTOL would be great. That's what we need right here is a VTOL. Hop in.
Little VTOL that we can buzz around.
We
and
probably get a sponsor, a VTOL sponsor.
Oh, look, it really is. Look, he's pulling right up to the IREC stand.
Lord.
Oh,
Oh,
Texas
no.
DOT.
He has no idea what the heck those are.
If the truck can hear me, please move on. We are launching rockets. If the truck can hear me, please move on. We are launching rockets.
There are words you don't expect to say at the IREC, and they are certainly some of them. Dear Mr. Truck Driver, please move. Keep away from our rockets. I mean, it is exciting to see rockets. I can't blame him. If I had the opportunity to go and drive over there and have a nosy, but we do know it's not safe. Red flag means do not approach, Mr. Truck Driver. Let's park up and see what's going on.
Maybe we should put barriers on the roads at certain
Yeah,
places,
I'd imagine so. We're learning. It's
I
our
don't know if
first
this is
year over
private
here.
land or these are county
These
roads.
are this is definitely private land that we are
land,
operating on. Whether or not those roads are county that go through that private land parcel is another matter.
Because I know he'll come down, because I know that if you come in here, you can actually turn in there if you're not careful.
Well, he's not. He's going to keep
No,
going.
he's
We're
gonna
just
keep
going to wait
going.
for the range to be cleared, and then we'll get started with our launches again. We just want to make sure you guys know we are keeping an eye on the situation, and we'll keep you updated once we get the range back open.
There he's. We're set drones going out and have a look at him. Oh well, all the excitement you have in IREC. This is a first. I've never had an oil truck drive through anything.
Well, it happens. It definitely happens in this area. We're going to sit down and have a chat with one of our students that are competing while this is going on. Could you introduce yourself to us, please?
Hi, my name is Mitchell Maloon. I'm the team lead for Team 203 from Case Western Reserve University, Case Racket Team.
Nice. Well, congratulations for getting here this far.
Thank you.
Is your rocket currently in the solid motor area?
So we actually launched yesterday.
Oh, wow.
We launched at in the 4:30 p.m. salvo. So unfortunately, they didn't let us go recover just because they didn't have enough packs to recover. So we are here today just to get our rocket recovered. Because of all the launches today and the many different stoppages we've had from the oil tanker and everything else, we actually haven't been able to go on recovery yet. So the belief is that after this salvo, we will have our recovery team go out. We have a general idea of where we're going to go and get our components, and we'll go from there.
So tell me about your launch yesterday.
So we are in 30K COTS. We launched an 05500, which I think everyone knows has been a bit iffy at
They have
this
been
year.
a challenge.
Luckily, our rocket, our motor did not go, and our actually airframe structure that we made in-house completely SRAD withheld what we believe to be all the loads. Unfortunately, there were some error. There was some early ejection charge or something happened. We're still not 100% sure because we haven't recovered the rocket yet. But the rocket came down semi-ballistically. We believe that a chute of some description came out to slow the rocket's descent down enough that it didn't come down ballistically into the ground. But we're not 100% sure since we haven't been able to recover it just yet.
Yeah, it's a difficult time, isn't it, when you're still waiting to know what happens. But until you actually recover your rocket and you're able to take data off of it, it's a lot of guessing game at this point.
That is. Now, do you have any kind of idea of the coordinates?
We have a few packets. Unfortunately, there were our base station. We had packets at the pad and came back, and there weren't any from what it seems. And so we are going to just try and find the rocket based on where people saw it. There are a lot of people on our team and surrounding people around us that we're able to know generally where the location is, so we have a really good idea of where to start the search, and hopefully the large part of the airframe will be in the general area.
So have you checked in the recovery tent yet?
We've checked in the recovery tent. They don't have any
packs to
send out. They don't have any packs to go out. Okay.
Yeah,
it will happen.
We have packs. We are ready to go out.
We just can't go yet.
We just can't go yet because it's a red and yellow flag for the past few hours.
Well, Mitchell, we wish you the best of luck with your recovery. When you guys have got it back and you've got a bit more data, please come and share it with us. We'd love to hear an update, and we're all wishing you well.
We're excited to get it back as well.
Good. Well, congratulations. Really great to see you. We're going to, hopefully, I just heard that we've possibly got the range clear again.
Yeah.
So we're just finalising a few little things, and then we're going to start launching again. As I see an ATV driving behind us, which is a good sign. That means we're going to be starting again. And we've got lots of students here that are excited. Mitchell, go stay hydrated. Get yourself ready for that walk in the desert. We hope to recover really quickly.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is fun talking.
We're looking back at that solid rocket motor range again. We've seen a few launches from there already. There is 19 active rails, possibly 18 at the moment because we had another Cato this morning. It's difficult to keep track of what's fully operational and what isn't right now. But they are locked and loaded. We're ready to go.
There we go. There's one that's up and ready to go. Can't see the number of that
We were
yet.
counting down to the university. It was Bucharest from Romania.
Yes.
So we're hoping to see that one launch very quickly. They were definitely ready to go.
Team 209. National University of Science and Technology, Politecnico.
In Bucharest, Romania. Which is great to see. There you go. That was an announcement to all the students to remind them to stay hydrated. We keep telling them all, keep making sure you fill yourself back with liquids. It's very, very important. And we're not just talking about drinking water. Actually, drinking too much water can be quite bad for you. Make sure you have hydration salts as well. There's some great brands out there that are available. If you'd like to sponsor us in future years, we will keep putting out there your name to these students if you would like us to.
That's right. And they'll take that name back to all their schools.
Yeah, there's some great ones, as I mentioned. I'm seeing all sorts of great flags all over the chat. I see a lot of Brazilian flags. Green light.
Green
that means
light.
We're going.
We're back in business. All right. There it goes. Nice straight flight.
Beautiful launch.
Okay, that's a 30K. It's headed up.
I believe that
Very
was that the team
straight.
from Romania that we just saw launch.
Beautiful flight.
Nice and straight.
The wind, you can see see that contrail?
Yeah.
There's no upper wind shifts, so the wind's fairly calm. Look how long that contrail is basically sitting there.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So the exhaust plume was that's
Great
an indicator
replay
of
as well.
the wind's aloft.
Thank you so much for the team that were able to capture that and replay it as well, so that those who blink. Problem is, you blink and you miss half of it, don't you?
That's right. Yeah.
It's so quick.
These accelerate quite quickly off the pad.
Yeah. Do we know what kind of speeds a lot of these sounding rockets are getting off the pad?
What kind of what?
What kind of speed?
They're probably as they leave the rail, they should be going roughly 100 feet a second, 31, 32 meters a second. That's a typical safety because it means a rocket has enough velocity that its fins are effective. If it's too slow, the fins won't be as effective and it will have a tendency to cant into the wind. If it's fast, it's much straighter. There's a good example of a fast, straight rocket.
Yeah, we like a nice, fast, straight rocket, don't we? So we're waiting for a confirmation on an event of that. An event being when it releases its drogue parachute, which is the smaller of the 2 parachutes that we have for most of them. Oh, it sounds like it's under main.
They see a
so
main.
when they have a main at apogee, Rick, what does that mean?
That means the main, the larger parachute is opened up prematurely, and it's going to drift a long ways. So they may be walking 3 or 4 miles away.
400 to Duke University.
Duke
Aero Team.
Duke.
Now, this is a deployable payload, so everybody keep your heads up. We will have an additional component coming out of this one. This is a 30K SRAD flying on an O-3808.
So you've been following Duke. They obviously were ready to go yesterday.
SRAD, they built it themselves.
So good luck to Duke. That they hope they have a better time today.
Duke Blue Devils.
We have clear skies. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
There we go. Blue Devils with a blue plume.
I see some kind of debris coming out. Yeah, we saw something coming out. We're going to keep an eye on it. It looks like I can see a drogue coming down here. It looks like that was released on the way up there. An event, some debris happens.
Heads up to hybrid, heads up to hybrid.
They're calling the hybrids in with the hybrids.
No, I'm saying, I think they're
alert.
saying it's heading over to the hybrids, yeah. So telling everyone to keep an eye up at the hybrids area because that's the direction that they're seeing re-entry coming in. It's down. We're seeing a replay of the Duke's liftoff. You said there was a blue flame.
Blue flame, yeah. The Blue Devils have a blue flame.
We're seeing a few different coloured flames,
Yes.
or some of the
that's all
contrails.
different chemicals you can put into a flame, the propellant to make it a different color.
I like
make them
that.
Sparky, so the little sparks fly out. All kinds of things.
I
you
think it's
can
the
do with
first coloured one we've seen today, but we did see UNM a couple of days ago do a
Yes.
black flame, which was really
Yep.
great to see.
Saw a few yellow, very bright yellow, bright red.
Yep.
All right. Next up is Charlie 1, Team 183. Charlie 1, Team 183. This is the University of Utah. It's UFO 360.
University of Utah.
10K cots.
10K. University of Utah. I judged that team.
Oh, did you?
The truck is back, so we'll wait a
The
moment.
Utes.
We're on a hold.
Crow, no.
It's okay. So we're on a hold. No. We're just on a hold for a moment. We'll come back to the University of Utah when we're ready to go and take off. So we're going to sit down for a moment while we're on a hold. And I'm still seeing a ton of these great graphics all over the chat right now with all the different flags for all your teams that you're supporting. Let us know who you're supporting. We'll see if we can catch up with them as someone can. And those great pictures as well that we can see, we get these nice close-ups of all the rockets, are from a lot of our colleagues over at NASA Spaceflight. So thank you to them for bringing all this great equipment out here. It's great to be able to get these views when we are waiting to see the launches. So while we're sitting here waiting, I can see Baja Rocket Science next to us. I think they're looking to have plug-in, which means they could possibly have a live stream.
Yeah, they may have a live shot to go.
I love seeing these teams. A couple of years ago, they decided to do a video component to this competition. And it was analog. It wasn't. They weren't expecting live.
It was analog, yes.
Yeah, and they did such a great job. Of course, they've stepped it up. The student teams have stepped it up. It's not even IREC that have put that out
These are all
there.
very sophisticated digital systems.
They are. I've seen telemetry on them. I've seen all sorts of great data.
You can run lots of data down this. If you can run video, you can run lots of data.
But that's incredible. I think a lot of people don't realise just how difficult it is to track real time and get all that information real time.
And they
on
have
the
to
video.
keep an antenna pointed at all the time. So that's another
I think it was the University of Arizona yesterday that had their logo on the video.
Mhm.
It had all sorts of data.
Yes, they had
coming
a
in
very nice
simultaneously.
graphics system set up for it. Yes.
It's really great to see that these student teams are coming up with their own systems. These aren't commercial off-the-shelf components you can buy. To do
A
this,
lot
is
of them are. A lot of them are. Yeah,
wow.
that's the advantage we have today is we couldn't do it maybe 5-6 years ago. In fact, when IREC started, this technology didn't exist.
Yeah.
Now it's at the commercial grade. You can purchase this stuff on Amazon. So the integrated circuit technology has leaped that far with all the CCDs, actually the digital cameras,
Yep.
all the processing that goes on behind that, the telemetry to download it, the processing, and these computers here, you can process it right into it and watch it. We've watched these computers with cameras in the rocket as it's flying.
It's great, isn't it?
So it's
We can see
amazing.
that
And it's a
live.
beautiful, clear picture. It's almost like looking out the window of your airliner.
Oh, I think it looks like it's going for a toilet roll.
Yeah.
Although, it's got that nice circuit, generally because
Yes.
they have to make sure it's safely encased in the rocket. You can't really have those things hanging out of the side. Doesn't
And
really
sometimes they'll
do
have
well with the
they'll have two
aerodynamics.
cameras, one on each side.
Yeah, incredible. So hopefully when we start launching again, we're on a bit of a hold at the moment. The range is closed for a minute. When we get back up, we can see those launches, and we might see a live feed then from the Mexican team that are setting up next to us. And again, all over that chat, I'm seeing all these flags. If you guys are supporting a team from your country, let us know.
Is now on the hybrid road heading south, so as soon as he crosses our line, we will be ready to start again. Just to get everybody on board.
Excellent. We're just getting an update why our range is on hold. We're just waiting for a vehicle to get out of range. So once we get that vehicle out of range, we'll be launching again very quickly. I can't remember what team we were waiting to launch. I think it was from Charlie 1.
Yeah, I don't remember which team it was either. It's
I got them.
Oh.
I can see lots of the students getting ready for their launches with those antennas. You were talking to me about them earlier. What was it you were calling them?
Oh, which?
The directional antennas.
Oh, they're called Yagis.
Yagi.
A Yagi is basically, I forget what it's, but it's basically a type of antenna where you point it at like this. We're looking at a young man right here with an antenna that points out. You just point it and keep it up, and it keeps the. It gives you the best. The antenna guys call it gain. Your best getting as much signal as you can. And then they have it linked into notice how this one's linked into a laptop?
Yep.
And that's a very, you can buy that system on eBay.
Wow.
Or eBay or Amazon or a lot of places sell those things.
Lots of different sources. Yeah, we're seeing quite a few of them. I was very impressed yesterday. I don't know if you were around to see their launch. I missed it because I had to leave early yesterday afternoon. But WPI, as in Worcester Polytechnic Institute from Massachusetts, actually built their own RF antenna. And
Yes.
it looked like an inverted umbrella.
That's right.
He said that he bought the material that was being sold on an online
That's right.
store for protecting students or children from 5G interference, and he turned that into an RF antenna.
Yeah.
I love
And
love
did you
seeing
notice that thing was all the components about it were made 3D printed?
Yeah, incredible.
So that's amazing. Yeah, you can, and anyone really, I won't say anyone, but someone that,
Oh, it sounds like we're about to go. 183, University of Utah. We're going to get going quickly.
we're going to go back to fly.
Green light. We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
There we go.
There's
Beautiful
not a
blue sky.
cloud in the sky.
Look
It's
at that,
incredible.
beautiful.
Straight up, and we can see it clearly going all the way up to apogee, where it will start to arc and we'll start to see the descent. Here we go. Wait for an event.
Team 315. Next up, Alpha 4, Team 315.
We're seeing it come. There's an event. Let's hope that's a drogue. It's a
315,
main.
University
It
of
sounds like the
Pittsburgh.
main's out already. It's coming back down. That's the sign that we want to see.
We have a main at apogee on 400, so we will be moving on to Alpha 4, 315.
315 is University of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania.
Nice.
They're in western Pennsylvania, southwest Pennsylvania.
All right, we're looking at
A storied old town.
Alpha 4, 315, University of Pittsburgh. This is the Aerotech Pax E. This is a deployable payload, so keep an eye on that. It is a 10K SRAD going to 9,900 feet on an N3350 white. All right.
It's a deployable payload.
Guys, we have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
There it goes.
Little wobble.
Okay. Burnout. You notice how it's cantering in the little of the wind? The wind picks up and the rocket turns into the wind when it lifts off the rail.
That's why we don't really want to be seeing those mains deployed at apogee, because obviously the wind can then take it much further away from cover. We've seen an event, we've seen 2 events by the looks of things, which means hopefully they're payload deployed and we are seeing the drogue coming out at this point.
Seen a pretty busy cadence today.
Yes, got a lot to get through. We started this morning with 63 vehicles still to launch.
Okay.
I think we're catching up on that number very quickly.
Alpha 5 is coming up next. I'm sorry. Pardon you guys, I'm getting a little too here. We have Alpha 2 is next. Alpha 2 will be team 401. 401. This is the Federal University of Santa Catarina. Team 40 under project is Morpheus. This is a 30K SRAD shot.
Ooh.
So it's an O.
And I believe they mixed that here in the United States. They couldn't bring it over across the border.
We have in the computer. So 05984. So it's going to 30K.
That's a challenge when you want to mix your own. You have to bring all the proponents here to mix
We are clear to 30K. The skies are clear. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Vamonos!
Burning. It's burning. There it goes. Nice flight. Nice flight.
Dead straight.
Oh, that's moving.
Next up, Alpha 3.
All right.
I can hear some
Nice
very
flight. You can
happy
hear that? The Mexican team is
Mexicans,
happy.
yes.
They were screaming up and jumping up and down. They were really happy about that. Look, nice flight. Very nice flight. A little wind coming up. We're probably getting about 5-10 knots.
So it's going up to 30,000 feet, which is about the height of an average passenger plane. So at this point, we can't really tell. It's very difficult to see when there's an event at that kind of altitude. Luckily, our teams over at LCO have better equipment to be able to measure all of that and keep an eye on things. Some of them are just so well trained that they can somehow pick it up with their eyes.
Some people have good eyesight.
I'm
That's
afraid
true.
I'm not that fortunate.
No. That's why we have good video cameras.
Yes.
So now they're waiting for an indication of a drogue deployment.
It sounds like they can see it. They're pointing up and they're saying CCC. So yes, yes, yes. We're going to get it back down. A main.
Well, it sounds like something happened good. They're pretty excited.
So there was a main at apogee,
Main apogee.
which I think they're just happy that it got up and it came
yeah,
back.
they can track it down.
Yeah.
Steve is taking the guy who just walked by, Steve Taylor, our president of Ezra. He's with one of the people who helped us secure the land, the land bridge.
For live stream on Alpha 3. So we are going to move to Alpha 5. Sorry, they don't have telemetry, so I'm moving to Bravo 1. Bravo 1, which is 132. Team 132, Bravo 1. Bravo 1 is Koç University from Turkey. This is
Turkey!
Another Turkish team. Good.
10,000 feet. An Aeronautical M1850.
See those Turkey flags getting excited on the
A
chat.
lot of Turkish flags, yep.
Give it a second for this aircraft to move along.
Looking at it.
And give us some super chat love if you want to in the chat if you're watching the live stream. It was great to see so much support from the international viewers. Go Turkey. They've had quite a turnout this year.
They have, yeah. And some pretty good successful flights, too.
So, the skies are now clear. Light is now green. We are on Bravo 1.
Nice straight flight.
I can still
right.
see it all the way up to
That's
apogee. Let's keep it going. We've got some happy team from Turkey next to us. It's still going. I can see the trail. Okay, it looks like we're reaching that apogee. It looks like it's starting to curve and come back down. Looks like there was an event. There it is. You can hear the hoops and hollering going on next to us. That's the team's excited to see the success. The parachute did not deploy, so there was an event, but it doesn't look like we saw a parachute yet. It's ballistic re-entry, so everybody ices, guys.
It's coming in hot. Notice you can still see all the plumes from previous rocket flights. That's how calm it is.
We're going to wait for it to come down before we start launching again. It looks like it's away from the range. It's coming down over this way.
Over that way. Down?
We're waiting for confirmation of it being down. Yeah, it's difficult to track these things. We know it's coming over in that region. It's still in the air. So as much as... sounds a lot like that, even though they didn't get the deployment that they're expecting, it slowed down some parts. So it's down now.
Down. Yep. What's showing, it's interesting, I tell a lot of teams you need as many people working on more people on recovery than you do on the propulsion side.
That is just as much part of this competition,
That's
though,
part
isn't
of
it?
this is competition.
Is to make sure you recover your vehicle, that you get the data back
Right,
from the vehicle,
right.
and you're able to present that to the judges. So
Yes.
it's key that these students are able to recover their vehicles, otherwise they don't have a chance of getting their details back from the judges. I think we're going to try and move through that quite quickly. So congratulations to the team from Turkey that we just saw launch.
Beautiful flight.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another team from Turkey
All
next.
right. Two teams from Turkey back to back. We can make out their numbers.
Is going to be Bravo 3. Bravo 3, this is T149. Selcuk University.
In Turkey, Selcuk University in Turkey. S-A-L-C-U-K. Selcuk.
It's Urunja Space. This is a 10K shot. 10K cut. It's M1939. The Bravo 3.
I can see the Turkish team next to us right now. You can see the Turkey flag on their shirts.
Yep,
It's great
they're
to
a
see them.
little nervous,
Looks
yeah.
like they're plugging into the live stream, so let's hope we can get some video footage from that. Which is far more difficult than people realise. If you're looking at a vehicle that's moving at that kind of speed.
To get it from their camera and their rocket through our system onto online, going to YouTube is quite a chain.
Yeah, so we'll see. If we can get that footage, we will bring it to you once the vehicle is in motion and we're operating.
Aircraft, guys, now clear. Bravo 3. So T129 is going up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You smoke?
Smoke, and it
There
goes.
it goes.
Little wobble. Oh! Oh, we felt that one.
It's going to come in. It's too bad.
We have a lot of
Streamer
disappointed
in.
students next to us right now.
All right, we had a KO on G149. We're moving Bravo 5, 143.
We're going to have another look at that takeoff. It started to go well. There was a wobble when it got to a certain altitude. Not sure what happened.
Looked like something popped.
But it got off the rail,
Got
which
off
is
the rail successfully.
All right, now we're Bravo.
so we're going to move on.
Well, the ups and the downs today. You know, some teams they're screaming up and down, jumping, and some teams just dead silence.
You can't help but get caught up in the emotions of this
Yep,
competition.
they're very strong. A lot of time, a lot of effort to get here. Just to get here today, the effort they did is tremendous.
And they've got to take their wins from that. They got off the rail.
Right.
That's a good
right.
sign.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at 143.
140.
Queen's
Queen's University.
Queen's in Canada, I'd imagine.
Canada, that's right. Canadian team up.
It's Canadian, eh?
Hey, yeah. Speaking the King's, it's the King's English now, as I recall, isn't it?
It is the King's English,
yes.
but it's the Queen's University from Canada.
University.
Bravo 5 is now up. This is team 143, Queen's University. This is a 10K Cox flying on an Aerotech M1939 white.
Let's go Canada.
Let's go Canada. Oh, Canada. Let's do it. In fact, Canada is the Canadian launch equivalent of this. Is going to be Launch Canada. It's coming in the middle of August.
Here we go.
Guys, and we're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
We go.
There we go. Nice.
Smooth.
We're going next up. We're going to cycle back to Alpha 4. We think we may have missed it.
Okay, that was a nice
It was a
flight.
nice smooth flight,
Nice
wasn't it?
straight.
Now we're waiting for that vent. An
The
event,
winds
as
are
we
very
mentioned,
low.
is difficult to tell, but generally speaking, it's when there's some kind of release of the first rogue parachute. Or if not, it would be a main. We've got a drogue. It looks like we see the drogue. It's nice and clear. We can see that from here, which is good. That'll also help them with their recovery when you can see where it's coming down. It means it's not too far away from the base camp.
That's right.
area.
If you can see the drogue coming down, it means your walk will be a lot, or your picking up will be a lot easier. Recovery, they call it, not picking it up. Recovery. And there's a Turkish team who has a very right in front of us. There's a Turkish team with a very sophisticated an antenna, which is a parabolic antenna. So they're going to get really good gain on their system. And the sun's going out, so all the people trying to look at screens have
umbrellas
over
Yeah,
them, so they can look
it's
at
a
the
good
screen.
idea.
Yep.
Having anything where you can keep yourself out of the direct sunlight is always a good idea when you're in this temperature.
Like I said, we are going to Alpha 4 now. We think with the truck interference, we may have inadvertently skipped them. And we have a green light. The University of Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
N3350 white S-red.
315.
Team 315 on Alpha 4, University of Pittsburgh. Launching
Go Pitt.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke. There it is. See smoke. It's going up. Nice straight flight. Beautiful flight. Beautiful liftoff.
Oh. Looks like there was a Kato.
We've had an incident. There are parts coming in north of the range. There are parts
Heads
coming
up.
in north of the range.
Yep.
Eyes on the sky, please keep watching the parts and make sure that they land in a safe area.
Yeah, they're coming back down. We're seeing that come back in. So that obviously was going quite well.
It looked nice.
It was going
Oh,
dead
yeah,
straight.
Beautiful flight. Yeah.
What do we think at that point could have happened?
Something in the recovery system might have started early.
Yeah.
It could have been some extra. If that had happened, the computer could have said fire now and it wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
So that would be a problem.
So that's all the sort of things that the students are going to have to look into once they get their data
Once
back,
they get
is
their
to
data,
find
they can
out
try
what
to
went
tell a
wrong.
story.
And that's, I was going to say, that's part of it, isn't it? You want to know what's happened. You want to be able to explain that to judges. That doesn't mean necessarily they're not in a running through
That's
winning
right. And
something.
that happens professionally. Something happens,
Yeah.
and you look at the data and said, "What happened?" The data's trying to tell you something. Your job is to figure out what it is.
Yeah, so hopefully that team can go and recover their parts. I've just seen them coming back down, just come back down
Yep.
now. And they can figure out what went wrong with that launch.
So they've got parts. They got to go hunt out.
That was a great launch as well.
And beautiful on straight. The wind was gentle. There was hardly any wind.
We're seeing a replay of that
Yeah.
takeoff now. In slow-mo, no less.
Charlie 2. Charlie 2. This is Team 106, Baylor University.
Baylor.
Texas.
Bell 3.
Baylor Bears.
10K cots, expected 10,240. This is on M2500 Aerotech Blue Thunder.
Now they're obviously over in Waco, Texas, so still quite a distance from where we are here in West Texas.
All right, Charlie 2.
Baylor's in what, north of Houston, or is it?
Waco, Jim.
Waco, it's in Waco. Baylor's in Waco. Of course, what is it? The Baylor-Rice football game is the big interstate rival?
I'd imagine so, yes. Yeah, Baylor's north of Austin area. For those that aren't too familiar with the geography around here, Texas is a rather large state.
Big state,
it's
that's
full of
right.
some great universities. It's great to see them all turn out for this competition. There's a bit of a running joke that everyone's traveled about 5 hours from here, if you're from anywhere in Texas.
That's right.
It's where Midland gets its name. Middle
That's
of the
right,
land,
Midland, it's sort of the middle of things.
About 5 hours from everywhere in Texas.
Yeah, I visited I have two nieces that live in north of Houston. It's kind of interesting to go to Houston. Big city, big oil town. I've been there before.
Big aerospace town.
Big
Houston,
it's now, yes. Very big aerospace town.
They've got their own spaceports. That's where Intuitive Machines operates out of. They've also got some other great companies. Obviously, it's the home of mission control for NASA, which is where
the Johnson Space Flight Center. Yeah, they used to call it the Manned Space Flight Center. That's where they ran all the manned missions. Once they get off the pad, they're Houston's. Right.
Yeah. It's where a lot of the human space flight for NASA is operated out of. It's where a lot of the international astronauts go and train as well before their missions to the ISS.
Oh, okay. Have you been to Johnson?
I'm actually going in a couple of weeks.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Looking forward to that. Once a space nerd, always a space nerd, always interested when you get to go somewhere nearby.
Every time I'd go to when I was in the Air Force, we'd have a lot of NASA things we did together, and every time I went to NASA, so you got to give me we'd set up a tour of the lab where we went to. So we went to Glenn. I went to Glenn a bunch of times. So first time they gave us a tour of NASA Glenn, they came to Wright Pat. We gave them a tour of Wright Pat. So it was sort of a back and forth thing. And so it's almost if you're working with a NASA branch, it's pretty easy to arrange that, because they just call, hey, I'm going to come down with this guy from the Air Force. And we look, say, yeah, come on down. So it was a great camaraderie.
Okay, we're going to continue. This is Pat Charlie 2. We're looking at Team 10. Well, we got another hold.
Another hold, huh?
We've got a hold. So yeah, JSC's actually got a branch not far from where I live. In fact, I can see it from my back garden if I squint very quickly. Yes. So White Sands Test Facility is part of JSC, and then Goddard's White Sands Ground Station, which is the TDRS system, is also in Las Cruces, New Mexico. So I can see those from my back garden. Yeah, we have a connection there. So I figured, as I'm actually going to be over in that area.
What's the NASA facility in Las Cruces?
It's the White Sands. It's the NASA White Sands Test Facility. It's all part of the White Sands Missile Range, which is where obviously the IREC used to be held within that controlled airspace.
Registration information. Please move your truck. Thank you.
There's a lot of vehicles here on site to keep an eye on, make sure that we're all keeping safe. Safety is key to everything in the IREC.
I'm amazed how many schools actually give students vehicles to come here. A lot of American schools. So I guess it makes sense.
It saves them a bit of money, I'd hope.
Yeah, it does.
With traveling and being able to move their vehicles. Obviously, if you're traveling.
6 people in a big van, 6 or 7 compared to an airline, that's got to be saving lots of money.
And they've got to transport their huge vehicles. I mean, I was talking to a couple of the international teams and how they've put their vehicles in
yeah.
hold.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. Basically, almost like putting on your suitcase on that plane to convince TSA.
They ship them early. They have to ship them early for
if
that
you're
very
shipping
reason.
them, or they can bring them over with them,
Right.
which is obviously a lot easier, and it means that they can kind of keep hold of their vehicles.
Right.
Yes.
You just can't bring any pressurized gases or any energetics, things like that. Let's sit down here. Ugh.
I think we're going to set up a couple of interviews while we're on a hold right now. We're waiting at the moment to make sure we can get through as much as possible. I'm not sure what the hold is for this one. The range is on hold. It could be for any reason. It could well be one of the recovery teams has lost somebody. Not in a bad way. We keep a track on every single one person who's out there.
That's one big advantage of us keeping track of them, because this is not many people are trained in getting around the desert.
No.
So if you keep track of them, they can call back and say, hey, we've got a problem. So you can send somebody out with them pretty quickly if anything goes wrong.
So a big thank you to Da Vinci for doing that for us.
How you doing?
Doing great. How are y'all today?
Good. Would you like to
Have a
come
seat.
down? As we're on a hold, we figured we'd have a guest come in and say hi to us.
Thanks for having us very much. This is great.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Brian Stubbs. Live in Midland. I'm on the city council, and I'm also an engineer. And so this is amazing stuff.
Great.
Well,
we appreciate you
on
coming.
behalf of the team at Ezra, thank you so much for the City of Midland for bringing us, welcoming us here to the city. What's it been like for you guys to have 2,000 students, some of them from all over the world, come and descend onto your city in West Texas?
Well, the neat thing about West Texas is because of our oil industry, we have people from all over the world come in a lot. So I really hope everybody feels at home, because we're kind of used to it. So that is one of the really neat things about Midland. But I've been just doing my day job and around town the last couple of days, so I've gotten to see the teams at restaurants and things like that. And they've been amazing young kids to talk to and figure out their story. And
I have to say, I'm noticing your polo shirt. You're obviously an Aggie.
I am the other
an
Aggie
atomic
of Midland.
Aggie, can I add? I actually live 1 mile from the campus at NMSU, which is why I saw your shirt and had to mention it. They have notoriously done very well in this competition in the past. I believe they were launching yesterday.
I need to go see the team. I saw their tent. I just haven't made it over there yet. But
so there's always been a bit of fun rivalry amongst the New Mexico teams. I know UNM did particularly well first day. UTEP did very well. They launched on day one. New Mexico Tech Miners, which are in Socorro, New Mexico, didn't do so well. Unfortunately, they had a Cato. But I'm interested to find out how the Atomic Aggies. In fact, our head judge, Anita Jimenez, I'm sure that's her title, is an Atomic Aggie.
Really?
Yes.
Awesome.
She's an ex-competitor. The head judge is an ex-competitor. Yeah.
So I'm actually on the mechanical engineering board.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So I just got on that board. And learning how that school has changed in 5 years.
Sure.
Oh,
God, yes.
Is amazing. So those kids, again, are just doing amazing things.
Absolutely. I mean, all of the students at this competition, I have to say, we were talking about some of the teams that come from legacy universities that have very good aerospace programs yesterday. But I said, honestly, if you've got to this level and you've got part of the IREC, you're from a great team already.
Yes.
The fact that your university supports what you're doing with rocketry is a really good sign. But going back to Midland, you guys are obviously really trying to push to be part of aerospace. You've got your own spaceport out here. How are you finding the communities welcoming to this kind of involvement in events like this?
Well, so one of the things Midland is, again, we're known for pretty much fueling the world.
Permian Basin's oil,
a lot of innovation, a lot of entrepreneurship, and a lot of kind of grit. And the companies that we have coming here, once they get to know the community, they're just amazed at how much kind of that entrepreneurial spirit it feeds in really well. So we've got a couple companies now that have moved in, and it feels like they just plug in and go in our community, because again, hey, we need help, and people get up and go help them, and they go do their things. I got to tour AST a couple months ago, and I mean, that company is growing.
Company, AST Space Mobile.
Yes,
oh, okay.
They're doing amazing things, and they have integrated into our community, and they're growing. They're getting support from the city and from our Midland Development Corporation, and they're just doing awesome things out here. It's great.
Very exciting time to see it in Midland, and I see you've brought someone with you to sit next to you. Who is this?
Who is this young man?
My name is Andrew Stubbs. I'm his youngest son. I'm 14 years old, and I've been very involved in what I think is very involved in the aviation and astronautic industries for a couple years now.
Good.
Wow.
Good.
And what's it been like for you to see all these rocket launches? This is your first time ever seeing a rocket launch?
Yes, ma'am. So first time being at one of these competitions or watching one of these competitions, and it's very, very exciting. Very, it feels really good to see this like really close to home.
I've got to warn you, Dad. My first experience in space was the IREC back in 2018. Once you bit the bullet and you've come to one of these events, that's it. It's a downhill spiral. You are going to be addicted
So
very
let me
quickly.
recommend you start a local rocket club for kids your age. I mean, you can order the stuff online now. They can get here in a matter of days.
Right.
Lots of stuff to do it. So you can get you have lots of places to fly.
Yeah.
And you can start building fairly substantial rockets pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
They need a parental support too.
Yeah.
I just got signed up.
I keep saying to the parents all the time, I'm like, if you get your students into rocketry, they're not going to have any money for anything else.
Yeah,
that's not a bad
right.
thing. Once you start the bug, it's not a bad thing to go all the way.
What kind of engineer are you, if I could ask?
I'm a mechanical.
Mechanical.
So
you support the oil industry then?
No, actually, I don't really do engineering anymore.
Oh, okay.
I went off and did design, development, and test engineering for Cummins, and then I did a startup, which is where I kind of learned how to.
Business.
Yes,
Yep.
I'm doing kind of green energy transfer,
Great.
green energy innovation for diesel engines, and trying to convert those to run on natural gas and hydrogen. Actually.
Wow.
So now I just own a small business. We do support the oil field, but I'm a business owner now, and I solve hard business problems now. Trying to keep up with
the
oil field.
community. So
Yes.
very, very important work, I have to say. And as I've mentioned it multiple times, we've had such great support from Midlands.
We have. Midland's been wonderful to us. I've been here a bunch of other times for other things, but the way you guys have come out and support us is fantastic.
Great. Like I said, we're so happy y'all are here. This is just an amazing event. So.
Well, we're glad you managed to make it out here. Once we've got this hold up and running, we should be getting about another 20 rocket launches off in very quick succession. So,
And of course,
I'm actually really impressed how fast y'all launch rockets.
Yeah, the cadence is pretty quick.
It's pretty amazing.
Now, are you going to be there Saturday at the Saturday night at the award ceremony?
At the Bush
I need to see.
Center.
We'll try. I don't know. We'll
So
figure it out.
it's a really great way to go and see the combination of all of this work. So a lot of these students will all turn up at the Bush Convention Center. They're waiting to find out who won which category, and there are multiple categories.
There's six categories, so there are going to be 6 winners, and they take the best of that 6, and they win the cup.
The overall competition. But then we also have awards for payload,
there's
innovation,
payloads, sportsmanship.
Sportsmanship, which is actually just as key, because we always say space is the team sport, really, isn't it? The ultimate of team sports. You cannot do it by yourself.
And just being out here walking around, you see teams helping each other. It's amazing. It's amazing.
So you go ahead. I'm sorry. The only thing I wanted to do is listen. One of the reasons that we came to.
Sit down, Steve.
Okay. One of the reasons that we came and we're seeking a new site is so that we could do higher engineering challenges. And so, Rick, when you said there's 6 categories, there's actually 7.
More.
7. Okay.
Yeah. But that's the important one. The important one
This
that
is what
we
happens
added.
when the president is wandering around and eavesdropping and says, "Hang on a second, Rick."
Yeah, Rick,
and
I'm
Alice.
sorry.
Get it right.
But the 7th one is actually a 2-stage category, and it's a 30,000 or 45,000 foot category.
Which is what we saw first thing this morning. Did you guys get to see
No,
those?
we did not. We didn't get out of that early.
So I didn't mean to step on you there, but the reason that we sought this launch site is so that we could do that and we could challenge the students, and so
which is great. And I think we're going to hear from some of those students right now, and they're with Logan right now inside in the air conditioning. Sensible team.
And hey, this is Logan with a student team here. The team is so big, we've got them all in here. It doesn't even fit in our camera shot. Tell me your team and where you're from and how things have gone so far.
We are Team 401. We are from Federal University of Santa Catarina, Brazil. And we just made a 30K S-Red sugar motor, the first 30K solid from the South Hemisphere. And it went well. We just received the confirmation of the touchdown, and we are so happy to do it. It's our 2nd time here in the competition. First was in 2022. Most of the team weren't here, and it's the first time for everyone in the IREC competition, and we are so hyped. It's hard to not get emotional because our teams back there in Brazil, most of them, to make it work out, the propulsion team had to cast 50 kilos of propellant in 2 weeks. And sorry, let me pass to someone.
I understand. That sounds like an amazing achievement. So did you get here early in order to make that happen?
Yeah, because we can't ship the propellant. We have to come 1 week earlier to get the components and the ingredients to make it happen. We spent all nights or days working on it and testing our avionics, the propulsion, and we had a great, wonderful payload too. And we made it happen. It's the first time we broke the record from Brazil for the highest apogee ever. so for amateur rocketry, of course. And we want to say thanks to all you guys back home. Can I say in Brazilian? Em português? Galera, tipo, de verdade, muito obrigado a todos vocês que estão aí. Vocês quiserem isso acontecer também? Não. Não só a gente.
Congratulations.
Seguir. Galera, de verdade, muito obrigado. O Martins está até emocionado aqui, mas de verdade, isso tudo aconteceu por causa de vocês. A gente deu tudo que a gente podia para chegar aqui, mas vocês fizeram isso acontecer também. A gente tá exausto, a gente tava chorando até agora de tão feliz que a gente tava por ter conseguido isso. E, enfim, gente, muito obrigado.
Yeah, congrats. Congrats to you all for that achievement and for being the first from the Southern Hemisphere to launch in that category and for doing something that's so difficult no matter where in the world you're from.
Thank you.
And there are a lot of Brazilian flags in the chat right now.
Yeah, I imagine. The Brazilian star.
The Brazilian star.
Yeah. They're very excited for you.
Yeah, we're still happy to be here. So.
Congrats again.
Have words, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. And let's.
Oh, we just cut off.
Okay.
Go Brazil! I mean, well, look at the size of that team that have travelled here.
Yeah.
It always amazes me when you get the international teams and they don't just turn up as a couple of members, you get an en force. And yet there's probably still a ton, and I can see it already in the chat, a lot of people back home that perhaps couldn't make the journey out here to be part of this, or their friends and family that are supporting this event from afar. It is so encouraging to see. Not one student here got here all by themselves.
That's right. It's a team effort.
It
school
really
effort,
is.
really. The
It
school,
is.
How much each school had to put a lot of effort in to get the team here.
Yes,
So-
and friends and family. You know, I keep mentioning it. So students who are listening in right now, Sunday is Father's Day here in the US. It is the same in the UK. I'm not sure about all the other international competitors. If you have not got a gift for your dad for Sunday, there are opportunities to buy merchandise.
That's right. Buy merchandise.
You're
at the,
supporting Ezra, and then you're giving your parents something to get excited about as well at the same time.
That's right.
So go check it out.
Go to the Ezra website.
Soundingrocket.org. You can go and order merchandise. I believe they're only selling the 2025 merchandise
Yes.
until Saturday.
Saturday, and
Whether
then
they
it's-
bring it back at another point is another matter, but you've got time. You've got 24 hours now. Go and buy your 2025 merchandise. There are patches available. We've got everything from the Ezra patch. We've got the 2025 patch. We've got some hats on there. I don't know if we can get you live stream ones. They're special for only
Yeah, the
us
live
folks
streamers
that
for
are
the
crazy
live
enough that
stream team.
talk.
Let me go get you
But
what
we've
one
got
looks
dad
like.
caps. We've got stickers. There's a great sticker that says, "I may not be a rocket scientist, but I can spawn one." Thank you to Dustin's dad for inspiring that one. We've got some great T-shirts out there. Oh, Rick's finding an IREC hat.
The Ezra hat you can get. So you
They
can.
got their IREC dad hats. They're distressed hats.
IREC hat.
Did you hear? We're selling hats that look like they've been out here already.
Yep.
A few little extra spots of holes in
Lots
them.
of dust. Yeah, there's the holes in it.
But I mean, look how beautiful that design is. And
And if you want, we'll send you some dust from the launch range.
We will.
We can add you that.
I've got plenty of it. You can take one look at my truck over there. My amazing husband let me bring the truck out from
Brought the
southern
truck.
New Mexico.
Wow.
He cleaned the truck. He got it all vacuumed and cleaned out on the inside.
And then you drive over the
And
desert.
then, I mean, well, I don't really want
Now
to
it's
stick my
covered with
leg in
dust.
the air, but my boots can say a story of, oh my goodness, this is just how dusty it is.
Oh yeah, look, yeah, my shoes are that way. Look at
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It's unfortunate, really, that we get as dusty as we do.
We'll have to go home and we'll have to, I'll throw them in the washer, I guess.
I had to take everything out of my trunk because it was covered in such
Yeah,
a layer
oh,
of
yeah,
dust.
yeah.
We've been hit by a lot of dust storms here. I'm sure we keep mentioning it. If you haven't watched the live stream in the last few days, on Tuesday evening when everything was set up and ready to go for Wednesday morning launch day, this area was actually hit by a haboob, which is a really severe dust storm. It took out multiple structures
Took
out
almost
here,
all our tents.
which meant we had a delay to start to launches. You can see in the launch area there are massive gaps in the base camp area. They're not supposed to be there. There
Nope.
was supposed to be plenty of shade for these students to operate under, and there is still sufficient for what we've got out here. But we had to do this in layers. We had to invite teams to come out at certain times so that we weren't all under the structure at the same time. We wanted to make sure that there were plenty of access
And
to
I got to
shade.
say, shout out to the guys who did the work. They were out here. I got out here like at 7 that first Wednesday morning. And they already had people out here from the company who were trying to fix all this stuff.
Shout
so they were
out
out
to
here
all
early.
the volunteers, all of the teams that have come out and helped put this place together, as well as the Ezra team themselves that have been here working tirelessly. I have to say, yeah, they're all our team in the live stream team, so give us a wave, Dustin. We can see you. And
that's
Dee.
the production team
And
right there.
us. We can see the NSF team in there as well. These guys have been here for hours every single day. We're talking from sun up till well after sundown
That's
every
right.
single day,
Yep.
working hard.
Because they've got to take all this stuff down and put it away, and then they bring it back out in the morning.
Every day,
and
because we
reassemble
can't
it.
leave all of the equipment out, and that includes not just the launch equipment, but obviously we've got all the live stream work here as well. It's really amazing that these people give up their vacation time. Some of them are paid for themselves to come here. In fact,
That's
a lot
right.
of us
Many
have.
people have paid for themselves.
And we do it purely to support the student teams, because we know
the
how
volunteers
important
here
it is.
have mostly paid for themselves. The guys who are the people, flyer of record, who come to sign the paperwork for the teams, they all pay for themselves. So it's a big shout out, a thank you to all those folks who are put so much time and their own personal money into getting here and making certain this is as successful as it's been.
Yeah, and we can only do it because of the support of the sponsors. There are a lot to mention.
Yeah.
We have mentioned, obviously, Midland. We just had a city council member
Jess, can
here.
you bring that to
But
her?
I'd love to be able to get that great. We've got some kind of graphic that we can
we
show
can go
and bring
through
it on.
that right now.
Let's grab us that nice little graphic from Jessica, who's just happened to be sitting behind us and having graphics. So we've got AIAA that we've been giving shout outs for, Protospace, who've done
Go
a
ahead
great
and
job,
sit down
On
right there.
Shape, Blue Origin,
There we
Estes
go.
Rockets,
Thank you.
ANSYS. Let's see, we've got Space Dynamics Lab, SDL. We've got
Shape.
SolidWorks,
SolidWorks.
Tripoli, who we've mentioned several times, have been
Several
helping
times.
keep those
Blue
students.
Origin.
Team. Yeah, we've mentioned it.
SpaceX is not on
SpaceX
here.
isn't on here, but
Yep.
SpaceX became a sponsor last minute, which was
That's right.
great to see.
Mhm.
Space News is one of our media
Space
sponsors.
News, Fiberglass, the folks who we got all our composites from.
Yep, Space Force Association, who even did an event the other night. Unfortunately, I couldn't
Right.
make it out to that event to meet the people there. We just had too much going on. We'd
Right.
love to be able to figure out a way to do that next time. The people, the Land Bridge, who gave us access to
Bridge,
this
yeah, they were-
land
yeah.
out here. It's great to see that. The Development Corporation, there is just a Firehawk, who are one
Huge
of the
number of
local
people.
teams.
The people, the Aerotech Wildman
Yep.
and Aerotech are here. The NASA space flight folks are here.
We mentioned
With
several
all
times
the
live
video you're
stream.
seeing is
Yeah.
their cameras. They have
Not all of them, but a lot of them really great. The slow-mo replays we're seeing are from the team there that gave us access to see the live stream, even
Right.
Florida while we're waiting. So
Right.
thank you so much to Das and Dee. We can see you're waving there in the main area.
We'd also like to thank the Bush and the Horseshoe Convention Centers where we're at.
Yeah, it was
Big
great.
shout out to the Kieves County, I think I pronounced that right.
Reeves County.
Reeves County.
Yeah, they've had their fire EMS
They've supporting
support,
us,
yeah.
and they've done a great job. I appreciate them, and we have.
And we've got some super chats. Can we please see hybrids? There's been almost zero coverage of them. You know what? You're absolutely right.
That's right.
And that's because there's a lot of activity going on, but it's difficult to see, and we can't get too close to them right now. But the hybrids, about an hour and a half ago, we were told they were going to be ready in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, they're
So-
loading. They got stuff set up. I can see there's a few hybrids out there already put up. There's
We've
one
got
of them out there.
Calgary
for sure.
are definitely out there.
Calgary's out there for sure.
Setting up. I'm not sure of the other teams that are going to be ready for today. So that we were saying earlier, it's so unbelievably difficult for the hybrid teams to be set up because they're competing against the heat that we're
The heat,
dealing
yeah,
with here.
they've got to take it carefully, and hopefully they
slow
have a cooling.
process.
A lot of I've seen schools come to here with a little shed that has a cooling air conditioner on it. They have a generator and cooling air, so they understood the problem of 110-degree heat, and they actually aggressively tried to fix it.
I'm
So
not
that's-
sure what the temperature is today, but it's very, very hot. When the sun is on you, it's roasting.
The sun is that UV radiation is hitting you that you can
and
tell
of course
that.
it's bouncing off the desert floor around us as well.
You
It
can't see
seems
right
to
now. Right now we're
intensify.
looking at a student that has one of those space
Reflectors,
blankets
yeah.
over top of them because they're trying to use their computer screen.
Yeah.
So there's that's the kind of stuff you have today.
And of course we have to worry about the monitors here that are getting overheated, the equipment here that's getting overheated, as
That's
well as
right.
the people.
Yeah. People get overheated. The dust's pervasive in everything.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's a part of me that's not covered in dust right now.
That's right.
it gets everywhere. It's too much information.
You feel the dust. You go home. I went home back to took a shower last night. You can feel the dust just on your
Don't look at the basin of the shower as well, because it goes that kind of dust color as it just falls off you, and you start to wonder, where did that come from?
Yeah,
and then you
I know
think,
where it
why?
came from.
Don't ask. Don't ask. It's not pleasant. I'm sure there's glamour to this, right, Rick?
Yeah, there is a little bit.
Some of it. But mostly it's a lot of dust and a lot of dirt and a lot of keeping yourself hydrated and keeping yourself sane and making sure what's going on.
Yeah, stay in the shade if you can. Get as much shade. Drink water.
Hydrate.
Exertion is always a challenge at these temperatures. If you do it, you got to drink more water because you're sweating out more
and not
fluid.
just water. You've got to worry about you're losing salts and you're losing the sugars in your body, which you need as well. Which is why we constantly say hydration salts is really, really important. We've had a couple of students that were very good at keeping the water down, but not very good at getting the electrolytes back in their system, and they ended up in hospital because they drank too much water and washed a lot of the salts and the electrolytes out of the systems that they needed. So do make sure, I know it's an expense that you don't want to have to pay out for students, but your health is worth it. Go and buy yourself some hydration salts, keep yourself hydrated, keep an eye on your team. That is so important to say, keep an eye on them, check on them.
Yeah, when in the old days, in the 60s, we used to take salt tablets.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, so that was, I remember taking salt tablets when I played football in the summer camp. 2 salt tablets in the morning.
Is that chuck ball?
What?
Chuck ball.
Chuck ball?
Yeah, you chuck the ball over here.
Yes, it's American football.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Just to clarify.
American football, yeah.
We've got an international audience.
We have a lot of international. So if I said football, somebody think, oh, it's a round ball.
I think actually playing with your feet.
That's right. That's right. It's American football.
American football,
yep.
Otherwise known as chuck ball.
Chuck ball. All right. I never heard of that, but that's interesting.
That's what I call it.
Called the NFL and the NCAA. That's where football's.
It always entertains me every year when they declare world champion and amongst American teams.
Yeah.
As a British American, I find myself every year very perplexed by that call.
Well, I mean, I know they're trying to get NFL's trying to get expansion into Europe.
They are, and they've done a very good job in
football.
London.
They play like I think 4 games a year.
They go to Wembley.
Wembley, yeah. They
My
play
home
Wembley
area.
Stadium.
Yeah, it's always good to see. We've kind of gone off on a little bit of a tangent, haven't we? But we're hoping to fly soon. This is what happens when you give me too much time.
God!
Dustin comes.
I
just poured freezing cold water down my back live on screen.
Dustin just jumped water down our back.
I haven't peed myself, Mum. That really is water down my back.
That's water down your back. I hope my sisters don't say, "What happened to you, Rick?"
Thank you for that.
All right, Dustin.
Now I'm sitting in it.
And now you're
it's pulled on the chair.
Yep.
It's lovely. I really haven't.
It's gonna look on your butt, and there's a big wet spot.
Yeah.
That's good. How you gonna explain that? Yeah. Oh, Dustin poured water down my back. Yeah.
You're back to flight up.
Rick, we're back.
Charlie 2
this is what happens.
We're on launching. All right.
Charlie 2 is the padding question.
We're going to get through this quickly, guys, as quickly as we can.
Really quick cadence, I would imagine.
And Charlie 2 is Baylor University.
Baylor.
Bell 3.
Baylor Bears. Waco, Texas.
40. Flying on M2500 Aerotech Blue Thunder. We have a clear sky and a green light. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do we roar like a bear?
Go. There you go. Nice straight shot.
I don't know how much sound you capture.
Was successful.
I love when you hear that sound of the
shockwave hitting you. Yep. If you can see real quick, you can see it. You'll see the light. Then you'll hear the sound because the speed of sound from here.
That will be T100.
Sounds like that. So that was Baylor. We're going to see how they're doing with an event, and then we're moving on quickly for the next launch. We've had an event. Sounds like. It looks like we've got Team 100 next. That's the Aeronautical University in Queretaro.
That's the University of Mexico team.
Yep.
I don't know how the organization, but it says when you look, we looked them up.
It says it's affiliated with the University of Mexico. So, vámonos.
Now on Charlie 3. Charlie 3, T100.
There's somebody with virtual reality goggles. Look at that. They're gonna. Oh, that would be interesting to see a virtual reality goggle view of this.
We'll see. The Vámonos Team 100 If we've got some of your supporters online by the looks of things.
All right, we have a live stream hold on them.
Yep, a lot of Mexican support here online.
Delta 1.
We're going to skip, but it sounds like they're having problems.
Team 171. This is the University of Cincinnati, Queen City Rocketry.
My hometown,
this
University of
is another
Cincinnati.
10K COTS flight.
School where Neil Armstrong taught college.
10,920 feet on another Aerotech M2500 Blue Thunder. We do have clear skies, and we have a green light launching in.
Go
five,
Cincinnati Bearcats.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There it goes.
Nice
Go
and straight.
UC. Beautiful shot.
Oh, we
All
can see
right,
it
we
continue
see
all
it.
the way up, yeah.
See it? Yeah, beautiful day. Clear blue skies.
We're
A
looking
gentle
up.
wind.
Yeah. I can see it coming back down. Looks like we're getting it coming back, arching over nicely. Let's hit its apogee. We're waiting for an event. Looks like we saw something. Yep. Looks like we're seeing a drogue come out.
Drogue is out.
I hope it is. Oh no, it still seems to be coming down pretty fast though. It's difficult to tell this from this angle, isn't it?
Yeah, it
You
is.
see an
It's
event. We don't know if that's
pretty
them
well
releasing
at a
a
high angle
payload
for us.
or if that's a drogue. We'll wait and
What's
see
the,
what the cameras have caught, because they seem to have a much better tuning. It sounds like it's under drogue. We did see an event. It just was moving still pretty quickly. Maybe it took a little while for that drogue to catch.
Fill up.
All right, next up is Charlie 3, T100.
100. That's the
That's the team
that's
from
at the
Mexico.
Air University of
T100 is the Aeronautical University in Queretaro.
Queretaro. They're aligned with the University of Mexico.
It's a 10K COTS to 10,040 feet on an Aerotech M1851.
And they actually have our VR goggles. Look at that. The team is sitting right beside us.
Sky and a green light. So we are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Excellent. Good start.
Nice. Very nice. All right.
We
Going
saw a little
up.
bit of a wobble up there.
A little bit of a wobble. That's okay. It's still stayed straight.
Looks like it's hit its apogee.
Peak altitude. It should be coming back down. So we have an event hopefully soon.
Oh, it looks like they're seeing an event.
All right.
We could see an event. We're not sure. Again, an event just could be anything, couldn't it? It could be them
Could-
releasing
yeah,
a payload if they
mhm.
happen to have one that's coming on
Yep.
descent. It could be. We hope it's the drogue. But it could also be the main.
Yeah, I hope to have the main. That's a little high.
Yes.
Next one.
There we go. We're going to go again.
Next, that is Team 216.
Who have we got? Team 216.
University of
Pennsylvania's day? Oh no, 216. Melbourne.
Melbourne, University of Melbourne, the great city, Melbourne. Australian team from down under.
I'm waiting for an Aussie call.
Yeah, you'll hear one if it's successful.
Yeah. They normally send them out in force, the teams from Australia. It's always great to see them.
That's a long flight.
It really is. It's very, very, very far that they've had to come.
17 hours to go from here to
Australia
Houston.
has got
Houston
a-
to Sydney is 17 hours.
Oh.
I've been on it.
They're doing great in space as well right now. We've just had they're going to have their first orbital launch.
Yes, that's impressive.
In nearly over 40 years it might even be, actually. Gilmore Space going there.
And they have in the central part of Australia, there's a huge range.
They have a couple of ranges now.
Yeah,
It's
and
great
now
to
they-
see.
yeah.
Yeah,
A
so
lot
the
of people
Canuba
from there.
range, and you've got those re-entries are now a big thing over there, which
re-entry.
is
You
great
have
to see.
re-enter right in
Varda.
the middle of the country.
Yep. So it's like
The outback is a useful thing.
yeah, I mean it's vast over there as well.
It
It's
is.
almost
Oh,
like
it's
Texas
vast,
all
yeah.
over again. So why not have a great place
Yep.
to have re-entry going on? And I've got a couple of good friends that have got spaceports going up in Australia right now. So it's great to see that their universities are supporting
Oh, yeah,
aerospace and putting
definitely.
money in it and getting to see these teams come over and support this. There we go. We're seeing one of the rockets come back down. under main. We've got a very excited team from Mexico bouncing next to us.
Team from Mexico looks very happy.
Congratulations to them. So now that's down and clear, we're going again.
Delta 3, Team 216. Delta 3, Team 216.
216 is.
This is the University of
Edmonds.
Melbourne. This team project is Aries. It's a 30K
I'm sorry,
cot
216.
going up on an
Melbourne, you were correct.
0500X.
Melbourne?
Yeah, Aries is the name of the team. Just to confuse
Sierra
us.
hold, we have lost GPS on 109. We're going to move to 117.
117.
Alpha 3. Alpha 3 until Delta 3 gets their lock back. So now
Okay, we're
Alpha
going to
3,
hold on the Melbourne
117.
team. We're moving over to. I don't want to butcher this name. This is what happens in English.
We have
Ege. Ege.
3 lit up. This is Ege University and Ege University and Ege Aerospace Team. 10K cots to 10,018 feet. Flying an Aerotech M2500 Blue Thunder. Again, this is pad Alpha 3, Team 117. And we are going in.
Here we go.
5, 4,
Turkey.
3,
Oh, it's the
2,
Turkey
1.
team again.
Turkish
Great
team.
Turkey teams. Here we go. Beautiful.
Ooh, that was fast. That got off the rail fast. Here, got one more.
Great job,
That thing
Turkey.
jumped off the pad.
Yeah,
That
they've
was
had some really
screaming.
great launches from Turkey. Again, you know, maybe not quite as far as Australia, but Turkey is not easy to get to from out here, you know?
Nope.
And they've had to travel a lot across the country. Oh, they're very excited. In fact, I happen to be wearing their colours by accident today, my blue shirt. We're almost in exactly the same shade of blue. Go team Turkey. Yeah.
All right, we are returning to Delta 3. They have lock again as soon as we are clear to go. Delta
Sounds
3.
like Delta 3 we're going to.
All right, we are apparently under drogue, so it is now Delta 3, Team 216, University of Melbourne,
Melbourne, go back to the
Aries,
Aussies.
30K cots on the Aerotech 5500X.
It's the team, the University of Melbourne. Yeah, we're going back to the Aussies. Aussie, Aussie,
All right,
Aussie.
the guys are clear. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke, here we
There we
go.
go. Smoke,
Little
we
wobble
got
coming
it.
off.
Nice flight. Nice flight.
Stabilized quite quickly, didn't it?
Looked good.
Yep.
Looked very good.
Those wobbles, as you mentioned before, can be from wind at certain levels. It could be, well, it's stabilized. That's what matters,
Yeah,
really, at this
as
point.
long as it's stabilized. We have a little wind, and you see that by the way the clouds are moving, but it's still a stable flight.
So we're waiting for an event on that one.
The word we use
Waiting
is
for that event.
uncontrolled stable flight. It means it's going right in direction. It's these fins control.
Still waiting for an event. An event is when we, normally an indicator of drogue. That's the Turkish team, in case you're wondering.
Sounds
They're
like it
rather
works to happen.
excited, the Turkish team. Turkey just had a great landing. There are
They're on the
tears.
ground.
There are tears. There's always tears.
That's right. They've got a lot of invested in it.
Good news is update from the University of Melbourne is they're under drogue. So they're coming back. They come back the way they're supposed to. Let's hope that that'll have a nice landing as well. And we get even more cheers going on from the teams next to us. So, I mean, that's quite impressive. We've had a Romanian team, a team from Australia. We've had the Turkey teams, Brazilian teams, Mexican.
All over the
wow. We're really putting the eye on international this morning, Rick.
This salvo is on Bravo 4.
Bravo 4, we're going to
is
B4
team
next.
178. That is the University of Nebraska-Lincoln Husker Rocketry.
Ah, it's the team I spoke to earlier.
University of Nebraska, okay.
No, sorry, 9,900 feet on an M1297 White Lightning.
Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yep.
We have clear
The Huskers.
green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go Huskers. Here we
There
go.
we go. Another straight flight. Look at that. A little wobble, but not much. It corrected itself.
I was about to sing Counting Crows in
Yep.
Omaha and then realised that they're in Lincoln and not Omaha, Nebraska.
Right,
but you know,
That's a
they're not too
different
far from it.
university.
They're actually just down the road from each other, so it's not too far. My husband's a Nebraska boy, so I'm always a bit proud when I see the Nebraska.
Did you go to Nebraska? Or?
Oh, no, he was born and raised in Grand Island, Nebraska.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'll say raised. He moved to New Hampshire as a very wee lad, but Nebraska is still very much home to him. So great to see that them do well from Lincoln.
All right. We're getting a pretty good cadence going. Not even 12 yet.
We're waiting on an event from that one, or an update. What time are we looking at the moment, Rick? It's coming up to noon here. I'd love to get an update on how many rocket launches we've had this morning, because we got to the end of yesterday and we were up to 80 launches out of the 143.
We can see somebody, maybe we get somebody to run over the launch operation.
We're well over 100 is what I've been told, and I definitely believe that. It'd be lovely to get some kind of idea of what number we're looking at here and how many we've still got to go.
Can we get a kind of idea of what the launch count is right now?
We were asking it, they're working on it up in LCO. It's so difficult to keep track of the numbers, I'll be honest with you, in real time. But once we've got those numbers, we will update you. So we're looking at maybe only a few dozen teams left, which is great.
That's right. A couple, 2 or 3, that would be great. I mean, if we have all afternoon, we have really till.
If we could get them all done today,
wouldn't that be
even
great?
Better.
Yeah.
So here's your challenge teams. If you're watching, you've got until dusk.
Dusk, yeah. You have to, yeah.
I'd say 5 o'clock, really. 5 o'clock, because you've got to give yourself time.
You have the last flight, because it takes 2 hours, so we'll be back.
Yeah.
It's dusk at 8-ish, so.
Let's see what we can do. We're throwing the gauntlet down. Let's see how many we can get in there as launches as well. So we're saying yesterday we probably got a record-breaking amount of launches going.
I think we did. Now, if you look over there, we can't say they're already lined up for the next salvo.
Next salvo, which means we're locked, ready to go.
Could be another 30 cars over there ready to go.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Sounds like we've got one of our hybrids is looking to fill soon. So Calgary, I know we've got a few of the fans of Calgary on the chat. Hey chat, as Bram would say. I feel very wrong as a Zennial saying hey chat, but I'm going to. If you're here and you're supporting your team from Calgary, they are filling. And sometimes when it comes to the hybrids, when they start, it's a quick turnaround, isn't it?
It's a quick turnaround, yeah. That's one of the things. They once they load, you got to go. That's a commitment when you start to load. Something's going to happen.
It sounds like the University Nebraska-Lincoln.
They're happy with the results.
They're happy. They've managed to get.
Sitting right in front. They have a Yagi antenna, so that they're getting data back. So it looks like they're happy. Maybe their vehicle's on the ground successfully.
Congratulations to those folks.
They're all slapping high fives, so it looks like they did it.
We're looking at the replays. Do you know what? It's so exciting that we're able to do replays like this in real time.
Yeah, that is very convenient.
I don't think people realise just how difficult it is. So thank you to our teams that are able to provide these replays. Look at that. We're replaying as there's one coming down as one's about. Oh, look at that. So one's landing as one's taking off.
Yep.
What an angle that shot is.
You don't see that very often.
Give an award to that guy who managed to capture that one. Honestly, they make it look easy, as the students make rocketry look easy.
They have, but it takes them. You got to remember, it took them a year to 18 months to build this rocket. You know, they left probably 2 weeks ago. Some of the country people that came overseas, they left 2 weeks ago to get here.
Yeah. Oh, we're seeing another replay. Nice.
That was nice.
We saw some great replays this morning, and a lot of those replays are often come from our friends over at NASA Spaceflight as well, and their equipment, which has been fantastic to use.
I think we're going to move this.
Although one of their cables did take a bit of a brunt of the fire, an explosion from after a Cato earlier. The good news is that the cable, I think, was saved. They were able to still transmit data. Whether or not it's reusable after this event, we'll find out later, I'm sure. So we're seeing a few clear out from the spectator area. I wonder if we've got through all of the rails that we had locked and loaded, because as you mentioned before, we've got a whole salvo over there ready to go. So hopefully we'll be seeing those going out soon. Yep, look, we're on red flag.
Okay.
Where are we going to the red flag?
Red flag, I think. Let's see where they're coming off of.
Is that from the hybrids area?
Is that hybrids?
Oh, that's the solids. So
Solids,
they've obviously gone out there already. Where did they go
Oh,
out there?
a bunch of people are going out the solids right now. You can see it. There's a caravan,
So
and
it
there's
looks-
the cart with all the rockets on it right behind us going out. So they're reloading
Hybrids
another
are going to go red.
Another,
so the good
solids.
Yeah, it's great to see.
There we go.
When we've got the teams that are able to work in one area and we're starting to launch in another area. They are far enough away from each other that's safe to do.
Exactly true. That's why we built that. The first time we did this, we had them too close. So the hybrids had to pull back every time they launched solids, and then we realized, oh Lord, that's not going to work. So now they're always spaced away, so each group can work independently. They tell them what's going on, of course.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pull back.
Yeah. So obviously, when there's launches going on from the solids area, the hybrids team have to stand outside of their coverage and watch them like everybody else does, but they're still at least able to work on their vehicle in between time, which is really great. We are really hoping to see those hybrids launch. It's so difficult for them to do. Can you explain to me why hybrids are so much more difficult?
Well, hybrids are difficult because the propellant we use, we have two propellants. One is the liquid, it's the nitrous oxide, and the other is a grain of rubber or plastic, or there's something that burns. And nitrous oxide has peculiar behavior when
temperamental,
it's hot.
should we call it?
Yeah, temperamental. It's a function of temperature. Yes, that's true. As it gets hot, you have to keep it cool to a certain level. I'd like to keep it below 80, if you could. Well, it's 100, and if it gets breaks high 90s, low hundreds, that's the kind of stuff you have to prevent.
Yeah.
So the way you do, there's lots of ways to cool it. You can put a lot of people put towels on them with ice. They put them in little rooms with air conditioners. Thick 3-inch insulation around the box, and they'll put ice in it to try to evaporate to keep things cool. So they'll use a lot of, and then they'll insulate all the feed lines.
Yeah, and it's so difficult. And I have to say, we've got less than 10 teams that are actually competing in the hybrids this year. We've obviously had several of those launch already. So when people are saying, why are you not covering the hybrids? It's because majority of them are the solid rocket motors.
Right.
So we go with the majority.
I think we have like 7 or 8 hybrids this year. I have to ask the guy who's running them, but it's not a big, it's a fraction of what the solids are.
And I think we've had 3 so far that have launched. So we maybe
2 or 3, yeah.
So maybe we've only got a handful left to go.
Right,
so
exactly.
We're excited to see them, obviously, and we will give them coverage when we can. But when they're not fueling, there's not really much to see. There's a lot of work going on in the grounds, and they're doing it in tents and hidden away. So there's not much to show either when we're talking on the live stream. So yeah, we're in a situation where we will cover them when we can, and we promise we'll get you.
In fact, I think right there is an example of the hybrid. If you notice all the equipment that's around it.
There's a lot.
That little box right there, that box probably has a nitrous bottle in it, and that box is probably cool inside. And if you zoom into it,
I still see a person there. So obviously
there's a person. So it's big
right?
enough you can walk in and do all your. Yeah, but the rocket's on. Oh, and now you see on the rocket, there's that like case around it. Mm-hmm. That keeps it cool.
Ah. Because I was going to say, you can see all these pipes coming out of it.
You see the pipes are insulated. That's 3-inch insulation.
Wow.
It's probably only I'd say a 1 into a 3/4 inch tube with 3 inches of insulation. That means. And
that rail looks huge. What is there a reason why we have larger rails for hybrids?
Yes, because typically they're a lot. The larger they weigh more at liftoff.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you have to have a more substantial rail.
Oh, there's a couple of people working on that.
Now on the bottom, if you see all that bottom stuff, that's where their load cells at. That's how they know. They can guarantee themselves, we know how much nitrous we loaded on this thing. And it can tell you if the nitrous is high pressure and low weight, you think, oh Lord, we have a heat problem. That's why you want to keep your nitrous as cool as possible. So the nitrous from those tanks all the way into that tank are insulated.
So I've got to ask you, Rick, why hybrids? Why not just stick to the solids if it's easier to compete in this competition? We've seen solids win.
The hybrids are a step up in technology. So if you want to push yourself technologically, and a lot of students do that, you want to have a little more, you have a little better performance. You can have better performance. That's why people say you push to liquids. I've talked to 2 teams here already, and they want to go to liquids because the same thing. It's a step up in technology. A lot of companies have hired people.
That was my next question as well. Actually, how many professional companies use solid versus hybrid versus liquid?
That's
what we're looking at, what is more frequently used by companies?
Liquids are used by everybody, yeah.
So having that experience working with a hybrid obviously sets up these students for that little bit more success, is that right?
That's right. There's a lot of things you learn when you work with nitrous oxide and liquid oxygen or high temperature or not.
LOX is what often is referred to, isn't it? Liquid oxygen.
They can use liquid oxygen. Yeah.
So we see SpaceX and others using that quite regularly.
Right. Mm-hmm. So those people have already, when they come out of college, they understand the issues of cryogens, the issues of oxidizer cleanliness. That's something they're not necessarily going to have to teach.
Yeah.
So they've got all that experience. So when they get there, I just had a kid from Ohio State graduate. Now he works down here in Van Horn as a test engineer. They looked at his resume. He was the head of the Ohio State liquids program. Of course, they said he'd load LOX God Lord, we probably load LOX half a dozen times, or a cryogen. That's the kind of experience and they're doing the same thing every day. So that's why
look at that
it's a good step up.
I have to say, I love it when I see this.
Oh yeah, that's neat.
These are the transfer vehicles that were actually built by Ezra, am I right?
Right, that's right.
And what is it? Why are they all wrapped up like that? I'd love to know.
For the same reason, the heat. If you wrap those up in Mylar and those are all reflective, it keeps the heat load down. So it doesn't transfer into the engine. And the electronics. The electronics are sensitive to heat too. The batteries, all those. So you want to keep that stuff as cool as you can.
So this is a lesson learned, isn't it? Because often, years past, we used to get the students to drive their own launch vehicles out.
Long time ago.
It caused all sorts of issues.
And we had same backup here. You only ever would drive out with their own vehicle, and we found that was inefficient.
We're learning on the fly just as much as the students are learning on the fly sometimes. And we're talking about a group of people that have worked, in aerospace for a long time. But an event like this is still very different. If you go and watch a rocket launch at the Cape, we've talked about up in Mars, Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport.
Well, those are very big rockets.
Or
those
over,
huge.
or over on the West Coast, over in Vandenberg.
Yeah.
So you're right. They're very different types of vehicles out there. And we only see one at a time. These are sounding rockets. They're different.
Right.
They're not going to orbit. They're suborbital rockets. We are launching to 10,000, 30,000, 45,000, and apparently we might have even done 70 plus
70,000 demonstration.
We're waiting on that demonstration. I'd love to get an update on Rice University's demo earlier. It's very difficult to wait for them to retrieve their vehicle, go through the data, and then let us know exactly what the altitude of that was, the apogee that it reached. So
now there's a good example. You see the insulation on the loading.
Is that a porta potty I see there, Rick?
That is a porta potty. That's not part of the. That's not part. It is part of the.
I have to ask a question. You never know. You never know.
Yeah,
it's not actually at the bottom of that rocket like it looks like from this angle, I have to add.
It's probably 100 feet back, but it's that white box on the side, which is where all the coolness is.
Yeah, I mean, we have to make sure that these students who are working out there for long hours, and these students, particularly the hybrid students, have worked for longer on the range than everybody else, because they've been able to come out here since Saturday, I believe, to set up.
So they get that. Now, I think this may be one of their. A lot of the teams bring their own rails.
I've heard this, and they've travelled all the way down with them or across.
That's right.
I think Monash brought a lot of equipment all the way from Australia for theirs. Great to see. I'm bugs covered all over me. We've got to that time of day. Hopefully all the students are staying in the shade. That's what it is. And we're seeing, it looks like the solid rocket motor areas, they're loading those
up
rails.
Their solid rocket, carrying it around. Now remember, it's pretty hot out there right now, so they
and those rails are metal, correct?
Rockets. Yep.
So they're probably very, very hot too.
Yep. So they'll only be out there hopefully less than 45 minutes.
Where do those rails come from, Rick?
Those rails particularly are Ezra rails. Those rails are stored right here in our Connex. And we built, a guy named Tony Alcar built, I think, half of those rails for us.
And we had a few extra ones built by Protocase this year for the two stages, right?
That's right. So we like to thank those guys who built those rails. And these rails are what allow us to have this high cadence. We can load 20 rockets at a time and in 90 minutes shoot all 20 rockets. That's amazing.
It is.
That's
less
a great
than
cadence.
if things go to plan. So we're back to the hybrid area again. We are waiting. They are loading the fuel for this rocket launch. There unfortunately isn't a guarantee once it's loaded that it's going to go, right? Because it has to have everything correct. You were talking to me earlier about the density of the liquids that they fill into these hybrids, and often you get the misreadings. And
you can hopefully. I think Calgary is one of those teams that has done this before, so they have a instrument system that gets rid of all that ambiguities. Now, if you just measured pressure, you'd have a lot of ambiguity. Well, how much is my real load? I've seen that happen before here at IREC, where a team didn't load enough, and we could see it only went up, 300 or 400 feet, and then so that was because they didn't have a load. They didn't have a way to measure not only the pressure but how much was actually inside. And
we keep mentioning it is far more complicated to deal with the hybrids.
There's a lot of complexities, and that's not unusual. One great thing about these students are learning for their future jobs is all these oxidizers are very temperature dependent. So, and you have to understand that. You have to know that, and now there's SpaceX even chills their hydrocarbon fuel. So they'll chill their kerosenes down to like minus 35 Fahrenheit.
Wow.
And the reason, same reason, you get maybe a percent of density. Now, that percent of density in the fuel seems pretty small. When you take that percent of density and put it up on the payload, it increases, and that's where you make your money on the payload.
Of course, and particularly with a company like SpaceX, where they're going to orbit and they have to be going to.
If you can load an extra you can load an extra satellite on there because you got, even if it's a small one, that's extra profit. So that's why you try to optimize those things.
Yeah.
And they're learning it right here. They're learning the issues of the subtleties, and these are subtle. You can measure, 10 or 15 degrees Celsius can make a great change in your properties. So that's why it's important to understand it.
And I see a blue shirt out there. Most of the students know what the blue shirts indicate.
Oh,
what
that's
does that
Paul
mean?
Holmes. That blue shirt is Paul Holmes.
That's
Paul
one of our Ezra volunteers.
Yes, Paul is I would say he's a consummate hybrids man.
It's always great to see these, and they're mentors as much as anything else.
Mentors,
judging, supporting, flyers of record for a lot of these teams. They're passing on information from what they've learned and hoping the students learn along the way. They're also learning. We were saying this earlier, it's like a constant thing when you're working in space. You're always learning, it's always changing.
Now this picture you're seeing now, all that, that right beside that white box, that's all their ground support equipment all the controls to load, and if you have to unload your, remember we saw that earlier? We had a team that had to
off-gassing,
off-gas it because they couldn't go. That was a problem. So so that whole system, they have control of that back here. You can't see that at the end of these about 1,500 feet away. That's where their control bunkers are.
It's literal rocket science, folks.
Yep, it is.
We are watching it in real time. It's incredible to see these teams.
This is the kind of things people would have done 40, 50 years ago professionally. This would have been government sponsored by the military, the same issues.
I mean, rocketry itself is it's coming up 100 years old next year.
20,
We've had this conversation.
Robert Goddard's liquid rocket.
Yeah, it was 100 years ago that it launched next year. So this is still a relatively new type of transportation, and we're still learning on the fly. I know when I started in rocketry, even just 10 years ago, we were talking about liquids and saying you had to spin them to come off the road, and you were telling me yesterday you don't have to do that anymore.
No.
It's amazing how much it changes in such a short space of time, and how much we have to learn from it. Yeah.
And it's interesting to compare that to solids. Chinese first built fireworks, what we know,
which is very similar to rocketry,
similar to solid propellants. Back in there's first reference of the chemistry going back to 900 AD. There's a lot of myths that have grown up around it. The first use of those were fire arrows. They would put little fire rockets on an arrow, and they could shoot them and got much better range. And when the Mongols were attacking the Chinese held the ground, shot their fire arrows, and the Mongols scattered because they didn't know what it was.
Amazing.
So that's how old model rocketry, or how old solid rocketry is.
It's incredible.
And
amazing.
The chemistry was I've seen some recipes from those days. They have survived, and the recipes aren't anything. They're pretty standard. Once you figured it out, sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. You can change the mixtures, and they did that to optimize it.
I've got to have quickly, before we go over to Isaac and we're going to get an update on what's going on the range, a massive thank you to the super chat that came in for supporting the University of Calgary. It's always great to see. We're seeing Isaac popping around. Come on, Isaac, come on
over and sit down.
I want to hear what's going on. You are our source of information when it comes to what's going on. And sorry, my lunch is right there in front of you. we're waiting to eat.
So is Isaac Sim, he's the head of our launch operations?
All the way from sunny Australia.
Yeah, although it's
not
probably
so sunny at the moment,
little bit
it's winter
sunnier
over there.
here than it
Great
is
thing
back
about
home.
the summer.
Yeah, it could be wet and miserable. It does 4 seasons in one day in Melbourne. We often like to say. Just make sure my radio doesn't go too loud there. Yeah, so we're having a pretty good day out on the range. I believe we've got 108 rockets since the start of launching, flown
today?
and landed.
No.
Not today.
Oh, not total.
Rick.
Okay.
Rick.
So that would be 28 flown so far today.
That's
wonderful.
amazing.
That's great.
We're doing well.
We
we're
may
crunching
be done
through it.
today then. Is there a chance?
And, I'll never say never, but I certainly won't.
We've still got perfect conditions if the
won't make a
teams
call
are
on
ready,
that.
and we're seeing them load.
Yes.
Rick,
So currently we have solids at yellow flag. I can see it from here.
Explain the flag system, so in case we've got some new viewers, we know what we do here.
Yeah, we've got 3 flags down there on the range. The green flag means that all of the pads are at a safe to approach condition, and travel between the pads is fair game for anyone who has business downrange, and that's very important.
Very important.
It's not just for.
No,
for
I don't
anyone to
have
wander
business
down.
going near the ranges. I'm not a certified. A lot of you guys have got your certifications on your
Yeah, we got our
shirts.
certifications.
I'm not certified, so I'm not allowed to go near there. Which is
So
sensible.
at solids, then we have the yellow flag. So that's restricted access. So teams are arming. We don't want any teams traveling down towards solids when it's in that condition. Then out at hybrids, I don't know if we've got a camera on at the moment, they've gone to red flag. That means they're
We
basically
are so excited about these.
basically ready to start their fill and launch. Now,
Look at that PPE.
we have heard that Calgary were about to start filling about 5 or 10 minutes ago. It looks like they've had some last-minute troubleshooting to do. So, from the footage that I've been seeing, I'm suspecting they may have armed their. Although it looks like I'm seeing maybe an igniter there. So, we're probably in the process here of actually installing the igniter into the rocket. You can see he's communicating with his team back there. So there's a checklist back at the GSE or the ground support equipment station, and he'll be receiving instructions on each step to take. So earlier we saw them in the refrigerated tank storage area. You saw those upside down cylinders inside the tank.
They're upside down in there. Okay.
Yeah.
No tubes. Okay.
I took a peek through the door and it looked upside down to me, and that was why he was kind of lying on the ground with his hands reaching under, trying to get in there. I reckon they maybe had a little bit of a leak when they first turned on the nitrous, and he had to go and tighten up the wrench, so it wasn't really an easy access. So I think that's been the majority of our hold up here on Calgary, and we'll see those Canadian flags in the chat, I think.
Oh yeah.
And
lots of
Alberta,
but we
Canadian
can.
Rockies.
But
we're getting lots of Brazilian flags. We're getting flags everywhere. I love seeing all the flags and support.
they've heard green flag, red flag, and they're all
They're going for it.
going out in sync.
Who's got a yellow flag? Can we get some yellows? We've got some Philippines maybe. We got a bit now.
Colombia has some yellow.
Yeah. Just a bit Brazil, but we can go with the yellow.
There's the Canadians.
There.
So we're tooling up here for Calgary. And now Calgary has a heap of systems going on there. You can see it's a very, very complex system. They've come down with their own launch trailer.
This is their trailer, isn't it? They brought this from Calgary.
Exactly their trailer. So left
all
to
the way
right
from
here.
Alberta. That's a long way.
Left to right here, what we can see is the refrigerated storage for the nitrous bottles. Then this gas bottle that he's working with just in front looks like it is a regulated nitrogen bottle, if I were to drop a guess. So they probably have an additional pressurant.
They have additional
I was going to say, I can see the pressure reading dials in front of us, but I can see.
So that's a regulator, and for the nitrous fill bottles, you won't put a regulator on there because you have liquid nitrous coming through.
It's
so
coming
for
straight through.
The fluids engineers in there would shudder to imagine putting some liquid nitrous through your regulator. It would do a lot of damage.
So they have a secondary pressure system on top of their.
That's
their
what it
nitrogen.
looks like to me. I haven't seen the details in their tech report, but I presume the only reason that they'd be filling nitrous, well, they could potentially be nitrogen. They could potentially be using it for deployment, but I sincerely.
They could also use oxygen if they chose to as a
press
to pressurize it. Yeah, that's another option.
So moving now left to right. So we've got the refrigerated nitrous storage. We have the nitrogen pressurant system. Then we have their fluids box, and I think I did see this in the convention center. I think it's got wheels on it, which they don't need at the moment. But it's a really underrated small functionality, like quality of life uplift for this kind of system that I really loved to see down at the convention center. It just makes all of the setup, because you imagine they get on range, 5 a.m. this morning with all of this gear. They've got to lug it around. It's heavy. Those little quality of life upgrades are the sort of things that make operations go efficiently and smoothly. And leave you in a good condition to continue to operate. So that box we see, it's kind of clear, made of aluminium extrusion with some perspex cladding, and it's got the blue tape. That will have all of the valves that are remotely controlled that they need, that do the filling, as well as some brains, some electronics that will be telling those valves what to do, and they'll be monitoring the conditions of the various fluids, so the nitrous oxide and the nitrogen. Very confusing. They both have nitrogen molecules in them. One is N2, and it's just a gas, a compressed gas, and then the nitrous oxide has 2 nitrogen molecules and 1 oxygen, and it has very similar material properties to carbon dioxide, particularly thermofluidic. However, carbon dioxide doesn't do this thing where the oxygen and nitrogen molecules in the nitrous oxide release energy when they split, a lot of energy,
and of course,
when they decompose.
When carbon dioxide as a liquid expands, it suddenly turns to snow.
Okay, I've decided that you
Which
guys
I've had
both
that
need to go
problem.
into schools and teach everybody rocketry, and it'd make chemistry lessons far more
It is,
interesting than I ever paid attention to class
This is
ever.
chemistry.
No, honestly, it's amazing. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Philippe, who's just given us a super chat. He says he's very proud of his friend who's representing Brazil, one of the Brazilian teams. Really great to see that you're supporting them. It really does take a village to support people that do this.
It does. Yep.
So we appreciate you, and thank you so much for giving us that super chat. All that money goes back into putting this event on every year.
Yeah, speaking of the village, a lot of these teams, these students, they're undergrad students, they're supported by obviously their family, their friends, and they work very hard back home. They're also supported by their faculties at their university. So shout out to any of those faculty advisors and faculty professional staff that support these operations. If you're watching from Monash back home, shout out Toby and Scott.
We had a lot of the teams from a lot of support for Monash. In fact, a lot of the I met a parent here that's come with one of the students from the I don't know which one of the Australian teams it was. I wish I did. It's one of those moments where I was like, sorry, did she just speak in an Australian accent? And said that she'd come all this way with her student. I was so impressed to see that.
Okay, so back to Calgary here, who look like they're making some progress, I think, on the Igniter installation. What we it's so great to have these drone shots of this process.
Yep.
What we would love to see in future years from the hybrid teams, and it's set up this way. The live video challenge, we don't just want to necessarily see what goes on from the rocket when you hit ignite and it goes up to altitude, which is awesome, and we've seen some really great live telemetry. It's mind-boggling that you can get that.
Are you throwing down the gauntlet and saying you want to see them do a time lapse of all their work?
I want to see the fill process live.
I mean, wow.
Let us in. Let us see what's going on. Show us the valves.
That would be amazing. Can you imagine? Well, like I said, a time lapse. These guys have been working since Saturday, Sunday. They probably brought a lot of their equipment out. Can you imagine if they did a time lapse of how many hours they've worked on this? The setup.
You
know,
okay, so
stop, start.
we're seeing them walking away now from the system. So
there's Paul.
I think that's actually Rick down there.
That's not Paul?
No, that's Rick Meshek.
That's
been
Rick.
helping Paul out.
Another Rick. Another hybrid Rick.
The high density of Ricks in here.
The temperature is.
It is hot out there.
Is warm.
Here's your reminder, folks. Go hydrate, hydrate,
Let's drink
hydrate.
some
Get
water.
not just some water, some electrolytes into your system, please. I see the Monash team over there. They launched already, right? Your Monash team.
Yeah, we've got some Monash people come back. There looks like they're supporting the University of Melbourne team there.
Oh, how nice! Because they're both in Melbourne, right? Monash
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
University of Melbourne.
Just a little bit further out from the CBD for Monash, and those Melbourne team can enjoy close access to everything that Melbourne has to offer.
How nice.
There's a faraway shot of a.
We're looking at that whole area again of the hybrids.
It looks like some of their.
I call it the crop zone. It looks like it's been a crop circle made in that area.
I think our friends at Lambridge have supported us with some grading out there.
Yeah, some clearing material equipment.
Looks like they're clearing the hybrids pad over there. See, they're both.
Yep. So they're pulling away.
Left.
Does that mean we might get a very short countdown on this?
We're expecting approximately a 15 to 20 minute fill for Calgary.
Okay.
And so we've got I talked about the refrigerated nitrous storage. I talked about the nitrogen cylinder and the fill box. You can't actually see the rocket at the moment on the rail.
No,
right?
No,
it's in a fridge, right?
There's a big white box around it. They're refrigerating the rocket itself. They're refrigerating the rocket itself. Now, that's a bit dangerous, right? Because you're about to send something through at very high velocity. It has a lot of mass, and you don't want it to
I think the way they
impact.
designed it is that box opens up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's got a clamshell that just before they're ready to launch, the box will split apart. And
does it fall away or just open up?
Just opens up, I believe, like a swing arm, perhaps spring-loaded or some kind of mechanical actuator. And that way the fins of the rocket are free to clear when it goes up the rail.
I guarantee you don't have to use extra nitrous to cool the hot metal.
Yeah, exactly that. When they're probably actually using the extra nitrous, if I had to guess, from the vent, but they're just taking it through a more efficient way, insulated, and doing some kind of heat exchanger. If I were a betting man.
It's incredible to think that this is far more than what people realise that go into rocketry when you got the hybrid systems in. you know, we say it's not rocket science, and we
Well,
laugh about
if you
it.
would
but this
see
is serious
for
rocket
example,
science.
go and look inside a Falcon 1.
Yeah.
This would be fairly simple compared to with the plumbing in a Falcon 1. That's much very detailed. I've seen the plumbing diagrams on those, and it's like, it's not surprising, but it's just large. And the controls in those things are
Obviously,
also
yeah, but
numerous.
those vehicles are obviously a lot
Sensors,
larger,
hundreds
going
of
to orbit.
sensors.
These are, what do you know what they're aiming for? Are they going for 10,000, 30,000?
I believe it's a 10,000 foot shot, and they flew to 10,000 feet last year, Calgary, I believe, but the recovery didn't go so
well.
good. And we're checking back in here with the
Solids,
solids, where we
right?
can see teams arming their deployment avionics
170 we're
on the
seeing
pads.
right here.
170.
Who we got up here at 170? That's the University of California, Santa Cruz. We're looking at, or we were looking at.
Shout out Santa Cruz. There's so many University of Californias.
Yeah.
University of Texas as well. Lots of those.
Yeah. There are many offshoots of UC and UT.
Yeah. It's because they're such vast states. I don't think people will appreciate just how large they are. We've been laughing about how big Texas is all week. This is why this is called Midland. Everywhere is about 5 hours from Midland.
We're in the middle of the land. It's it actually makes me kind of, it boggles my mind. Australia's population is actually smaller than Texas population.
Australia's is Australia over 60 million yet, or what's the
Oh, no, about 26 million.
26 million, okay.
My brother was actually the 20 millionth born Australian.
20 million. Oh, congratulations. And
Wow.
Texas has like what, 55, 60? California's got 85, something like that.
Look, I did Google this stat the other day just so I could drop this line. I think it's more like 36 million for Texas, but chat, can we get a fact check? Yeah, the fact check is in the chat.
Who's going to Google it for us? Because I don't have.
Well, Google told us yesterday that a Peregrine Falcon pulls 25 Gs, so I need verification.
Huh. Well, did you chat GPT that? Because I never trust chat GPT.
That's what I'm saying. Google from chat told us that.
Oh, okay. Google from chat. I love that.
Okay, so we're out on solids. Looks like we've got most of the rockets vertical and arming. There's a team here who have the rocket lowered, so I'm thinking they're going to be having some problems with getting a GPS lock. So
California's
they can't.
got 40 million people, 39.8.
There you go. Thank you, Google.
They can't actually arm their rockets until they're raised vertical, just in case whatever avionics they have on board might detect erroneously some kind of ejection.
Texas has
event,
31
sorry.
million.
So 31 million for Texas.
31 million for
close.
Texas, 30
So
foot,
Australia's
almost
catching up.
35
We'll
million
get there.
for California, yep.
We'll get there.
There's large, vast areas, as you've seen in Texas, though, that are very
both states are
unpopulated.
huge. Yeah, it's
Very unpopular. Same as you guys. You guys are actually, if you look at where all the population is in Australia, it tends to
on
be
the
all of the
coast.
coastal areas in that middle part. Phew.
It's kind
Lots
of
of nothing.
Midland temperatures,
Yeah.
Midland landscape, Midland dust. There are some really, really beautiful parts of
And a
Central
great
Australia
name in the
though
middle
as
of
well.
there, Alice Springs.
Oh, Alice Springs, yes.
Never going to forget that, am I?
No, for sure.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of the coastal country on the South, Sydney, Adelaide. Those are beautiful towns. I had a great time in Sydney. I'd go back there. It's great.
We're
Okay,
looking
we're
at our
seeing
team inside
the
at the moment. They're
live
like,
stream.
There's our guys
Bram,
inside.
I've got a
There's
question
Nate
for
and
Bram.
and
Bram, can you
Dean
shake
and
it for us?
Das. Hi, guys. I think
get
it was
a
in
super
Matt's
chat?
head. If you want to see more of them on the screen, because let's be honest, they're far more interesting than looking and hearing me.
Hey, I just
let me know. I'm quite happy to let them come on. Wiggle their butts, Bram.
We're back.
Bit of super chat. If you could super chat, what happened to the lady yesterday that was asking for a date with Matt? Highly entertaining. I promise you it wasn't my mum. Or his mum. We did question that for a while. If you would like to see them more on screen, just let us know. Stick it in the super chat.
We can get them here, yeah.
Give us
We
some
can get 'em
love,
right
and they'll
down
give you
here.
some love.
I came pretty late to the commentary booth here, and there's a burrito sitting on the table.
I know, it's mine. That was my lunch.
Oh, would you like one? You can have this one.
We've been like looking at them, going, we'll get to eating at some point.
I have to strategically dodge the camera here.
We've laughed and joked about her the last few days. I've come off at like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon and gone, is lunch over with? And everyone's like, yeah. I'm like, did you all eat? Yeah. I'm like, oh, thanks. So I'm being possessive today. I'm like, I've got a lunch. I'm gonna actually
some food,
eat.
yeah.
It's going to be wonderful. We do have some great food trucks out here as well, though. So if any of the students are hungry and looking for something to eat, I had a great
please support our
smoothie
food
bowl
trucks.
the other day, courtesy of Dustin buying that for me from Culinary, I think it was called, and an amazing lemonade stand. Their cucumber lemonade.
Yeah, they brought us some. That was great lemonade.
So yummy. So if you're thirsty, great bit of electrolytes included in that lemonade, guys.
Yep.
Go and grab some of those. Do stay hydrated.
So we're looking here at the Calgary team's rocket. It's currently filling with nitrous oxide, we believe. Once they fill the nitrous...
Where's their flag at? I'm trying to see where their flag's at.
Their flag should be red. Their flag is red, yes.
It's red.
Red flag, no one's there. Red flag means no travel to or from the pad. It is not safe to do so. It means the exclusion zone for the pad is in effect.
That tower's about, what, 60 feet tall?
For anyone not driving away from it. It's a pretty tall
20 meters, 25 meters, something like that?
It's a pretty tall tower. So we're expecting that they're filling with both nitrous and then pressurizing with nitrogen. Now, I imagine there's also some kind of equilibrating step in there, but because they're cooling everything, that may not take that long.
Right.
It may not take that long.
Hopefully the load will be a little faster because everything is a higher density.
Well, I've been told it's a 15 to 20 minute fill process.
Now the reason we put the nitrogen over top of it is to keep the pressure. If there's any, you'd have to rely on the natural pressurization of nitrogen, which would be slow. But if you would pressurize with nitrogen, you get the instant pressure, whatever you want.
I just say we've just had a lovely little super chat that's coming from one of the parents who is saying, I'm one of the parents watching at home supporting my child. I missed it. We went very quickly next to me. I'm going to go pull it back up.
You'll pull that back up.
Dr. Andrea Furlan.
Another super chat.
Said, I'm watching one of the thousands of parents who are watching the kids in this competition. Just being there is a tremendous achievement. We are so proud.
That's great.
As you should be. That's exactly the attitude. We've been asked for an interview with Team 310 from Brazil.
Andrea.
We'll see what we can do. They are probably working on what they're doing right now. So it's always difficult to interview the students while they're waiting for launch because they're in a highly stressed situation, and we want to make sure that their focus is on the team, what they're doing, and not on us.
So as Rick was saying, we have the nitrogen pressurant on top of the nitrous oxide, because as the nitrous oxide leaves the tank, the storage tank, and goes into the combustion chamber, the empty space above that fluid needs to be filled to maintain the same pressure of the nitrous oxide. So the thrust output of the engine and the efficiency of the engine is tied to the pressure of the tank, because the injector controls the pressure drop into the chamber. So you need to have it just coming through at exactly the right pressure or your efficiency will drop. And because as you're emptying the tank, the nitrous inside, the liquid nitrous, has to boil to a gas first, heat up, and then get to the right pressure to maintain the pressure, you're going to see the pressure sag rather. And the boiling of the nitrous to fill that space is also cooling the nitrous oxide. And if you were tuned in yesterday, you will know that cooling the nitrous also reduces the pressure. So it's a kind of twofold effect. We're emptying space and we are cooling the nitrous and thus reducing the pressure. So if you can put some nitrogen on top, you can maintain a higher pressure, or the right pressure, a stable pressure through the whole burn, rather than lose efficiency through the flight. Now I'm just hearing that solids are going to red as well. So we've got solids at red, and it looks like we've got some Calgary people back down at the hybrid pad. So perhaps they're having some troubles with their filling process. Maybe telemetry, they're not getting a reading on a nitrous or a nitrogen fill. It'd be good to have some more insight into that, but it looks like they're back down at the pad.
I'd also like to remind people that one of the main tenets of rocketry is the higher the pressure you burn those propellants at, the more efficient your rocket. That's why, for example, the space shuttle, SSME, was burning at something like 3,000 PSI. So that was a very efficient engine. That's why you want to keep the, like Isaac was saying, keep the pressure up as high as you can, as long as you can.
So we're looking like the solid rocket motors are going to be ready to go soon. We are waiting, and the hybrid takes priority because it's such a temperamental system. I'm going to keep using that word. I think it's perfect to describe what it's like for hybrids, because it is all about that temperature and making sure the pressure and everything is right. We'll see what happens with them. We will keep you updated when we know more. As we mentioned, looks like a couple of members of the team are back on site, which means they're not quite as ready as they'd like to be.
So the first thing they're going to do here, it looks like, is remove the igniter, if I had to guess. So
now
that it's
they have,
not able to ignite while they're there, ideally.
No, they probably have a troubleshooting. All of our teams have checklists, so I'm certain they have a troubleshooting checklist to go through when something doesn't work right. So they're going through that right now.
They'll get there. It's a lot more difficult than I think
a
lot
more
of us even
temperamental.
appreciate to get this right and to deal with it in the temperature when the temperature outside is also changing throughout the day. We're obviously getting to that. We're coming up to peak, so we're going to start to get hotter and hotter and hotter, which makes the conditions far more difficult for them to deal with. So we will come to them when we're ready. In the meantime, we're going to go red on the solid rocket motor area, which hopefully means we can get more launches done. Remind me again, Isaac, how many launches have we had so far?
We're at 108 launches for the day, and I'm just getting into my flight network radio that the hybrid is scrubbing.
Scrubbing for today, or for now?
For now.
Okay. Okay, so they're going to obviously troubleshoot what's going on with them. We'll figure it out.
Hybrids are scrubbing at the moment.
Super chat, thank you from Isaac the Hybrid King, for Isaac the Hybrid King, should we call him. Big thank you for that. You are the king. You've explained all of that far better than I think any of us could understand.
I wouldn't go so far as king, but we appreciate the super chat. Do we know who it's from? Is it
Big
a friend?
thank
From Chris Gailey. All right, we're going to shout out Christopher Gailey, the man, the myth, the legend. Here's a little story about Chris Gailey for you. In 2023, the Monash team, I know, got a sponsorship from Altium, and we would love a sponsorship from Altium, by the way, shout out, here at Ezra. But Altium was kind of licenses granted to the team, and part of the licensing process is that we can track how many hours each license holder spend working on Altium. Since 2023, Christopher Gailey has logged 5,500 hours on Altium. That's 7 continuous months of 24 hours a day. So shout him out in the chat. That's crazy.
Incredible, incredible. Maybe you should have that king title, my friend.
So Altium, I realized that the chat might not know what Altium is. It's a design package for printed circuit boards. So the custom telemetry on board the Monash rocket that actually handled the primary deployment of the rocket in flight this year, and also logged data and GPS and streamed it back to the
we just discussed
control
that
equipment.
earlier today about how the ability to people to make those sort of designs now very complex.
Yeah, I was saying the University of Arizona yesterday blew my mind with their live stream video of how it had all the data included in it, their logos. It was clearly, everything was amazing, and to get that in real time when your rocket is launching is just an incredible
And the really hard, like the crazy bit to me there is actually like the baseline hardware. Like that's not a piece of a printed circuit board that he's bought off the shelf from anywhere. He's gone from absolute first principles. He's routed, he's taken all of the various components that he knows he needs. He's done a circuit design, which kind of looks like lines and little squiggles, lots and lots of maths. He's probably simulated it in some kind of simulation package. And then he's turned that into a printed circuit board design, so actual instructions for a manufacturer to be able to print the board, and then he buys the components, the manufacturer prints the boards, he's assembled the components onto the board, and that's just the start of it. So now he's got to figure out some firmware, figure out how to make the firmware, which is the kind of underlying software of the circuitry, so the integrated circuits on this circuit board, the brains, if you like, of the circuit, how to make that robust enough that it can safely be a system on board a rocket that will deploy a parachute.
That's
it
a
is.
fairly complex set of requirements.
It's
You
a
have to have
5,500
environmental
hour
issues,
over
right.
2-year job,
You
right?
have a very complex design. You have to do functionality tests once you populate. Just populating it alone is an art form. That's not something
Amazing.
anyone can do.
A lot of
you
grit
probably
work.
use surface mount on them too, I suspect.
I just heard we got a super chat from Lisa. I'm not sure if she had a question for Isaac or Rick, or if any, just being absolutely wonderful and nice to us. Thank you, Lisa.
What's
We
the
appreciate
initial?
it.
Do we have an initial?
Just Lisa.
Okay. Well, if it's my mum, thank you.
Is your mum Lisa?
My mum is Lisa.
Oh,
Isn't
if
that
it's Isaac's mum, we love it even
Thank you
more.
thank you.
It's
Thank
as
you.
if you've not done enough already to support your son. You're now supporting him again as a volunteer to come over here and support this event. So thank you. We
Ask
appreciate
your
it.
mom to come over. We could put her to work here. I mean, if she wants to see
We've
us,
had
see us in
families.
action.
We've
We've had
had
families.
several
I mean, yeah,
families that have come and
Steve
supported.
Taylor and his wife Stephanie, lead the way.
They opened up this morning's
Yep.
live stream, the two of them together. You know, Stephanie's done a great job taking over as
Yep,
event manager.
she's done
for
wonderful.
Yeah, we're one big family here.
Yep.
We are.
Yep.
One dysfunctional, fun family.
We meet once a year, get together and talk, a bunch of times on YouTube and
Okay,
on
so there's
Zoom.
not a lot of people. Sorry, Rick, but there's not a lot of people left at Solids. It looks like
think
pretty
they're
much
pulling
back in their car and
I see
retreating.
Embry-Riddle. Looks
Rear
like,
run, Embry-Riddle, Prescott.
yeah, that's Embry-Riddle, Prescott that have come this year. It looks like the teams are starting to leave that solid rocket motor area. That's a good sign for you who are watching at home, waiting for launches.
That is a very short
When
rocket.
they retrieve that when they leave the area, that means that they are going to be red and ready to go. So we will be launching soon.
People are moving to their vehicles, collecting their equipment, and they're headed out.
And we've got around 18 rails out of that solid area. So if we've got as many as, I think what's the minimum on a salvo that we send out at one
5
time?
or 6. We've got
So
five or
yeah,
six.
at least 5 or 6 that we'll be having in any one time. I can see,
Probably
I
have
can
a
hear,
dozen.
I
Looks
can
like
see
there's about a
5
dozen
there.
out there.
That would be great because we mentioned earlier we're well over 100 launches so far in this competition. There's 143 teams that entered that have all come to West Texas. Not all of them will be ready to launch. So I've had a
Not
couple of
all of
questions
them,
with
yeah.
parents. What happens if they're not ready by Saturday morning? We're really sorry.
Well,
if you've
yeah,
not been ready in
they-
3.5
they've
days
had 3
to
and a half
launch,
days to do it. So if they can't
then
get there, that's
it is what it is, and
something
it's,
they have to work on.
obviously we find that terrible. We've got mentors that
Well,
are
I
supporting
tell
the way
my
through.
teams when I'm mentoring them, I say, look, this is as much a performance as anything, so you need to rehearse
Yes.
what you do. So I mean, just like you're doing a stage show, start from the beginning, go through it 3 or 4 times.
Professionals do it all the
You
time. That's why
rehearse,
we hear the wet
rehearse.
rehearsals. We
That's
do
right,
so
the
that
wet
they
rehearsal.
fuel a vehicle,
Exactly.
then defuel it afterwards. We get dry rehearsals where crews will go and load
That's right.
themselves on. all
We
the time.
heard from the University of Sydney yesterday that they've been doing dry rehearsals out the front of their
There you
house
go,
in
yeah,
Midland
exactly.
every day since they
It
they
sounds
landed.
crazy, but it's important
It's
because then
important.
everybody knows their role. They know what's expected of them. They know when it's expected
And
of
you
them.
you know what it should be, and you can quickly pick up that's wrong. That's what rehearsal gives you.
We're seeing those vehicles go. Bye, vehicles. Please
They're coming
evacuate that
back.
area. Let's get ready to start launching some more rockets. That's what we're all here for. That's certainly what the chat's here for. All
Yeah, you can see back there the
926 of you that are watching right
long-
now, plus.
long trail of cars coming back. So that's a good sight.
If you've got a team that have just indicated to you that they are going out on a salvo, we're not 100% sure what salvo came from. It's just an old military term, though. It's great to see them. Oh, I've just had a super chat come in. It's too quick for me. This is the problem. These chats come in so quickly. Good luck, Team 200 from the Philippines. Yeah, I thought I saw a Philippines flag the other day. I did wonder if we've got teams. Out of the 143 teams that we've got here at this competition, over 60 of them are international, which is amazing. That's nearly half the teams participating are from the outside of the US. It's difficult enough to come from the other side of the US. I'm sure you're all very aware of just how vast this country is. It's difficult enough to come from Canada and Mexico, but to have teams come here from Australia, the Philippines, Malaysia, South Korea, Turkey, yes, I've seen all the Turkish flags all across the super chat. Brazil, Paraguay, Romania, the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, my Scots didn't do so well on day one, but we'll never know what could happen with them, and maybe they can learn. That motor that all the teams seem to be having
The
problems with.
5500. We've seen 2 Katos
Three
today.
Katos.
Well, today
2
alone.
today. Yeah. Same motor.
It's a really challenging motor to assemble. It's I think it's a 98 mil motor. It's quite
98 millimeter, 98 across
in diameter.
That's what, about 3 foot, about a meter and a half long.
Yeah, it's about probably a meter and a half.
Yeah.
It's a composite.
It's a composite
wound
grain,
tube.
yeah.
Composite wound tube. No, the tube itself.
And
motor
the
tube.
hole, it's a straight hole up the center, the Bates grain.
I believe so. I haven't done one myself, but the gluing process to the liner and the grains is quite involved. It's really tricky. You've got to be fast. You've got to do it exactly right, and there's not a lot of room for error, as we've seen.
That's another good time to practice that before you really do it.
Yeah.
But for some of
absolutely.
those teams, they're don't have the ability if they're from outside of the US to do the practice until
that's
they
right,
get
till
here.
they
So
get
that's
here,
where they're finding it's really struggling. They arrived maybe late last week,
That's a problem.
and they've got moments really, when they've then got to set up for convention center day and then come out and launch. And we're seeing that particular motor has caused a lot of issues with the teams, particularly the international teams. We had the Italians on earlier who used that motor that said, we know it's not our fault. It's kind of frustrating when you see the component you've brought in is the thing that went wrong. The Scots
That
had it the
Italian
same day.
rocket was a beautiful rocket.
It was,
I flight safety reviewed it. It was magnificent. I was so excited to see it fly.
That was the Politecnico Turin, I believe.
They always bring something
To
really
you.
nice.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, they had an awesome podium presentation on 3D printed fin analysis with inset carbon fiber. This year, they had these really cool interlocking coupler system, like twist and lock, and then a locking pin, and a beautifully printed AV bay. Probably the best AV bay I've seen in my flight safety reviews.
So that's something to pay attention to, though. So they've still got an opportunity to win something from this competition, because even though their launch didn't go quite as planned, they've obviously done a lot more design process and done podium sessions. They've got an opportunity to take something home at the end of this, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's not just the launch that's rewarded here at IREC.
No.
The technical innovation, while operations is important, and having an operational product is a big part of the competition, we also have a number of awards to reward innovative thinking and design and your hard work, regardless of the outcomes.
And
rocketry
teamwork.
And teamwork, yes.
And sportsmanship.
Sportsmanship, yeah.
That too.
Really important.
And rocketry is very unforgiving when the button is pushed.
Yeah.
It's you put it all out there, and
look at this one's all been signed.
that's all you can do.
Team
look at that, they
170.
signed it, yes.
Let's see, who's that? That's the University of California, Santa Cruz that we were looking at earlier. They've got all the signatures on that rocket of all those that probably worked on it.
Yep.
When we see that professionally a lot, that people will sign vehicles that go up into orbit. So it's nice to see that they've put that much effort in.
Okay, so we've got all of the solids coming in, and you can see wandering behind us, possibly if the camera were on us, you'll see the teams passing through with their telemetry. They come now to the spectator area, and they need to let us know that they've got GPS lock, and they might have a live video stream to help input. So they're going to communicate with the viewing area manager through to the LCO, so the LCO knows they have GPS before we push the button. That's really important.
LCO means launch control operations. Just in case you don't know the whole lingo, I've learned a lot.
Officer.
You got to speak the language. You got to learn to speak the language.
You got LCO, you got RSO.
Range safety officer.
It gets worse the more militarized it becomes.
That's right.
And the funny thing is, as a FEMA-trained communication specialist, one of the first things they say is don't use acronyms.
Yeah, don't use acronyms online. Yeah.
And I'm like, tell the military that.
That's right.
Tell space that, because that's all they
I
use.
looked up salvo, and it came from the Army artillery. Or a salvo would be when you shoot a bunch of artillery guns simultaneously. That's a salvo.
Yeah.
And things come quickly after succession.
Yeah, I knew it was a military term, just didn't know the origins of it
Yep,
and how it applies. So
artillery.
thank you for that.
Yep.
it's always good to find out the reasonings we use different things.
The reason
it was
we
a bit
use
like
things,
when we
yeah.
went on after Tuesday evening, there was a message that went out across social media that we were going to allow people to come in tranches, and I laughed highly, hysterically, and I was with Dustin at the time. I said, where did that come from? I said, well, if you know anything about the warfighter effort right now in the US, SDA uses tranches when it comes to the different layers of the PWSA, so that's where it comes from. It's been used a lot in military terms right now. It just basically means layers.
Yep, a lot of these terms have been around for years, so if you've heard them, they make their way into the civilian parlance.
Yep, it's great to see.
All right,
Get a
beside
thumbs
us,
up
we have
there
a team
from
that
the
has a
team.
It's the
huge,
Philippines team that just
receiver.
walked past us. Yep, from the team for the Philippines. I know we've had a lot of love from the Philippines on the chat, so your team looks like they're getting ready to launch soon. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat. It's gone quiet. We're just seeing lots of Brazilian, Philippine, Turkish flags.
Okay, so as more of those teams are filtering back, I'm going to have to leave you here in the commentary booth.
Thank you for helping
I do
us.
have a
Thank you for
microphone
talking
up
to
there,
us.
so
We
I
appreciate it.
might pop back in
That'd be great. Thank
whenever
you
you want.
voice comms, but
we appreciate you so much for coming in and explaining all this hybrid extra
and,
work for us.
Good luck for the teams in the next salvo.
Thank you.
Take your lunch with you, Isaac.
All right.
We do feed our volunteers. It's kind of important. If you're giving up all this time.
Yes, the volunteers. He's a volunteer that came from Australia, if you can believe that. That's a long way to come.
Melbourne. Great to see. So he was a former competitor with Monash.
And there are many former competitors who are now volunteering. The head of competition, the head judge. I work for her.
Anita.
Is Anita. As Anita was competed at New Mexico Tech.
No, NMSU. Get it right, she was an atomic Aggie. So I know this because Anita and I go way back. I remember when she was a student at NMSU, she actually came out to Spaceport America the year that we had to cancel the IREC. In 2020, sorry. Yes, when COVID hit, Anita was able to come out and do her certification during that year. So that was the first time I got to work with her.
NMSU?
Yeah, New Mexico State University from Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Las Cruces, okay.
I know, there's a lot of New Mexico teams here, which is nice.
Yes, there are.
We
she
always
was
have
like hometown team there.
Yes, and Connor. So Connor is also hometown hero.
Oh, Connor hometown, yep.
Yeah, it's always nice to have them come back and support this competition and get involved. You know, a lot of the former competitors come away with ideas of how things can be improved and have come back and implemented those improvements. A big shout out to Sierra, who's done a great job now with registration.
She's done a great job at that.
Really changed it all, and obviously our whole live stream team.
Oh, the whole live stream team is amazing. This place, you look and see the production studio. It's professional.
It is.
Yeah.
As somebody who's worked in broadcasting for many years, these guys are actually probably better than most of the people I've worked with in studios around the world.
There
so
they
big
are.
thank you. There's Matt there. He's the genius director behind the scenes. I think you can probably see the team from NSF who've been incredible at supporting this.
NSF has provided us some great video. I'm so
amazing
thank you to
video support. And they're using
NSF.
this, believe it or not, they're using this whole event to train up some of their remote operators.
Oh, okay.
One of which is in the United Kingdom back home. So
no
this
kidding.
is truly
wow.
an international support that we've got with the live stream as well as everything else. So it's great to see that. And they get to hang out in the air conditioning while us in the commentator booth are damp, and not because Dustin threw water all down her back so long ago. I think we're looking at another dust devil. It's become a bit of a favourite of the students every time they do the dust devils.
Picked up a little bit. The dust devils will spin.
Here in a little bit, we are currently trying to evacuate at least one recovery and possibly two recovery teams from the exclusion areas. So as soon as we get those cleared, we will let people know, and we will start launching our rockets.
I'll repeat it just in case it wasn't picked up very well on the microphone. We are going to be launching very shortly. We've got a couple of teams that are out there doing recoveries. We let them go out and recover in between times of launches when it's safe for them to do so, but they're currently within what we call an exclusion zone. We obviously have a zone around the launch area where we don't want people to be walking in case they get themselves caught up in a situation where they...
In fact, if you saw that shot, everyone the solids area looks deserted now.
Which is a good sign. So they're just going to get those students that are in those recovery areas out of the way, out of harm's way, and then we'll be able to start launching.
If you see right there in the middle of that picture, that's one of those wireless Ethernet bridge antennas. That's someone back here has a receiver, and that's how they communicate with their rocket when it's on the pad.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people now that actually have set up ignition systems go through wireless Ethernet bridges. Those things are only like $30, $34 a piece. They're very inexpensive. I got one at 60 and would go for like 5-8 kilometers straight line.
That's
so
amazing.
That's amazing. So I'm saying, yeah.
So we are obviously a little bit further away from these launch areas. It looks a lot closer than what it actually is. And we're in a nice, safe exclusion zone that's been decided on by people that understand trajectories and understand what's safe.
Who team is that? Team 129?
So once again, we are holding for a moment while we get people away from the zones where these rockets could possibly re-enter. We don't want to put anybody in harm's way. Safety is absolutely paramount to the IREC, to the team that volunteer and put on this event. So once we've got those people out of those areas, we will start launching, and we're again back into that quick cadence. We're looking to get through about, I think we've got somewhere around 35 rockets to go.
Yep.
That's not many.
That's not
potentially, if they're ready, and obviously it's a little bit more difficult with the hybrids, we could get through all of those today.
Almost, yep. We want to go late today. We get through it. That team you just saw sitting there was team of Istanbul Technical University, team 129.
Another Turkey team. We're going to see some love of Turkey across the chat. I'm watching the chat. That's what, if you're wondering why I'm looking over there, I have got the chat going next to me, and I'm keeping an eye on you guys as much as I can. It's difficult when there's so many great flags being shown over there. Let's go Inferno. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's start firing these things. We want to get them launched, but we want to get them launched safely. That's the most important part for us. We don't want rocket fever where we're just going to go launch everything and not think about everybody around us. I've seen Brazil, Philippines, Turkey flags all across our social chat. Great to see you here. We hope to see your teams launch very shortly. We are just waiting for a couple of folks who are recovering their vehicles within the exclusion zone. We're giving them the opportunity to quickly grab those vehicles and move out safely, and then we can start very quickly. I don't know if you've been watching the live stream, but we're doing our best to get through it in very quick succession. Often we will launch as soon as we know we've got that vehicle under drogue, we're then launching the next one. So it can be very, very quick turnaround between launches. We could potentially get, I think we've got about a dozen of those rockets out there. We could potentially get those rockets like within an hour, well within an hour.
Yep.
In quick succession. So
there's team 191, which is let's see, Washington State. Go Cougars! That's where my wife's family is from Central Washington State, and half her family went to Washington State. So my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are alum. My wife went to the Central Washington State down south. So
nice. We're just waiting to find out what's going on. We're seeing a lot of these antennas being set up next to us. There's a directional antenna so they can get real-time telemetry from their vehicles. We've got a flyer record, Bryce over there. Thank you very much for being flyer record and supporting the teams. Nice to see Embry-Riddle coming back every year.
Flyer record, all right, good man.
We've got quite a few Embry-Riddle alumni as part of our team. I don't know if you've met Dustin. Dustin, I think, was over at Embry-Riddle Daytona when he was at school. Now he came and ran the IREC after he competed for several years.
Him and Matt Ellengold.
Yeah, then they disappeared for a few years. And then he came back, because once you start with this place, you are often drawn back in again. You can't help but fall in love with the student teams competing.
It's an addiction.
It is, a fun addiction, as we call it. I'm still seeing all those incredible flags all over the chat. 143 teams are here. Over 60 of them are from outside of the United States, which is just incredible, which is why we're now called the International Rocket Engineering Competition rather than the Intercollegiate Rocket Engineering Competition, which is what we were traditionally known as.
Used to be, now we changed it international this year.
People kind of questioned it last year. We obviously were for a while known as the Spaceport America Cup. I just add that was never really the name of the competition. If you were ever involved in it, it was always the IREC amongst the teams.
Right, it was always IREC. As long as we were at Spaceport, we became the Cup.
Exactly, they got to co-brand it. We've gone back to the IREC name. Even though we've moved the location, I think we'll always just keep it IREC. Whether we come back again to West Texas, we'll see next year. It really depends on what everybody's thought was.
The Midland people, I'm certain, would love to have us. They have been very nice to us here.
To us, and it's been amazing. We put out an RFP for this year, and Midland did the best at making sure that this area was prepared for them. But there are opportunities if you want to see the IREC competition in your state. Get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. You never know.
Yep. And by the way, the IREC is I would argue that the IREC has caused an international movement. TechFest, a boom, yeah, a boom. Technofest in Turkey has these teams flying it. Launch Canada up in Northern Ontario has flying. Eurorock in Portugal.
Portugal, yeah.
So and I know they're in mainland China. There are a lot of amateur rocket folks flying. So I could argue that IREC, when they kicked off, 2010 was 2010. That was the beginning of the very beginning of what became a worldwide movement of people flying.
But we are the largest.
Advanced rocket. We're the largest. We're the oldest.
Yeah, we want the students to compete in those local levels as well. I mean, if wherever you can go and launch, it'd be great. But if you want to be considered on an international level,
you got to come here. Yep.
This is the competition, and we love what we do. We love all the volunteers that put this on. We love all the support from our sponsors.
It takes an army of volunteers to put not only right here, but during the year.
Oh, it starts in October, if not sometimes earlier, getting ready for the next year's competition. October is when we start opening up for applications. There are teams that are working on judging from there. If you're thinking and watching this, how can I get involved? There are so many ways. Go to soundingrocket.org. We'd love to hear from you. You don't have to be a rocket person. You don't have to be an engineer, scientist. If you want to come in and help us out with food or clearing up or putting things up together, just want to be part of the live stream team. If you're watching Rick and I right now thinking, that's easy.
Yep.
I can do that. I can do commentary. We'd love to have you here.
I can get in front of a camera.
If you happen to know how to run cameras or switching, we'd love to have some extra support so our team can get extra breaks, because as much as I moan about being on camera all the time, poor Matt behind the camera is here all day.
They're at least as important as us.
Oh,
the people, those
way
guys sitting
more
right
important
there
than I am.
Are keeping us going.
I talk about chuck ball. They actually know what they're talking about. I'm just filling air at this point. Apparently, with an English accent and glasses, people just assume I know what I'm talking about, and they let me talk for hours.
And I like to say we have the merchandise tent. I think it's up today.
It is, and you can buy those online as well.
Yep,
so if
up until Saturday.
You want to support your students that are here, and I see it all across the chat. You will think, I want a little piece of the action. I wish I was at this sporting event, because that's what we're going to call it.
Yeah, it is. This is a sport.
You can go to soundingrocket.org and buy merchandise from this year. We've got everything from keychains and patches to T-shirts, dad hats, all sorts of great things. Just go to soundingrocket.org.
All the little things that are the memorabilia. I after watching Antiques Roadshow for years, I can just bet one of these kids are going to be my age in 50 years, and they'll pull out half a dozen things from this, and they'll go nuts, and they'll say, "Oh Lord, that was the beginning of." I would argue that we have students here that will go to Mars and that will land on the moon. And that will go to
part
orbit.
Of the programs that go to Mars.
Because they're the people who are pushing it.
Yeah.
They will be ready to do it when it starts. They'll be the ones to do it, and they'll have a great big background in the propulsion side of the business.
Woo!
All right, we're going to start launching.
So we're telling students to come out from their areas to be able to watch, and we're going to stand up and watch now as well.
Stand up.
We're going to Alpha 1 first team. I'm not 100% sure what team is on Alpha 1.
So who we got up? Get the scorecard.
1, Team 310. This is Rio de Janeiro State University.
Brazilian teams. I can know the Brazilian flags are going to go crazy now.
Team 10,
10,400 on an N2127 Sugar. This is an S-Rad Sugar motor on Alpha 1.
Here we go. First launch of the afternoon.
Skies are clear. We got green lights. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke.
There we go. There we go. It looks good. And you hear the scream of the team, the Brazilian team, just from Rio. They're excited.
A little bit of black smoke there.
A little bit of black smoke.
A little bit of color. Nice, clear,
the vehicle is
launch.
heading up. It's going to be peeking out pretty soon.
We're waiting to see if there's an event. When they reach apogee, we look for an event. An event is when we normally see an indication of either a payload release or a drogue. It sounds like we've got a drogue and we've got a main. We've got a main. They're happy. They're happy. It's not so great for recovery if the main comes out too early.
A little fur from here, but it'll land safe.
Yeah. That's what counts. As you can tell, they're a little bit excited.
I know.
Unsurprisingly, a lot of these students have been
Probably-
working on their projects for at least a year.
Well, a year, 18 months, 2 years sometimes. So
Yeah.
that culminates that. Yeah, they would celebrate.
And it's over and done within seconds.
In seconds, that's right. Boom. So we'll see what the data is. That's why when I teach, I actually have a lab at my school. We fire model rocket engines, and so they have to be sampling like 4 separate things for the same reason. This all happens very quickly, and you have to have data that can keep up with those
A2
things.
is up next. Alpha 2, that's team ID 129, Istanbul Technical University. This is a 10K
Istanbul,
flight to
Turkey.
10,000 feet using
Istanbul.
an M1845 Aerotech New Thunder motor.
Let's go, Turkey.
We have a clear sky.
Let's go Istanbul.
Beautiful
We have a
city.
green light. And
Beautiful
we're going
skies.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke, there it goes.
Nice, straight
Coming
up.
Nice straight flight. Look at that. Nice, nice. Turkish team gives them a round of applause.
I'd love to know how many teams we have from
Next
Turkey. 'Cause it seems
up
to
will
have a
be
lot this year.
Alpha 3, team
We're going quick
191.
We
again.
have eight or nine, I think.
We're going to wait for that event, see it come down. I can see the main coming down from the rocket before.
Once it's under drogue, I think they're going to go. Drogue fire.
Yeah, I think so. So we're waiting
Keep
for
the
that.
cadence up.
Turkey is happy.
Turkey looks happy. They've got the directional antennas up there looking for data.
Okay, it's coming in ballistic. Eyes to the skies, everyone.
Heads up, coming in hot, coming in hot. Looks to be a bit northeast of the compound, coming in hot. Heads up, eyes up, eyes up, eyes up. Coming in hot, coming in hot.
We're looking up. Everybody's looking in the sky.
All right,
It's
People
down.
have it.
Down.
Pointing to it.
Down.
Down.
Moving on to Alpha 3.
A3 next.
Alpha 3 is team 191, Washington State University.
Washington State University.
Wheat Force 1, 10K cots to 11.
Washington State, Spokane.
This is an
Actually, Pullman.
Aerotech M1850 white. Lightning.
We told you it'd be quick when we started.
Washington State Cougars, I believe.
We're getting through these as quickly as we can.
We have a clear sky. We have a green light. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Lift off.
Nice flight. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Sounded great, looked great. Quickly stabilized coming off that rail, didn't it?
Yep, looked fairly reasonable. They were.
We're going to wait for that event. Once it gets to apogee, that's the highest altitude of the launch, and starts to curve back round. We normally like to see an event which is normally a release of the smaller parachute, the drogue, to slow down its descent. So we're waiting for that. We're at drogue.
The drogue is out.
Sounds like it. Once we've got the drogue out, that means we're going to start going and setting up the next one. Great video work, guys.
All right. Drogue is out on the previous rocket. We are moving on to Alpha 4.
A4's next.
Alpha 4 is Team 200. This is Ateneo de David de Davao University.
Ateneo de Davao
This is
University.
Seek Lab. This is a 30K cot. Shot going to 29,940 on an N4000 white. You check the sky.
I think this might be. Trying to think where this team's from.
There we go. You see they're on the rail.
The sky is good.
We're going to
The
30,000.
pad is green. And we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Smoke, lift off.
Oh.
Not a problem. Coming down hot.
That was our team from the Philippines. Sounds like they had a catastrophe after takeoff, better known as a CATO. We're not sure right now what caused it. We're waiting for it to re-enter. It's coming in ballistic by the looks of things.
Should be down pretty quick.
Yeah. I really feel for them. One of the
That's
team
too
members
bad.
who stood right next to us, and they were cheering as that took
did a
off in
lot of work.
excitement. And then his poor face just dropped the moment he realised things weren't going quite to plan.
That's right.
All right. Next up will be on Alpha 5, Team 102. Meanwhile, Team 115, we need you in the viewing area, and we need you to confirm tracking, or you will not go up. We need 115 in the viewing area, please.
They're telling 115 to go to the viewing area.
All right. Now we have pieces are down. We are clear to continue. Alpha 5, that's Team 102. Atilim University, Project Zenith,
Another Turkey A team.
10K COTS. It's going to 10,460 feet on an Aerotech M2500 Super Thunder.
Super Thunder.
M2500 is a very popular motor for the 10 COTS.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if it's consistent.
Guys are
It's
good.
consistent. It's been
We
consistent
have a
today.
green
Those
light.
engines have worked like
We're launching in
done very
5,
well.
4. We are hold. We lost tracking on 102. We're going to move to Bravo 3. Give us a moment, please.
Holding that one. Not sure what the hold is. Maybe they've lost telemetry lock. Thank you very much for the super chat for Zenith the rocket. We are holding now. I think they've just lost contact with their rocket. We'll get that re-established and get them up soon.
All righty then. We are going to Bravo 3 then. Bravo 3. This is Team 170. University of California, Santa Cruz.
This is the Santa Cruz. This is the one that we
Santa
saw
Cruz.
signed by
They have a
everybody.
deployable payload, so keep an eye on this guy. You're going to get an extra component.
Excellent.
We have a 10K COTS going to 90 feet. Another Aerotech M2500 Blue Thunder.
Blue Thunder.
Blue Thunder should be a nice, pretty blue, hopefully. Let's see.
We have clear skies. We have a green pad. So we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have
Got a good quick ignition there. Just missed the parachute from the previous
Cruise
flight.
in the sky.
Good straight boost.
That was great shot.
Nice
Straight
shot.
To
shot.
arc over.
Very good.
Someone drove
I've
past
lost
in
it
a
into
truck
the
while
sun.
that in front of the
But now
spectator
Matt
area. Hopefully
Brahm
that
has
didn't
it.
cause
I've got
any
it again
issues
as
with
well.
the
We're seeing it begin
trajectory.
to arc over now, arcing to the east, looking for an event. Anytime, there it is. There's that first puff, and we might even see it back up. There we go. I'm seeing two bits, and Brahm tells me with his zoomed-in view, you might even have on the screen there, it's got a drogue. It's a fantastic flight for that team. The banana slugs, I'm
So
told.
it's
They had slugs. Did I just hear that right?
Coming up next is we're recycling back
Oh,
to
the
Alpha
mascot
5,
slugs.
Team 102.
Banana
I
slugs.
wish that was my university mascot.
Atilim University
Mascot.
on Team Zenith.
Zenith's
Waiting
coming
on
up next. I
clearance
know
to
we had a
go.
super chat from
There's
Zenith.
Coming down under
shot
drogue well
on the
away from
Aerotech
us, so we're going to move on to the
2500 Blue
next launch.
Thunder.
Yeah, it's under drogue, out that way.
We've got authority to go, so we have clear skies, green pad, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke, and
Oh!
oh, there's a Kato.
We have
Got
a
burning out
Kato.
both ends.
Burning
And we've
both
got the
ends,
deployment of the
coming
main
down on the
parachute
pad.
before the motors finish burning.
Looks
Hopefully
like
that
it
doesn't
extinguished
land on
before it
anything
landed.
critical. So we've got the motor has burnt out, but we've still got some smoke down there. We saw a ladder catch fire earlier today. Hopefully nothing too critical's on fire down there. We're going to see the
okay.
EMS
What we
truck
just saw was
spooling up.
the an engine that separated from the airframe, burning in flight, and it landed. So they're going to have to go out and have a look. The parachute is the rest of the rocket's coming down their main chute. It looks like. So the main part of the rocket is the recoverable part is down. That could actually not have any damage. So we'll see what happens. Here, the Reeves County EMSs and fire is going to go out and have a look. So the chief's going out, and I'm certain they'll send a couple of the IREC people out there. They're going to be inspecting for any damage. Idea is that you want to go out and make certain that that burning propellant is completely burned out and it's not causing any extra extra fires. That's why everybody's going out. The fire truck's going out with the water tanker.
We're sending the fire team out. And we're also going to check the path following the fire team. So there's going to be a brief
We're on hold. We're going to make sure that there hasn't been too much damage to any of the vehicles around it, that the fire, if there is one, is extinguished. Well, we won't be launching again until that hold lifts, so bear with us, guys. Any updates? I was just talking to the team from Strathclyde in Scotland. They were launched on day one, had a bit of a motor issue. Were able to recover their rocket, and it turns out there was nothing actually wrong with the rocket. It was just a motor issue, and it sounds like they've been trying their best to see if they can launch again, and it's not looking 100% great, but hey, look, guys, you've done a lot of learning, I hope, over the last few days, and I hope you still managed to enjoy yourselves a bit. They're nodding away. That's always a good sign. Yeah, sounds like Team 191 who just flew are also coming in to have a quick chat with us while we're on a hold. As you can see, we've got the brush trucks out there. They're going to inspect the launch area to see what it's like, if everything's okay. We're going to get this team come over here and tell us about their launch. Would you like to start by introducing yourself to us?
Yeah, so my name is Charles Ludwig. I'm the current team lead of Team 191, Washington State University, Plus Aerospace.
Nice. And how did you guys do?
Flight was pretty good. We turned a little bit off the pad, but other than that, the flight went perfect. Based on the telemetry I got, we went to about 10.5. We'll see the data we pull if that's any more accurate.
Was that what you were hoping for? Did you predict around 10.5?
What was your prediction?
I think we predicted it like 11.8.
Okay, a little off. Huh?
Yeah, so our
helped us a little bit.
Yeah.
You said you had a bit of a wobble when you came off the rail. Do you think perhaps it maybe tipped it a little bit, and that's why it didn't go as high as you were hoping?
Yeah, so our rocket, it actually has a transition, so it's got a 6-inch to 4-inch transition, and so we've actually done a lot of work over the last year and a bunch of subscale launches to sort of figure out what stability we want to fly with.
Yeah.
And so part of that is the rocket kind of flies really stable, and we didn't have a super high rail velocity, and so in a little bit of wind, we kind of expected to see a little bit of turning off the pad, but overall that was pretty good.
Had you flown this rocket before?
This rocket, no, but this is a second revision of our 2023 rocket.
Okay.
So
that gives you a fair amount of confidence that you've done something in the past, so it should be a little step up.
Yep.
We're currently watching on screen. That was the vehicle from the Philippines that just K-towed after takeoff. They're making sure that they're securing it, so in case anyone's watching at home wondering what's going on, the fire EMT team are out there. They're putting the fire out. They've actually been told to where possible, let it burn itself out rather than trying to compete against the fuel burns and make sure that the area around it is secured. So we're going back to you and your team that just launched. How exciting. What do you feel like now that your team have launched, Team 191?
Oh, super excited. Now we gotta go get the thing.
Now you've got to recover it, which is actually half the battle. I don't think people quite realise, your competition is about the lead up to, your design, how you've worked together on it, how you present that design, then how you launch. But about a third of it is how you recover and get all that data back as well. So as much as I'm sure you were both really relieved, I'm sure, with the tears. They look like they were tears. I was teary at this, I have to say it. I don't think there's been a year.
So did you guys have a lock on your data when a main was open and touched down?
Yep.
So you know where it's pretty good idea where it's
at.
Yeah,
we saw it come down. So if you look really closely, you can see the parachute out that way somewhere.
So that way, okay. Well, as long as you know what it is, you can drive out there and take a walk. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just waiting at the moment for the range to reopen. It's on a hold. It's on a hold because of what you're seeing on screen right now, which is we had a vehicle fire, a catastrophe after takeoff, a CATO. We need to make sure that that vehicle fire is well contained.
They're soaking it with water.
They are soaking it with water. Obviously, here we have to worry about, we're in the desert.
Wind, yes.
We don't want to get any sparks flying off these vehicles that then start a wild brush fire that can cause all sorts of complications with that. So the team is literally working to control the situation. Once we know it's under control and then the range is safe, they'll reopen and we'll start launching in quick cadence as well. Did it feel a bit weird? Like you've had all this build up and all of a sudden it's like, go, 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 and it's over and done with in just a few seconds.
Yeah, pretty much. Connor, do you want to?
Yeah, it's a massive relief. Just seeing it, like everything was nominal. The drogue went out perfectly, the main went out perfectly. We had telemetry, live telemetry, seeing the descent rate. It was great just seeing it perfect, and then we got eyes on it right before it landed. So, like everything went as well as we could have expected. It's amazing.
Is this your first time launching here?
Yeah, this is my first time being here. It's been amazing being out here and seeing all these different teams launching.
Have you been talking to all the other teams? Have you met anybody from somewhere?
Yeah, I've talked to a bunch of different teams, gotten some contact info for people.
Good.
So we'll see where that goes with developing future rockets with our college. So.
Yeah, it's great for collaboration. You know, they always think it's a competition.
We have confirmed that the fire is out and that we have no pad damage. The remaining 2 rockets are good to go.
One thing I
They
want
are
to
coming back. We will commence launching this salvo as soon as they return. That should be maybe 3 minutes. Those 2 teams are Bravo 1. So Bravo 1 is up next. Team 301.
Yeah, so out in Washington, the closest launch to us is Tri-Cities Rocketeers out in Tri-Cities.
Sure. That's down to where, where's that at in Washington?
Pasco, so Tri-Cities area, yeah.
Okay.
So it sounds like the range is clear to go. We're going to start seeing some more launches going off really quickly. I just wanted to give everyone a heads up and start just in case we get the PA system. We are trying to get through this as quickly as possible. We have 143 teams that are out here. We're up to about 110 plus that have launched so far, which means we've still got about 30 vehicles to go, which is great. But that means we've still got 30 vehicles to go. There's a lot to get through.
So we can do that.
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Good luck with the recovery. Stay hydrated out there. Watch out for each other. It's really important, particularly in this heat.
Thank you, and go Cougs.
Okay. Go Cougs. Go Cougs.
Thanks, guys. What is that? What are we looking at, team?
Okay, what is this? This is one of the pads. There they are.
I think that was a solid rocket motor at the distance. I can see Embry-Riddle's vehicle. I mean, it looks kind of odd when you're looking at it on this angle. It looks like the vehicles, that's a much smaller vehicle, and the one in front is much larger, but it's just where they are.
right there is Eastern Washington State, which really isn't that far from University.
No, it's great to see the Washington State universities coming out in force.
Where's my wife, Juanita? She would be able to rattle off all this stuff in a heartbeat.
I mean, to think after all the years that I've done these commentaries that I'd know all the university team names, and I don't, unfortunately, anymore.
There's a lot of foreign teams that, you know, I'm just learning them. Some of them I've seen before, but some of them are brand new, so I have to learn, particularly all the Brazilian teams.
It's great to see them. We're just staying hydrated. It's got to that point of the day. We're after midday here. It is sweltering hot, to say the least.
All you guys out there that are, you know, out there, make sure you keep drinking.
Launch. Everybody has cleared the zone. We are on pad Bravo 1.
And we're going to
this is team 301.
301.
Embry-Riddle Prescott.
There they are.
Project brake check. 10K COTS to 9,800 feet. Another Aerotech 2400 Blue Thunder motor.
Blue Thunder.
Another Blue Thunder. It'll be a pretty blue plume.
We have clear skies and a green pad. So it's time to launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
Oh, there it is. Nice Blue Thunder. Yeah. Nice flight.
Beautiful flight. Nice and straight. That's what we want to see. We're waiting for an event. And once again, an event is when we see some kind of extra plume, which is normally a deployment of the drogue and of sometimes payload. It's still going up. We've got the teams watching it next.
All right, the last.
waiting for that. Once we get an event and we know the drogue's out, we're going to start launching again.
Apparently they're happy.
We see a main at apogee by the sounds of things. And that means that they've done what they need to do, but obviously for them it's a lot more difficult with recovery when they've got a main at apogee. It means they can drift a lot further away. That's their main.
And like I said, that's always a challenge. You know, you have a lot of people love working on the propulsion, but the real, you know, to bring the money home, it's like you know, you drive for show but putt for dough. You have a big propulsion team. You need as big of a recovery team. Because the money is made all in the launch and in the recovery here.
Awesome.
That's where you win the prizes. The teams that win
we have the last rocket of this salvo is
a good solid or a good
Bravo
gentle recovery.
2. Bravo 2 is our final one. Team is 115 Eastern Washington University. Project Inferno. This guy has a deployable payload, so look out for an additional piece of equipment that is separating from the rocket. It is a 10K category to a predicted 11,070 feet. Flying in M685 White Lightning from Aerotech. This is a long burn, so it should give us a nice trail.
Long burn, huh?
Not a quick burn.
And we have a clear sky. We have a green pad.
They're looking with their direction.
And we have a launch start at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoke, lift off. Ooh, wiggle.
A little unstable off the pad, but it corrected itself. That's what stability's all about right there. A long burn.
Oh, we're seeing it go up still. Seems to be coming back down towards the LCO area.
You can tracking it. There we go. It's arcing over.
Waiting for that event.
That was a lot longer burn, they said.
It was, yeah.
It was, yep.
So that means when it's a longer burn, I'm assuming it comes off a little bit slower.
It does, yeah. So it's a trade-off. So you want, yeah. And you saw that very opening. The thing was a little unstable, yeah. That's why the stability in there was so important.
I think we see an event. Looks like we got the drogue out.
Drogue. Oh, there it is. The drogue is out. See which way is the wind blowing?
It's a main.
Oh, that's the main. Oh, we'll be trekking that for a while. So it's the wind's at our back, so it's going away from us. So we'll see.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a wind picked up a bit higher up, so it's probably going to take that drifting a little bit further away.
If we could have teams 119 and 127, you need to report to Q if you are not already there. 119 and 127, report to Q if you are already there. It is an all clear for everybody else. The last rocket is under main at altitude, so it's going to be a little while before we see it again. And we are now closing the pads. Solids will be open to load.
So if you just heard that, we are closing the pads. That means they're going to start loading up another salvo. We've got a bit of downtime. Perhaps we can get the team inside our live stream to start thinking about interviews, follow-ups. Maybe we've got a few sponsors around here. It'd be great to speak to that team from Scotland that are all out here in the St Andrews flags to get an update from the team of Strathclyde.
I'll take. We'll go grab them, bring them over here.
I'll go grab them and see what I can
grab them. Okay. Well, there's the range we have, and it's basically deserted, but there's they'll probably be organizing. I look over to my right, I can see there's another line of cars over there that are going to carry. You go out there with their rockets, and they'll begin loading. We have a, oh yeah, yep. There's a picture of us, way far away. Beautiful drone work, guys. Beautiful drone work. This is the desert, the East Texas desert, as it were. And they're preparing for another salvo. So we're lucky we'll get the other salvo off. Here we have some teams from Scotland.
We do
Alice,
have Strathclyde University. Come and sit down, guys.
Come and sit down.
We've had a few days of ups and downs with your team. Day one, we managed to get the team up on the pad. There was a touch and go with telemetry for a while, which caused some delays. And then you got a launch. Tell me then what happened, Owen.
So yeah, we got our launch. We were waiting a while. We got the telemetry, and But once the igniter went off, the forward closure, it just burst. After that happens, you've got flames coming at the top, you've got flames coming at the bottom. It sent the rocket about 100 foot up in the air. Our boat tail ripped out the back, started spinning about the pad. Fortunately, it was really lucky, but it didn't hit any other teams. It went through the middle of 2 rockets. But yeah, the rocket went about 100 foot up in the air, came back down. Launch hadn't registered because there wasn't enough acceleration, and it just smashed into the ground. But it's we spent yesterday trying to fix it up. It took us most of the day, but it's now in a flyable state. If we could get a motor.
If we could get a motor, this is our little call out there to the world. If any of you can get a motor over, these guys would love to be able to launch. You know, that motor that you guys used for the first launch has caused a couple of teams problems this week. I don't know if you know, but this morning it was, I think 2 out of the 3 Catos we had first thing were exactly the same motor that you guys had used. It's a very complicated process. Could you talk me through what it was you guys had to do to get that motor together?
Yeah, so that motor is a DMS instead of an RMS. So it's not a metal casing with a screw-on forward closure. So we need to bond all the grains ourselves.
Yeah.
Did it with Chris Mayer is really helpful. So you need to bond all the grains individually, push them into the motor, and then we need to bond the forward closure, which is just done with epoxy. So it took a while. You need to get your O-rings in as well, but it's not overly complicated. But I think we did it. Yeah, we followed the instructions pretty well.
To the T, and it didn't quite go to plan, which is exactly the same as what the Italian team was saying earlier. And they had, again, another great flyer of record, a very well experienced person. So for it to happen to people that like the Chris Mayers and the Harry Spears of flyers of record, got to wonder what's wrong with that motor, or is it just that finicky that it could be?
It seems to be that the motor, for whatever reason, those two had the same failure mode. So you say, well, was it a structural issue of design? Was it the motor? You know, those 2 lots were bad that day. It's hard to say. You have to look at the data and figure out, well, and then look at the video real close and track what happens as it goes on frame by frame.
Yeah, so we actually sat down this morning and did that. You see that just after it ignites, it just pops out the back. And you can see that you've got flames out the front and the back, so it means that your forward closure has gone. We're still looking for a boat tail. We went down frame by frame trying to find it because that's our aft retention method. So we're trying to get that back. So it's quite a cool part of our rocket. But you can see it's still stuck to the motor. But yeah, all the grains remain bonded. And we've actually got the forward closure still in the rocket. We're trying to get that out. But
getting the equipment back is sometimes paramount to find out what happened, because it gives you an idea of, gives you physical evidence.
So again, you guys are looking for a motor, is that right? It's to see if you could possibly launch again tomorrow morning?
We would need a motor that's it's pre-assembled, because we've got the 24-hour cure time, and then we've also got all these other teams that they have to get their
priority.
Launches first.
Yep. Well, we can only hope and pray that these guys get a chance.
If there's another motor in the area,
great.
maybe they could. Have you looked around the field and see if the Aerotech may have a spare?
The only one that's possible, or that Wildman has, is an M2400, which doesn't give us the off-the-rail velocity, and it's got a cure time. So if we came off on that, we'd be wobbling, and that's where you induce a lot of risk if we're trying to rush through
So
it.
have you flown any rockets of that size before at Eurorock, or?
We haven't flown a 30K before. We've flown quite a few 10Ks. They've all been very successful. This was our first step up. And
they were going for the record, for the British
student
record.
Scottish record,
yeah.
It's just the way that it failed, it's quite hard on the team because they've all put a lot of work in. And if a component fails, we can then learn from that. We can say, we know why this failed, and for future iterations and future teams, they know what to focus on. But when it's something like this that happens and we don't get to see our SRAD avionics, or we don't get to see how our coupling joints held up under, it's about Mach 1.8, we don't get the information that we wanted.
Yeah.
So that's quite the hard one to take, I'd say.
Can you give us an idea of how big your team is that's working on this during the year?
Yeah, so I'd say the rocketry team, it starts off about 80 people.
80?
80 people.
80 people. Wow,
yeah,
that's a good size.
Yeah, there's a big team. They're all really good. It's really hard trying to see who to take out to America because they all put in lots of work. And then a unit gets busy and you get 40 people in the labs, trying to help out. And sometimes we need to be like, guys, there's too many people here. But they're all really enthusiastic.
Now, are you guys, Owen Alexander, are you juniors or first year?
Well, I was going to say, we're going to have a just chat in a minute from SDL. We'll get this answer to this one and then we'll go over to SDL,
Yeah, so we're both final year students, so we finished our bachelor
Owen's off to do a master's out in Tokyo.
Tokyo, wow.
And I'm off to do a PhD at Strathclyde too.
Congratulations.
So
Yeah.
quite exciting for us both, yeah.
Engineering, I take it? Or?
Of course, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we wish you guys the absolute best. Good luck
Thank
with
you.
everything the next few days. If you can figure it out, it'd be great. If you're here till Tuesday, I believe.
Yep,
Maybe if you don't get a chance to do it in the range, we can have a word with some of the Ezra volunteers, see if there's another place you could go and launch in the area. We'll see what we can figure out for you guys.
Perfect.
Good luck, and
Thank
we're
you
going to
so
go and
much.
listen to our friends over at SDL, now one of our sponsors. Thank you so much, guys. Good luck.
We'll do a sponsor.
Hello, worldwide IREC viewers. This is Jason Swayze here. I work for Space Dynamics Lab, and we represent the SDL Payload Challenge. We've been partnering with IREC for many, many years doing this, helping to motivate students to innovate and design state-of-the-art payloads so that they can fly in their rockets and help spur more creativity. I have with me Paige Carter, one of those exceptional examples of a great payload team lead that has designed a payload that she's going to share with us today. She's with Team 409, University of Washington. Paige, thank you for joining us today. Can you take a minute and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your payload?
Hello, my name is Paige Carter, and I'm the payload team lead. This is my payload. It is a gyroscopic measurement device for rocket attitude, which is the tilt of the rocket throughout its launch trajectory.
And you flew yesterday, was it, or this morning?
We flew on Wednesday afternoon.
On Wednesday. So you've had a couple of days, you've recovered your payload, you've got it back now. They brought it into me to do a kind of a post-flight assessment and showed us the data that came out of it and how well it fared, and it looks really, really good. So you had a good nominal flight?
Yeah, we had a good nominal flight, and we got our data and was able to compare it. We were able to get gyroscopic measurement data from our gyroscope, which is here, and we also have a flight computer that we can get a supplementary gyroscope data, and we're able to compare those two after flight.
And can you tell us why you would want to do this kind of project? What applications would this have?
Yeah, so this is a development project for SARP, which is the Society for Advanced Rocket Propulsion at the University of Washington. In the future, we want to try and do a space shot liquid rocket. In order to do that, we need to be able to correct our rocket's trajectory when we're up in the upper atmosphere at low atmospheric pressures. So the idea is that we can track the attitude of our flights when we do test flights, and then eventually build up to a reaction wheel system where we can use these gyroscopic flywheels to spin in 3 different axes and change our rocket's attitude.
Is this something that you would look to develop further in maybe next year's payload, or?
Yeah, I'm graduating this year, but this is something I do hope that our team will continue developing, and it's something that I personally would like to continue developing myself as well.
I know specifically Paige has talked to SDL about wanting to come do propulsion with us. So we see this good talent here, and we want to snatch it up and put it to the next level and be able to develop future business and good opportunities for these smart students. Anything else you can tell us about your team or your experience in general here?
Yeah, so I've been on the team for 2 years. SARP has been an organization that has gone to IREC for quite a while. We started as a hybrid team, and after COVID, we swapped over to doing the 10K COTS category. This year, we hope to do 30K SRAD, and we ended up doing 10K COTS, but we hope to be moving forward to the 30K category next year.
Wonderful. I know in the years that I've been able to come here and experience the IREC competitions, I've seen teams just go to the next level every year. They do something and then they're like, that's not enough. We got to do more next year, and we got to do more after that and after that. And we just see these teams get better and better and more polished and tackling harder and harder missions. I know that Ezra loosened some of the rocket rules this year that allowed a lot of the teams to be able to push the limits and do things they'd never done before, and we're seeing a lot of that and having a lot of good success out here. So that's payloads and rockets alike. So it's really fun to see so many bright students here from all over the world and to be able to rub shoulders with them. Anything else you'd like to add for us, Paige?
We're very excited to be able to have launched this here, and thank you so much to IREC for hosting us.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Hi guys, I'm here with Embry-Riddle University with
Professor Mark Benton.
Shay Schmidt.
And Ben Lambertson.
And they're here to talk a little bit about their projects and what they launched here at IREC. All right, who wants to go first?
I'll let these guys go.
All right, yeah, we can talk a little bit about some of the control systems we had on board. So I worked on the hardware side of that primarily, but we had active air brakes that would deploy on the way up. So we did real-time apogee estimation, and then we had a controller on board. And so using all of the data we're collecting real-time during the flight, we then adjust the brake angle, helping slow the rocket down, controlling our drag. And from what it sounds like with our telemetry we got back, we had only a 55-foot miss distance from our target apogee, which is pretty darn good if you ask me.
Yeah, and then I'm lead payload engineer. So we had a live video transmission system. It worked great until overheat warning kicked in. So we were getting pretty good footage every 10-15 seconds. Caught good clips of deployment. But yeah, excited to be out here. It was good to execute, and our rocket flew. So.
Got to give a shout out to Michael too for the structure.
Yeah, and I'm the faculty advisor for this team, and I was faculty advisor last year and this year, and hopefully we'll do it again next year. And the team did a great job pulling it together, and they did a great job hitting their target. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So I have a couple quick questions. Oh, Bryce. Oh, okay. I have a question for you, Professor.
Yes.
How do you feel about your team? They've come all the way out here. They've brought you with them, which is great to see. Not a lot of advisors coming out here with their teams, but it's great to see that you did. How do you think they've done? How do you think the classes that you've been teaching them, how's it all planned out?
I think they've done an outstanding job. They've really pulled it together. There were some rough patches we had to go through, but we worked really hard. I know they stayed up late a couple of nights, and we did whatever we had to do to get this done. And the result, you see the result. They did a fantastic launch, and very close to their target with a control system that they didn't have last year. So I'm really proud of them.
What grade would you give them as a professor,
I'd definitely give them an A.
There you go. They got an A. How do you feel? Not an A+?
Well, we don't give pluses out at present. But yeah, they deserve it. They deserve it.
Oh man, yeah, it's been a lot of long nights. I think we're all running on maybe a collective 10 hours of sleep between 6 of us in the last 4 days. So it's been a lot of hard work. It's definitely paid off. I think my wife was going to kill me if this antenna was in my bedroom for like another day longer. So I'm excited to actually have it not be collecting dust and get some use. But it's been a lot of hard work from everybody, and the team, like the professor said, we had some rough patches, but we came together and we were able to execute, which is what matters.
Yeah, overall, great flight up, and it looks like we maybe had some issues on the way down, but always something to learn. And our entire rocket, one other mention I'll give is our entire rocket is custom built with fiberglass. So the fact that it's held together through that entire burn with, like I said, all custom composites is pretty darn impressive. So great job to the entire team.
And 2 test flights.
Yeah, two test flights.
So they actually flown it 3 times in the last couple of months.
Awesome. Would you guys, if you're Prescott, you're in Arizona? Arizona, okay. I was not the...
Gila and LDRS.
LDRS?
Yeah, LDRS and Gila.
Very cool, very cool. Shout out to those clubs that you guys got the launch about. So talk to us a little bit about how it works. Get into the depths. Get into the air brakes. Can we go into the technical details here?
Yeah, sure. We can go into the details. We'll keep our secrets a little bit. But yeah, so we're using fiberglass components for the actual structure of the air brakes. We use a lead screw with a brushless motor, and we have a gearbox in there, so that's what actually does the actuation. And we have all custom flight computers on there. We have a stratologger for some altitude data, and all that's then brought into that flight computer. And we do a little bit of fancy math in the background, and have a bunch of pretty sweet telemetry we bring down, and all that goes together, and the output is a 55-foot miss distance, which is pretty good. So
that's amazing. That's pretty great. Is this, by the way, is this your first year out here at IREC? Second year?
This is our second year out here with Prescott.
And personally, is this your first year?
This is my second year with Prescott.
Oh, it is second year.
Yeah, this is actually my first year, but I was following the team a good bit last year. So
how do you feel?
Yeah, it's second year for me too.
Second year, all right. How do you feel about being at your first year?
I'm a big fan of IREC. I've been launching model rockets for a long time, and being here launching big L3 rockets is pretty sweet. So I'll definitely be back.
Yeah, I'm gonna recruit him for next year.
You're gonna recruit him for next year. You're gonna keep him on the team one more year.
This gentleman's graduating, but we're gonna pick his brain before he leaves.
Where are you off to after this?
We'll see. Wherever God calls me, man. It's either going to be some grad school or it's going to be working in a desert, much like this one. So.
Talking about the desert, how are you guys feeling since you two have been at IREC before? We were in Las Cruces last year. Now we're here in Midland. How is it for you guys?
Yeah, I think it's been great both times. Both times we got lucky and we were able to launch and hit very close to our target both times. And we had really good flights with good deployments, so I can't complain. I'm used to the desert. I've lived there and lived in Palmdale, and now I'm living in Arizona. So yeah, it's okay. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, so last year we were just outside of Wismar, White Sands Missile Range in Las Cruces, or outside Las Cruces. So it was hot, we're sweating, the wind would pick up, and all the staff would have little pocket Geiger counters that would start clicking. So it just made you feel even hotter. This year, we're out here, we're sweating, and we see flame stacks on the horizon. So I think it's just it's a different place. But it was a lot of fun, and I think even with thunderstorms and stuff, the organization really pulled together.
Thank you very much. I'll ask for our freshman here, Ben, before we head out. As your first IREC, how's it been?
It's been great, like I said, and like what Shay said, a lot of long nights, so seeing it all pay off is pretty good.
All right. I love your sunglasses, and I think that's been great. That's been it. So I'm going to pass it back to Alice. Thank you guys so much. It was great having you out here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hey.
Thank you so much, Bram. If you want to see Bram shake his butt, you'll have to go and give us some super chat cash. We're just setting that one out there for everybody because I know that's one of our favourites the last few days. I'm actually joined right now by the flyer of record for both the last two teams that were just on camera. You, in fact, were just there saying, that's my student right there. And then all of a sudden they went to Embry-Riddle and you were saying they're my students as well. So please introduce yourself to everybody watching.
Yeah, my name is Bryce Chanis, and I'm the flyer of record this year for both the University of Washington and the Embry-Riddle Prescott team.
And what does it mean to be a flyer of record?
Yeah, it can mean a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Out here, kind of the main goal is to be kind of the final safety, signatory to these flights. We have a lot of level 3 flights, a few level 2 flights, but almost all level 3s. And so the flyer of record's role primarily is kind of being that official level 3 flyer, the final signature, the final official person, signing off these big flights. Right? It sure is.
So you have to make sure that what you're seeing the teams are producing is safe and that you think the designs are going to work. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, along with all of the flight safety review teams and all of the other great RSOs that help support these teams, the flyer of record is kind of in the trenches with the teams, making sure that their flights get off safely.
And you just got 2 teams this year?
2 this year.
That's a lot and I'm assuming you pick them up quite early on, like when they're starting the application process. How much involvement is it before you come out to the final sign-offs?
Well, yeah, so being a flyer of record, it can be pretty easy coming out and doing the sign-offs at the end here, being the mentor for both of these teams and working together for months and months and months, doing all of their internal design reviews, working with the teams and answering technical questions, just helping support and being there for every question along the way, whether that is rocket related, team building related, logistics related. Bringing that experience as a level 3 Rocketeer really can help boost a team's level of success and really quickly help them grow skills to be successful at an event like this.
Yeah, so you mentioned you're an L3, a level 3 rocket person yourself. How did you get into rocketry and how did you get certified to that level?
Yeah, so when I was a Boy Scout in middle school, we went out to what we were told was a small little rocket launch out in the desert of Southern California. And turns out it was a big, kind of big model rocket launch. And we were launching our little Estes rockets on little C motors.
Yep.
And I saw all these people walking around with these really amazing, big, huge projects. And I knew, from then on out, that was something I really clicked with.
Yep.
And so from then, I got my level 1 certification before I was 18. Once I turned 18, I was able to get my level 2 and eventually level 3 certification back in 2012.
So it's a hobby for you. Is it a career for you as well?
It sure is. Yep. So I'm very fortunate to be able to both play with rockets in the evening as well as for my day job as a propulsion engineer for a major defense contractor.
Excellent. See, and this is where I love how everybody who comes involved when it comes to Ezra. It's not just those that come and put on the event. It's the flyers of records, the mentors, the supporters as well. And a lot of people work in this industry and you're able to share your information about what it is you've gone through to get to this far. Have you found any students that perhaps have piqued your interest and maybe thinking about recommending them for positions later on, or mentoring them further down the field?
Absolutely, especially as a mentor working really closely with the students. I have a lot of insight into the nitty-gritty of how they do in teams in stressful situations, not just technically, although I was helping give final exams yesterday to students, so because unfortunately it's finals week for one of my teams this week, so they've been working really hard, double duty, both competing here and taking finals on and off throughout the day and shuffling responsibilities.
Able to do that? That's got to be a difficult one. So
it's incredible.
So the university knows they're here, has allowed them to take their finals remotely.
Yep.
That's incredible. I heard one of the other teams mention that there's graduation day on Saturday and had to make a decision between coming to the final award ceremony for the event and going back and being there at their own graduation.
Absolutely.
What a tough one to have to balance out. I cannot thank you enough, Bryce, for being able to come out here and support these teams and being able to facilitate that as well. What a great thing to do. I believe we've got another interview set up that we're going to go to in a second. I just want to guarantee that that one's all ready before we throw over to somebody else. Is Matt over there with the roaming camera and roaming microphone? I'm going to toss over to Matt.
Coming to you live from my shoulder-mounted camera, and I am looking for subjects. Alice is my current subject with a blown-out ISO. Let me see if I can. There we go. Thanks for the toss, Alice. Hey, look, I'm doing a lot right now. Nobody.
All right, let's find a team. Come on, let's get Brom on back here on the stream. Oh, we got a Turkish team. Hey guys. Hello. Would you guys be interested in just talking to the live stream a little bit?
It's okay, but we have a lunch, so we need to prepare.
Oh, okay, prepare. We'll get this other team. Did I talk to you already, guys? Did I, maybe?
The team from Scotland.
Okay. Did I talk to you, though? All right, I can't remember anything. All right, let's keep on going. No. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go, I'm joking. These guys were great. Interview room. Oh, come on. Let's do one more over here. Are you guys free for like 5 minutes? Can I guys ask you?
Live.
We're live. Yeah, we are live. This wasn't. Yeah. So who are you guys? Where are you from? What are you doing? Why are you out here? This is the desert. Why are you on these oil fields?
Well, we're SEDS UNLV. We're from Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're here doing the 10K COTS for IREC, and yeah, we're hopefully launching pretty soon. So.
That's pretty cool. You guys, you're no stranger to the desert. How's this feeling for you guys? You guys are like in the element right now.
This feels just like home. It's basically one for one. We basically think that we're at home right now.
Oh, that's great. So have you guys tested this rocket?
Yes, we have.
All right, so we're tested. So you guys are like, this is gonna be easy peasy, right? This is like launching it back at home, right? Same conditions, same thing, same environment. You got the dust devils. You got oil field workers coming out here. Maybe a little different with those guys, but we got some planes going overhead. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, it's the same exact thing that we've already done before, so we're just gonna do this again and bust it out.
All right, that's cool. All right, what's in your rocket beyond a 10K COTS motor? Anything special? Anything unique? Anything you want to really showcase? Make sure that career recruiter is listening in. You got to think about the long term here.
We do have a payload inside that is going to be experimenting with sloshing as well as how to refuel in 0G. So that's basically what we're experimenting with our rocket, and that's what's really special in there.
Oh, that is actually very, very cool. And I know some people at work who would very much want to get their hands on that payload. All right, who else can I talk to from the team? Does anyone want to jump on? Everyone's a little camera shy. All right, here we go. We got one other guy. Let's see what you're working on. Oh, Matt's taking control, I guess. Let's get into the secrets. Can we get the secret sauce?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's see the secret sauce.
So right now we're just
trying to connect. Oh, they're trying to connect?
We're trying to connect to our telemetry equipment on the rocket, correct? We're trying to connect to our telemetry equipment on the rocket to our ground station. To ensure that we can track the rocket during the post-launch phase.
Are you the, I guess, avionics lead, sounds like?
I'm here in support.
Hello. Let me get the right place camera. I'm here today with two students from the Technical University of Munich. I'm here with Matthias Poli and Richard Embria. They have brought with us something exciting. Matthias, would you please tell me what you have here?
That right there is Brunhilde. That's our name for the...
Brunhilde.
Brunhilde,
from Wagner's opera, yes.
That's our liquid flight engine that we flew at the IREC competition last October. And it's a bi-liquid ethanol LOX engine that we brought with us here to the US.
That's wonderful. And how much thrust does your bipropellant put out?
This one puts out 3.8 kilonewtons.
3.8 kilonewtons. Yep. And how long did it burn?
It burns for roughly 9 seconds.
9 seconds. And what was the combustion pressure?
The combustion pressure is 21 bars.
21 bars. A bar, by the way, is equivalent to an atmosphere. So that's very good. How many times do you static test this thing?
Oh, I think 3 times.
3 times. Very good. Tell us, how was this thing made?
This engine is made with laser-based powder bed fusion out of Inconel 718. It's essentially metal 3D printing, where you put down a layer of metal powder, then you laser the layer you want it to sinter together, then you put a new powder layer on top, laser in your next layer, and so on until you got the entire engine in there, and then you remove the powder and you're left with the printed
engine
metal.
So how did you how do you cool this engine?
This engine is regeneratively cooled by the fuel we use, the ethanol. So the ethanol goes in here.
Let's turn that. Go ahead. There you go.
We have a manifold down here that distributes the ethanol around the combustion chamber, and then inside of the walls there are 55 channels that go straight up and essentially cool. Yeah, they cool the engine.
They cool the engine.
And then the ethanol goes into the injector and gets burned inside of the engine.
And you use liquid oxygen as your oxidizer?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can't see it, I don't know if you can see it from here, but if you see the inside of this engine, you can see how it's actually been streaked and it's been heated. The metal has a little heat. Now you plan to fly the skin, don't you?
This engine right there, we can't fly again.
Okay.
Because at the competition we had very high winds at that day, and so we weren't allowed to use a main parachute. We used 2 drogue parachutes, but still the rocket came down pretty hard.
Pretty hard.
And on the bottom, there's a pretty big dent right there.
Ah, yes, I see.
And so
okay.
The engine leaks now a bit, and we can't fly it again.
Ah, it leaks. See, you thought of nickel is very weldable.
Yep.
You could weld it.
Yeah, and also the flange on top is not perfectly level anymore.
Okay, yeah.
And here, where we attach the thrust rods, this sheared off.
Ah.
So that would be a lot of work to let it fly it again.
Yes, I understand.
So we're building a new one for this year.
Building a new one. Congratulate you. Intend to fly that at Euroc next year as well?
Yeah, we're flying this year at Euroc with a pretty similar engine design. We made it more lightweight. We made the entire rocket lighter because we want to fly to 9 kilometers this time.
9 kilometers, very good. How many people are on your team, if I could ask?
So in total, we are in Project Nexus at around 120 to 130 team members, which are only working on the bi-liquid team. And next to it, we are around 70 members, which are working currently on the 2-stage project, which we launched here in the US.
That's a very big team. Congratulations.
Actually, these are not all the members, but we are as a whole association, the VAR. We do have in total roughly 700 members, which work on all different topics of the rocketry and space flight. So not only rockets, bi-liquid engines, and staged rockets, but as well rocket landers, CubeSats, experience for microgravity.
So your
and
total range of space activity.
Yeah, right. That's the whole goal of our association.
Very good. Well, you have been. I mean, Munich has flown at AROC before, haven't they?
We haven't flew there on 2024. It was our very first launch there.
Very first time, okay.
Very first. Oh, it was not the very first time there. We were as well there in 23. We had unfortunately a scrap launch campaign because we had some issues with our as well self-developed main valve for the liquid oxygen. This meant we reworked the whole system, improved the reliability, and actually flew it in October 2024.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Well, what are your plans then? You're building a new engine?
Right. So for this year in 2025, we're rebuilding or building the engine, reducing the weight, and especially from the injector, we're reducing the weight drastically. But not only the whole thrust chamber assembly, the whole rocket will get reduced by their mass rather drastically. And furthermore, we are as well increasing due to the weight decrease the apogee, and we're as said aiming to fly to 9 kilometers. And next year, so for 2026, with this project, we're aiming to flying pump-fed engine cycle. So this will be very first one for student rocketry, which we are very much hyped for. And yeah.
Well, if you get the chance, we'd like to have you bring this and compete here. We have a separate pad for you. I guarantee it. I'd be the pad manager. So
we'll be happy to be there.
I'd love it.
Let's see.
Okay, I think we're ready to go back to our friends at in the front booth. All right, we'll take it.
It was great to hear from that team from War Rocketry. The level of sophistication for an engine is really up to industry standard. How SpaceX and Blue Origin are building their rockets with the DMLS 3D printing technology. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, or how you think that stacks across the competition and level of sophistication, Nathan?
Yeah, so it's metal 3D printing. So with that, yeah, with the metal 3D printing, you can do some really complex geometries that you can't really do with traditional manufacturing techniques outside of having access to a 6 degree of freedom mill or something crazy like that. And stuff, especially like their regen engine, I don't think really is possible to manufacture in any traditional ways outside of the additive manufacturing that they're able to use.
Right, that's right. And a lot of folks might have seen the new Raptor engine and the evolution from the Raptor 1, 2, and 3, and the reduction of components and fittings that were on the outside. And that evolution is really enabled by this technology. Isn't that right, Nate?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anywhere you can reduce the requirements, make the requirements less dumb is the first rule. Anywhere where you can reduce requirements and increase the simplicity.
Yeah, totally. I would love to see the channels they've designed in there to see the manufacturability. But I do want to check in with our chat here. Lots of love from our Turkish crew. Oh, there we go. Let's see if we can get some Turkish love on the screen here. There we go. Shout out to Turkey for being in the chat pretty much consistently throughout the week. We see you. The Brazilians, we also see you. Team Supernova 313. Yeah, go Orion. There we go. Sabrina Costa, thanks for hanging out in the chat. It's not. The chat really keeps us going. You might not recognize me, or maybe you do if you're soliciting my attention yesterday. But I'm joined with two other volunteers of the live stream crew, as you can see by our drip, as the chat would probably say. We've got Nathan, who I call our senior executive director of production assistance. And Nate has been helping out on a replay. So if you like any of the shots, or chat, if you said live stream, you missed my coverage. It's probably my fault. But then Nate tries to save me. So these are some of the faces of what makes this live stream possible. We apparently just got a super chat. Let's check in. Let's see if I can find it. $50 from Steph Up. Thank you so much. Team 175, UL Lafayette, LA, go Joey, and Team U Lift. Thanks, Steph Sup, for the support there. Last night, many people have been wondering why we're working for the super chat, and I want to let you know. Wow, Matt Ryan's admire. That's pretty good. Thank you for the $2. Will you go out with me, please? I think YouTube really should have some verification to make sure people aren't wasting my time. It's Yeah, and this new account, Matt Ryan's Admirer, yesterday's highest bidder was $50. So you really got to step up your game because I'm a man of my word. Highest super chat gets to go on a date. And oh yeah, so back to what I was saying before I got distracted. People are wondering what does the super chat money do and how is it used? Well, it all goes back to the event, but principally it helps the live stream team justify going out to dinner in Pecos. Last night the crew was the crew was able to get some noodles thanks to your support. And Andy and Steve will give us a hassle if we spend money without earning something. So, so Chad, thanks for the support and the noodles last night. That really will go a long way tonight. So maybe chat, if we can see some more super chats come in, we'll be able to feed the rest of the gang, not just me. Just kidding. I eat last. Lots of love for Team Supernova from Brazil. And yeah, Nathan, tell us what you do here for the live stream. Unless the production crew wants to throw something on the television and we can talk to it. Tell us what you do, when you come out here.
I do a little bit of everything.
Yep.
A lot of stuff on the set end there's setting up here out in the desert. There's a lot of cables that need to get ran to a lot of different locations. So that's where I spend a lot of my time. If you've seen some of those fancy tracking cams from down at the pad, there is a fiber optic link that goes from the flight line all the way down to the solids pads, which is about a kilometer-long run that we have to do, which isn't, terrible to do, but it requires a little bit of finesse. So we have a rig somewhere. I don't know if we'll have a camera that can see it. Maybe tracking cam. If someone's up there, can spin around and point at it.
No, everybody's inside.
Yeah, but we have a really high-tech spool reel device that was constructed.
And it actually goes on to a Polaris commercial. Shout out to United Rentals. Shout out. The rig goes on the back of the UTV. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and then attaches down with a ratcheting mechanism to securely fasten it. Without that, there's the possibility of when we hit a bump somewhere along the way of catapulting the user out there.
And the fiber that Nathan is talking about is actually enabling all those incredible super close-up feeds. And we're actually looking at a camera that is being piped in over fiber thanks to the support from NASA spaceflight. They have an incredible networked cam, and actually if we were to zoom in super close, we're actually looking at another camera, that white box right above the team 130 there. Shout out to the Turkish team, the chat. I see you. And this shot here is also another wonderful PTZ cam out of the pads that is all coming back in over fiber. And you can maybe see behind me, there's quite a bit of brush out here that was cleared. And we took the Polaris. Shout out to Doss and D and the crew for going through the brush. There we go. That's a nice shot of the brush from our rocket tracking cam. Going out to the solids pad. Somewhere in there you could draw a line. That would be the cable. We were actually a little worried earlier about the EMS response and our PTZ feeds. Because fiber is not like any other cable. How do you have to, handle fiber for those who don't know?
Yeah, most cables don't like being bent and twisted and put in knots. You can cause issues with it. That and the heat does a lot of mythical things to cables. Oh, it sounds like we got a super chat.
Go Team 130. Yeah, lots of love for the Turkish team, Team 130. There really is quite the cohort of international teams, and that is why I think it was some of the Ezra leadership rebranded to the international versus the intercollegiate. Many wondered what that I was for. And that's to represent that I think over 1/3 of our 150 teams are international teams. Many of them are from coming from all over the place, and it's not just local Texas launch here. I saw some Brazilian love for me. Whenever I see my name in the chat, it catches my eye. I don't think I can find it, but yeah, it wasn't a super chat. Oh, there we go. Matt Ryan, Supernova, Team 1313 loves you. Thank you.
Brazilian fans.
I
Mr.
don't know a lot
Worldwide.
of Portuguese, but none of them would be okay to say on the stream. So I don't want to get demonetized. I got to work even harder if we get demonetized. Yeah. So I'm hoping either we have a lot of student volunteers, or that rig is really effective. Otherwise, we are going to be sweating. I'm already sweating. I just stepped outside for 5 minutes. Rolling that 1 kilometer of cable is not an easy feat.
No, of fiber optic, unlike a lot of other cables, it actually is a kind of just a string of glass all the way through it, and it transmits by essentially sending different color wavelengths through. So you can get a bunch of different channels in the same cable, and it transmits at the speed of light. So it's pretty quick, but at the sacrifice of you cannot break that glass filament. If you do, your cable pretty much becomes useless. And with that, you have to maintain a pretty large bend radius. So with it, when handling it, you have to be really mindful about not getting caught on stuff, or spooling it up too quick, making sure your spool goes down without any twists. So it's a slow process out in the Texas sun out here, but super doable.
Yeah, with a lot of help. And shout out to all the teams that are already planning on coming out here for extra bonus points. I think extra points for your support. This event would not by Alice. Thanks for help. Alice, who is departing, heading back to New Mexico, I think. So shout out to Alice. I'm really trying to get my shout out game thanks to Isaac, the launch operations director. Really started the brainworm for me.
Shouting out.
Yeah, shout out Isaac. Yeah,
Shout out to Isaac.
Shout out to Isaac. Yes. Let's check in with the pads. Let's see who we have out there. Team 130. We've got the Turkish team, Team 130. Let's Istanbul University-Cerrahpaşa. I don't know how to pronounce that last bit there. Team 130. I see you in the chat. Shout out to you guys. You guys are on the rail, so definitely want to see those Turkish flags in the chat for sure. I totally said your name, and I'm also live. Shout out to Isaac, who's asking me in my ear. Shout out to Team 130, who's out on the pads. Shout out to whoever is getting
313 there, and then 179 at the end.
Oh, shout out to Hopi's Hotel.
Eric Costa, thank you for the super chat. I don't know what unit of currency this is, but thank you for that. We do pay the noodles and dumplings store in U.S. currency, so if our producer Logan can tell me what the bill was last night, that could be our new super chat goal, because it's a lot of work to get out here and sit out in the sun, and you don't want to wrap up a day of
Isaac's in our ear talking about those chocolate bows we had last night.
Maybe no, we don't have a replay operator. So our team is able to ingest a whole bunch of different media, and one way we do that is through a computer that can send some of the slow motion replay that we've seen from NSF. And it would be sick if we could get a pecture of the Pecos local chocolate bow, because they were legendary. Who knew? In Pecos, Texas, we'd be slamming chocolate bow at 9 p.m. next to a bunch of other college students and Rocketeers in the middle of the desert. So that is the computer. shout out to Eric Costa for reminding me your graphic is still on the screen. So Nate, to my left here, is usually sitting at this computer, but we're pretty understaffed today. Shout out to our volunteers. Shout out to the student teams that come out to help. And so.
Yep.
We got a little
Shout out to Logan and Will and Brom
yep.
and Wyatt and Warren, who's back there somewhere. I think this is what it looks like to
Keeps the game. Keeps it going.
to set up. Diego Souza, thank you. I was had the absolute pleasure of narrating a handful of flights last year. Normally I do the job that Logan is doing right now, sitting behind the switcher, doing the technical direction, as the folks in the industry call it. But now I'm just jibber-jabbering, trying to work the super chats while we aren't launching flights. And let's see what else we got going on out here. Supernova loves you. You know what, 313, you should send some of your homies to the desk for a little interview, because I'm seeing the love. I see my name a lot in the chat, so would love to have you guys out here. There's some questionable things here in the chat, but
we gotta get Brom on the. We gotta get Brom out here. We gotta have a whole RIT group.
Yeah. As I do recommend, it's best to roll up to volunteer in the middle of the desert with the boys.
It's the squad.
And I am a proud alumni of the Rochester Institute of Technology. Shout out to RIT Launch Initiative.
Shout out RIT Launch.
Come on, where's our RIT boys? I know you're watching the stream. Where are you at in the Airbnb?
All right, guys,
you out here helping
don't get
us?
too degenerate on us. We still got to work the super chats.
Hashtag Brick City.
Oh, yeah. So.
We love you.
Hashtag launch.
Okay.
Yeah. I would totally say, you saw that our commentator, what job were you doing? Replay wasn't staffed. That's because we don't have a big staff. So if there are any fourth years or fifth years, shout out to RIT for that co-op program. 6 years if you like your master's programs, or
you
you
fail
like
a bunch of classes.
Yeah, if you like.
If you really love RIT.
No, well,
7th years.
It's not just whether you love RIT, but whether you love spending so much time working on rockets that you fail like at least 1 to 2 classes a year.
Yeah.
We love those kids. Shout out to those kids.
Hey, pick up a master's,
who go for the records.
If you want to keep doing rockets.
Well, your parents would probably appreciate you not taking on more debt. Like, if you're trying to accomplish spending time doing rocket things, my recommendation is to graduate with good grades and then come out here to the desert and volunteer with the world's largest collegiate rocket, actually the world's largest college rocket competition. Let's see the haters in the chat on that one. And stay involved. That's a great way to make sure your alma mater gets good replay. We've got some interesting footage here. DOS, I believe, from the NASA spaceflight. Shout out to NSF.
We got some super chat from Aaron.
All right. Okay, Aaron.
Hey.
RIT Launch Initiative for the win.
Shout out Aaron Chan.
Shout out to Aaron Chan.
We love you out here.
Yep. Thanks for the support. Maybe the RIT team can get a total of $100 worth of super chats. Aaron, you started off with a good trend here. Which team can get to a total cumulative $100 before our alma mater? RIT Team 130 GoCon. I see you guys in the chat. Maybe we can see a little love. We've got some questions. Let's see. Oh man, the questions are going by fast. I am still waiting for my daughter's go Isabel go. Oh, Dr. Andrea Furlan. Let me see if I can toss this up. Dr. Andrea Furlan is one of my favorite fans. I believe. Actually, I forget where you're from, but she is a supporter and is a subscriber of the channel. Probably one of my only fans I know. One of our fans that I know by name. And
is that the secret Matt Ryan admirer?
No, Dr. Andrea Furlan, I think, just appreciates the coverage for her team, her daughter, and we are happy to provide that. And honestly, I'm sorry she has to endure our nonsense while she waits for Isabella's rocket to go up.
We do
Well, I got some
apologize
questions
to all
for
the
you guys
parents
out here.
We know you want to see your teams and your children.
Okay, we got.
Cornell.
We got some love from Kadir. Kadir Sasan.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the Firefox graphics browser is not the best at rendering your unique characters, but we do appreciate the support. And yeah, chat. What teams are we excited to see? That we're really excited for that are not Turkey. Team 313. Oh, there goes our list. The weather is indeed picking up here. Yeah, we are essentially just trying to kill time.
So I got some questions for you, boys.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So what? You guys have been into this competition a lot of times.
You could say it's not my first rodeo.
Not our first rodeo out here. What did you learn as a student in this competition when we were competing all those years? What is the biggest thing you learned and took for your career?
I think the biggest thing that was useful for my career was how to get young men to keep the house clean, and to do the dishes, and how to. But really, the meta lesson here is how to build processes to get things done. And some other people call that working with others. And chat might not know, but Brahm and Nate were my housemates for a while.
I was his repairman.
Yeah, Brahm was also my property manager.
Property manager.
Landlord.
Yeah.
So Brahm, what about you?
No, but in all seriousness, I think there's a lot of camaraderie. I think was one of the biggest things that. When everyone is really aligned to a single goal and they want to accomplish something, and they're really passionate about it, they're willing to sacrifice a lot of their time. There's a special energy to it, and I think that's what most people they join. They might be interested in building rockets, or they've been space enthusiasts, but it's really, I think that the camaraderie of working with others on these challenges is what makes it an emotional process for many, myself included. I remember when we launched Blackout after this was 2021, after IREC was canceled or we done virtual. It's never do that again, Ezra. Shout out to 2020 and 2021 for not having a competition.
Blackout.
Shout out to Erg for letting us.
So our team, we built the rocket and we flew it before the competition, and we had some many long late nights in our kitchen. I have some pictures. It's probably 4 a.m. with a bunch of rocket components splayed out, and it's those moments that the PDRs, the CDRs, the FDRs, they all go out the window, and you just want to get something done. No, just kidding. But you put a lot of time into something, and there becomes a crunch time where it all comes together. I think that's really the big thing. And those moments, it feels like more than just getting a rocket put together. And those are special for sure. I think that's what makes it different than just showing up to work and working on something cool.
Absolutely.
That's a great answer, Matt. That was really heartfelt.
Very touching.
Yeah. Behind those dark pit vipers that Brahm loves to show off are some tears dripping down in the back.
Down the back, yeah.
Sleepless nights.
It's not the sweat in this 95-degree weather. It's the emotion. That's Kuthar Habubi. That's sort of what we got. The weather that came through. Habub. I like this collaborative spirit of America and Turkey.
I got to speak with some of the Turkish teams as a judge. Team 132, 133.
Kadir. Okay,
great.
I'm going to throw this on the screen, Kadir, because it's a super chat.
Team 130 is the team that I was judging.
I don't know what this means, so shout out to those who know Turkish.
Have you guys replayed the 3 launches from yesterday that weren't live streamed? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Replay manager. production manager.
You know what?
Production replay
Maybe.
manager.
Let's see. We'll get that on the screen. So yesterday, we experienced some unfortunate networking challenges. We are, if it's not obvious to you, in the middle of the desert, and there is not really much. There are two things out here. There is energy and heavy machinery, and that's about it. There is no internet. Unfortunately, we do not have wired internet, and as a result, we were not able to push out our stream on time due to the complexity of the configuration to get you that. But we did have them on recorded. So that file has not been played. Hopefully someone in the booth can work on getting that queued up. What are we waiting for? Let me check in with...
Oh, speak of the devil. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, chat. If we've got the audio mixed in...
We're being told.
If you can't tell, we are being told to drink water. And shout out to Nathan, who's going to sauce me a water, because that was a great reminder.
That is.
So Brian, what do we have on the table here?
Oh, yeah, chat.
What do we have on the table? A water? What?
Explain what this, we have on the table here.
Yeah, so chat, you can't see it, but I'm going to move it. We got a big hoss. Wipe the graphic. Actually, I'm the only one who can do that.
UL made it to $100.
No way. UL. Let's see. Where did we? I gotta go back. All right.
So I'll explain here.
Let's see. Holy.
When you leave out.
Wait.
Challenge accepted. Go UL.
In the sun. Coiled up.
Nee, history was just made. Yeah, I don't know what did I say? Would be up for $100.
I forget what you said.
Chat remind me what the challenge was.
What'd you?
For what?
You get a date though.
Oh, you get a date?
Well,
the highest bidder.
Whoever they want to nominate has to show up in person. They got to be de-anonymize themselves. But we do appreciate the support. Oh no, it was. No, actually, I have no idea. Chat, remind me what it was. So what you're looking at here is what happens when you coil a AC power line in a bundle and then sit it in 100-degree weather and run lots of current through it, powering 3 cameras and a bunch of studio box lights. This bad boy has completely cooked itself. It's not. It's no longer usable. The insulation has completely melted. So shout out to the people who haven't made this mistake before. But this bad boy is fried, and it's basically a big electromagnet once you coil up a cable like this. Shout out to the Blue Chronicle, a long-time supporter, and by long time I mean you started yesterday.
He really loves my sunglasses. And
who knows?
I think he's in the pits.
Maybe.
You're dying out
You know what's great is we're looking at the chat and we're watching our own ads. So shout out to Venmo and anybody who uses that service. Shout out to the people who click the link. That helps us monetize. I gotta take a drink.
All right, Nate. So what have you been at? What have you been thinking as you've been out here? This is your second year,
so
right?
This is my second year out here.
Let's give Matt a break.
I was thinking about not coming this year. There's a lot of different variables in it, and I said, "What the hell? Why not?" And I'm really grateful I made that decision. It's really fun being out here, hanging with the boys. Honestly, you don't get to do this very often. Bring back old times, if you will.
Shout out to the boys.
Shout out to the boys. Make new memories. Have a good time, essentially. But
yeah, honestly, I would recommend it to any graduating senior who, once you get these glorious jobs that our sponsors are trying to hire you for, oftentimes your friends, there's like 6.5 places in the United States where aerospace engineering students get hired to, and there are hubs, but you do tend to spread out, and that means you don't get to see your college buddies as much. So IREC is a great opportunity to reunite and see, on a regular basis, to catch up with your friends, the people you met during IREC coming out. It's just a good way to stay in touch and spend a good time, because once you show up in the desert, you're really out here. There's not a whole lot else to do, and so it's a good way to spend time. Yeah, so if you're considering volunteering or considering what you're gonna do, it's a good like I would think about IREC more as volunteering for IREC if you're a student. Don't just volunteer because you think us schmucks are running it poorly. Not untrue, but think about it as an opportunity to come out and connect with your friends that you don't get to see, and talk shop about aerospace. Yeah, because it is a good time to see you guys, to be back out here, and it kind of there's a lot of work that needs to get done to put this on. It does remind me of those late nights of getting rockets ready. And we've got some more super chats. Brom, do you want to check in with our super chats?
Yeah, so we got from Barak, another 22 try. I think that's Turkish currency.
Yep.
Team 138 of Mutator Space, Metu Ankara. Let's go, guys. Let's go, indeed. And another 22 try from Beres. Impatient to see the launch of Team 130. I think a lot of people are. We are waiting again. The pads, solids pads, are red. But we're getting here shortly. We're going to see some launches. We see, I believe, some of the cars are leaving the solids pad, so they're getting ready to launch.
Yeah, it looks like that Team 130.
There it is.
Istanbul University has left the pads, and it's just the solids pad managers who are clearing out now, and they've already. The students have already made their way back, or they're making their way back now. Shout out to Reeves, EMS, ESD 1 and 2 for all their support. What you just saw off screen was them being absolute gentlemen, clearing up the site. But back here on screen, we are looking at the rocket hauling trailer, the rocket transport vehicle, RTV, not to be confused with rubber. No, what is it? Room temperature vulcanization, used for solid motor preparation. So we've got one salvo. Okay, we have DOS from NSF. Maybe we can check in with him if that's possible. But I think I'm hearing that we have a student interview or interview getting ready. Okay. So yeah. Let's check in with Dawson and see what's going on with there.
I don't think do we have any on you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right,
First person driver.
All right.
I don't know if you can hear the audio or not.
Well, it's coming up, hopefully. Good job, teams. I gotta go.
Looks like a red flag.
Our hearts with Team 130, Gokhan. Thank you, Metkin Ecker.
I think the audio's on. Can you pull that under the shade? All right. Back to us. Thanks, Doss, for that coverage. A little walk around as the teams wrap up out at the pads. We are now getting a quick glimpse of the pad manager site there. Kind of faded out, but we have a great crew of volunteers who are really very operationally efficient in preparing students, and they've either been through the experience before. Nate, talk to me about that experience of getting a rocket up on the rail. What is that like for you? What was it like coming to IREC and getting a rocket up?
Yeah, and I can take a couple experiences there, and being the project lead, you put a lot of work into it. It's not about yourself though, really. It's more about the team. You don't, as a young leader, you think, oh, I'm the leader. it's my shot, but then you realize that it's about the team, and it's about building a program and building success together.
Yeah.
But the culmination of events, all the struggles like we just mentioned, you don't know what's happening at the beginning, and then you work your way through it. Building a rocket, they call them vehicles too. But
Yep.
I can do it. You work as a team throughout the year, many struggles, and you come up here, and then it even continues. You have stress, struggles, and no sleep.
Yeah.
You're coming out here into the dirt, into the desert, and nobody really knows what they're doing until it's actually done, and nothing is certain.
Right.
Once it gets to the rail, it becomes certain, and then it's almost like you're rolling the dice right there, and you can't have 100% launch success. It's impossible. And so once you have the rocket up, parachutes go out, comes back successfully, your GPS stays connected, which, shout out, that doesn't happen all the time. And then it comes back, you bring it back, you take it to inspection, and then it's final. You're done, you can relax until next year about the same time. And that whole cycle, there's nothing like it, really. It's a simulation, but it's reality.
And there are plenty of, in the engineering process, there's plenty of simulations that go into the process of, understanding that the design you are building and have built will perform and undergo and withstand the stresses. But to your point, everything, it's not real until it's up in the air, and
it's not real until you come back and you're safe and your rocket's all there.
Well, you could spend a whole year knowing every component and how it was made, the tolerances. You can run the finite element analysis. You can run the hand calcs, but there's still that bit of uncertainty. You can only understand the world so much until you get out there and do it. And I think that's a big part of what Ezra really is about, is that experience, learning from doing, and the doing part is the critical part there. So on screen, it looks like we have a handful of cars coming back from the solids pads. We've got some nice white rental vehicles, I bet, that really fare well in the heat out here. That Subaru is probably getting a little toasty, but students are coming back from the pads. It's good to see the momentum picking up again. We've been jibber jabbering for a bit too long. It looks like we've got some more. Oh no, wait, let's see. Maybe I missed some super chats, so sorry, crew. But yeah, it's good to see that the activity is coming back to launching, and we've got a nice footage of oh yeah, up there you can see our drone coverage. I think DOS is shooting that. And coming back from the pads after you've been out there is a pretty emotional feeling. And I'd like to invite another member of the RAT Launch Initiative up on the screen. We had a super chat from Aaron for $2 that says, "Get Will Bexon on the stream with y'all too, please." I somehow managed to wrangle some additional help. I'd say wrangle, but really I just made promises I couldn't actually promise to these fine gentlemen. Here you go, Will. And so Will, talk to me about your experience coming back from the pads after a big year of preparing for a launch. What do you think those students are feeling right now as they come back and you can off your right shoulder? How do you think they're feeling right now?
There's just so many emotions you go through. I only went out to the pad one time, but that one time I was feeling fear, excitement, sadness, happiness, joy. Everything was just crashing down all at once, and I had to compose myself when I got back to the viewing area. And when we launched, it kind of just all came out.
Yeah, totally. There's a lot of process that teams put in place to make sure that the emotion that you're feeling, which they're great emotions to feel, but they don't overwhelm you. And so part of putting together a process, is to make sure that everything you've prepared for is going to plan. And when you come back, you really, it's there's nothing you can do at that point. So it all coming together and all releasing certainly is a very emotional moment. We are going to check in with Brom in the interview booth right now.
All right, thanks, Matt, Nate, and Will. I'm here with the Turkish, I would say, delegation. Why don't you guys give us your names and why'd you guys come all the way out here to IREC?
So I am Ömer, and I am an engineer at Roketsan in Turkey, and we are judges this year. We are also judges in Teknofest, which is a similar competition in Turkey.
Cool. Can you tell us a little bit more about Teknofest?
Yeah, sure. It's, as I said, a similar rocket engineering competition, but in Turkey. We have it for around 7 to 8 years now. And this year we do accept international students as well. Next year there will also be an international category. We do give, of course, accommodation and transportation support for those coming from abroad. And we do have cultural touristic visits for them as well prepared. They get a lot of support, and it's like that.
Okay, that sounds awesome. So let's go down the line a little bit. Boran, do you want to?
Yes, I'm Boran Şahin. I am the rocketry activities manager in Roketsan. We are the main sponsor of the Teknofest rocket competition. So every year in September we do this competition. Around 80 teams come in Turkey, but now we open a new category. At the moment we have 5 international country team. They just gave us the CDR. We are evaluating them. Every year in February our competition opens. So I'd like to ask all the teams here apply our Teknofest competition. Steve and Stephanie also visited us. They liked us. We would like to be
I would like to come. Yeah,
competition.
Of course.
We would like to collaborate together. We are also here to support the judgment. We are also receiving lots of experience. Thanks to them for accepting us. We would like to come every year if they accept.
Oh, yeah, we love you guys. We're gonna. Okay,
Sorry,
there you go.
can
You can use your mic. It's all right. I know it's been great having you guys here. I know I would have loved to have come out maybe next year to Teknofest to be a judge, just like you guys came out for us. I know I spent a little bit of time with
Muharrem Öztürk. I am integration engineer as a Roketsan, and now I am judged IREC 2025, and I am huge excited to be here, and that's
That's it. That's great. I had a great time with you, judging a lot of the Turkish teams that were out here. How does it feel to see so many of your teams that come to your competition back here at this competition?
Yeah, they are gaining lots of experience here. Now, 2 months later, they will be coming to the Teknofest. They saw what's going wrong, what's going right. Okay, that's a huge experience for them. There are some successful teams, but there are some failing at the moment. But they do not. I mean, they will go further. We want them to come every year to the IREC and Teknofest. We want them to be part of their life, the rocket competitions all around the world in Turkey. We want them to love the rocket science. As Steve says, you know, that these guys will be the ones going to the Mars, making the rockets going to the Mars or the other part of the universe.
Yeah, that's right. It is very important. I know why a lot of the student teams are here is because they need that experience. We want to be the next generation of engineers building rockets that are going to maybe take us to the moon, Mars, and it's so important to reach out to across the globe, to reach out to other engineers and get that experience.
I would like to mention that, you know, in Turkey there are 80 teams. Like in IREC also around 80 teams. American teams are in IREC, so very similar numbers compared to how big the size of that companies or the populations. Rockets are very popular in Turkey among the young people. So the second country after the United States is Turkey and Canada, who has the biggest number of the contributors, like around 10 or 11, 12, something like that. So we want them, we support them also. Rocket Sam give support to these teams to come here, to be, I mean, among that all international young people. So they also make friendship, they collaborate, they communicate. We want this.
That's great. That's really great. And it sounds like from the guy in my ear that we're about to go to the next rocket launch, which hopefully is Team 130, which me and him judged, and is one of the Turkish teams.
We wish them success.
We wish them success. All right, I'm going to pass it back to our commentators. Thank you guys so much for coming here and being here.
Dang, I hope.
Liftoff.
Sorry, chat. We can't win them all. That we just launched.
Next up will be Alpha 3 130 while we wait.
Here is the Turkish team, Istanbul University,
so
up for launch. We're taking a look in. I don't think that's.
All right, we have the rocket coming in hot north of the pads, but not far. Keep your eyes on the sky. We are coming in hot just north of the area. And it was on the ground safely. Okay. So now we're moving to Alpha 3. Alpha 3.
Alpha 3, guys. 3. Should I get back in there? You guys want me to get back in there? This is Team 130, Istanbul University.
So Alpha 3, Team 130, Istanbul University. Garaposa is Gokhan rocket team. The 10K COTS to 10,040 feet. This is an M2500 Blue Thunder Aerotech motor.
All right, Team 130. This is our Turkish team.
We are clear skies. We are a green pad. And we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A nice solid blue flame, but look at that straight up there. Wow, loud out here with the roar. Let's see, it was a solid ascent. Gonna mobilize for a better view here. It looks like it is at Apogee here.
Next up will be Alpha 2. We have lockdown.
We have an event. Oh, there it is. We think we have Drogue. Let's see, do we have it on the rocket tracking? No, it's pretty challenging to distinguish these fast-moving rockets.
Alrighty then. Next up on Alpha 2 is Team 158, the University of Tulsa, flying Asteria. This is a 10K COTS going to a number of optional altitudes, but I think the final one is 10,030 feet. And this is an L1720. I've been corrected to an L1420 motor, and we're flying it on Alpha 2. We have green skies. We have clear skies, and the pad is green, not green skies and a clear pad. My apologies. All right.
Team
Now that the
158.
comedy hour is over, we're back to Alpha 2, 158, launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We've got smoke, and nice off the pad. Straight. Looking solid on the way up.
Bravo will be Bravo 1. Bravo 1.
It is great to be launching rockets again after that lull. It looks like we have a university. Okay.
And let's.
And we are safe on that one. So
under
we're moving
drogue.
on to Bravo 1. Bravo 1 is Team 305, the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. The project is Ahilia. This is a 10K COTS to 10,300 feet. Flying an Aerotech M2500 Blue Thunder.
Let's see the love for India. Let's get those Indian flags in the chat.
Okay, the skies are clear. The pad is green. And we are ready to go. Launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A nice little wobble off the pads, but nice recovery, nice straight. Oh, it looks like we shredded on the way up. I see the drogue, and maybe the payload is under parachute.
On the way up, so watch
We've
the
got
pieces coming in.
ballistic. Let's see.
There are pieces coming in hot. Keep your eyes up.
Few
just in case.
pieces.
We'll let you know as soon as they're on the ground.
Sometimes it's good to see a few pieces, but usually that's after apogee for a deployed payload. Yeah, let's see some love. We got love for Team Samard, Indian flags. Hopefully there's some good learnings from that launch there. And the team
Looks like
can come
Team
back.
130 still a lot of love. They just launched. They were the first launch. Did a very successful launch.
Yes.
All right, this is an all clear for the pits. This is an all clear for the pits.
All right, so we're moving on to the next rocket. We do have the last rocket's payload. It looks to be under drogue, but one of the portions came in ballistic. We are well over 115 launches today, I believe, our total. Total. With 150, I think we are going to be running pretty late tonight. The range closes at around sunset, so 8 o'clock.
8:58. Oh, I have 9 o'clock. But you know.
Yeah. So the volunteer staff will be is going to put in some long hours today to get as many rockets off the pad, and we are appreciative for those who are tuning in and sticking with us all night for this coverage. We are working our best. It looks like we have the solids pad manager heading out to the pad to evaluate and make sure that the next bank can be launched safely. We have a good crew, I was mentioning earlier.
There's a request for Team 179. Please come to LCO. 179, please come to launch control.
Putting on these events, the launch is quite logistically complex, and there are a lot of moving pieces. You know, we've got teams coming all the way. Oh, we've got some. Okay, what you see on screen right now is the payload under drogue or under its main parachute.
We got some
there.
updates from Isaac on some of these ballistic pieces.
I think we've got the tracking camera following that. That is not the full rocket you're seeing. Isaac, talk to me about what we just saw there.
So that particular rocket was a shred on the way up.
What does it mean to shred?
It can be a number of different causes, but the end result is that your airframe loses its structural integrity, and the various pieces of the rocket no longer maintain the relationship to each other that you would like to have on the ascent. So recovery for that team will be both easy and sad.
Yeah, it didn't quite make it up to the expected altitude, so the dispersion area is much more contained. But it also could, as you hard to find in many pieces, depending on the nature of the shred.
So speaking of recovery, what we're going to do now for after this salvo that we've just seen, and we're watching the solids flag go to the green.
It looks like, yep, green
I
is
just
going
had
up.
the pleasure of radioing Mission Control Center and asking them to release the flood. So we've been holding teams that have their rockets in the ballistic re-entry zones for these rockets because we can't have them out there when we're launching. And now we are giving them about an hour to go out there and do the best they can to recover from those zones. And once that hour is up, we'll have pulled them all in, hopefully, back to where we are, and we'll have another salvo prepped. It might be a little bit more than an hour. We'll see how we go.
Gotcha.
We also have some hybrids spooling up that might be within the hour as well, which would make my life a little complicated again. But so that's what we've done. So all of Da Vinci's radio packs are exhausted, and they're turning away teams at the moment. So yeah, those teams that are out there now, they've been holding for us for quite a while, waiting to get their rocket. They'll be able to go and get their rockets, and the ones that have been sitting in the queue waiting as well, they'll be able to head off.
So besides making sure that teams are not in the dispersion and safety area that we maintain for our operation, why is it also important? What are some other reasons why it's important to get students out there recovering their rockets as soon as possible?
Yeah, well, the recovery of the rocket is tied, well, first of all, it's tied to like finances for the team. So there's a lot of expensive kit in these rockets, but that's not the primary reason that we want to get the rockets back quickly. The scoring of the competition includes a component for the recovery of the rocket, the successful recovery of the rocket. So there's 150 points out of about 1,000 or a little bit more theoretically that you can achieve. So it's a whopping percentage to bring your rocket back and successfully recover in one piece. So teams who've had a nominal recovery really want to go out there and complete the nominal recovery by bringing the rocket back to be judged at the recovery tent.
Totally, that makes sense. So why don't we just launch all of the rockets and then let all of the student teams go out at once and recover to make sure that nobody's out there?
Well, that's a great question. We're a little bit, well, effectively that's almost what we've done just now.
Okay.
But I take your question. We're limited for launching rockets by daylight hours and how quickly teams can get ready. We're also limited for recovering rockets by daylight hours and how quickly teams can get ready. So it's kind of the same limiting factor, and we're fighting this balance between needing to go and get the rockets that have already launched and wanting to get the rockets that haven't launched the opportunity to launch. Complicating this even further is that the rockets that are out there in the field are still transmitting back the GPS to us, and what that means is frequency conflict on the pad. You may or may not have heard that a few times through this stream as we've kind of waited for solids to get ready, and particularly this morning we had some challenges deconflicting the frequency that these teams are operating on. We really don't want teams to have conflicting frequencies because they just interfere with each other and make it challenging to keep your GPS data coming through, which means you won't be able to successfully recover and get those recovery points.
Yeah, so I was explaining earlier the logistical complexities. There are many tiers for which that exists, and when is the optimal time for recovery? It has a lot of different components, and one of the components that I always used to consider when I was a student participant was how long my transmitters could transmit on those frequencies. Between daylight hours, frequency conflicts, and then also battery. It's important to get folks out there because coming back home, whether you're coming from Canada, whether you're a West Texas native, or you're coming from Australia, coming back home without a rocket really sucks.
It's not a good feeling.
It's not a good feeling. It sounds like we are getting an update. I don't know if you're hearing chat, but if you're following along, you're probably 6 to 10 bottles of water deep at your computer, or you're not, because we're frequently being reminded by our wonderful volunteer staff to stay hydrated.
Please hydrate now.
If you're just tuning in, you might have missed the prior days where we shared some updates about the event where we had a haboob. And for those who don't know or are not Southwesterners, I think that's what this part of the country is called. A haboob is a dust storm, or is a windy, dusty storm. And though the tents that we have set up in base camp were knocked out.
Let's ask
and
a student
so
about their experience with haboobs.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on in.
Do you want
come on
to
in?
come
on in.
Yeah, yeah.
This guy thinks he's going to give us some stickers, but we're actually putting him on commentary for a little while.
Yeah, yeah. So
we've got
Chico
turn your badge
State,
around so we can see. Go Chico.
California, let's
We got
go.
Je-
I think, right?
Jero, have a seat,
Okay.
have a seat.
So talk to me about your experience here so far.
It's it's certainly just as warm as our old place.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Oh, hello.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like the director of launch operations has to launch some things. So take a seat with me here.
Oh, by all means.
Yeah. So you were at. It sounds like you've been out to spaceport before.
Yes, this is my second year as a mentor.
Oh,
for,
okay,
Team
okay.
109.
Gotcha. Were you? What is your background? Were you a student before, or were you involved in rocketry, engineering? What sort of what when a team approaches you, how do they convince you to come out to the desert and spend a week out here?
At this point, it's just for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I helped restart the club a couple years ago,
Gotcha.
It was just basically whole new people right after COVID.
Mhm.
And yeah, we came out here 22, just 5 of us, scrappy little team, but we made it work, and that's still personally my favorite rocket.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is my second year as a mentor, and I'm just here to help, But for the most part, what I'm here mostly for the team's sake is doing all the art. So.
Oh, very cool. Let's see if we can get these on stream. We are big fans of merch, and we've got some pretty sweet Chico State. What does it say? Cat Girl Division. I think Dustin is one of our volunteers who's been making the stickers that we've got. I think we should lean into the anime.
Yeah, I would
aesthetic.
think. You're I mean, for lack of a better term, there's a lot of nerds out here. Sure,
yeah,
they're very familiar with anime.
It's a captive audience. No, these are awesome. Thank you so much.
But for sure, and I know a lot of teams have. At some point, I was thinking to myself, oh, this isn't going to be very popular. Just a few little gifts and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And just throughout tabling, at some point, it came to a point where people were just running up to me like, oh, you're the sticker guy.
Yep, yeah.
So.
And I do want to plug our merch store, as this is a good reminder to plug our merch store, which you can find on our website. We have some exclusive merch for this week that we're selling. Amin manages our merch, and we also have some online. So it's a good reminder, and we have been shocked as well at how popular the stickers and the other Ezra related merch are. I think it's a special thing to remember all of the hard work that you put into the rocket, and the team, the time you spent with them. And
one of my favorite parts, just doing this,
Yeah.
I've been trading stickers with other teams, and even just in this bag, like I still have like 10 or 15 from
Yep.
other teams, and it's nice to have those little mementos of people you get to know out here,
Totally.
and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, my first year as a volunteer, I came in and I was a judge, and it was for Carleton University, Canadian team, and they gave me their mission patch, and I still have it. Shout out to Carleton University. I don't think they're here this year, but I still remember those guys, and a lot of them are actually now helping launch Canada, and so it's cool. Those little moments, they stick with you. No pun intended. And so it is cool. It's a great way to remember it. What are you up to as a mentor? How is the team doing this year? There's ups and downs.
It's ups and downs,
Totally.
like all teams, like most teams.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, I'm still proud of where they've come here.
Yep.
And I think just with all teams, there's like the issues that'll present themselves.
Totally.
And it's about rising above that.
Yes.
All that sort of stuff. So I
Yeah.
know right now we're on a holding pattern to get up on the pad again
Gotcha.
today. But things are looking optimistic. So.
Yeah, well, hopefully the Chico State team gets up there.
Oh, for sure.
Was it correct? You started a team when you were at school there?
I helped effectively revive the club.
Gotcha.
There was an iteration prior to lock down. So
Okay.
from my understanding, they did come out here in
Okay.
2018.
Gotcha.
And the club was so young, from my understanding. Just
Yeah.
stories I've been told of this group that they competed with 3 iMotors in a cluster.
Okay, wow.
For this competition, and
for folks who don't know, there's different classes of motors and certification levels, and most people are flying level 3 motors, and an I is not quite a level 3 motor, so you add them up and it gets you over the line.
And as maybe you'd have to explain, if the way it was flown as a cluster, the idea is 3 smaller motors are being lit simultaneously, and that's the
very
challenge.
challenging. Very challenging.
You know, the video that exists of what occurred, you know, one kind of went off a little early, and the video it goes just completely sideways.
Yeah,
But,
and when we watch up close, we've got some great shots from NASA spaceflight of the motors starting. You know, you see that few seconds where things are kicking off, and when you've got it 3, you have to really understand how your igniters are performing. You know, where the grain is igniting in order for it to go perfectly, that you got equal thrust, so it doesn't do that arcing. So it's certainly a challenge, a big challenge to take on as a young team with new to the competition. That's how is it coming out here? I think this is a little bit further than New Mexico. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say the commute for ourselves. Yes, the team did the proactive thing, and most of us flew. I personally drove, but
oh wow,
that presented its own challenges.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully the rocket gets up today. Otherwise, we'll see you and the team here tomorrow.
I know for sure.
And yeah, best of luck to the team, and hopefully you stick around. I'm sure they appreciate your help. I still touch, I stick my fingers in the, my former team as every now and then. I don't know whether or not they like my help. Maybe they can show in the chat.
Yeah, I'll ask myself that.
Yeah,
Until they tell me to leave,
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a good reminder to teams. If you're an alumni, it is good to stay involved, and I think that helps. Or if you are part of the rocketry community, and there's a team near you, teams can learn a lot really fast when they have great mentors. So thank you so much for the Chico. Shout out to Chico State. And what was your name again?
Oh, my name's Jairo.
Jairo, thank you. Shout out to Jairo for this great merch. Maybe we can get Jairo some of our Ezra Media merch in exchange. All right, and it sounds like we're gonna check in with an interview in a second.
Thanks for, thank you. I'd like to introduce, what's your name?
My name is Vineet Dudani.
Vineet Dudani, where do you go to school at, Vineet?
I go to the University of Utah.
University of Utah, and he has brought his payload in. So why don't you tell me what your payload is and how well performed in your flight?
So our payload is a clear section which is made out of polycarbonate. And the polycarbonate is about 1/4 of an inch thick to ensure that it was strong enough for a flight which was going to experience a lot of force. And the reason we did a clear section was because we wanted really cool footage of a GoPro 360, which we have installed here. It did pretty well in flight. However, we did have issues with a bit of overheating, so we didn't get the best footage that we needed. However, something's better than nothing.
Yes. Now, what category do you guys compete in?
We competed in 10K cots.
10K cots. And how'd your flight go?
We did pretty well, I would say, compared to the situations we were given.
You got it back? And it worked pretty well?
We got the whole thing back with no damage other than just a few scrapes on the paint.
A few scrapes, that's typical. Everybody gets a few scrapes. So how did this work, and how did this just record the data, or how did you get this whole thing to work?
So what we did was to turn on the GoPro and to make sure that it goes into 360 mode, we drilled some holes. And those holes basically allow us to...
There?
Yep, there's one right there. That one was to turn on the power. There's one up here that will help us... hit the record button. And there's a little hole here, which we made a homemade stylus from, a stylus pen, so you could touch the touch screen and turn it into a 360 GoPro.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So that was when you were arming the system. This is one of the arming parts of your checklist, then.
Yes.
Okay? And then now how long could it survive before you ran out of batteries?
It still has enough battery to go for another launch.
Oh, really?
However, the issue is it would probably overheat with the heat.
Overheat, sure,
Yeah.
sure. So what was what did the video look like? Did you get it back?
We got it back. The video is not too bad. As I said, it's not enough for us to go off of.
Sure.
It was.
Mhm.
It started getting choppier at the end since temperature started going up. When it was sitting on the pad for a bit
The
longer.
heat was always a problem. Yes.
Exactly.
So it looked like you got back pretty well. Tell me about this polycarbonate. That was an interesting thing I saw when you reviewed it. How do you keep the structure all together? What's your structural design here?
So the way that it stays together is the polycarbonate was a piece that we custom purchased. It was the most expensive component of this entire rocket. More expensive than the motor and the casing for the motors. Then to keep it together and to make it all into one piece with our rocket, we printed these 3D carbon fiber couplers.
Couplers, yes.
And those couplers we just inserted metal brasses into. So these are 100% infill.
Okay, okay.
These are 100% infill carbon fiber PPA.
Okay. And you made all this at school, correct?
Yes, the carbon fiber couplers were made by an alumni since he has a special printer.
Huh?
Yep.
That helps. Alumni are great, let me tell you.
Definitely.
So how's it rigged into here then?
So it's rigged in. So the coupler is long enough, and it goes up here into the nose cone as well.
Mhm.
And then we just drilled some holes, put the metal brass or the brass inserts in there,
Mhm.
and then just some screws.
Just screwed it in. All right, that worked. And how would what would you change if you did this again? Do you have to come back next year? How might adjust it?
I would add a fan and batteries for the
Cooling.
fan.
How about that? Cooling. That's a certainly unique thing.
Definitely.
So what? So how much? How hot did it get? It got hot enough that it affected the video?
Yep, it got hot enough that it stopped recording. So the technology with the newer GoPros is they will just stop recording.
Oh, okay. So you need a cooling system there. That's something I wouldn't have thought of.
Yep.
I would not have thought of. Did you? Now I take it you tested it. How much did you test this ahead of time?
So we didn't have a test launch until last week in Utah.
Okay.
And when we tested it, that's when we found out about the overheating issue.
Oh, okay. So you knew that was going to be a problem. Okay.
We thought that GoPros are probably strong enough to handle temperatures like that, since if they're able to go underwater, we thought that they'll be able to handle strong temperatures, but they cap out at anything above 100 degrees, they will crash on us.
Are there anything else any other cameras you could put? I mean, is GoPro sponsoring you?
No, they're not.
They're not.
We could put any other camera.
In there. Yeah, that might tolerate heat temperature better.
Yep.
Higher temperatures. Okay. Let's talk about your team. How many people on the team?
We only had 4 this year.
4? Oh, that's right. You guys had the small team. I was their judge, so I saw them when we were back. So so you were the payload guy. What did you guys do? Propulsion, payload, stability, flight controls?
Yep. So we did everything.
Great.
I would say it was a combined team effort. Even though our team was small, we ensured that it was a combined team effort. And the reason that we did a GoPro, the reasoning behind it was a broader club view. Okay. We wanted to ensure that we had something cool to show other students and show them that, hey, aerospace is cool as well, and try to get more students, not only for the club, but also for the department. And start introducing this.
So you only had 4 students for the whole team. A lot of teams have, a dozen students, but 6 of them do the work, stuff like that. You only had 4 to start with.
Yep, and everybody contributed at least.
Everybody did a yeoman's work. Good. That's good. So you're going to come back next year?
I'm hoping that the team will. I will have my successor take over me. He is here this year. Yeah, I have taught him pretty well, hopefully.
One of the biggest things is recruiting freshmen.
Definitely.
That's a huge thing. So you guys have a good recruiting tool. Show them the video, and I'm certain you tell them what's wrong, and then somebody can figure out how to, or get a new camera, or call GoPro and say, hey, can you, what's like sponsor us for a rocket flight?
Definitely.
That's lots of ways to do that. So that's about it for us. Congratulations to the University of Utah.
Thank you.
And we're going back to our the commentators. Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you guys next year if you're able to.
I will try my best to be here as a volunteer, but if my team decides
we'd love to have you as a volunteer. I mean, that's you're in this is we're made of a lot of she competed.
cried because
Maybe I can just get on the computer. Oh, we are so back, chat. I can hear myself again. Let's see if it's over here. It's over here. There we go. You know, like I was saying to myself, I'm glad we're back on the audio here, so I can continue to talk to my studio audience and the camera online. Let's see if I got that one. There we go. I hope. Let's see if I got it. Oh, okay. Well, earlier I was explaining that we do our best to film all of the rockets to the best of our ability, but sometimes there are communication breaks down. The team doesn't know exactly where the rockets are happening. The live stream operates entirely independent of launch operations, and so what that means is that sometimes the launch control team, the launch operations team is pushing as hard as possible to get as many rockets in the air, and as a result, the live stream does their best to catch up. So unfortunately, you might have seen in the chat, there's a lot of desire to see Team 138 rockets replayed, but my producer is telling me that we do not have that footage, unfortunately. So I would like to extend an apology to Team 138 for not being able to fully capture your launch. I know there has been a lot of support throughout the day from the Turkish folks, but we do not have that footage, unfortunately, and we every year we do our best to provide the most coverage we can, but really we're a team of volunteers, and we come out once a year, and we're not professionals, so we've got cobwebs that take some time to, the first day, all of the launch operations folks recommend that you come out and launch a rocket on the first day, but I recommend you come out on the second day if you want the best live stream coverage. Behind me is Dr. David Abmeyer, who is our launch control officer and the vice president of the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association. It looks like he is heading downrange to check on the pads, fuel up their generators, it smells like. And for folks who are just tuning in now, we do not have the Team 138 footage. So we apologize. We do have the footage from yesterday's morning opener. We did have that recorded. That was a networking issue. So if folks have any questions about what's going on, we are currently waiting for recovery operations. Maybe we could get a drone up to cover a team who is recovering. But the team is taking a little bit of a break right now as we sort of reorganize our staffing. And I think it's just going to be the straight on shot of me for a bit, as we have about an hour of launch. The launch is, we're just hanging on while teams go out. And the reason why we do that is that it's best to remove as many rockets off of the range so that students can continue to receive their telemetry, and also their battery doesn't die down before dark. And so, as Isaac was explaining earlier, recovery is a major part of the scoring and the competition. Getting your rocket back and demonstrating that it's not damaged and it performed nominally is about 2/3 of the competition. So let's check in with chat and see what folks are saying. And we got one. Oh, that's a crazy one. Yeah, Team 138, we don't have your footage, and we are doing our best to cover it. And I am checking out some other activity. Yeah, if anybody has recorded onboard footage, Simnol, we see your message here. We would, if you feel free to email experimental media at ezrarocket.org, and we will try to bring that on the stream. We've got a lot of ways to ingest media here, and yeah, so right now we're looking downrange at what appears to be a team who's picking up a rocket, or no, this looks like, actually, I can't really see very well what's going on, but we are just hanging out for a little bit, and I think I'm going to try and bring on one of the biggest rocket celebrities I know, Rocket Geek Guy on Instagram. Maybe I can get him to come out here. Chris Meyer is one of our fellow volunteers, and it seems like we've got
my Colombian team.
Oh, okay, we've got the Colombians here. Well, welcome. We'll do a little mic swap. So tell me, actually, Chris, do you want to introduce who's here?
Santiago and Melissa.
All right, Santiago and Melissa, tell me about your team, your rocket. Did you guys fly already?
1, 2. Well, our team is like the one in the middle.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so my team is Volta. We are from Colombia. We're the first and only Colombian team participating in the IREC 2025, which is we're so proud of it. We launched yesterday afternoon. We recovered a rocket today at morning, and everything like was fine. The rocket was recovered like with any damage. The payload took some data, and yeah, like everything went pretty great.
This is your first year, right?
That is correct.
First time IREC, first year.
Yeah, also first high power rocket. First time, yeah, it's a lot of things happening the first time really. So
You did really well for a first year. These guys did really well.
Yeah, they've said that. We're really proud, and some of our family people are here in the competition, and everyone is very proud of our work, and so we're really happy with it.
You guys have a rocket program, right? Like you've flown some rockets, just not high power rockets.
Yeah, we've flown some rockets. Actually, the rocket program that we have, it was created like about 4 years ago. It was created by another teammate called Omar and me. We are the founders and the leader of the group. And yeah, we have flown some rockets, like about 13 rockets, but not high power rockets. So we kind of like know how the thing worked, but this was like a first time with a high power rocket. So yeah, we try to do like the process like very detailed, also like with the mentoring of Cruz, who is our flight of record and mentor. So yeah, we're really proud of what we have accomplished so far.
You guys were a really easy team to work with because you guys like you said you were very detailed, and man, you like had even from the very first go, like your motor matrix, this is the motors that we thought we could use, and this is the one. All right, now with the motor challenges, the first thing I asked was, have you checked if you could buy that motor? And I think if I remember right, your first choice you couldn't buy, right?
Yeah, it was because it was Cicerone, and like the Cicerones were like they were having trouble with availability, so we wanted to go with like a safe option that we would know that we could buy and could get. So
ended up flying an Aerotech instead.
Yeah, an N3300.
Yep. Awesome.
So you said you started the club about 4 years ago. Is this your last year at the university?
Yes, indeed it is. If everything turns out all right, I'll be graduating like in December, more or less. I'm starting to work on my thesis. So yeah, that's something that we wanted to do when we created the group is that it could last. So actually, in the group, actually the primary base of the group are like freshmen and sophomores. So we have Volta. We will have Volta for a long time.
How many people did you bring?
Here at IREC, we are 26 students, like 7 parents, and also back home, we are like in total like 60 people. So it's a big group.
Yeah, got a good program. They got a good start.
That sounds very well run to be able to bring 26 people all the way to IREC. I think some of the international teams, they really have to thin down their teams, but it sounds like you were able to bring some family out, which is super awesome. Most folks are just tuning in live or tuning online. What year are you, and you think you'll be back next year?
Yeah, obviously we'll be back, and we hope Melissa and Omar, our team leaders that will be graduating, I hope they come back as mentors. But the team is really solid. They made sure to leave a lot of heads in the team, people who can lead after they're gone. So there's no doubt we're coming back. Maybe we not with 28 people. It was the first time, so we obviously everyone wanted to come. Yeah. It was a big sacrifice for all of us, but we're definitely coming back this year. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, it sounds like you might not be their mentor or flyer director. You're getting kicked out by the founder of the team.
I've been supplanted. Hey, if I'm doing my job right, I'm training the next generation. So I need to work myself out of a job if I'm doing it right.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's super exciting. Anything you want to say? You brought a lot of folks out, but is there anything you guys want to say to maybe folks who are tuning in online or back home?
Well, back home, I think this.
Say it in Spanish as well, if that makes sense.
Okay. Bueno, creo que para nosotros como colombianos estamos rompiendo barreras. We're breaking new ground for Colombians. Entonces es importante que no solamente nuestro equipo, sino todos los colombianos, otras universidades, realicemos que esas cosas son posibles, que si nosotros pudimos, muchos más pueden y ojalá surjan competencias mucho más exigentes en Colombia pues, hagan que la industria crezca mucho más. Y claramente es demostrar que hay autoridades como Melissa y como mis compañeros, autoridades que saben de lo que hablan en temas de cohetería en Colombia. No sé si quieres decir algo.
Sí, primero que muchas gracias a todas las personas que allá en Colombia nos ayudaron, a nuestros profesores, a nuestros padres, a todos el resto del grupo que no pudieron venir acá, pero que aún así fueron parte fundamental del proceso. Y sí, no, pues que realmente esto es un hito. Like, we are really making history here, as Colombia does not have any like aerospace stuff. Like, we are really pioneers on the stuff. It's been really hard. Ha sido muy difícil llegar hasta acá, pero aquí estamos. We accomplished what we wanted to, and yeah. Also in Colombia we have a small rocketry competition. It's just sport rocketry, like model rocketry. Así que si alguien de los que están en la transmisión que está interesado en eso, puede buscarlo como CCCD, o pueden buscar a la corporación Alas y ahí encuentran toda la información. If you want to maybe get to know something about the little rocket competition that we have back there in Colombia, you can go to Instagram and look for Corporación Alas, ALAS, Corp, and get to know more about it. Like, we are really getting into let this passion growth in Colombia. So, yeah. Yeah. Also,
the sponsors, always
muchas
gotta
gracias.
pay the bills. Pay the bills.
Muchas gracias a nuestros sponsors y a nuestros patrocinadores por creer en nosotros, creer en nuestro proyecto, a Hatch, a Cámara de Comercio Aburrasur, a la Corporación Alas que también nos ha apoyado, a Faismon, a Cetimec. Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Well, that's really great. Hopefully next year you guys will. Oh yeah.
Show the sponsor shirts. There you go.
Let's plug that. There we go. There's maybe a few that are not quite covered on the bottom, but being well supported is really critical to success. And it seems like you guys have really figured that out, which is awesome. Hopefully next year, maybe you guys, you're an inspiration, and there'll be multiple Colombian teams next year.
And we hope, I want to say that thanks to our sponsors for believing in us, because it's the first time, and we hope so many more people believe in us now that we've proven that we can do this kind of things.
See, I'm not going to get replaced. They're going to take over at Volta, and then they're going to get a new area, new university, and the new one can come to me. And I hope
You're
and
0 to 1.
And then we're going to try to beat them.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris is very competitive. He likes to remind
Okay. Just to tell you. Oh, all right.
Yeah, Chris has that fighter spirit in him. He likes to remind us that he has 3 times as many followers on Instagram.
Oh, this again.
It's probably an incredible opportunity to work for to collaborate with such a famous individual.
He's not going to let it go. He's not going to let it go.
Chris used to be our primary IT guy, and now he just has to spend too much time with all the teams and his following.
Well, you also simplified. Your drones and the other stuff that we're doing here has greatly simplified this, but also made it a better show. So I'm happy to step out of the way when I know that I've been supplanted with something better.
It seems like your help is going a long way, and to have such a first time, very successful team, come from Colombia. It's a testament to your help, and they're, probably more so their organization.
I only guide, and they do the work. So absolutely, they get most of the credit.
Well, it's awesome to check in with you guys. There's not a whole lot. Would love to see your avionics data, how close you are to your predicted estimates, because it sounds like everything went too well.
Everything did fine. But we were a little short on altitude, but it's still everything is. You can't have it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't have it all the first time, huh?
Yeah. Awesome.
Right. that way you make easier for other people to compete with you. But we're just so better that we have to give something. For
Yeah, you want to not be too good so that it feels unapproachable.
People are gonna get suspicious about us.
They're gonna leave a few slices of pie out there for others.
Yeah. You want to be like, oh, they did all right, and so it's more approachable to compete. You know. Yeah.
Well,
it's sort of like the live video challenge last year. It was a little underwhelming. The winner was a little underwhelming, and now a lot of teams have showed up and said we can do a lot better than that. So we had like maybe 3 participants, but now we're getting tons of footage left and right. So you don't want to set the bar too high on the first go. So
well, and you need to be able to sell your sponsors. Hey, we did a good job this time. If we get more money next time, we can do better.
And it's the competition's not over, but if you place or you receive an award, that's even it goes a long way to demonstrating to your sponsors and university and family back home.
This is true.
Very cool. Awesome. I think we're gonna check in with some activity out on recovery if that's possible. It seems like we just we have a student who just saw his rocket. He's incredibly thrilled. Yeah, that was incredible drone footage timing. That was a banger.
Don't get bit by a rattlesnake.
All right, so this student just showed up. He just saw his rocket. It's pretty thrilling to be out there to know that after hours or whatnot, you might have found your rocket. It looks like he's approaching his rocket safely. Some secondary help is on the way with a bottle of water. It looks. Let's see if we can get that footage again. So they're approaching. Chris, talk to me about why it's good to safely approach your rocket after it's landed.
Well,
and some concerns you might be looking out for.
Well, so out in the desert, first thing you want to do is not run into a rattlesnake or hostile creature. But for the rocket itself, you really want to look at the rocket carefully and make sure that all of your ejection charge is fired. The number of times I have seen experienced rocketeers bring a rocket back to their tent and not realize that they have a charge unfired is actually shocking. So you always want to walk up and make sure that your ejection charge is all fired and that you can render that rocket safe.
Is it possible to have a completely nominal flight and still have ejection charges that are not popped off? Or
so that wouldn't be a 100% nominal, because then that would mean one of your flight computers didn't function, right? But this is why you put redundancy in there, right? This is why we fly 2 or sometimes 3 flight computers with independent charges. You want that redundancy so you can have a successful flight even if one of the components fails.
Right. So it would a successful flight, you would always have 2 charges. Or I mean,
a 100% nominal flight.
There we go. We've got some close-up footage from the pads of the team that just picked up their rocket there. It doesn't quite look like they had a 100% successful flight there.
It might have looked like either they've already disassembled the rocket
right.
into smaller parts to be able to recover it, or there was some suboptimal issues there.
So you would normally expect to see all of the components of your rocket, maybe not the payload if it was a deployable payload, somewhat connected. But to your point, you could remove some of those quick links and disconnect the recovery harnesses there.
Well, especially these rockets. These are large rockets, right? They can be heavy, and so the people that you send out on a recovery team, you don't want to assemble the whole rocket and try to carry it either assembled or, parts of it would be absolute nightmare to try to carry. They're big, they're heavy, and they're unwieldy when they're not put together. They're just big and heavy when they're put together.
Yeah, very true.
So take it apart and divide up the pieces and then carry, share the load.
Yeah. When I was in college, we would fully assemble the rocket about 150 feet before we got back, and then carry it back in on our shoulders just to demonstrate we had all of the pieces. This was at a club launches.
Yeah.
Look, we're back. We've got our rocket. We're not. It's not in shambles. But that was just to show to the club that was grateful to host us that we kind of knew what we were doing, or we wanted to act like we knew what we were doing. Did you guys go out on recovery yesterday, or was that another member of your team?
So we flight yesterday. We flight very late. So at the end, we recovered today. I was one of the people who recovered the rocket. Fortunately, the rocket landed very close to a road, so we just had to drive there, and it was at the side of the road. And we have the recording of the whole process. As you said, we have to deactivate the pyrotechnic charges, first thing we did, and just send the rocket, but we didn't have any trouble any more than just driving over there.
Nice. I have noticed that more and more rocket. It seems like here in Saragossa, more rockets are landing a little bit closer to the base camp area, making recovery a bit easier. It's also, I think, the lack of yuccas obscuring the view of the range.
So here they've got a kind of a drone view now.
There we go.
Of essentially a fully assembled, fully connected rocket, right? Unrecovered, but it's landed, and I mean they're close enough you can barely make out the shock cord lines connecting it all together. Look at that, they're zooming in.
That looks like it's a successful launch. Maybe a little skid mark there in the dirt that we can see.
Well,
but probably not too much damage.
A lot of that happens after the rocket lands, right? They have big parachutes, and so if there's any wind, they'll get drug on the ground. So Team 143, they got their rocket there. Clearly, you can see their flame blanket. You can see their harness strung out, and then they're going to pan. There we go. They're following the recovery line there, and it goes up to sort of a center section. Maybe there's the center section that probably has the electronics in it.
Shout out to University of Calgary for
other side here.
Oh, no, wait, that's table number, not team number.
Yeah, the other side here, we've got the nose cone and the main parachute.
Queens
the
University.
Harness is in there somewhere, I'm sure. Difficult to see, but that is a nominal flight right there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, awesome.
Queens University.
Queens.
For what looks to be a very successful launch and a healthy-looking rocket. Hopefully you are out there and are able to see our...
Well, and hopefully they brought tools to break it into small parts, and they're going to share the load. Carry that thing back.
That's out there for sure. It's easy for us to get there in a drone, but not so easy on foot. We're sort of scanning. Drones are scanning to help out and see what we can find. The range, the solids pad bank is a green flag. We are a green flag because there are no rockets that are out there, and there's no energetics. The range is open. As students are out on recovery, it looks like, however, hybrids, this looks like a hybrid, are preparing to launch.
They got something, looks like they got something on the pad there.
Chris, I know you picked up a few very successful teams as mentees, but I remember University of Texas San Antonio was a big hybrid team. Are they out this year with
big hybrid team? So UTSA started two-stage, and they, I forget what happened, but they weren't really successful with that. Then they switched to hybrid, and then they switched to SRAD solid last year.
Gotcha.
And that was their first successful flight. So, in fact, I can go get them.
That's a big challenge to take on a hybrid early on.
Yeah, but I can go get them. There they are.
Oh,
UTSA in the background.
Wow. See, like, this is what I'm talking about, Chris. Your fans are just all over the place.
I'm going to go recruit a couple of them and have them come talk to you.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I think I've got like 40 minutes of airtime I've got to fill.
Oh, my goodness.
Send them on over.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming out, and congratulations on your first very successful time at IREC, and we hope to see you again, both out here again, and more Colombians as well.
Okay, yeah, definitely more Colombians, not just our team. We hope more teams come and take the risk, and thank you, and thank Chris for your time.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you so much
All
for
right.
inviting us here, and we also have some things for you.
Oh, thank
we
you
have
very
some
much.
Colombian
Appreciate
teams,
it.
We hope you enjoyed, and we have also this little thing.
I hope Chris has one already.
Yeah, he has one already.
Okay. You're going to put that on. Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That way you can remember us.
Of course.
Yeah. So.
I hope in 1 year you still need to have that one in your hand.
Yeah. Well, let's get some Colombian flags in the chat. Shout out to Volta on their wonderful performance. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks to you.
All right. I think we've got the UTSA team coming in. I hope they're so gracious and generous with the little gifts. I doubt it though. Let's see.
All right, we've got the drone out for some coverage here. And come on in. We are back in the commentator booth with the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Meyer, and his mentees. Tell me who you guys are and what your team is.
I'm Hannah. We're at UTSA in San Antonio for Aeronautics and Rocket Club, ARC.
Hello, I'm Grace. I'm also an ARC, I don't know.
But you're like the president, right?
Yeah, so tell me about ARC. How long has it been around? Have you guys been at IREC quite a bit? How's your experience been so far?
So, oh, okay. I don't want to be too close. So we started in 2016. Actually, one of our newest members, his brother, founded the club. I know we've been in IREC for a couple of years. I think 2022 was our first year. We did 2-stage, then we did 10K hybrid, and then last year we did 30K SRAD. We had a successful launch, so now we're doing 30K SRAD again, and it's been a lot of fun. We weren't sure what to expect with all the changes this year, but it's been a good experience for all of us, I think.
Yes. And like everything we made in-house but our altimeters, so it really is completely SRAD. No! But yeah.
Yeah, control. Can we get the wide angle shot here real quick? Oh, there we go. Yeah, shout out to UTSA. There we go. We could just do the whole. You guys have launched, or still waiting to launch?
We launched already on Wednesday. We were the last team, and then we came. The first thing we did on yesterday, Thursday. Yes.
How are you liking launching in Texas? What do you think of this new launch facility?
Compared to last year, it was definitely a lot easier to cover because Las Cruces are like that launch site out there. It was very, very bumpy. The terrain was pretty extreme and we couldn't see each other, but here it's just like so flat. So that was a lot easier. It's a lot less of the drive is a lot less interesting, but I mean, you got any thoughts?
It's definitely a lot less humid than San Antonio, so I like it better. It's nice and dry, and all the dust devils are friendly. So.
Friendly dust devils. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I can tell you what's not friendly, and it's the haboob that took out half of our, well,
oh God, the tents.
7/8 of our tents. Yeah, that's so cursed. That's so cursed.
I brought the rain. It's okay.
The amount of stress and agony the haboob causes, I really hope it's not a tradition. But if Stephanie Taylor is listening, next year let's get 40 tents, so that when the haboob comes and we lose 7/3, we still have or 7/8, we still have enough to have all the teams in them. What has been your experience with working with Chris as your mentor?
Oh boy.
Brutal. It's been pretty good. We started SRAD for the first time last year, so Chris has always obviously been like a huge help with learning all the experimental motor stuff. I wasn't doing propulsion last year, but this year he's been pretty pivotal, as well as we would not have any place to do our psych tests or anything without him, but also just support throughout the year has been very, very nice. He's always there.
How many people did you bring back this year?
From last year?
Yeah.
No, you can say.
Yeah, from last year, 3.
So you had a team of how many last year?
6.
Dang.
But only 3 were actively working on the rocket. 6 came here.
Right.
And then
6 came to Spaceport.
Yes, and then we retained 3 this year. She's one of them, and then we have 10 members here actively with us.
Yeah. So you're growing a little bit.
Yeah, year by year. We're trying to get.
Well, you guys won an award last year, right?
Yes, we did, right?
Yes, we did.
She did.
Oh, you know that one.
Yeah, the award we won last year was for our research that I did with Haven, basically using laser spectroscopy to diagnose laser propellant. And so we won like the Gilmore Award for innovation, I think, for our research presentation. Unfortunately, not for the actual rocket stuff. But we, as president this year, I did not have the time to continue the research project, at least for IREC. We did continue it in my research lab, but didn't have the time to prepare a presentation.
Well, you guys got big designs. I know Dr. Pineda is the the faculty member who supports a lot of this. Dr. P. Shout out to Dr. P.
Shout out Dr. P.
But he's got more than just solid stuff going on, right? What else has he got going? Because I know you got a senior design project you're working on, and I did NASA SLI also for a different team.
Yeah, the biggest thing in the research lab, I think, right now is all the shock tube stuff. So he does a lot of laser spectroscopy with shock tube detonations. I don't know a whole lot about the specifics of the projects because I haven't been as present with those, as well as FEMA is another big one, which is using laser spectroscopy to try and detect like toxic gas concentrations for, oops.
Yet again.
In the events of house fires and stuff like that, as well as the capstone project Chris was mentioning was we are working on a liquid rocket, which we're super excited for because currently there has not been a liquid rocket to launch in Texas. So we're hoping to maybe be the first, or at least one of the first few. Hopefully in October we'll complete that.
So for everybody who doesn't remember, what was the name of your rocket and what was your payload?
We were Worminator 9000, and our payload was C. elegans, which were suffered an unfortunate fate, but they were there.
They were there. Wait, and you need to show them what did we invent? The worm wave?
The worm wave! That's how we signal to our other members. We're like, we're over here! You're good. Yeah.
And your team left already, so they're no longer here for the worm wave.
They're no longer here for the worm wave.
But thank you guys. I think we're just gonna have the rotisserie of teams come on through. So.
All right.
Chris, is this another one of your teams you mentor?
This is not. No, I had 4 this year. Now, I started with 2, and I ended up having to pick up a few. We had a few flyer of records that had to drop out or whatever. So there's some teams kind of in the lurch. So I picked up Seoul, Korea, and the Scottish team.
It looks like on screen we have that team recovering their rocket. I wonder if they were tracking the drone that was on it. A big success. You know, if you're just tuning in now and wondering why we're still talking, we're not seeing any rockets, that's because we have paused our launch operations to allow for student teams to recover their rocket. So we're pausing for about an hour. I think we're about 30 minutes in so far. And we're just going through some teams, just chatting about their rocket. I'm looking at the WPI Rocketry Club. They're gonna clarify some acronym that I just realized doesn't make sense. HPRC. It's WPI HPRC. All right, gents, come on, sit down. So, in case you don't know what this this acronym is, it's WPI, right? Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So WPI is Worcester Polytech in Massachusetts. Shout out to all the people in the Northeast. So tell me, guys, about your rocket and if you guys have launched already.
Yeah, so we are Worcester Polytechnic, the high-power rocketry team, but HPRC, and we did launch yesterday. Unfortunately, we had a bit of an unplanned disassembly that occurred at about
F's in the chat.
2,500 feet, I believe, and based on some video footage that our wonderful flyer of record was able to capture, it looks like the front fell off.
What does that mean, the front fell off?
We believe we had some sort of structural failure just aft of the recovery coupling.
Gotcha. So not the expected results you guys were hoping for.
Not quite, but the 3 of us were part of the ground station and telemetry team.
Oh.
And we definitely saw a little bit more success, I think, than the rest of the rocket system.
Yeah, tell me about what success you saw.
Yeah, so yesterday we were the team with the extremely large dish that was set up right here. 2 meters in diameter, 22 decibels of gain, and we set out with the goal of receiving 90% of packets for our flight. And based on some analysis we were doing in our motel room last night, we found out that we were able to receive 100% of the packets that were transmitted at a peak signal strength of minus 63 dBm, which is approximately 10,000 times higher signal strength than we have ever seen before on the team.
Is that adjusted for the reduction in flight altitude, or is that a?
That's just like as a general number. In
Yep.
previous years, we've sat it at about 100 minus 100 dBm all the way throughout flight. And this year on the pad with ground interference, we were sitting at around minus 80. And during flight, that increased to around minus 60 at its peak.
Gotcha. And what is your name?
I'm Will Shirey. I the ground station lead this year on the software side. So I did a lot of the integration, help with testing, a lot of the back-end telemetry. These two were really the ones who did all the heavy lifting for the dish itself. So proud of how things went. Last year, we designed our own antenna, worked okay. We received about 25% of our data. So this year, the goal, like Arjun said, was to receive 90% of the data. We received 100%, which is pretty crazy. Anyone who has done any RF work, especially out in the field here, knows pretty much when you launch, you get farther away, right? So your signal strength should go down. We actually saw a jump in about 20 decibels, 20 dBm when we launched, which means that we were tracking pretty much 100% perfectly. The only way that happens is if you are pointing directly at the rocket the entire flight. So we had a 50-pound dish essentially tracking the flight the entire way.
How did you guys have the dish tracking throughout the flight?
That is all me.
So hi, I'm Nick. I designed the tracker for our actual dish. So it's a very large dish. Obviously, one of the big concerns we had was with wind. So there were very large, about 8 pounds each stepper motors for both controlling the azimuth and the elevation of the dish. And that was quite a bit of engineering, all done natively in Onshape, which is a big sponsor of IREC, as well as a big sponsor of our team personally. We thank them very much for that. And so a lot of that work was done in Onshape, partially with a lot of hand calcs backing us up to make sure we actually had enough torque to be able to support that whole system. We were able to actually, thankfully, do automatic tracking basically all the way to apogee using the telemetry downlink we were getting over that dish. So using our barometric altitude and our GPS position to get elevation and azimuth rotation, we actually automatically tracked it with no intervention all the way up to apogee, at which point we then switched to manual tracking, which Arjun was doing with a nice basically magic wand to make sure that we had the proper tracking all the way down to the ground.
A little bit of a funny story actually with that magic wand. We spent the last couple days testing that magic wand out near our motel, worked perfectly, got out here to the desert, and the heat pretty much killed the sensors. They still worked, but where we pointed it is not where it thought it was pointing. So Nick and I sat down in about an hour and redid our code to automatically track. We've had some issues with our telemetry system with the flight computers, so we actually weren't expecting data. We got the call about 1 in the morning, day of launch, that we actually would be getting telemetry. So we rewrote our code to automatically track. Somehow it worked perfectly. Most of the math was done by Nick ahead of time, but it had not been integrated. There were a lot of little issues going on that we fixed. We probably finished about 10 minutes before flight, and it worked perfectly, which is pretty incredible. We were not expecting that.
Super impressive. And using the telemetry data to track is sort of a chicken and egg problem of getting a good enough connection to get the data, to use that data as part of your control loop. Did you guys have any plans for what happened if you broke link?
Yeah, so the main thing is if we broke link, we were going to go back to that manual dish for that manual magic wand tracking, which we did not realize until we got here day of launch that we were having those issues. We think with the heat overheating the IMU causing the gyro and bias values to be far different than what we had tested prior. We had found basically we could put it under our table to get it in the shade for a while, and then that would give us enough stability in the sensor readings for about 5 minutes for us to be able to run that for launch. But certainly a lot of last second freaking out and trying to fix things. That way we would actually get decent tracking on the way up.
Yeah, there always is that last little crazy bit of integration, whether it's the software the night before when you realize something's not going to work, or something doesn't fit quite the way it did out in the heat. Those are sort of those moments when everything is up for grabs, and all of the work, you're really just doing your best to try and figure things out. and it sounds like that worked out. Hopefully, you guys get to test this this system on another rocket at full altitude. You know, shout out to the aerostructures team for letting you guys down, but
oh well.
The ground station GSC really pulled through on this one. If I remember correctly, WPI or whatever, HPRC, WPI, HRC. Shout out to the acronyms. Not Akron, Ohio, but acronyms for you guys won the payload. Second place in the payload competition this year. How are you guys feeling about the payload competition this year?
I believe we unfortunately didn't have enough time to go out and recover last night. We have our recovery team out there now trying to find things. We, as of right now, I don't think they found the payload yet, but they're out there looking. So hopefully things are going to be pretty well.
If I remember correctly, recovery is not a part of the payload competition.
Yeah, I believe we just got word a couple minutes ago that they found the payload and nose cone together buried into the ground. Which is a little ironic because part of the payload mission was to drill a hole into the ground with an auger and plant a seed. So on a technical basis, we did half complete the mission. We drilled a hole, just not the way we intended to.
Yeah.
We may have planted the seed. This is true.
Yeah, more than a little seed, maybe some carbon fiber toe out there. Well, thank you guys for swinging by and talking about what you guys were up to this year. I think it caught everyone's eye yesterday, so good to have a little bit of follow-up. I do know some former WPI, HPRC, I'm getting the hang of it now, members. Shout out to Jake Roller if he's watching, and Annika, I forget your last name.
Yasui, Annika Yasui, captain last year. She's amazing.
Yeah, I think I swung by and you told me that, but good crew you guys have out here this year. Thanks for stopping by.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, and good luck to the rest of the recovery. Hopefully it comes back in an operable, oh man, we got some dust, way that you're able to test those avionics again. Sounds like you got a good setup.
Well, from the look of some of the pictures other teams have sent us, it looks like our antennas in the rocket may have left the chat. So we'll have to see what's actually recoverable.
Some F's in the chat for that antenna?
And hey, giant shout out to our division lead, Colette Scott. I don't think she slept the night before launch, getting things working, along with Dashiell Elliott. He was helping out. Rohan, Daniel Coburn. We had Ben Peters, our ground station hardware lead, doing a bunch of calculations. Wasn't able to be here, but this was a whole team effort. Especially, like I said, these two, they made it happen.
Yeah, shout out to mom and dad too.
Of course.
Shout
out to OnShape.
Yeah. Any other shout outs, guys, before?
I think that's it.
Any mentor?
Henry,
there we go, Henry, shout out.
I could just list everyone on the team.
Yeah, let's do it.
We might be there for a while.
How many people are on the team?
We have
keep going while they answer. Yeah.
We have about 25 people or 24 student members here. We have 20 with 2 advisors. Back home, we have about 100 students on the team overall.
We got Jacob, we got Jensen.
More like
I think he's 15 down. 150. Wow.
Yeah, varies. You know.
And like 30 of them actually do work. Isn't that right? Yeah.
Can neither confirm nor deny.
I think
what are we at?
We got
70
Laura. We got Mo. Who else on the team? See now, so here's the issue: is if I forget anyone, then
they're gonna be very
come back.
unhappy.
Look, I got like another 15 minutes to kill, guys.
We got Amber.
Shout out to Amber.
Yeah, I can go find the full list.
Oh boy.
Yeah, let's just pull up the Slack channel and we'll just rip. Yeah. Shout out to Slack for.
We got Lyle. We got Dan Willens. Dan Wien.
That's Sophia.
Shout out to Sophia.
Oh my God.
I'm going to be very impressed. She was our structures lead for our payload this year, and that thing's fairly supple. So hopefully.
Fairly supple.
Hopefully we'll be able to get a photo, and that payload structure will be nicely intact.
Nice. We like fairly supple antennas. Maybe not fairly supple flight hardware, but shout out to her for that. It's probably the only thing that's left.
Gavin,
awesome.
Barrett.
Oh well, keep going, keep going.
Everybody on the ground station team.
Maybe we can get some super chats from all those people we shouted out.
Oh yeah.
Folks back home, WPI, HPRC, let's show up in the chat.
Thank you to Kelly for helping us to sew the Faraday fabric that we used.
Yeah, the anti-5G.
Yes.
Yeah. That one's been locked in my brain ever since I heard it.
Yeah, that was hand sewed by Arjun and Kelly.
It was sewing machine sewed.
Sewing machine with your hands.
Skilled operator required, regardless.
Yes, very much so.
Yes, one of our ground station members, Gavin, has sewed his pajamas for many years as a Christmas tradition. So he locked in and was able to help us with a lot of the sewing as well.
Yeah, shout out to that Christmas tradition of the pajamas.
Yep.
I think we're gonna check in with some footage from a drone right now. Thank you guys for stopping by.
Of course, thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Hopefully things will go well.
All right, we've got some drone footage from that launch. Let's see. Wait, can we get a? Which team is this? Can we get a reminder here? Okay, chat. Okay, this is a big one, guys. We have breaking news for anybody. Breaking news, we have some drone footage from Team 138. That is the Turkish team. I really hope, the live stream team does our best to have our contingencies, and our drone operators were filming during this. We did not have it piped into the broadcast, but let's roll this footage and let's see those Turkish flags in the chat. All right, off of which pad are we coming here? There we go. It looked like there was a little wobble off there, but it came off pretty quick. Let's see if we can run that again at 0.5 speed or something like that. All right, one more time. Team 138's launch footage from the drone, recorded by our awesome. There we go. Team 138, Middle East Technical University. We were able to find some footage. Let's get that slow-mo going at real slow. There we go. Can't do slow-mo. All right. All right. That it's awesome. We try to get that coverage, and we were able to recover that for you off our drones. It just took a little bit. So Team 138, I hope that a little bit of drone footage satiated it. But we're going to have another team come in. This is Strathclyde AIS. We've got Tom McHugh, who's going to sit down here with me. He's the rocketry co-lead. Let's slap that motor casing right on front of this table here. Yeah, just put it around me. Perfect. There we go. This is a chonker, my friends. We're going to... Let's see, I'm going to do a little mic exchange, and hopefully this works. It sounds like it's got me. So, Tom, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming out. Tell me what we're looking at here on the table.
So what we've got here is the motor casing and the boat tail from our Cato that happened on Wednesday evening. So unfortunately, the epoxy in the forward closure didn't hold, and the motor sort of fell at the bottom. And this then ignited and flew all around the pads and round behind it. So we had a rough idea of where it was. We managed to get out today to recover it, and we've got it pretty intact, and our boat tails managed to survive all of that as well, which we're very pleased with.
Yeah, do you have an understanding of what went wrong with the epoxy? It sounds like it was that epoxy was the failure mode there. Is that right?
Yeah, the epoxy was the failure mode. I think we figured that out just after the launch. We got the videos of it, and we could see flames shooting from either side, and it was semi-propulsive, so spinning around in circles.
Gotcha.
We spoke to a few other teams. We saw it as well. We know some teams' epoxy hadn't set, it went gummy, and they tried to redo it. Ours had seemed set, but well, you can see that it's not there anymore.
Those small process details. We've got a third mic here if you guys want to use it too. I heard that there was this. Looks pretty intact. I heard the rocket was in pretty good shape as well, right? I heard there was a desire to try and refly this. Is that right?
Yeah, so there was a wee bit of damage where the boat tail sort of sheared out
All
the
right.
bottom.
We're going to actually hold. You guys are going to stay here. We're going to check in with the hybrids that's going to launch. Let's see if we can get the team name here. I think this is either Cornell or Cornell. We've got Cornell ready. There we go. So the hybrids have
from Cornell University, a 10K.
So what we're looking at now is the ground support equipment on that, and the hybrid is typically a solid fuel and a liquid oxidizer, and that liquid oxidizer is coming in from those K bottles there.
those K bottles are tricky and challenging to keep at the right pressure in this Texas heat. But some teams we saw earlier have some clever cooling solutions. So unlike the solids, there's a bit of a time window that getting these rockets off the pad, it's really contingent on their pressurization and fill process. So good luck to the Cornell rocketry team. It sounded like we were on hold for what I do not know, but I know the hybrid teams have been out here since early. They come out with their own custom pads usually, building in some of that ground support infrastructure to a trailer or to bring their own pads. Allows them to sort of know how they're going to operate, and the solids pads just don't do the trick when they come out here. You see that's a big sort of radio antenna triangular structure that the rail is mounted up against. So the hybrid teams come out early, and they spend a lot of time troubleshooting, testing, going through different cycles of testing to make sure that their valves work. We are standing by for the Cornell rocketry team hybrid, team 700, coming from Ithaca, New York. It looks like their GSC equipment is, out of the shade underneath that red tent there, going to 10,000 feet, it sounds. There, you can see it's a little windy out there. Their guy lines on that tower are blowing in the wind. It's sometimes hard to tell the scale of these rockets, but that looks like a 10 by 10 easy up next to that rocket there. So this is a pretty large rocket. I'm not sure those are fully extended. Large and skinny is a good way to describe this rocket, certainly. And I don't see the interesting thing about the hybrids is they have to not only maintain telemetry.
If you are looking for something to do, we have a team in need of your.
Yeah, so the solids teams have to maintain telemetry with their rocket throughout the flight. They'll have GPS telemetry, other avionics data like barometric pressure to see the altitude. But the hybrid teams have an additional challenge, which they need to maintain contact with their ground support. All right, the flag is red. It's on hold. And as I was saying earlier, they need to connect to their ground support equipment. So the teams are not usually in the student viewing area. So they move a little bit closer to get connectivity with their GSE to make sure they have an understanding of the pressurization levels of their tanks and their valves, the status, because understanding the state of the GSE is critical to maintaining safety and also understanding when the rocket is ready to launch. The team is currently on hold, so they probably saw something from that telemetry data that indicated they were not ready to launch. Whether that was their quick disconnect did not remove all the way, it's kind of hard to see, but it looks like there's still some pipe connected to the rocket on that tripod there. As they pressurize, there could be a valve that disconnects. This drone footage is really trying to get us in as close as possible to see. I don't see any venting, so it doesn't seem like they've called it on this yet. There could be a pressure release valve that once they reached that certain pressure for the launch, they would automatically vent, but I'm not seeing that either. So they could still be pressurizing. Okay, I think we've got a bit of a better angle on this this quick release here. It seems to be there's a piece of aluminum extrusion that goes up to the rocket and is still seemingly attached. So we are standing by for the Cornell rocketry team's hybrid going to 10,000 feet coming from Ithaca, New York, team 700. a hybrid. I don't know too much about this rocket, but we are excited to see it. I think there were 7 hybrids this year in the IREC competition. Always excited to see more as the technical challenge continues to grow. Folks from Strathclyde, what is it? Okay, there we go. I still remembered. We're looking at a big honker of a solid motor. Do you guys have any experience with hybrids or?
No, not yet. We've focused on 10K cots. This is our first year stepping up to 30K cots, and over the next few years we might look into developing our own motors. But for the moment, we're sticking to solid cots motors as we develop our rocketry knowledge.
Totally. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I know a lot of teams. You want to get to a certain point when you feel comfortable with the aerostructures before introducing a whole lot of additional complexity to the rocket. That definitely makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep. Let us know if you want to talk to anyone or need any other help.
How was the process of going from a 10K to a 30K? What were the things that you didn't have to consider that were super important for this launch here?
One of the main things we were actually looking for was our fit and finish of the rocket. So we usually make all our own tubes, and this year was no different. But what we did, instead of dissolving our mandrel, because typically we use a cardboard one, we actually used a phenolic mandrel and just wrapped it with fiberglass. So that way we could fly the mandrel and keep that nice interior finish. So if we're going past the sound barrier, we've seen a couple of shreds, and we really don't want to do that. We also taper our fins, so we have varying layers of fiberglass tip-to-tip layup, and that creates different damping coefficients throughout the fins. So it was really about the stability of it going past the sound barrier. The one thing I think we didn't anticipate was just a Kato at the pad, because we don't really get a test, all the improvements we've made this year.
Yeah, and sometimes it's best to hope for the best instead of trying to work around some. A lot of times the Kato is a result of the motor manufacturer and not necessarily the airframe construction. I know there's a certain motor I won't say, but a lot of folks suspect the manufacturer has it's a little spicy, you always are playing with fire when you're throwing a big motor at a 30K flight. For the folk, what year are you guys in school and uni, as they might say? I don't know. That's what the Australians say. So I'm trying to pick it up.
Yeah. So we're both in our 4th year at uni, and we're going to stay on for our masters, which will be next year. And we're sort of at this point we're more senior people in the team, but we're sort of passing on the knowledge. We've got some younger members that can then sort of pass on through, so that every year we sort of develop the knowledge, and sort of everyone in the team knows better more than the team the year before them did.
Yeah, I also was a former competitor, and it's good to see the team grow and evolve. Sometimes you think, oh, that's not quite the right direction, but the evolution and the continuity of a team year over year, getting students involved, when they're in their 1st year, 2nd year, sort of growing them up to be team leaders, doing more and more complicated programs, definitely allows the team to continue to operate. And it sounds like you guys sort of figured that out. You've got your fans out here in the cloud. It sounds like the solids pad is now, we're starting to bring pads out to the solids pad. So we'll start to see some more action. The hybrids pad is still standing by for that launch. Do you think you guys will participate in the 30K COTS category next year, or after this year? What are your plans looking forward as a team? I know you guys are 4th years. Talk to me about what you think next year will look like.
I think it's really up to the people coming up in next year, but I think they really enjoyed the 30K, the challenge that it is. So we've went for something a bit different, and obviously it feels like we've left something unfinished here. We didn't really get to test, how the rocket was actually constructed. So if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say they're going to try 30K again.
Yeah, well, I heard the ambition was high to slap this bad boy together. Just maybe don't use 5-minute epoxy this time. They could launch this rocket again. Just a little bit of repair.
Yeah.
It might be a hard case to tell the judges that this can be back together in tip-top order in 5 minutes, but there might be something about this airframe down the line.
Yeah, no, so the plan actually, yesterday when we got back, we were obviously very disappointed with the outcome, but there was actually minimal damage. So the boat tail bolts had sheared off the end, so we chopped the end of the airframe off, and the upper sort of coupler joint, because the nose cone had gone in sort of point first, it sort of tipped over, snapped a bit of the upper airframe. So we sort of chopped them off. We managed to compress the parachute bays, and now that we've found the boat tail, we can aft retain. So we were potentially trying to relaunch at space IREC, but unfortunately there doesn't seem to be a motor for that. But we're looking to relaunch when we get back home, and still hoping to get it to at least 20,000 feet, which would be a great achievement given our previous launches to 10,000 feet.
Yeah, chat. If anybody has, what motor are you looking for?
An M4500 or an M6000.
That's a big boy. So chat, if anyone has an M4500, you know, let these guys know. We could see a good rocket go off if you're in the Midland, Odessa area. But otherwise, you'll have to bring this back home, and we'll keep an eye out for that 20,000 foot launch. Let's see. I see some other folks in the crowd from your team. Or is this maybe they can come over if they're younger? Tell us about what the plan looks like for the years to come. This was the first year out or second? I know there was something like groundbreaking about this year. I forget. Alice kept mentioning it, but I seem to have forgotten.
So this was our first year doing 30K.
Gotcha.
10,000 feet.
And that was like a record of some sort, right?
Yes.
First.
The Scottish student altitude record is 15,500 feet, so we'd hope to break it here, but hopefully we'll still be able to break it when we go back home.
Gotcha. So we've got some of your team members back here. You guys are still on the team. Will be on the team next year. Is that right?
Yes.
Talk to me about next year's plans.
Probably going to try again for the 30K, this time successfully. Depends on the motor, because well, this one hasn't treated us too well, but we're definitely going to try again.
Awesome. And Logan, tell me about what you did. Your role is on the team here. If you want to sit down, you're a little tall and get out of the frame.
Sure. So this year I was team's avionics lead, just sort of spending the whole year making sure electronics are in place and working. I also started developing our own flight computer. We're hopefully going to get some test launches on. We were ideally going to use this as the sort of main test launch for it, see if it worked, but didn't work out too well in the end. So hopefully over the next year we'll develop that a bit more, have that ready for next year's competition as well.
Gotcha. So the avionics aren't in the best condition, or?
Avionics are fine. It's just, we didn't actually get a flight to test them on. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, at least you don't have to rebuild anything, or you don't have to buy new avionics.
No.
Millie, right? It's Millie Brown. What are you looking forward to next year?
I guess just continuing to grow our skills, try new things. Every year we learn so much, and every year we work on the progress that we've made, and every year we get better and better as a team. So just keeping doing that is really exciting.
From 24 to 25, what were some of the big learnings that you guys brought to IREC 2025?
Ooh, I don't know.
Big learning. Nothing really ever goes to plan the first time, pretty much.
Prepare for the unexpected.
Definitely prepare. Always bring backups of pretty much everything.
Yeah. If this year, what would you have brought for a backup?
GPS system.
Yeah, we could have really done
it
for backup GPS, because what was it? Was it Tuesday night? Tuesday night we were testing our GPS and it just was not working at all, and we had quite a big concern that we were going to have to go into Wednesday even asking another team to borrow one or spend a couple of days waiting for one to be delivered, and that would have delayed us even more. But
we've started making a list of things that we need to remember to take next year. So we're going to try and be even more prepared.
So next year you're going to have an extra GPS.
A really long stick for our radio antenna.
Yeah, we lost lock for quite a while on Wednesday before we launched. We were delayed by an hour and a half, just because we could not get lock because it's so flat here. So we're going to plan, stick our antenna on a massive pole or something. Hopefully get some line of sight from that way.
But there are some differences between what we can get in the UK and what's in America is common, because that's why we chosen the GPS we had. Was that it was way more easy to test in the UK,
Gotcha.
but then taking it out here, it's not as great.
Doesn't quite work so well. Well, maybe you have to schedule another lovely desert vacation.
We might.
Can't wait.
Get more sun cream.
Not quite. It seems like the desert's gonna be on a hold for you guys. Yeah, understandable. It's pretty hot out here. Is this what your typical launch site looks like in Scotland?
It's pretty much a bog. Yeah, it's lots of sheep. Very grey, very windy. It's not fantastic. It's green. It's very green. Yeah, no dust storms, no tornadoes.
There's a lake nearby as well, so risk of losing your rocket there.
There are lakes out here. They're just frack ponds, and they're full of nasty water. Actually, I stand corrected. In Balmoral, a short drive from the launch site here in Saragossa, is one of the largest. Actually, is the largest freshwater pool. Few know this, but the residents of Balmoral, there's a spring that comes through there. So if on your trip to the wonderful West Texas, you're looking for things to do, you can go bathe in the pool in Balmoral. Where are you guys staying this time around?
Midland.
Gotcha.
So it's quite a drive out, but it's not too bad.
So Tuesday night, when you were staying up late to work through these avionics challenges, trying to get GPS lock, you were looking at what time did you guys depart Midland for a Wednesday morning launch?
We were
okay because
we were planning to leave at 3:30, but obviously the weather issues came in, and we sort of found out around 3:30 that we weren't on that first salvo.
Gotcha.
So it was 10 o'clock on
10 o'clock
Tuesday morning. We got the notification
to come out. So
we were halfway through breakfast.
Yeah, chucking everything out in the car, immediately zooming along.
Well, we hope that wasn't too much of a chaotic afternoon.
It was good fun.
I was here out on the site during the haboob, and it was good fun during it. It was not so good fun considering the damage we undertook and the impact to our launch operations it would have. But we wanted to make sure folks would get out, and I guess the set you guys made it out in the second round. So maybe this will be another second round attempt. For the 20K in Scotland. It sounds like we're going to check in with a student back in the interview booth. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. All right. Well, I'm here with Stephen from
George Fox University.
All right. Thank you, George Fox University, for coming out here. Tell us a little about your rocket, why you're out here, and what year are you, and how many? Is this your first IREC?
This is, yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, so tell us about your team then.
Yeah, so we're George Fox University. We are really excited to be here. We are from Newburgh, Oregon, so way out there, but we're pretty stoked. So yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so tell me a little more about your rocket. All right, what category?
I believe we're 10K. And I believe I'm a business major, and so
you're
I'm actually
a business
not
major.
part of the engineering crew. I do all of their logisticals, but I just want to shout out our team a little bit and say,
of course, this is your job. This is your main job to be on these streams to shout them out.
Exactly. I tried to get one of my other engineering buddies, but no cigar. But that's okay. Here I am. So
that's good.
Can't always win.
It's pretty rare to have a business major on a rocketry team. We don't see a lot of teams that have them, but when they do, it's usually those are. Some pretty strong teams that usually have a lot more financing and a lot more help, and that makes them pretty advantageous out here.
Yeah, well, we're really excited. Like, we got a lot of good funding this year for our team. We got some good sponsorships, so we were really stoked. Just from our sponsors around the area, and our sponsors from out and beyond. So yeah.
All right. Well, what can you tell us about your rocket?
I can tell you from a business point of view kind of what goes on or what it looks like to me.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear it.
So today we put in a lot of things on our inside of our rocket. We went in, and I think it was like the avionics bay. I think it was like the avionics bay. That's what they call it. And we tweaked.
Was there some spaghetti in there? Some wires?
Yeah, there's a lot of wires. I was like,
I think that's the av bay. I'm not an avionics guy either. So
what are you?
I'm a mechanical. Well, I'm the lame mechanical engineer who doesn't know what he's doing. So I ended up being a propulsion engineer eventually, but. When I did this competition, I worked on the structure side of things, but I'm not a structures guy either. So they just told me do this thing, and I figured
the cameraman, the man on the screen.
I'm the cameraman here now.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you got the avionics.
I got the avionics. We did the avionics, and then we did we went and we went out to like this big field or whatever and like did a ground test. I think that's what they call it. And like the things popped out, and ours didn't work last time. And we had like an SD card for our avionics bay. So like you insert it into the rocket for our avionics, and this was like a new thing that we tried, but it didn't quite work because our like avionics bay like blew out because we put too much black powder in.
Oh crap!
Yeah.
Is there any footage of this? Can we get this on the stream, maybe?
Most likely. I mean, I got my phone on me. I can send it to you guys.
Oh yeah,
later,
We'll get that on the stream a little later.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll get that on a playback. Yes, I'll get that to you. media@srrocketry.org.
Sweet.
Rocket.org. Sorry, not rocketry. It's rocket.
Rocket. Easy.
See, I'm not the businessman. I got a guy in my ear telling me what to say, but I can't even listen to him.
That's okay.
It's too much. All right. Well, so did you destroy the rocket already?
No. We actually salvaged it completely. We were up all night. By them. I went to sleep at 9 p.m.
That's the perks of being a business major on the team.
Thank goodness.
You got a lot of energy.
I do. I'm ready to rumble.
You're ready to rumble.
Ready to get that show on the road.
Is the rest of your team just dead in the pits right now?
No, I mean we're pretty alive. We're out there right now in the field. And like right after this, I'm gonna run and go grab my drone over there and go take it out and get some aerials of the rocket.
You gotta get that footage for the next year's finance.
Footage,
gotta get that sponsorship packet, right, Matt?
Absolutely. NASA, Elon, anybody out there? We're looking to get
and if you don't want to give it to these guys, Esra, the live stream team for putting this on. And to the chat, come on, chat, help us out
from
here.
Oregon, get some people from Oregon.
From Oregon, I don't know if we got any flags out for your team or anything like that, but oh wow, a lot of dust out here in my lungs.
It's okay.
How's it been so far as a first-year IREC competitor?
It's been really eventful. I've really enjoyed it. It's more of taking photographs through like our Instagram page and our Facebook pages and stuff because I run that more so. And it's been doing a lot of that, but I haven't really been doing a lot of the rocketry stuff. It's more been behind the scenes. Like I'll be at our little Airbnb and they'll be like, all right, Steven, go get us some duct tape. I'll be like, yes, okay, time to drive the car and get on to Home Depot or whatever.
Pixar didn't happen. Am I right? Yeah. Well, that's everyone in the back room over there, and me and people even right there.
Yeah.
We're all with the media team here, and we really appreciate that because. We're trying to tell a story here. We want to show you guys off.
Absolutely.
Here you go. Actually,
hey, my man.
Take
Thank
two.
you.
Here we go. These are
Thank
the social
you.
media chips.
Yes, sir.
Coming on to the live stream gets you that, but also for being an awesome, just an awesome guy.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on this stream. We're not done yet, but. So we're out there on the pads right now. We're 10K. You think COTS maybe. We're not sure what the motor is.
Yeah, no, it's a solid motor.
It's a solid motor.
Yeah,
it's a solid motor. All right, it's a solid motor. Maybe COTS.
Yeah.
We're out there. We're going to 10K. We're COTS. We're going COTS. We have some avionics, some spaghetti in there.
Yeah, some spaghetti.
What about the payload? Do we have a payload?
Oh, we do.
We do got a payload. All right, let's. What's the business protective payload?
It's like this big box or whatever, and we put it inside the rocket, and it has like a bunch of these wires.
We have a box. We got wires.
No, it's like that's a bad description. It's like a rectangular box, maybe yay tall by maybe yay big, and then we got it's like metal encased around it. I don't know, aluminum maybe?
Maybe aluminum. Some metal is in their rocket with some wires, electronics. Maybe it's doing something. What? Yeah. Maybe we don't know.
I don't really know. Maybe you can describe that to me about what a payload does in general.
A payload? Well, there could be a lot of different payloads. You could have nothing as a payload. You could have a brick. For my IREC rocket, we had beer. But that's really not allowed. But
why have
2021 IREC rocket? But this competition, you usually should have a payload. We ask teams to have a payload. It's kind of a requirement to have a payload. You get extra bonus points. It is a competition, but there could be usually scientific reasons for it. I know some teams they're doing some sperm whale stuff. I think one of them. Sea urchin semen thing, right? Is that correct?
They're laughing. I don't know if that's correct.
I don't think that was correct. I thought that was. It was right. Someone's giving me the thumbs up. Hey. Okay, but I don't know why they're laughing in the back. Chat's confirmed. Confirm this, chat.
Yeah, confirm that.
I've seen. Let's see. We've got some just custom computers doing different avionics stuff. Some spaghettis, some electronics.
Yeah.
mining crypto on the rocket. That, whatever you
Yeah,
wanna
whatever
throw
you.
up
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
whatever you think would be kind of cool to throw up into the sky.
Maybe next we'll do a human. I mean, that'd be pretty sweet.
That would be, yeah.
Throw Steve-O up there like me.
We're being told a big no. I'm getting some head shakes in the back. But that's funny that you said. We put up on my team the year before. It blew up on the pad, but there was water bears, the little microscopic amoebas. They don't have as I am being told in my ear, they don't have spines. So if we take out a human person's spine, then we can put them in the rocket. So that could be a scientific experiment next year. There's a fly in here. I'm swatting it away. It looks like we're getting some rockets coming back, or rockets coming away.
Sorry I can't provide more information, sir.
But that's fine.
That's on me. I hope you enjoyed that somewhat.
We do. I think chat is giving us a lot of love. I have this tiny monitor that I can barely read. We want more launches today, Alexa. So I have some bad news, everyone. There is some hail coming in, so we're trying to get in these last rockets before we get pelted.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. We are about to get hit. So we're trying to get these rockets off the rail as quickly as possible, getting teams to pack up and get prepared because we got some bad weather coming in our way. Unfortunate, we've had such a great launch. How long have you been here all day?
Yeah, I've been here last year and the day before, and it's been epic. It has been epic.
Yeah, it's been great. We've had some amazing launches.
We've been really impressed. The heat is a little bit much, but we can handle it. If we're launching rockets, we can handle a lot of things.
Yeah,
so.
Of course. And I gotta ask, you're a business major. Why'd you join a rocketry team?
It's so funny you ask. I was in our engineering maker lab one day, and I was fixing my skateboard, and the lady in the front desk, the secretary later in our maker lab or whatever, she says, "Hey, I asked her for something, scissors maybe or something, and she was like, "Hey, I'm looking for are you interested in joining the rocket team? They're looking for business majors in marketing and finance." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a marketing and finance major." And then after that, I joined the team, and I got interviewed by the president, I think it was. And
you
then
did an interview?
I did. It was legit. It was pretty legit.
That's pretty legit, man.
So,
when I was in college, we also had to make a space. That's where our club was. But we would just grab them as soon as they walked in the door. If we saw you looked like you were smart enough, we just grabbed you and stuck you in the corner.
That's great.
I saw a couple kids that, it's too bad they I don't know if they even graduated, but they did some great work for our club, so that's what really mattered in that.
Well, oh my gosh, my team is incredible. Shout out to Austin Bennett, he's our president.
Austin
Bennett,
he
has
in the
done
chat,
a great job.
right? He's in the chat.
He's somewhere out there. He'll see it tonight. So
he better,
yeah,
and
he
can send some super chats,
yes,
send
sir,
some
yes,
love,
sir.
send some love in the chat.
We want that.
We want all of that. Let's do business majors. Let's do business. So I send us some super chats. I got one last couple questions.
Of course.
Like we're about to get going here. What has been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Favorite thing I've seen so far, that would be having the opportunity to watch those launches live. I think those launches are super cool, and I've really I was on the TV yesterday watching the live stream, and I'm like, yeah, those look cool. But then I got out here, man, it was incredible, especially for a business major like me.
Yeah, not a lot of business majors out here, but now you've been out here. You're like you're number one. Yeah, here,
number
give
one.
me yeah.
Boom, yes sir.
Boom, yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice day.
This has been so great.
I appreciate the tokens.
Yeah, we'll do a little hug here.
Yes, sir. Of course.
All right.
Of course.
Give us some super chats.
Oh yeah.
Live it as love. Yeah, we'll set it down, and we're out of here. Let's go watch some rocket launches.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go see your team. Hopefully, be successful.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Peace. Sweet. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. That was fun. That was great.
Okay, here we are. Yes, if you look at the weather, you see some seriously dark clouds. I believe we have something coming in. This is when they say it could be a chance of thunderstorms, or what the chance of that's thunderstorm coming over us. That's a question. People up in Pecos may not get it. So we have to watch that. And we actually have some things on the rail right now, so we have to look and see if we can do it. Okay? We're at, what time is it? It's about 4:35, and we are loading. I think they're still loading out there. Let me check. And I think they're starting to come back. They see some cars coming back from the solids pad.
Hey, Rick.
Brian, good to see you again, sir.
Good
You're
to
looking
see
well.
you. It's been good.
Yeah.
How you been?
So we're watching the cars come back from the solids pad, and we are expecting some flights imminently, assuming the clouds to our south stay to our south. So.
Yeah, I know the RSO is really worried about it. I know we don't have a good camera view. I wonder if our rocket tracking cam can flip around
like
to get a little view. It is. I've heard it's hail. Hail.
It's that strong. Okay.
That's
a problem with these things. The uplifts are so strong. They lift the water up. The water turns to ice. It keeps lifting it up and lifting it up until the ice can no longer be lifted by the weight of the updrafts, and it falls, and we call that hail.
Yep.
So yep.
Yeah. It's rough out here. We already had some hail. I know some teams that were coming down here on Sunday, Saturday.
Yeah.
They got hit by hail. A couple cars got a little damaged. Little.
I pulled off. I didn't pull off, but I slowed down. I saw some truckers when I was coming over here, and these Texas truckers are pretty used to this. And they pull over off, and everybody's slowing down to like 50 instead of doing 90.
Oh yeah. When you see the locals slow down, you better slow down.
Yep.
It looks like we're looking at team 167.
167 is University of College London.
College London.
London,
Ooh.
yes.
Across the pond, as they say.
College London also has one of the hovering competition. They have.
You're right.
They do have a team.
Yes,
so
they do.
This group is multifunctional.
This is a pretty big team. Yeah, I said multifunctional. Yep. They have a team working on a self-landing rocket or hovering rocket that me and Rick are.
I think they may have won some money on that.
I think they did. I think they did a hot fire with their engine.
They did a hot fire, a throttle hot fire.
Throttle hot fire. Very important.
They got $15,000 for that.
$15,000. So maybe they're using that money for this.
Could be.
Right
Yeah,
here.
that's a way to think.
We got a couple other rockets on the rails out
Yeah,
there.
those are all the solids.
All solids right now. But we're still red, and it looks like all the cars are gone.
They're red, yeah. I think all the cars are pulled back.
Let's go. And we got some British flags in the chat, of course.
Good. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Go
God
Genesis.
save the king, right?
Yeah. And
so we're seeing if
Justice for Soar.
waiting things start to open up, we can start flying some rockets here soon.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on a couple other people to clear the
wind
range.
really surprised if we have a thunderhead so close. The wind isn't bad at all. Yeah, it will get cooler if
I'm hopeful for the cool air.
Yes.
Don't want the hail, but I love the cool air. Hopeful that we keep the skies clear.
Yeah, this is what I mean by say chance. Chance over there, pretty good. Chance over here, not so good.
I know, it's not bad.
And look at this. Look north, it's beautiful.
It looks
it's
great.
beautiful
It's perfect
sky.
flying.
You look south, it's black.
It's black, yeah. All right, what am
Okay, we're looking at some teams. I think they're all me turn around and see if people are pulled back.
Oh, okay. All right.
It looks like they've pretty well pulled back.
All right, we're all pulled back.
Yeah, they looks like they're pretty well
Going
pulled
with
back from the solids, and people
117.
are assembling. They're going to shoot or not.
Okay, we got a team here that wants to do a little interview.
So I think that's Chico State right there. Another UC or another California school.
Will's already up there.
People are starting. It's an indicator we're going to fly because people are starting to assemble at the viewing area. So
yeah, we're getting
people are getting their directional antennas out. They have their computers set up. They are preparing to get data.
Her country flag.
I know, we're missing Alice.
Oh, Alice had to leave.
Alice had to leave.
She had to head back to Las Cruces to head home. Yeah, she has an event tomorrow she has to be at. So.
Yeah.
And that's what, a 6-hour drive back to Las Cruces?
Probably about that range, but unfortunately she didn't get to see her team, one of her teams launch. Oh,
she got to see her Scottish team.
She did get to see her Scottish team. All
so
right.
She was happy.
We're looking at the hybrids. All right. Oh.
The hybrids.
Swinging around to the solids on our rock tracking.
I think there are people still at the hybrids pad.
Yeah, it looks like they're still out there.
Yeah.
I think Cornell had some issues.
It looks like Calgary took their rocket down. Their rocket is no longer on the pad. And who's the other team beside Calgary?
Cornell.
Cornell.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're still waiting on Cornell.
Cornell is the last hybrid.
If I remember 701 or 700, yes.
Cornell's team 700. Calgary is team 706. So we're
All right, we have been cleared to launch. We will be starting with Alpha 2, team 109. Alpha 2, team 109.
Chico Rocketry and Aerospace Club.
This is California
Cal State University, Chico.
Chico Rocketry and Aerospace
Hear
Club.
the people from Chico's
got them in the
screaming.
They're
ready.
They're excited.
15500. This is an N3300 Aerotech red line.
Red
it's going to be red. Oh,
I love red. I love the red lines.
Yep.
Good. We have a good sky. We have a green pad.
That makes it red?
We are launching in 5, 4, 3,
Alice
2,
was asking
1.
what chemical. Here we go. There's the red. Yep.
Ooh, there's
a red
that beautiful
plume.
red.
Rocket's red glare right there.
Up.
Yeah. Nice flight. Nice flight. Winds are very gentle right now, so that was a nice straight shot.
Let's see if we
It's
can.
arcing over.
Yep.
Next up, Alpha 4, team 122.
Alpha 4.
Next
I think I saw this rocket in the
122. Is that what we're seeing? It's 122.
Interesting canards.
Is George Fox from Oregon?
Alpha 4 is team 122.
That's George Fox. George Fox is in Oregon.
University. This is a Trillium 2.
Oh yeah, you just talked to him. Yeah.
Fox rocketry team.
He was awesome.
Cots
Going
going to 10,300 on an
something as a payload.
M1939 white. We have clear skies, green pad, launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
0. The hit button's been pressed. It's the light. There
we
go.
go.
It's going up now. Nice flight. And that proves we're not in the clouds right there.
That was a nice, clean
Nice
straight.
flight. It almost feels like the wind has stopped for a moment. That's amazing.
No, that looks like there's no wind at all. It just went
no wind. Look at that. Look at that.
Right up.
Contrail isn't moving.
At all. No.
Huh. Interesting. And right over there we have a thunderhead. That's amazing. 20 miles away. And here it's dead calm.
It's the Texas desert.
Yeah.
You know, we have dust
microenvironments all over the place.
Next rocket up will be Bravo
got Drogue
1,
out.
127. Next up, Bravo. All right, we've been given that we're under drogue. So it's Bravo 1, 127. Bravo 1, 127.
127 is a Mexican team, Instituto Técnico de Estes Superior de Monterrey.
1,014 feet on an L2200 Aerotech.
Yeah, they're shooting a small one. Yeah. Minimum diameter. We call those minimum diameter. So it should get off the rail pretty quick. It's a light rocket.
Launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is.
Oh, there it goes.
Look at that scream out.
I lost that one.
We're looking for an event. Nice straight shot. Nice green plume.
Very clean. Very clean. I love those little ones that just zip off the rail.
Up. Yeah, they're accelerating like a maniac. Minimum diameter, lowest drag.
Low drag. They got to be very careful though. Those could definitely shred off the rail.
Yeah, they can. You got to make sure you're secure.
Got to make strong fins, secure airframe, and that you're ready for those high speeds.
Those things are probably finishing up
Our last flight is Alpha 1, 167 coming up.
I wouldn't be surprised if most of those get close to Mach 1.
Yeah, you can hear the shock waves
come
by.
All right, we have confirmed drogue on the previous flight. Our last flight is Alpha 1.
You can hear the teams. We got to confirm drogue.
University College London.
Got another team we just saw made.
10K COTS going to 9870 feet on an M3400.
George Fox is happy.
We have a good sky. We have a green pad.
UCL.
Launching at 5, 4, 3,
For Alice.
University College, London.
Hope Alice is watching the stream.
There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
Well, we're looking. We
Looking
don't see
up,
anything.
straight up.
Straight up.
And I think that's a drogue.
Yeah, see, they have a drogue in sight.
I see something sparkling. Yeah. There's a drogue.
All right.
Very good.
University College, London. Under drogue coming down.
Loving the
Who's
chat
up next?
for our London team.
Okay.
It's very clean off the rail.
So who's up
We're
next?
really trying to get through all these launches pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're good. That salvo's really pretty quick. Apparently those guys are happy. Apparently over there is the, let's walk out over there.
Oh, there it is. If we can take a look over, we're about to. One of the rockets just coming right back down over by our RSO. Maybe just might hit the pad queue.
I think that's for the Monterey team.
Right
they look
there.
Pretty excited.
Well, those guys won't have to
and
walk
it's
far.
down. I can see it from here. It's that close. You almost walk out and drive out and get it.
Hopefully those guys don't have to wait in the recovery queue. So it sounds like in my ear from our team up above, that the hybrids are getting ready, or at least one of the hybrids teams is getting ready.
That would be Cornell, because Calgary's not on the stand anymore. So Cornell may try to shot this morning or this afternoon.
Hopefully they get off it. We're running out of time for all these teams to finish up. We're almost done though. We've got I think there's only about 20 teams.
20 teams left?
Yeah, 20 teams left total that we need to.
We could maybe get one more, half a dozen out, maybe 10 out.
Yeah.
The second salvo today.
But we've gone through a lot of rockets today. Gone fast, and we're trying to run up against the weather right now, and hopefully we'll get all the rockets that we have in the pads done.
Oh, there's a parachute.
There we go. We got a lot of happy teams right now, though. A lot of teams
like a main has come out
successful launches this little bit of the afternoon. And if you can kind of catch that, we got a nice, big, beautiful main coming right over the north side of our launch site.
Coming down, pretty reasonable.
Very slowly, very nice and gentle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they'll have no issues.
There, you see it on the screen now, the parachute. Who's up next?
So.
Can't see who that is.
This,
I think next year they should have you get by pads, like a 15 by 15 pad.
Yeah.
To keep all the dirt off all the equipment. I don't mind if it gets on me, but the electronics don't like dirt.
Huh?
Yeah. And there's a parachute coming down.
It's good. Have you heard any of the story?
No.
It's good.
Should we tell it?
Should I pass it on to me?
Anita ran off.
Anita ran off?
Connor ran off.
You wanna?
Can we get? We got some interesting story time right now while we wait
tell
for
a story.
The hole that's going on.
Okay,
right
Dustin,
here.
hold on.
Dustin's
Wait. All right, there you go.
So I just heard straight from the source that we scored our first recovery based off video footage.
No kidding.
Purely because the video also recorded somebody coming up to the rocket, detaching the parachute, and walking off with a chunk of the rocket.
Oh, Lord. That's a first.
That is a first.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, that was, I guess, a risk.
Talk about forensic evidence. There you go.
please don't
it
do
was not
that.
a team, full disclosure.
Oh, that's
it
good.
was not
It wasn't a team. I guess one of the oil field workers might have been really interested.
Plead the fifth on that knowledge.
He might have thought, oh, what is this? I should probably take it in. But don't do that.
That's a first. I mean,
that is a first.
And we caught it on camera.
And it's caught on camera from the rocket.
Did we got
Oh,
that?
from the rocket.
From the
Lord.
That's yes. They did not take the section that had the video
camera,
payload,
the video
and
camera,
so the video camera recorded the person detaching the parachute and walking away.
Oh Lord, that's got to be a first. we should get that in the nightly news. If you know this guy, tell him we want our parachute back.
Oh my God.
God, I've seen that in the news all the time. A security camera, because I've never thought of a rocket catching it. Whoa! I'm certain the guy that just took it didn't
I got a
either.
good laugh out of that one.
Yeah, well, so was this a live video feed challenge, Rocket?
I do not know if it was live or not. That you have the extent of every bit of my knowledge now.
Oh, I wonder if
I was hoping to get the person that told me to come on the live stream, but they are busy and ran away.
Okay.
But I will say that a lot of our teams this year, we started the live video feed challenge just last year, and it has been terrific this year. Last year we only had 1 or 2 teams. But this year we've had a lot of teams get some incredible live feed videos sent right down, brought into everyone's home via the live stream, and it's been great. It's really impressive, and it's a real technical challenge to get it done. So I know a lot of the companies that come out here.
Okay, Bram, the Cornell has gone for fill. They are approved for fill.
Oh, wait, that's Calgary on the right. Cornell on the left.
Now, is this the one that has that really cool-looking box and video feed?
I don't know.
Or is that the other hybrid?
There's another one.
There's another.
Okay. One of them has some really epic video
This
feed.
is MRIT Legacy. I apologize. Apologies.
RMIT.
I'm only human.
We were looking at the wrong screen.
70.
I'm looking at a very small, and they have.
Oh, this is the awesome one I was talking about.
This is the coolest. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say this. I'm a judge also. I have to be.
Well, I'm not a judge. It is the coolest user interface. It looks like something from like Star Trek or Stargate.
That is very nice.
This is something neat. We got a still frame of something else. Let's maybe we'll get back to that. But the UI that this team has, I was able to talk to them as I was walking around in the pavilion on Tuesday. It was done by 5 computer science students as a senior design capstone project.
Oh, wow.
And they got credit for it. It is, not only is the UI really impressive, the container that it sits in is super cool. I mean, it is definitely,
Before it starts raining, we will go and video it as part of your Brom After Night series.
I was geeking out about it just because it looks so cool. So I hope the rest of the rocket. I only got to see the feed system down there in the pavilion. It was great. So
we're looking and seeing what we're waiting for confirmation of that Cornell's begin to start loading their nitrous. We haven't heard one way or the other. Now that team's from New Zealand, aren't they? That's a New Zealand flag.
That is a New Zealand team.
So that's impressive. I didn't know we had a New Zealand
so we have a super chat message in the chat. Thank you from Lena Bosch. I apologize.
Bosman for University of Sydney
for the $2. Can we get an update for you, Calgary Soar?
If we had the information readily available, we would gladly give it to you.
Yep. If I had the information, I'd give it to you. I think they are standing down for today. I think they had some issues. They were the other hybrid team.
Is that a solid or a hybrid?
That's a hybrid.
That's a hybrid. Okay.
That's a hybrid. Yep. It's a very clean.
Oh, that's the Australian team. That's the Australian team. That's the University of Sydney.
That's the University. Oh, that's the University.
Sydney, yeah.
Okay.
That's Australia. That's the only Australian team we have that's shooting a hybrid.
I didn't know they were bringing a hybrid this year.
We have Cornell, IIT from India, Iowa State, Monash, Sydney, Buffalo, Calgary, and Rice. And
Calgary is staying earthbound today.
Calgary standing down. That means
Sydney.
University of Sydney and Cornell are on the stands.
Yeah, but they have some time tomorrow. The pad will open. Yep, in the morning.
Get here early. Go
early.
By 7. Get back by
ready.
10.
Hopefully, fix your problems this night.
By the way, if there's any teams around the area right now that want to come to the live stream and be interviewed while we wait for this hybrid, I have a stack of social media poker chips.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So
with me right now.
For the chat, if you have any of your teams still around, please come on. Tell them to come on to the live stream. We'd love to talk with them, get a little commentary
Hey, what's
from
that
them.
thing on your wrist, by the way?
Oh,
hey, I have one on my wrist, too.
Where'd you get that?
I don't know. Where'd you get yours?
You dating the same girl or something?
The Colombian team this is the first Colombian team out here at IREC who did a successful launch hand to this, and I've seen it actually on a couple other people in the pits. A lot of student teams. I think they've been handing them out to a lot of people. So they had a large team that came out. They were super emotional yesterday after they successfully launched and had, I believe, a successful recovery. I don't know what they finally hit, their final altitude was, but I think for them it was. It was so worth it.
I noticed
to come
I had
out
a few teams when I can't judge them. They gave me they gave me their patch. They gave me their sticker. So they're all getting the same idea. Oh, we got to promote our brand, market a little bit. Yeah.
Bribe the judges with swag and treats.
That's right. That's exactly what you do.
I just thought we were special because we interviewed them like twice in a row yesterday.
Okay.
I'm sad now.
Okay. That's unfortunate. The RMIT, the Australian team, had to scrub. So now we're going to Cornell. They're going to be a 20 to 25-minute fill. Hopefully they get done. The weather, although it was the wind seemed to be still for a minute, has caught up with us a little bit. It's getting a little darker.
If there are any feeds going to that direction,
that's not good.
Yeah.
The south is
south does not look very friendly, and
still clear.
I don't know if they're going to have the 25 minutes, to be quite honest. Do we have a drone feed looking south?
Yeah, or you can put the rocket tracking camera around. It is.
Yeah, the wind's
you can kind of get it
this direction, so it's coming. Yeah.
It look friendly.
Thank you, Anoop. Thank you for that information. Thank you for the money. SOAR Calgary has a valve problem, and I will shout them out. Hope everyone in the chat can give them a lot of support. And Grandma and Golf Grandpa in Calgary say hi. I don't know where the rest of the Calgary team is, but you have support in the chat. All right, so I think right now we're just waiting for the Cornell team. Hopefully they can get off their hybrid in the next 25 minutes, and hopefully that is enough before.
The rack of solids, I think.
And I thought we had one more solid out there. I'm not sure if we have an issue.
Didn't see.
Hopefully there's no more oil field workers out there grabbing our rockets. That's crazy, though.
Any member of Team 100, any member of
go
Team
back,
100,
pick the oil up, and
please come to the recovery.
That's what they do.
I wonder if it was.
You see all those little barrels sitting around? That's what all those oil wells fill those barrels. The truck comes down, connects it up, fills it up, goes, takes off. That's what they do.
That's very true. You know, when we were here Friday setting up, there was those guys from Opito Hotel who were really, really friendly, but they did have some interesting questions to you. I remember about
those were not. Those were the local workers, and yes, they really, really did want a rock, and I told them, I'm sorry, but you can't collect them and keep them.
I think we have a lot of fans
there. They were
there,
extremely persistent, though.
I think a lot of people are out here. We've had a lot of spectators.
We have, more so than I remember any other year.
Other year, the local community.
I think the advertising has been much better. I mean, I heard NCR advertising this for 2 days.
Oh wow!
So yeah, I mean, I'm driving down the road. IREC, NCR, see rockets fly. Saturday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
So our media team is really doing it this year. We've done a great job.
Great.
Local news. Yeah, we came in here Thursday night, and I remember Friday morning we had an interview with the local news.
That's right. The Odessa and the Oakland, or Odessa and the Midland newspapers, each ran stories. The TV ran stories. So
and shout out to our media director Logan Herrera for doing such a great job in that interview.
I think that the Midland folks that we were working with, I think they were very instrumental in making all this stuff happen.
And walking out
there he is.
Yep.
Give him a shout out and love in the chat. Love.
Yeah, here to Logan.
Not to mention walking out of the airport, you had a giant IREC logo. It was awesome.
Yeah. So we've had a lot of spectators out here. And I think that's also helped us get a lot of people just really interested. They want us. They love seeing these rockets. They love seeing the launches. They're really supportive of the students. And it might just have gone a little far where a couple people just want to take home a rocket. They're like, oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, did any of you guys eat at the trucks? I ate at the food truck, and I got a turkey. She gave me, for $14, I got 2 turkey legs. So I'm going to eat 1 turkey tonight for dinner.
Cow.
It was pretty good, too. I was, it's not as good as my wife's. You hear that, hon? It's not as good as their turkey legs weren't as good as yours, hon, but they were good. So.
I was running around videoing a bunch of teams. I think I skipped lunch. I didn't know it was that late.
I think we still have a little extra food for our volunteers. So
the wind's picking up. You can feel that.
Yeah,
it's part of my diet plan. Just starve myself and sweat in the desert.
I have noticed. I'm not sure about you guys, but I have noticed. I think my belt buckle is tightened up a little bit as spinning out here. I think the amount of sweat.
Oh, look at that!
And water I've lost.
A little dust devil.
Oh, yep, another dust devil coming through here. It's definitely getting very cloudy very quickly.
I'm surprised it's not raining with what the clouds look like above.
It rained yesterday. When I went back, I saw some drops as I was getting in the car. That was rain. I thought, whoa.
So
it didn't rain much, but some
on the bright side, this shade is feeling pretty cool. That might speed up the hybrid fill. I just don't know if it'll fill fast enough to launch before another haboob or something comes.
As long as we keep the altitude of the clouds clear. See how the clouds are starting to come in and fill up the sky.
They're definitely filling up the skies right over the hybrid team. So hopefully it doesn't cover the cloud, because we can't really shoot through those clouds.
Nope.
I will say, if you're still watching, stay tuned, because hybrids, as difficult as they are, they're my personal favorite to watch launch.
Yeah.
They sound cool. They're slower off the pad, so you get to enjoy them longer, and
they stay there. Yep.
All right, so Rick, maybe a little more technical speaking, it is true that we'll probably go a little quicker with the fill since it's getting a little cooler.
Right.
I know Isaac was talking about this in the stream a little earlier this morning.
The basic what's happening is the density. What you care about is density. How much of that nitrous oxide can you get in that tank? There are 2 things proportioning you. One is the density of the fuel, or density of the oxidizer. The higher the temperature, the lower the density. And the other is the pressure. It gets hot inside of there, and suddenly you're fighting a lot more pressure to push.
All right, we're about to launch Cornell's hybrid. This is Team 700 out at the hybrid pad. Team 700 Cornell at the hybrid pad.
Very good, and it sounds like maybe that cool temperature's helped us, because Cornell sounds like they're about ready to go.
Okay.
So can we get a lot of love in the chat for Cornell? Let's go. Hybrid's coming up.
Hybrid's coming up.
Hopefully we'll get our drones out there, and we'll get a rocket tracking going out there. Let's see what we can see.
Okay, Cornell.
10K shot
Ivy League school up here now from the East Coast.
Hybrid.
I can't remember. Is Cornell in Connecticut or?
Cornell is in not Rochester, New York.
New York?
It's in New York.
New York.
It's not too far away from where I went to school in Rochester.
Oh, okay. You're RTI grad?
RIT. All right, I know. Everyone, RPI, everyone says, oh,
Rochester
RPI.
Technical Institute. I had a close friend who's a Rochester grad.
A
couple of people I know from Rensselaer as well.
Yes.
I always go to Rensselaer, Rochester.
Rochester. Everyone's like, and it's, I visited both, and I just like Rochester a little bit more. Had a really cool machine shop.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, that's the best thing to have is a machine shop for a bunch of engineers. Yeah.
Yeah,
So Cornell is on the pad. They are probably going through their final checklists. They're waiting for the pressures and assuming they have the right amount of mass in there. Typically today, these rockets have a load cell at the bottom, and the load cell guarantees you have the amount of mass you think you do. For a lot of times, people just relied on pressure.
Yeah.
And if the temperatures were messed up, the pressure would.
Okay, it sounds like we have a 10-second count.
Down count, okay, and the pressure would fake you.
Cornell University 700 is going in 10,
That's really
9, 8,
Here we go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's the button hit. Don't see any
Takes
smoke
a second.
yet. Nope, nothing yet.
Oh.
Too bad. Come on, guys.
Can we see anything on our cameras?
Well, looks like a misfire.
Might
I don't
need
see
to
any.
recycle igniter.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes.
A little delay.
Took a while to catch on.
Oh,
Looks a little unstable.
Going a little sideways. We are
Looked a little unstable
flying
there.
sideways, going north towards our second stage pads. But it is saved by the drogue parachute popping out. That's good. The avionics survived.
Well, they got off the ground.
Yep.
That's good. There they are.
There they are.
Drone came out appropriately.
It's coming right down. Might be too low for Maine.
Nah, it's not going to open.
Yep.
Kaploom.
Ooh.
Down.
Those are heavy rockets.
Yes, yes, it is. That's
well,
the first thing you got to check. Make sure all the nitrous is out of it.
You know, the good thing for them is they'll be able to go recover it quite quickly right now before the hail comes in.
Oh yeah, because it's almost just the other side of the
just on the side. Yeah.
There's a road out there, you know, that we've been watching.
Everyone has been going out on that road. Been very useful for a lot of teams.
Okay, hopefully we'll turn to some. I think we have some solids out there, don't we?
I thought we had some solids out there. I'm wondering if we can get a
We
confirmation.
have a red flag out there, something to indicate that we have some solids.
But that might have been the last rocket of the day. Yeah.
Well, the crowd seemed to be dispersing.
Crowd seemed to be dispersing. I know we still had that other hybrid, but I thought they scrubbed. Wondering if our drones can catch that. There's another hybrid on the far end of the pad. If that's still upright.
There's one. Is it? I think that's the only one. I don't think Calgary's ready to go. That's the only. University of Buffalo. I haven't seen them either.
Oh, we do have one more hybrid. I was mistaken when I said earlier.
That's the Australians.
No, I believe.
University of Sydney. That's the Australian flag. That's the only team we have from Australia is University of Sydney. Team 704.
I thought they'd scrubbed, but I guess
that's what I thought. Oh well.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're.
Maybe they can shoot.
Just wondering.
So we're trying to find out if the hybrids are going to go.
Okay, we're getting to a end of our day here. We're seeing if we can get the last hybrid off the rail. We really would love that. I'd be excited to see RMIT.
Yeah, we got to tear all this stuff down.
Sydney team. So hopefully they can get off the rail, and hopefully they can get off pretty quickly. As the weather is still coming in, our range safety officer is
you can see the rain out there. It looks like just to our north, south, east is could be some rain, and there's forecast, so that's a chance of rain out there.
Could be rain, could be hail. It's definitely strange being out here with the wildly different weather everywhere. We have clear skies to the back of me. I've got dark clouds that look quite menacingly to the left.
The wind's
to the right,
picked up.
A little more cloudy, but looks pretty pleasant. The wind's picked up. And there's some dust devils all around us. It's always changing around out here. And even in the evening, I've noticed you can look out, you'll see such a flat area, lightning storms.
The flat land, the weather will keep moving.
Yep. Keeps moving.
Well, we're waiting. Anything on the?
So I'm asking our producers if we can get a little confirmation if we have any more solids on the rails.
Okay. I don't know if we have any solids. Okay, we're looking at the list.
Okay.
What's the proper name for this? I don't know. I'm
not chat. That's our live chat.
So live chat. Okay. I have to learn these things. You know,
we'll get you skilled up.
All right. Good. I need to learn. I need to learn AI because our University of Dayton, where I teach, we're incorporating that. So I have to learn AI. So now I have to learn social. So that's a live chat. Okay.
This is a live chat.
Okay. And when they give money, what's that called?
That is a super chat.
Super chat. Okay.
That's what we're asking. So.
Okay.
sounds like we have an interview, and it also sounds like we might be calling it for today.
Yes.
So if our interview is ready and queued up, I'll pass it on to you guys. But it sounds like they're not just ready yet. So
not ready yet, so we'll keep up.
We'll keep on talking about stuff until they're ready.
That's a replay. Okay, we're going to do a replay.
Being confirmed that we are scrubbing for today.
Looks like it's about the end of the day. So
fortunately, the weather is coming in faster than we thought, and the winds are picking up pretty badly.
Well, if I get a chance to see you again, it's been a great working with you guys. You guys put on a hell of a show. Very professional.
Yeah, thank you.
This is.
I think some people would disagree with my interviews, but
live stream I've ever seen. This is as good as anybody else.
Thank you very much, Rick. I think we owe it a lot to our director Logan and our main producer Matt, and all the volunteers who've come out here to support this.
Great job.
We've had
the volunteers have been out here working.
I mean, you're one of them.
Yeah,
it's
set this
a lot
up.
of fun coming out here. I think a lot of people should really consider if you've done this before as a Rocketeer to come back. But it sounds like we're ready for our interview, so I'm going to pass it back to the studio and to the interview.
Hello, I'm here with one of the last rockets we launched on the Solid Salvos today. Can you tell me what team you're from?
Yes, so I'm Rosalind.
And I'm Anthony.
And we're both representing University College London on Team 167.
Awesome. So were you a 10K or a 30K?
Yeah, so we competed in the 10K COTS category, flying on a Cesaroni M3400 solid motor.
All right, fantastic. And did you have any payloads?
I'll let Anthony talk about payload.
Yeah, so we went for a novel payload this year. It was a medical payload. And so for our payload, we wanted to do a rheometer. So that was to sort of experiment with different fluids as they go up into space. And so this year, we originally wanted to try blood to see for astronauts, and we ended up settling on glycerol as a close substitute.
Oh, cool. I'm not a medical person, so I didn't understand that. Do you have a layman's terms for that?
Yeah, so the blood spins around, and like that, we can figure out the different properties of it as it goes up.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, I understand now. Sorry. All right, and did you successfully recover yet, or do you have a recovery team out there?
So we are yet to go and recover our rocket. Now, we know that our rocket touched down at about a distance of 4,000 feet from where we were based while we were spectating our launch. We are just in line before we're allowed to be sent out to go and recover our rocket. So, yeah, we're going to be, myself and Anthony are going to be going out and recovering our rocket in just a few minutes.
All right, well, fantastic. Well, I strongly suggest stopping by the merch store. We do sell rain jackets, and I think it's about to rain.
It did seem so.
Yeah, we saw some nasty thunderclouds sort of looming, and we thought, oh, we really want to get off the rail as soon as we can.
Definitely.
And we did.
All right, so you're all the way from the UK, and I know Alice would get really mad at me if I didn't tell you to say hi to people at home.
So hello everyone, hello Mum, and hello everyone at UCL Racing.
Yes, hello everyone from UCL Racing, hello to our families, hello to my family, hello to our friends who I know are from other racing teams but are still spectating our launch. Thank you to all of our technicians at our uni who helped us, all of the different professors and teachers who have, supported us along our journey. Hello everybody, and thank you so much for tuning in. All the friends and mentors. And of course, all of our sponsors, can't forget our sponsors. Big shout out to SafeTag Tracking, Tech Equipment, Ning Research, E+3D, Zircotech. Am I missing any?
And Babcock.
All of you guys for sponsoring our project and giving us all of the opportunities and resources that we need to be able to succeed. We couldn't have done it without you guys, and we appreciate it so much.
We love our sponsors for all of our teams and for the competition itself. No Bucks, no Buck Rogers. It's amazing. If there's nothing else you guys want to talk about, then I think we're going to pass it off to the Brom who's standing in front of me. All right. No, we're just going to play we're going to play shuffle.
Our Fly of Record had a question for you, and he wanted to know about your time in Alaska.
I moved to Alaska a while ago, and it is amazing, and I wish I was there because it's like 50 degrees right now.
That sounds nice right now, I'm going to be honest.
All right. What's that?
When do you get your new car?
Oh, my it's not a new car, it's a 5-year-old car, but I get it in 2 days after I land after this. So I finally have my car up there.
That sounds amazing.
It's being barged in because there's no roads to Nome. Which is why I love it there.
Nice and isolated.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
All right.
All right, guys. We're gonna bring in.
No, we can't bring it in on a dog
team
sled.
2025.
To the producer behind the back.
You going, Dustin? Or okay, we can double up. All right, hey guys.
Hey.
Glad to have you on the stream again. I think we had a little interview a little earlier, but
I don't think so.
Maybe
Not
some
an
short
interview,
question.
But you were our judge.
I was your judge also.
Yeah.
That was one thing. I'm sorry. It has been a long day. Heads. I definitely need some water. I'm getting a little more delirious. Is this plugged in? Maybe. Okay. Okay. Good. I'm seeing some cables on the ground unplugged. So tell us a little bit about your team, what you guys launched, and hopefully your names. I think people would like to know who you are.
Yeah, sure.
Hold it.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm the team captain of Team 129, Istanbul Technical University. My name is Mehmet Afatır, and I'm glad to be here this year, IREC 2025. It was a dream for most of my life to do something like this big and international, and this is the best chance I've ever got.
That's awesome. Thank you. Pass it back to the same question to you.
I'm Mahmut Asad, and I'm the electronic lead of Lego Trust Rocket team, and we're coming from Turkey, Istanbul, from Istanbul Technical University. We have been attending this competition for like 3 years or 4 years, and yeah, that's all.
That's all.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got some questions for you guys. I'll ask the first one. Is this the team's been here 3 times? This is the 3rd time.
Yes, sir.
Is this your first time being here though?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So what are your thoughts been so far?
It's been a little dramatic.
Dramatic?
Yeah, dramatic to get here. Like.
Oh yeah, the roads have been rough.
Yeah, roads to Midland, roads to the site. But as a citizen of Turkey, coming here was a big opportunity for us, and it came with great obstacles as well, because in Turkey we have Technofest, but we have the urge to do more, and yeah, this has been a great opportunity for us, and we're here with our rocket Anatolia.
Yeah, I got to see it a little earlier in the week. Can you tell me, did you guys launch today?
Yes.
All right.
And ask us what is our apogee point.
Yeah. Yeah.
You will not believe it.
Yeah. What'd you hit?
10,000 feet exactly.
Woo! All right, there we go. Let's go.
Oh my.
Well, something just crashed in the background. We're all right. You guys hit it right on. Tell us how. Can you tell us a little bit the secret sauce on how you did that? A lot of teams here. You don't have to tell them, by the way. You might want to hold on to that. Keep it close to the chest.
A magician doesn't reveal his secrets.
Okay, very good man. Good man. But I'll ask the same question to you. What's it been like coming out here, first time?
Well, the experience in here is pretty cool. As my friend said, we have Technofest in Turkey, and it's pretty similar competition to IREC in rocket.
Texas is a little different though than Turkey.
Yeah, but it is really hot here. The physical conditions are totally different, but the process is really stressful, and I didn't sleep a lot of nights because some things doesn't work right.
Yeah.
And it works one day, and
Doesn't
the other
work the
way
next
it doesn't
day.
work, and you don't know why exactly.
Well, yeah, that's the same. Yeah, all the teams here, the big common thread, except for that business guy I got an interview. You don't get a lot of sleep during this event.
Yeah.
Which adds to it a little bit. It makes it a little more stressful.
Yeah.
Adds that.
Last night our recovery computer got into a fault, and we couldn't fix it for a long time, and like a little bit of chance maybe we have fixed it until we got half an hour to the competition, and
then it all worked.
Yeah, it all worked.
And so you guys
and
launched.
we made the test in the morning in the flight area.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So you guys launched, hit 10,000 feet right on. Sounds like you guys recovered it, right?
Yeah.
All in
With
one
no
piece?
damage.
All good?
Yeah, with no
Beautiful. All right, there we go. So you guys probably feel that you've done a very good job.
Yeah, we think we did.
The obstacles we faced makes the fruits sweeter. So
it definitely is. The harder the challenge, the bigger the reward. And you guys, I imagine, have learned a ton from this competition.
Yeah, and And it doesn't end, you know. That's what we love about IREC. Like in the first year, we were here, we done some things, but we tried to make it better. Try to make ourselves better and better engineering. And now, if we achieve something good here, next year, 30 cuts, baby.
Yeah, there we go. Up and away. Well, I know for you guys, I talked a little bit with the Technofest organizers. They love that you guys come out here because it gives you a little first chance run before you get to them. And he was telling us that the guys who come out here, they love that you guys come out here.
And
because
you also have judges from Technofest.
Yes, we do. We had some judges from Technofest. I hang out with him, and he was also your judge, which made it very easy for me to communicate with the rest of the Turkish teams. Did not when there were some harder questions that we could get across, but that was great. But he was saying it was really great because the teams who come out here, they get that little bit of they're better because you guys have now tried out your rockets. You learn a lot about it. It's hard out here, definitely with the Texas heat. You guys are you're like battle ready.
Yeah.
You're battle worn. You're ready to do it again and go out to the competition and be real fierce.
And it goes both ways as well. Like we try to make it something better in Technofest and come here to achieve something better. So that's why we love all these competitions. We get to try out our engineering skills and make it better. I'm sorry, I'm too tired and I'm too happy to.
That's great, man. That's great. Ooh, yeah. Well, it's great that you guys launched. I hope you had a great time coming out here.
Thank you so much.
I was great time judging you guys. You did a great job.
Thank you very much.
And I will also add, if you're really competitive, there's some bonus points for coming back tomorrow. I know you guys want to sleep in, but if you come back tomorrow to help us tear down, there's an extra 15 points. Exactly. That's a thing a lot of teams forget. We get that's true for all teams. I know you guys are all tired. We're tired. I'm very tired. My back hurts. I'm 26, and my back feels like I'm a 50-year-old man. I don't know what's going on out here. The Texas tester does something to you. So please come on and help us out by tearing this set down and everything out here, and you get a little reward for it. So
yeah, we were here in the first day.
Yeah.
When we were setting this area up.
So you already got a little extra bonus points. So you might get more bonus points. You guys are gonna. You might win. Oh,
love it. We hope. We just hope.
That'd be great. You take home an award. But I think in any case, you guys have done an amazing job. You're probably really proud of yourselves.
Thank you so much.
I think the organizers of Technofest are really proud of you guys, which is awesome to see.
We hope so.
And I know that we're all proud that you guys came out. You took on the Texas heat, the Texas desert. You launched. You recovered. You hit 10K on the dot. That is awesome. Let me get another hit. Yeah. I'm going to give you some coins here, boys. Thank you.
Thank
and
you
I'm
so much.
going to toss it back to my controllers.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We've got the whole crew here that's making this happen. And from all of us in blue, thank you for a wonderful launch day. See you tomorrow for the final day of the 18th Annual International Rocket Engineering Competition. Good night.
Did you want to mention how many rockets?
No.